I woke up tied down in a dark room at the Gu family estate, my heart pounding in fear. A group of old women held me down, and I could feel the rough ropes cutting into my skin. I struggled and shouted, but they only slapped me hard, silencing the night with sharp cracks. Then, Gu Lingxue stepped out of the shadows. She looked beautiful, but the malice in her eyes made my stomach churn. Her gaze locked on my swollen belly, and she spoke words that froze my heart. She'd been waiting for my baby, not out of kindness, but because it held divine power. She planned to use my child to refine pills for her own cultivation. It all made sense now. 8 months ago, after I mysteriously lost my virginity, the world turned against me. I'd wanted to end it all, but Gu Lingxue comforted me, saying I should keep the baby. I thought she was helping me out of pity, but it was all a trap. Every bit of food, every servant, it was just to keep me alive until the baby could serve her purpose. I begged her to let my child go. Take anything you want, just spare him. But she only sneered and told the midwife to begin. When the midwife approached me with a knife, panic surged through me. I screamed for them not to hurt my baby, but they didn't listen. The sharp pain made me cry out in despair, and as the world faded, I swore that even in death, I'd come back to protect my child. As I slipped into unconsciousness, I heard my baby's cry pierce the room. Gu Lingxue was overjoyed. She cradled the newborn, drunk on the divine power she felt in him. "Your worthless mother is dead," she said coldly, sealing him away in a spirit box, ensuring no trace of his power would be wasted. Before leaving, she ordered the servants to dispose of me. One of the old women grabbed my lifeless arm, but suddenly something snapped inside me. My eyes shot open, fierce and sharp like a wolf's, and I sank my teeth into her hand. Her scream echoed through the night. I wasn't gone. Not yet. And I would make sure they'd regret ever crossing me. I woke up, still alive, to the horrified face of an old woman. "Are you a human or a ghost?" she stammered, realizing I wasn't dead. I yanked myself free from the rough ropes, my body aching but my spirit sharper than ever. Grabbing her bloody arm, I grinned darkly. "Even if I die, I'll take a few of you with me." Then, with a twist of my hand, I snapped her wrist, her scream filling the room. The others exchanged uneasy looks, realizing I was no longer the weak, helpless girl they thought. "We can still kill her," one of them shouted, and they all charged at me. I struggled to stand, but the sharp pain from my abdomen made me stagger. My belly was soaked with blood, seeing it made my head spin, but I couldn't give up. 2 women grabbed my hands. Their sneering faces made my blood boil. I twisted free with all the strength I had, snapping their necks like brittle twigs. They dropped lifeless to the ground. More rushed at me, but I grabbed a piece of cloth and threw it to distract them, wrapping my arm around the neck of the nearest one. I squeezed until her veins bulged and her eyes popped wide. The rest panicked and tried to flee, but I didn't let them. One by one, I brought them down until they lay still around me. Exhausted, I leaned against the doorframe, panting. The darkness of the night surrounded me as confusion filled my mind. Where was I? Wasn't I supposed to be dead? I had self-destructed, or so I thought. Then, strange memories flooded my mind. It hit me all at once. I wasn't Gu Qinghuan, I was Jun Qinghuan. I had been a powerful young master in the God realm, betrayed by my half-sister Feng Qinggu. To stop her from stealing the primordial chaos within me, I had chosen to self-destruct. But somehow, my soul had been reborn here, in the body of Gu Qinghuan. Her memories filled me with sorrow. She had no parents, was used and discarded, and in her final moments, even her child was taken to be used for alchemy. I clenched my fists in anger. Whether I was truly her or not didn't matter. Gu Lingxue had taken her baby, and I couldn't let that innocent child suffer. Gritting my teeth, I grabbed a thin blanket and pressed it against my wound. My body screamed in pain, but I forced myself toward the door. I had to stop Gu Lingxue from harming the baby. Then, I felt something strange in my belly. A chill ran through me as I reached down, trembling. My eyes widened in disbelief. There was another child still inside me. When I freed the baby from my queen, I felt both relief and fear. Time was running out. If I hadn't acted quickly, the little one might have suffocated. The baby's cries filled the room, and I held him close, whispering softly, "Shh, baby, don't cry. We can't let the bad people hear us." As if understanding me, the baby's wails quieted, and he gave me a sweet little smile, his pink gums showing. My heart warmed, but I knew I had to make a hard choice. I wanted to rescue the other baby that Gu Lingxue had taken, but with this child in my arms, it was too dangerous. If I tried, I might lose us both. I kissed the baby's forehead and whispered, "I'm sorry, little one. I'll avenge you." Using the last of my strength, I drew a blood talisman, channeling the primordial chaos inside me. A flash of red light surrounded us, and we vanished just as the room burst into flames. 5 years later, I was on a boat drifting over a misty sea, enjoying the breeze as it brushed my face. Life had changed though Jun Qingwan was gone. I had become Gu Qingwan, living a new life on a distant island. Just as I closed my eyes, relaxing on a rocking chair, Bo He, one of my people, interrupted my peace. "Island Lord, bad news. The young master has run away from home." I shook my head calmly, not even slightly worried. Bo He stared at me, confused. "Aren't you worried at all?" Without rushing, I stood and walked toward the ship's storeroom. Bo He hurried after me, puzzled by my calm. Inside the storeroom, I heard soft rustling coming from a large wooden box. "Xiaomei, stay still. If Mother hears us, we're in trouble," a familiar little voice whispered. "It wasn't me. It was Xiaobai," replied a small, animal-like voice. "Squeak. It wasn't me either," another voice protested. "Whoever stays quiet till we reach shore gets a reward," the boy whispered eagerly. "A reward? What kind?" Xiaomei immediately asked, only to be told she was disqualified. Unable to keep quiet, they tumbled around inside the box, their whispers getting louder. That's when I calmly lifted the lid, revealing a mischievous boy with a white fox in his lap and a parrot perched on his hand. I gave him a knowing smile. "Gu Xiaonan, how bold of you to run away from home." When I opened the box, there was my mischievous son, Gu Xiaonan, holding a white fox and a green parrot. He wasted no time lifting the parrot toward me. "Mother, it wasn't me. It was Xiaomei," he said, trying to dodge blame. The parrot, flapping its wings, squawked in protest. "Young master, you stole my line." Xiaonan shot a warning look. "Do you still want to play outside?" Xiaomei wilted under his threat and reluctantly admitted, "It was me, master." "I know I was wrong." Xiaonan grinned, though he quickly tried to look serious. "See, mother?" Xiaomei admitted it. I crossed my arms and gave him a look. Xiaomei ran away. "What about you?" He puffed out his chest. "I was just trying to catch Xiaomei." Grinning, he patted the parrot's head. "Right, Xiaomei?" But the bird squirmed free, shrieking, "It wasn't me. I won't mess up my feathers." Then it took off in a flutter of wings. Xiaonan jumped out of the box, chasing after it. "Come back here, Xiaomei." Before he could get far, I grabbed him by the collar. "Gu Xiaonan, what did I tell you before we left the island?" His little body froze. He knew he was in trouble. "You said to stay on the island." He tugged at the hem of my skirt, his voice soft and sweet. "Mother, I know I was wrong. Please don't be mad. It hurts me to see you upset." My heart softened, and I gave Bohi a quick glance. "Take him back to the island." But Xiaonan clung tightly to my leg, looking up at me with those big, pleading eyes. "Mother, don't send me back. I want to stay with you." "Xiaonan, it's dangerous outside," I warned, frowning. But his eyes were fearless. "I'm not afraid. I can protect you, mother." He balled his little fists, full of determination. I couldn't help but pinch his chubby cheeks. "I appreciate that, but no." Xiaonan wasn't giving up. "Didn't you say more people mean more strength? Let me come with you, please." He clung to my leg, swaying back and forth, pretending to be pitiful. "If you leave me behind, I won't eat or sleep. I'll get sick, and you'll feel guilty. Right, Xiaobai?" The fox chirped in agreement from the box. Squeak. "Absolutely." Even Bohi nodded thoughtfully. "The young master is clever. He can keep himself safe." I sighed. flicking Xiaonan's forehead playfully. When did you bribe everyone around me? He grinned, hopeful. Does that mean I can come with you? Fine, but only if you follow 3 rules. His eyes lit up. I'll follow them, mother. What are they? First, you must wear a mask to hide your identity. No one can know who you are. Xiaonan nodded eagerly. Second, we'll pretend to be master and disciple on this journey. I had to protect him. If Gu Lingxue had discovered Xiaonan, she wouldn't hesitate to harm him. She had become powerful. Her status at Qingkuan Academy and her new strength all came from the child she stole from me years ago. The thought filled me with hatred, but Xiaonan knew the truth. He was old enough to understand the danger. He hugged me, patting my back gently. Don't be sad, mother. I'll always be with you. Holding him close, I felt tears prick my eyes. He was such a sweet child, filling my heart with warmth. What's the 3rd rule? He asked. Originally, I wanted to tell him to behave, but seeing how sensible he was, I changed my mind. The 3rd rule is this: take care of yourself and never show mercy to bad people. Even if you challenge the heavens, I'll always stand by your side. Xiaonan jumped up, cheering. Mother, you're the best. Suddenly, Xiaomei flew in, squawking urgently. Pirates! There are pirates! When Xiaomei warned us about pirates, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Pirates? I'll go check it out, he shouted, already running off. I grabbed him just in time. Put on your mask first, I said. After slipping on the human skin mask I gave him, his face transformed, but he still looked adorable. With a playful wink, he grinned. Master, let's go meet the pirates. I couldn't help but smile, pinching his nose before taking his hand as we strolled out together, both masked and calm. The moment we stepped out, we ran into a scruffy pirate wearing a headscarf. To my amusement, Xiaonan ran straight to him. Mr. Pirate, I've always wanted to meet you. I knew Xiaonan was having the time of his life pretending, so I stood back, curious to see what he'd do next. The pirate, confused, stared at him. Old Lu, do you know this kid? Asked another pirate nearby. The first pirate scratched his head. I've never seen him before. I'd remember a kid like this. Xiaonan beamed. You don't know me yet, but I know you. I've admired pirates my whole life. The second pirate laughed. Do you want to join us, little one? Is it fun to be a pirate? Xiaonan asked, his eyes full of curiosity. Of course. The pirate grinned. Great. Can I bring my master and Miss Bohe too? Xiaonan pointed toward me and Bohe. The pirates turned to look at us, and their jaws practically hit the floor. Even through my veil, I could see how mesmerized they were. They couldn't hide their excitement, especially when they noticed Bohe behind me, her delicate face uncovered. Sure, you can bring them along. One of the pirates blurted, barely containing his glee. They didn't seem to see us as a threat, just a kid with 2 women and a boatman. Pirate B pulled out a ghost flag from his belt and waved it eagerly over the side of the ship. On the pirate ship in the distance, the crew spotted the waving flag. Boss, looks like we're in luck. A bearded pirate exclaimed to the scar-faced captain. Though cautious by nature, the scar-faced leader grinned. Stay alert, he warned, but he couldn't hide his excitement. They had already raided a merchant ship earlier, but this was another easy prize. The moment they saw the ghost flag waving from our ship, the leader bellowed, full speed ahead. Their ship surged forward, closing the distance between us in no time. Back on deck, Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and I could tell he was thrilled. He stood by the railing, watching the pirate ship draw closer, practically drooling in anticipation. The pirate ship pulled up alongside ours, and soon the pirates herded us, me, Xiaonan, Bohe, and our 2 pets onto their deck. Pirate A led the way, acting friendly enough, while some of the crew stayed behind to ransack our ship. Xiaonan's curious eyes were wide, taking in the black sails, the white skull painted across them, and the pirates armed to the teeth. In the middle of the deck sat their leader, a rough-looking man with a scar across his face, seated on a tiger-head chair. Without a hint of fear, Xiaonan grinned at him. Are you the pirate boss? The leader gave a small grunt. Yes. Wow, you must be really powerful, Xiaonan said, all sweet and innocent. The pirates laughed, and one of them teased, "Careful, boss. Don't scare the little guy." The pirate leader gave a half-smile. "So, kid, I hear you want to join us. Aren't you afraid of pirates?" Xiaonan shook his head confidently. "My master says pirates are chivalrous heroes who fight bullies and bad merchants. You're good people who rob the rich to help the poor." The pirates burst into laughter, wiping tears from their eyes. "This kid's a riot," one said. The bearded pirate leaned in with a grin. "And who's your master, little guy?" Xiaonan turned to me, smiling proudly. "She is." At that, the pirate's gazes grew sharper, lingering on me and Bo He. The bearded pirate gave a thumbs up. "Smart kid. Good taste." Suddenly, strange muffled noises drew our attention to the tall mast, where two people, a man and a woman, were tied up with cloth stuffed in their mouths. The bearded pirate chuckled, gesturing toward them. "See those two? Corrupt merchants we caught earlier." Xiaonan tilted his head. "Why are they tied up there?" "To air out their stinky mouths," the pirate said with a grin. As more pirates gathered around us, someone reported to the boss. "Chief, we searched the whole ship. All we found was a boatman and some basic supplies. Not much treasure." The pirates grumbled in disappointment. The bearded pirate pointed at Xiaonan with a grin. "This kid's sharp. He's our treasure today." Xiaonan's eyes twinkled with mischief, and I knew that look he had something up his sleeve. When the pirates gathered around us, Xiaonan grinned mischievously. "I can sing. I'm really good at it. If you're bored, I'll sing for you." The pirates cheered, eager for entertainment after long, dull days at sea. But I knew what was coming. Calmly, I handed cotton orb to Bo He and stuffed some into my own ears. Bo He did the same, though her fox and parrot looked terrified, as if they knew the disaster that was about to unfold. Xiaonan began, his little voice chirping, "Today is a good day." And just like that, chaos erupted. The pirates froze, eyes wide in disbelief. Then it got worse. One pirate started bleeding from his nose, another from his ears, while others burst into tears. It was painful to watch. Even wolves howling at the moon would have sounded better. Xiaomei, the parrot, hid under its wings. Xiaobai, the fox, curled into a trembling ball in Bo He's arms. "Stop! Stop singing!" the bearded pirate screamed, clutching his head. But it didn't matter. Xiaonan was lost in the moment, singing louder and more enthusiastically. Seagulls fell from the sky, and fish sank to the depths of the sea. One by one, pirates collapsed on the deck, groaning in agony. I gently placed a hand on Xiaonan's shoulder. "That's enough, Xiaonan." He stopped singing, though he looked a little disappointed, puckering his lips. "Didn't they like it, mother?" The bearded pirate, barely standing, gasped in disbelief. Is that what you call singing?" Xiaonan frowned. "You didn't like it?" he asked, clearly upset. The pirate's eyes bulged in horror. "Like it? Even ghosts wouldn't sing that badly." But before he could respond, he noticed something horrifying. The pirate chief, who had been steady throughout, now stood frozen, bleeding from every orifice. "Chief, are you okay?" the bearded pirate cried. Before he could react further, the captured boatman appeared behind him and chopped him swiftly on the neck, knocking him unconscious. The boatman then bowed politely to Xiaonan. "Young master, your singing has improved greatly." Xiaonan beamed. "If you liked it, I can sing another one." The boatman paled instantly. "No need. You've already done more than enough. Save your voice." He waved his hands frantically, looking as if he'd just escaped death. Satisfied, Xiaonan skipped over to me, grinning from ear to ear. "Mother, I'm giving you this pirate ship." Gu Qinghuan sat with her legs crossed on the pirate leader's tiger head chair, enjoying grapes while listening to Bo He tallies up the assets on the pirate ship. The pirates were all bound together, their faces turning pale. Those were the spoils they had plundered earlier in the morning. Who would have thought that a little brat singing a song would lead to them losing the entire ship? It was a great humiliation, utterly infuriating. Gu Xiaonan chewed on grapes, his cheeks puffed up, and he excitedly asked, "Master, does this mean we're going to be rich?" Gu Xiaonan. Gu Qinghuan's expression turned serious. "What did I teach you? How could you steal other people's belongings and claim them as your own? Gu Xiaonan immediately admitted his mistake. Satisfied with the response, Gu Qinghuan changed the topic. Why don't you ask these gentlemen if they are willing to pay to avoid further trouble? Yes, yes. Gu Xiaonan's eyes lit up, and he turned to address the pirate chief. Mr. Pirate, I'm sure your life must be quite valuable, right? The pirate chief glared at Gu Xiaonan, his anger wishing to drink his blood and tear him apart. Brat, despite your young age, your mind is quite twisted. Today, I admit defeat, but I won't allow you to take my money. If you're unwilling, then forget it, Gu Xiaonan replied with a gentle shake of his head. Ignoring the furious pirate leader, he cast his bright gaze upon the others. Are the rest of you uninterested as well? The other pirates were not as resolute as their leader. The bearded man quickly glanced at the pirate chief before asking hopefully, Young hero, my life holds considerable value. Would it be possible for me to offer a ransom for my own release? Zhaoba, the pirate leader bellowed angrily in response. Startled, the bearded man flinched and cautiously continued, Boss, there's a saying that goes, if something is left behind, there's no need to worry about it burning. Since we are all prisoners here, and the possessions in question do not truly belong to us, if we help them to keep their dignity, we can comply. This way, we can preserve our lives without incurring any financial loss. Yes, yes, boss. Let's consider today's work as a freebie. We get to keep our lives, so what more could we ask for? The subordinates persuaded the pirate chief. Gradually, the pirate chief began to relent. Kid, are you really willing to let us go? You can buy your own lives with money, Gu Xiaonan said with a mischievous smile. I'll pay for my life. The bearded man Zhaoba immediately responded. I'll pay mine too. Gu Xiaonan nodded happily. All right then, one by one. Each person, state your price. Bohi, please keep a record for them. All these pirates are so formidable, we shouldn't charge them cheaply. Bohi smiled and agreed. She held a pen in one hand and an account book in the other. She recorded the value of each pirate and even made them sign. The total is 1,035,000 taels of silver. Gu Xiaonan waved her little hand. Round it down and count it as 1,000,000 taels for all of you. Just now, Bohi had tallied the assets on the pirate ship to a total of 1,000,000 taels. Neither too much nor too little, just right. Gu Xiaonan held onto the account book excitedly and exclaimed, Master, now we have money. So much money. Gu Qinghuan took the account book and casually flipped through its pages a few times. With a satisfied smile, she rolled it up and tucked it into her sleeve. Xiaonan, be a good child. This account book is very valuable. It's best kept in the hands of an adult. You're still young, so it's not safe for you to carry such a large sum of money. Gu Xiaonan looked at the account book reluctantly, but then feigned a magnanimous expression and turned away. Yes, it was originally Xiaonan's way of showing filial piety to Master. Can you release us now? The pirate chief pleaded, struggling against the ropes. Release you? Where do you think you're going? Gu Xiaonan turned around and looked at them. Are you reneging on your promise? The pirate chief protested. We just signed the papers to pay a ransom to free ourselves. Where's the money? Gu Xiaonan stretched out her chubby little hand. Didn't you mention exchanging the treasures on the ship for our freedom? One of the pirates questioned. Did I really say that? Gu Xiaonan looked puzzled. Young hero, you're not playing tricks on us, are you? Another pirate anxiously asked. You just told your master that we could use the money on the ship to buy our lives. Gu Xiaonan tapped his head. Ridiculous. Those treasures were obtained through wrongful means and should be returned to the rightful owners. How did they become a means to buy your lives? The pirates were left speechless. It was at that moment they realized they had fallen into a trap set by the other party. The pirate chief seethed with anger. Zhaoba quickly intervened, saying, Chief, don't be angry. Let's find a solution. The young hero's words do hold some truth. The pirate chief huffed in response. Zhaoba smiled gently and suggested, Young hero, we are currently penniless. Why don't you have our chief write a letter requesting ransom, and our comrades can send the payment? Gu Xiaonan waved her small hand dismissively. There's no need for such trouble. Since you don't have money, You can work to repay your debts. Dream on. The pirate chief roared defiantly. Mr. Song, this man here is unwilling to comply. Please toss him off the boat. We won't force him. Gu Xiaonan's eyes shifted toward the boatman. All right, young master, the boatman complied. The pirate leader was left speechless. What an ingenious way to avoid forcing others to work for him. This region of the sea was treacherous and perpetually shrouded in fog. It was infested with numerous sea creatures that would devour any unfortunate souls who dared to venture into the waters. Even if they were not bound, the chances of survival were slim if they were to jump into the sea. Young hero, we agree. Please instruct the boatman to release the chief. Xiaoba shouted. Can you vouch for his intentions? Gu Xiaonan inquired. Yes, yes. Xiaoba vigorously nodded, signaling to the pirate leader. The pirate chief was forcefully pressed against the railing, while the turbulent seawater surged below, resembling a menacing beast with its gaping, bloodied maw. At that moment, the pirate chief experienced the gripping fear of impending death, his face turning pale. After battling with his inner turmoil, the pirate chief clenched his teeth and made a difficult decision. I will work for you. Young hero, look, the chief has agreed. Xiaoba exclaimed happily. Don't release them. Suddenly, two individuals emerged from the cabin. It was the man and woman who had previously been bound to the mast. Having regained consciousness after being affected by Gu Xiaonan's singing, they were saved by the boatman and hidden in the cabin. Upon overhearing the conversation, they couldn't bear to remain silent any longer. Witnessing Gu Qingluan and the others about to release these ruthless pirates, they felt compelled to intervene. The man who took the lead was handsome, dressed in clean garments that exuded elegance. He approached Gu Qingluan, cupping his hands and bowing respectfully. I am Gu Jinrong of the Gu family from the kingdom of Qingyuan. This is my younger sister, Gu Jinyue. We are deeply grateful to you for saving our lives. If it weren't for your intervention, my sister and I would have perished at the hands of the pirates. Those who have committed such heinous acts should not be shown any mercy. The names Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue struck a chord with Gu Qingluan. She raised an eyebrow in recognition. The Gu family? Gu Jinrong's expression turned serious, but he smiled. Yes, we are from the Tianjing branch of the Gu family. My father holds the second position within the family hierarchy. No wonder their names sounded familiar. They were from the second branch of the Gu family, an old acquaintance of hers. Gu Qingluan's lips curved into a playful smile as she looked up and observed the two of them. Previously, they had been tossed around by the pirates, their hair disheveled and their clothes in tatters. Due to the distance and her vague memories of their appearances from several years ago, she hadn't recognized them until now. Gu Lingxue was known for her malicious nature, and the rest of the Gu family members were not much better. The original owner of Gu Qingluan's body was the eldest daughter of the Gu family's first branch. Her mother had passed away during childbirth, and her biological father quickly remarried, leaving the original owner essentially orphaned. In the Cloud Plains continent, strength was revered above all else. However, the original owner had no talent for cultivation and was openly regarded as a useless fool. In such a ruthless environment, anyone could trample upon her without hesitation. Gu Jinrong and his sister, being cousins of the original owner, were no exception and belonged to the same group of people. Gu Qingluan was never a person who would repay evil with good. It was fine if she did not meet these people who bullied the original owner, but if she did, how could she let them go? She gave an ambiguous laugh. The Gu family was one of the four great families of the Qingyuan kingdom. After the eldest branch's daughter, Gu Lingxue, entered the Qingkuan Academy and shone brilliantly, the Gu family had risen with the tide over the years and became the leader of the four great families. Even the imperial family of the Qingyuan kingdom had to respect the Gu family. As a result, these Gu family disciples were more arrogant than before. At this moment, Gu Jinrong saw Gu Qingluan's eyes curve and thought that it was his identity that made the other party look at him in a different light. He was instantly delighted. The woman in front of him wore a veil, but her captivating eyes alone were enough to stir people's hearts. Combined with her graceful figure and ethereal presence, she appeared to be a matchless beauty. If he could win the favor of such a beauty, It would bring great benefits to him. With this thought in mind, he couldn't help but puff out his chest and flash a smile that he considered charming. May I know your name? Instead of answering, Gu Qinghuan posed a question of her own. The East Sea is treacherous, and few ordinary people dare to venture into it. Did you come here with the intention to venture into Harmony Isle? That's correct. We came here seeking medicinal pills from the island master of Harmony Isle, but we never expected to encounter pirates on the way. All our attendants and guards were killed. If it wasn't for our high status and their intention to use us as hostages, we would have already lost our lives. That's why you must not let these pirates go, Gu Jinrong explained. Bullshit. We only want money, not murder. Zhao Ba retorted angrily. Gu Jinrong cast a cold glance at him. Miss, please take a look. These uncouth villains remain arrogant even as prisoners. If we release them now, I fear we'll be putting ourselves in danger. In your opinion, what should we do? Gu Jinrong smiled confidently. Why don't we interrogate them strictly and find out the pirates' lair? Then, we'll catch them all. Zhao Ba was worried that Gu Qinghuan would be convinced by him. He quickly looked at Gu Xiaonan. Young hero, we are your people now. Don't be deceived by this kid. He has bad intentions. Pa. Before he could finish speaking, a slap landed on his face. Blood instantly flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was crooked. Everyone was stunned. Only then did they see that the person who had attacked was Gu Jinyue. Zhao Ba was furious. FCK, you witch, how dare you hit me? He struggled and wanted to pounce on her. Gu Jinyue raised her hand and hit the other side of his face. Pa. This time, it was not the pirates who were hit, but Gu Jinyue's hand. She retreated in pain and covered the back of her swollen hand. Her eyes burned with anger. Who hit me? Seeing the grapes rolling on the ground, Gu Jinyue remembered that there was only a plate of grapes beside Gu Qinghuan. She glared at her angrily and shouted, How dare you hit me? Gu Qinghuan casually tossed a purple-black grape. I don't like people touching my things, and it's not up to others to beat up my people. You. Gu Jinrong restrained his sister and turned to Gu Qinghuan with an apologetic expression. Please forgive my sister's impulsive behavior. She's still young, and sometimes her emotions get the better of her. Brother, why are you apologizing to her when she hit me? Gu Jinyue complained, feeling indignant and frustrated. She stomped her feet in anger. This old lady doesn't seem young at all. Is it possible that she's just acting impatiently? Gu Xiaonan blinked, puzzled by the situation. Who are you calling an old lady? And who said I'm anxious? Women were particularly sensitive about their age, and Gu Jinyue was no exception. When she heard Gu Xiaonan call her old, she immediately became furious. Gu Xiaonan, feeling intimidated, quickly sought refuge in Gu Qinghuan's arms. Master, this old granny is so fierce. Gu Jinyue could no longer stay rational after hearing Gu Xiaonan address her as an old granny. She screamed and her profound power surged out of her body, attacking Gu Xiaonan directly. Young master, be careful. Gu Jinyue held nothing back with this attack. If it landed, it would be disastrous. A cold gleam flashed in Gu Qinghuan's eyes. As expected, a leopard cannot change its spots. After not seeing each other for several years, Gu Jinyue still attacked with such viciousness. A powerful aura instantly closed in on Gu Jinyue. Gu Jinyue felt a sharp pain in her chest, and the world spun around her. With a splash, icy seawater surged from all directions. Fear gripped her heart, and Gu Jinyue opened her mouth to cry for help, but seawater flooded in, nearly choking her to death. Gu Jinrong turned pale with fright. Sister! He rushed to the side of the boat to save her but hesitated when he saw the dark sea. Turning around, he pleaded anxiously, Miss, please spare my sister's life. She was just too angry to think straight. She didn't really want to hurt your disciple. Gu Xiaonan clung tightly to Gu Qinghuan. His little face was still filled with fear. Master, I'm so lucky you're here. Otherwise, that crazy woman would have killed me. When Gu Jinyue, who had just emerged from the sea, heard the words crazy woman, she was filled with rage, and her eyes rolled back. She couldn't help but open her mouth to curse. But before the words could escape her lips, a wave crashed over her, filling her mouth with water. Gu Jinhua was once again choked by water. Woo! Help! Gu Jinrong's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Gu Qinghuan, who had an unfathomable expression. Gritting his teeth, he jumped into the sea to rescue Gu Jinhua, who had been washed away. Aware of the dangers of the sea, he quickly carried Gu Jinhua back to the pirate ship. The siblings were drenched from head to toe. The pirates found the situation amusing. Zhao Ba grinned and added fuel to the fire. Heroine, young hero, this person is truly wicked and narrow-minded. She must be filled with jealousy and resentment towards you now. Seize the opportunity while she's weakened and takes her life. He hadn't forgotten that the two siblings had just interfered when the heroine planned to let the pirates go. Zhao Ba held deep grudges. Gu Jinrong glared at Zhao Ba angrily. Then, he turned around and apologized to Gu Qinghuan and Gu Xiaonan again. His attitude was very sincere. Gu Qinghuan lightly patted Gu Xiaonan's head and taunted. Huh? You claim to be grateful, but you're actually repaying kindness with ingratitude. Truly despicable individuals are indeed invincible. For all these years, Gu Jinrong had always been showered with praises. When had he ever been scolded like this? His face turned green and red, but he didn't dare to get angry. The eastern sea stretched endlessly. If this woman forced them off the ship, their only option would be to swim back in the sea. But how could he swim back? It would only result in their death. His future was promising. He couldn't die here. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Gu Jinrong stepped forward, raised his arm, and struck Gu Jinhua's face hard. Brother, you actually hit me? After enduring such a harrowing experience in the sea, she couldn't believe that her beloved brother would raise his hand against her. You err. You still don't realize your mistake. This lady is our savior. How could you harm her disciple? Apologize immediately. That kid insulted me first. Besides, I'm the one who's injured. Why should I apologize? Gu Jinhua's face flushed with anger. Not only had she nearly drowned moments ago, but now her brother had chosen to side with this woman over her. Seeing her stubbornness persist, Gu Jinrong's anger surged. He raised his hand and struck her once more, his frustration evident. Foolish girl. If you have a death wish, don't involve your brother. The force of the slap caused Gu Jinhua's face to swell like a pig's, and she fell unconscious. Gu Jinrong turned away, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and shame. My younger sister has been spoiled by our elders, and her behavior has become indecent. I have already reprimanded her. I sincerely hope that Miss and your disciple can find it in their hearts to forgive and remain calm. Gu Qinghuan raised her eyebrows and smiled, her words carrying a meaningful tone. You have the talent to accomplish things. What Gu Qinghuan truly meant was that Gu Jinrong had such efficiency in betraying his own comrades. Gu Jinrong pursed his lips and offered another sincere apology. If you truly wish to apologize, then let's see how genuine your remorse is. Do you think 2 slaps will suffice to resolve this matter? Gu Jinrong's smile froze. Was she not going to let it go easily? When had he ever humbled himself in an apology like this before? He glanced at the people surrounding him. His anger dissipated as he realized he was outnumbered and couldn't afford to provoke further. Young lady, what would you suggest appeasing your anger? He asked, his eyes wide with surprise. If she can't control herself, then sew her mouth shut and disable her hand. Gu Qinghuan replied calmly, her smile unwavering. Young lady, that's going too far. Gu Jinrong exclaimed, his eyes widening even more. He had been blind to think of her as a celestial being. He never expected her to be so ruthless. I can be more ruthless than you think. Gu Qinghuan looked up, her calm smile remaining. Mr. Song, throw them overboard. The boatman, Song Sheng, stepped forward and quickly reached Gu Jinrong, gripping his arm. Gu Jinrong tried to resist, but his arm felt as if it was trapped in a vice, rendering him immobile. A powerful aura overwhelmed him, making it difficult for him to breathe. Gu Jinrong was shocked. The ordinary-looking boatman was actually a hidden expert. He couldn't defeat the other party at all. Moreover, the ship was filled with the other party's people. If they engaged in a fight, he had no chance of winning. Understanding his predicament, Gu Jinrong quickly changed his statement. Young lady, please calm down. I will do it. I will sew my sister's mouth shut and break her hand. As long as he could appease this woman's anger, he could protect both of their lives. Gu Jinyue wouldn't blame him for making a small sacrifice. Song Sheng looked at Gu Qinghuan with a questioning gaze. Gu Qinghuan smiled and nodded in response. Song Sheng let go and took 2 steps back. Gu Jinrong squatted down and extended his trembling hand. Don't worry. Brother will surely seek revenge for you in the future, he silently vowed. Gu Jinyue, still unconscious, remained oblivious to the impending torment. Kacha! A sharp sound echoed through the air. Gu Jinyue jolted awake, awakened by the searing pain. Endure it, Gu Jinrong consoled her, his heart aching. Brother, my hand. Gu Jinyue gazed at her injured right hand. It hurts. Who broke my hand? Gu Jinrong's eyes flickered with mixed emotions. Endure it. Brother will find the best doctor to treat your hand. He firmly grasped Gu Jinyue's other hand. Once again, a crisp sound reverberated. Gu Jinyue almost fainted from the pain. Shock and pain distorted her face. Brother, are you crazy? Why did you break my hands? I'm sorry, I did it for your own good. How was breaking her hands beneficial for her? He had just slapped her twice, and now he had crippled her hands. This brother of hers had become a complete stranger. In the past, her brother had never treated her like this. It must be because of that darn woman. Gu Jinyu glared at Gu Qinghuan with gritted teeth. You witch, did you threaten my brother? Gu Jinrong immediately covered her mouth. Be quiet. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Woo. Gu Jinyue didn't cooperate. She shook her head, trying to shake him off. Gu Jinrong held on to her while gently speaking to Gu Qinghuan. Miss, Yuer's hand is already crippled. She can no longer harm your disciple. Can we forget about sewing her mouth shut? Sure. Gu Qinghuan smiled faintly. Gu Jinrong felt delighted upon hearing that and was about to compliment her. But Gu Qinghuan added calmly, your sister's pain will be in vain. Gu Jinrong's smile froze. He forced a smile. We don't have any needles here. I have. A childish voice chimed in. Gu Xiaonan giggled as he pulled out a needle and thread from his pocket. Who would carry a needle and thread with them? Wasn't he afraid of accidentally pricking himself? Gu Jinrong cursed silently in his mind. Gu Xiaonan asked Xiaomei to pass the needle and thread to Gu Jinrong. Gu Jinrong hesitated, unsure of how to respond. I don't like to force others. If young Master Gu is unwilling, you can give up, Gu Qinghuan calmly stated. After multiple confrontations, Gu Jinrong was no longer naive enough to believe that the other party would spare them. His expression changed slightly as he forced a smile. You're not forcing me. It is indeed necessary to teach my sister a lesson so that she won't act impulsively in the future. Hiss. Suddenly, Gu Jinrong felt a sharp pain in his hand. Instinctively, he pulled his hand back. Gu Jinyue, filled with urgency and anger, exclaimed, Gu Jinrong, if you dare lay a hand on me, I will definitely tell our parents. Glancing at the bite mark on the palm of his hand, Gu Jinrong's face turned grim. If our parents were here, I believe they would support my decision. With that, he took the needle and thread from Xiaomei's hand. He had made up his mind to sew her mouth shut. Gu Jinyue was filled with overwhelming fear. Just the thought of the needle piercing her skin made her scalp numb, let alone the fact that it wasn't just a needle or two, but sewing her mouth shut. The pain was one thing, but if it left her disfigured, how would she face others in the future? Her body trembled uncontrollably, and her face was covered in snot and tears. Brother, no, I beg you. Don't. Don't be afraid. Endure it, and it will be over. Gu Jinrong's heart ached, but he had no choice. If he didn't do as that woman said, both of them would die. With a heart filled with ruthlessness, he pressed Gu Jinyue's acupuncture point and pierced the needle into her lips. A tragic cry echoed over the surface of the sea. The pirates, who lived on the edge of the blade, felt their scalps go numb. It was too brutal. It was beyond brutal. Fortunately, they surrendered early. Miss, I have sewed my sister's mouth shut as per your instructions. Are you satisfied? Gu Jinrong looked at Gu Qinghuan with a pale face. Gu Qinghuan crossed her legs and clapped slowly. I'm quite satisfied. At that moment, Gu Jinyue fainted from the excruciating pain. Her lips were sewn together, and her face was drenched in blood. Her lips were swollen and crimson. Who would dare to gaze upon such a sight? Not only did Gu Qinghuan gaze upon it, but her expression remained unchanged. She even smiled. Those who failed to comprehend her felt an icy chill in their hearts. They secretly acknowledged that this woman was not to be underestimated. Little did they know, her abdomen had been sliced open, and her unborn child had been forcefully taken away. Compared to her suffering, what Gu Jinyue was currently experiencing seemed insignificant. Although Gu Jinyue wasn't the one who had opened her stomach and taken her child in the past, she had played a part in the original owner's mistreatment before she was expelled from the Gu family. And this was just the beginning. Gu Jinrong let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, a strong gust of wind blew from the sea, lifting the veil on Gu Qinghuan's face. In an instant, Gu Jinrong's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. You. Why is it you? The veil fell and covered Gu Qinghuan's face again. Gu Jinrong really wanted to tell himself that his eyes were playing tricks on him, but he would never mistake that face. After all, there were not many people in the world who were so good-looking. But wasn't she dead? Why would she appear here? Back then, Gu Qinghuan had an affair with someone and was even pregnant. She was expelled from the Gu family. He thought that a good-for-nothing like her would not be able to survive outside. If she was still alive, it would be impossible for her to have disappeared without a trace. She would definitely ask the Gu family for help. Even if she miraculously survived, she would still be clinging to the edge of death. Why would she appear in such a dangerous area of the East Sea and possess such powerful strength? Qinghuan, are you Gu Qinghuan? He asked softly, his eyes longing for the other party's denial. TSK, I didn't expect you to be the first person to recognize me. Gu Qinghuan remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic after her identity was revealed. She leisurely removed her veil, and a slight curl appeared on her crimson lips. Her tone was languid and wicked as she said, "Third brother, long time no see." A stunning and peerless beauty emerged like a lotus from the water, captivating the eyes of everyone present. The pirates were astonished by her breathtaking appearance. What an extraordinary beauty! On the other hand, Gu Jinrong's hopes were shattered, and in an instant, he felt as if his heart and courage were about to burst. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. He used to bully her with Gu Jinyue without any restraint, but now that they were in her hands, she wouldn't spare them. She had come for revenge. She must be here for revenge. He had fallen for her trick just now. The thought of being played like a monkey and having to harm his own sister by slapping her face, crippling her hand, and sewing her mouth shut filled him with deep remorse. Gu Qinghuan was treating them like monkeys, and she would never let him and his sister off the hook. No, he was Gu Qinghuan's cousin. They shared the same bloodline. Gu Qinghuan had been timid since childhood and yearned for family affection. As long as he put on an act, he believed he could soften her. Gu Jinrong managed to suppress his fear and put on a surprised expression. "Big sister, is it really you? Where have you been all these years? We have been searching for you. After I learned that you were expelled from the family by our uncle, I looked for you for a long time, but unfortunately, I couldn't find any trace of you. It's a relief to see you safe and well now." "Huh." Gu Qinghuan mocked and laughed. "Third brother, you never change. Always so self-righteous." Gu Jinrong smiled awkwardly and suppressed the anger brewing inside him. Such disgusting hypocrisy. Gu Jinrong's expression suddenly turned cold. Gu Qinghuan leaned on the chair's armrest, supporting her face with her hand. With her other hand, she twirled a strand of hair, looking at him with a smile. "Actually, it's not out of the question for me to let you go." Gu Jinrong's eyes brightened, but then he thought of something and his expression darkened. "Even though I hold a grudge against you, we are still connected by blood. We don't need to fight to the death. If you cripple your right hand, I can consider releasing you." "You." Gu Jinrong clenched his fists, feeling an overwhelming anger rising within him. As a sword cultivator, his right hand was as vital as his life. What difference was there between this and taking his life away? You've crippled your sister's hands, and now it's your turn to experience it? Your sister lost both her hands, but you still have one. I have been much more lenient with you, my dear third brother. Gu Jinrong's expression grew increasingly worse. Gu Xiaonan shook his head. Mother was truly wicked. Seeing that Gu Jinrong was about to explode from anger, Gu Xiaonan was determined to work hard and strive to become as capable as his mother. Seems like our dear third brother is unwilling. In that case, I can only suggest that you leave, so you don't have to worry about me anymore. Gu Jinrong suddenly lifted his head and locked eyes with a pair of icy cold eyes. She was truly capable of killing him. She wasn't joking. She was no longer the weakling who could be bullied and humiliated a few years ago. To give up a hand in exchange for a life. A true gentleman seeks revenge, even if it takes a decade. As long as he remained alive, he would surely exact it 100-fold. Crack. He closed his eyes and forcefully snapped his own right hand. The bones in his wrist snapped abruptly, contorting his hand into a grotesque shape. Taking a deep breath, his trembling lips asked, "Big sister, is it enough?" Songshang, escort them off the ship. Gu Jinrong seethed with anger. You're breaking your promise. Songshang stepped forward and effortlessly subdued his attempts to resist. He lifted him up and walked him to the edge of the ship, throwing him overboard like a sack of sand. Bang! Gu Jinrong fell into a small boat that was docked beside the pirate ship. His injured hand was pressed down, and he couldn't help but scream. Immediately after, Gu Jinyue was also thrown down. The boat almost sunk into the sea. Gu Jinrong disregarded the pain and quickly took control of the boat. Whether you can escape this sea region will depend on your luck. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. A mocking voice resounded from above. Gu Jinrong glanced up and saw the woman in white standing calmly behind the railing. He clenched his teeth and used his uninjured hand to steady the oar. They would meet again. When that time came, he would have his revenge. Gu Qingluan turned around and noticed the peculiar expressions on the pirates' faces as if they were petrified with fear by her presence. Have you seen enough? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Xiaoba couldn't help but be curious. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from these siblings? They don't seem like forgiving individuals. As she watched the siblings getting farther away, Gu Qingluan's eyes gleamed with a cold determination. Retaliation? She had waited for 5 years. Even if they didn't seek her out, she would seek them out. Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue were nothing more than insignificant pests. Crushing them like this would be too merciful. It was much more entertaining to settle scores gradually. She shifted her beautiful gaze and instructed Song Shang and Bohe to untie the pirates. After gaining his freedom, Zhao Ba crossed his fingers and squeezed them. Heroine, aren't you afraid that we'll go back on our words? You can try. Gu Qingluan glanced at him with a faint smile. She wasn't afraid that these pirates would disobey her. The ghost pirates had been in the Eastern Sea for many years. Before Gu Qingluan settled down on Harmony Isle, the ghost pirates were already tyrants here. Most pirates were extremely vicious, but the ghost pirates were different. It was indeed as they said, they only cared about money and not life. Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue were held hostage by them mostly because these two people had nothing good to say and angered the ghost pirates. No need. There's no need to try. Zhao Ba shivered. This lady was so cruel. He was not stupid enough to offend her. Cut the jerk and get to work. Heroine, do you have a task for us? Please tell us. We're all ears. Having witnessed Gu Qingluan's methods, these pirates became increasingly obedient. Even the pirate leader showed no signs of resistance. Shi Yinhu, I need you to do something for me, Gu Qingluan said, looking at the pirate chief. The pirate chief was stunned. He thought about how he had just signed the account book. It was not strange that the other party knew his name. Lady Gu, do you have any instructions for me? After Gu Qingluan finished her plan, Zhao Ba gave her a thumbs up. So, Lady Gu still has a trick up her sleeve. No one can beat you when it comes to cruelty. Seeing the chief calling her Lady Gu, Zhao Ba followed suit. Gu Qingluan glanced over. Zhao Ba was so frightened that his neck shrank back. SK. How could he forget that this woman was not to be trifled with? The power dynamics in the Cloud Plains continent are intricate and complex. Apart from the enigmatic Cloud City, the Heavenly Sage dynasty reigns supreme. Chengyuan Kingdom serves as a vassal state of the Heavenly Sage dynasty, and the Gu family stands as the foremost noble family within Chengyuan. Though their prominence may not extend continent-wide, within Chengyuan Kingdom, the Gu family holds significant sway, even earning deference from the kingdom's royal household. The Gu family was able to have such a reputation because they had an amazing daughter, Gu Lingxue. Anyone who could enter the Chengyuan Academy was a genius, far superior to others in one aspect. Gu Lingxue was able to stand out in the Chengyuan Academy. Everyone believed that in a few years, the Gu family would definitely rise to a higher level with Gu Lingxue's help. As a result, numerous individuals sought to establish connections with the Gu family. Each day, the Gu family bustled with activity. Are there any distinguished guests visiting the Gu family today? A passerby, witnessing the bustling scene, grew curious about the commotion before him. Don't you know? Rumor has it that the second branch of the Gu family has forged a friendship with a noble from Harmony Isle. Many people have come seeking an audience with the noble, prompting the Gu family to host a banquet and extend invitations to give everyone an opportunity to meet the esteemed guest from Harmony Isle. Heavens, Harmony Isle? Could it be the Harmony Isle that I know? There's no need to doubt that it's the one you're thinking of. The Gu family is truly reaching for the sky. They have even established connections with Harmony Isle. Harmony Isle was a force that had risen in recent years. Its mysteriousness was no less than the Cloud City. No one knew the exact location of the Harmony Isle. They only vaguely knew that it was in the East China Sea, where danger lurked everywhere. Harmony Isle was famous for its pills. The pills it produced were not only of high grade, but also of high quality. Every medicine had a 30% toxicity level. In general, medicinal pills would contain trace amounts of harmful substances. No alchemist could refine completely pure medicinal pills. It was only a matter of the alchemist's skill, resulting in fewer impurities and higher quality pills. However, Harmony Isle was an exceptional case. When the pill was first released, it shocked the world. From that point on, Harmony Isle garnered countless admirers. However, Harmony Isle didn't produce many pills, especially high-grade ones. Only a few bottles were sold each year, and they were sold at exorbitant prices. Moreover, even if someone had the money, it was difficult to obtain them. Consequently, many people desired to establish a connection with Harmony Isle. Yet, Harmony Isle remained shrouded in mystery. To this day, nobody knew the identity of the island master of Harmony Isle. The Gu family already had Gu Lingxue. If they were to establish a friendship with Harmony Isle, it would be like ascending to the heavens. The living room in the front yard was filled with distinguished guests. On the seat of honor, there were two middle-aged men sitting on the left and right. They were the Gu family's patriarch, Gu Zhiqing, and his right-hand man. On the right was a young man in his 20s. He looked elegant and had a striking temperament. Everyone's eyes fell on the man, their eyes filled with curiosity. At that moment, Gu Jinrong, seated in the first seat on the left, recounted the story of how he had encountered the young man. If it weren't for meeting Mr. Liu, I fear I wouldn't have been able to wield a sword with this hand. Gu Jinrong's voice carried deep emotion as he gazed gratefully at the young man. The guests gasped in admiration, their gazes toward the young man filled with respect. Third young master, is your hand fully healed now? Someone inquired. Gu Jinrong raised his hand and flexed his fingers with a smile on his face. It has fully recovered. A mere half a month ago, his hand had been broken, and now it moved with such agility. Mr. Liu is truly extraordinary. As expected of someone from Harmony Isle, praises showered down like snowflakes, filling the room. As the focal point of this banquet, the man at the head of the table remained unperturbed by the praise and humiliation, with only a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, a servant hurriedly entered the room. Has the crown prince arrived? Gu Zhiqing asked, his spirits stirred. The servant, in a state of panic, replied, No, master, it's not good. Someone. Why are you stuttering? Gu Zhiqing felt embarrassed by the servant's hesitant demeanor, and his expression darkened. The servant quickly responded, Someone smashed the plaque at the main gate of the Gu family. Crash. Some had smashed the plaque? who had the audacity to smash the plaque at the gate of the Gu family. And at a time when the Gu family was in the spotlight, Gu Ziqing's anger flared up instantly, slamming the table as he stood up. Who did this? It's a woman. A woman? I want to see who this audacious woman is. Gu Ziqing turned to the man beside him, giving a slight bow. Mr. Liu, please stay here for a moment. Someone outside is causing trouble without knowing their place. I'll go handle it. Before leaving, Gu Ziqing instructed Gu Jinrong to properly entertain Mr. Liu. Outside the gate of the Gu family, a crowd had gathered. A carriage was parked among the people, with a stunningly beautiful woman dressed in white sitting inside. A few guards of the Gu family lay in front of the carriage. The plaque of the Gu family was broken into several pieces, scattered on the ground. A man in black approached the carriage and respectfully said, "Master, should we replace it with the plaque we brought?" The woman raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Replace it." The man in black waved his hand, and several servants standing nearby immediately took action. Who dares to be so audacious, to come to my Gu family and cause trouble? An angry roar came from the door. Gu Ziqing, who was dressed in a long robe, flew out of the door. His aura was shocking, and the hem of his robe fluttered fiercely. Gu Ziqing, clad in a flowing robe, swiftly emerged from the gates, emanating a formidable aura as his robes billowed with intensity. His furious gaze immediately landed on the shattered Gu family plaque strewn on the ground, narrowing his eyes in rage. His flared nostrils showcased his seething anger. With lightning-like speed, his sharp, tiger-like eyes swept across the scene, catching sight of the person ascending the ladder and another carrying a different plaque. A chilling intent to kill erupted from within him as he swung his hand, unleashing a powerful force. Boom! The formidable energy clashed with another palm strike, dissipating into the air. Gu Ziqing's expression turned solemn. There was a formidable opponent. Finally, his attention fell upon the woman seated in the carriage. As he recognized her face, his pupils abruptly contracted. "It's you, Gu Qingwan. You're really not dead. Since the head of the Gu family is still alive, I won't dare to die before you. I've always respected my elders." Gu Qingwan looked up and smiled faintly. Her dark eyes were filled with killing intent. Towards this father, she felt no emotional attachment. In her recollection, he had never displayed even a shred of parental love towards the original owner. Despite being the esteemed eldest daughter of the Gu family, her life was inferior to that of the lowliest servant. If not for Gu Ziqing's leniency, how could it have come to this? Furthermore, the original owner's mother had met her demise at the hands of this man. Such a despicable man, worse than a pig or a dog. She couldn't bear to lay her eyes on him without feeling nauseated. Is this how you show respect for your elders? The onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Who is this girl? She's so audacious, daring to speak to the head of the Gu family like that. Just now, I heard Gu Ziqing calling her Gu Qingwan. She was once the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, but was expelled 5 years ago. It's unbelievable how the former useless miss has become so interesting. Rebellious girl. Kneel down immediately. Gu Ziqing shouted angrily, his face contorting with rage. His resentful gaze locked onto the woman before him, as if she were not his own flesh and blood, but an enemy. Gu Qingwan tilted her head, expressing surprise. Has the head of the Gu family forgotten that your daughter is currently at the Qinghuan Academy? If you want to reprimand her, go to the academy and do so. Why are you shouting at me, an outsider? Even if you were expelled from the Gu family, the blood running through your veins is that of the Gu family, my seed. I have the right to discipline you, and I won't tolerate your defiance. Seize her. The Gu family servants behind him immediately rushed forward. Another group of people confronted the servants head-on. After a moment, the last remaining guard of the Gu family fell to the ground. Gu Ziqing had no idea where Gu Qingwan had found these thugs, and he seethed with anger, veins popping on his forehead. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. As a father, I will personally teach you, this unfilial daughter, a lesson today. As soon as the words fell, Gu Ziqing leaped into the air. Gasps resounded all around. The head of the Gu family was an expert in the 4th stage of the heavenly realm. This young lady was in for a miserable time. Gu Qinghuan curled her lips and smiled. Just you? As Gu Ziqing flew towards her, she lifted her leg and delivered a direct kick. Swift, fierce, accurate. Their hands and feet clashed, and two immense energies erupted in the air. Gu Ziqing was shaken and sent flying backward, stumbling several steps upon landing. On the other hand, Gu Qinghuan sat steadily in front of the carriage with her legs crossed. Other than her hair that was blown by the wind, she did not look any different from before. The spectators were stunned and could not utter a word. They realized Gu Qinghuan was so strong. Gu Ziqing widened his eyes in shock and looked at Gu Qinghuan in disbelief. How was this possible? Gu Qinghuan had been a good-for-nothing since she was young. She was not good at cultivation and did not have any other outstanding aspects. After not seeing her for a few years, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She had actually become more powerful than him. He suddenly remembered Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue's words. She was no longer the person they used to know. Gu Ziqing narrowed his eyes slightly. He was a person who prioritized benefits. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a renewed desire to rebuild the father-daughter bond when he heard the story from Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue. If it hadn't been for witnessing the audacious act of smashing the Gu family plaque, he might not have reacted with violence so quickly. Now, as he keenly sensed Gu Qinghuan's strength, those thoughts of reconciliation and redemption started to resurface within him. It was understandable for Gu Qinghuan to harbor grievances against the Gu family, but this was still her home after all. As long as he was willing to accept her, he believed she would be willing to come back. I apologize if I offended you. I tend to have a reflexive reaction, especially when it comes to trash approaching, Gu Qinghuan said nearby, offering an apology. However, there was no hint of remorse on her face, and her words lacked any trace of sincerity. Gu Ziqing widened his eyes, his chest heaving rapidly. Being called trash was not something anyone would appreciate, especially for someone like Gu Ziqing, who was the head of the family. He almost choked on his breath in that moment. Gu Qinghuan, you uncultured person, how dare you speak to your own father like that? A scolding voice rang out. Gu Qinghuan raised her gaze to see who it was. A young maiden in a goose-yellow gown stood at the door, glaring fiercely at Gu Qinghuan. As Gu Qinghuan's gaze met hers, the girl's eyes grew even more hostile. Gu Qinghuan smiled lightly, her gaze lingering on the girl's mouth. Long time no see. Your mouth is still as unpleasant as ever. The person who appeared was none other than Gu Jinyue, who had been ruthlessly beaten by Gu Qinghuan on that day. Gu Jinyue would never forget the pain she had experienced that day. Even though her injuries had been healed by Mr. Liu, and there were no visible scars, she still frequently had nightmares. Under Gu Qinghuan's scrutinizing gaze, Gu Jinyue couldn't help but tremble, and her presence instantly weakened. Immediately, she showed a look of annoyance. With so many people around, and this being their Gu family, how could she let herself be intimidated? No matter how formidable Gu Qinghuan was, she couldn't possibly win against all of them. Straightening her posture, she pointed at Gu Qinghuan and cursed, "You wretched woman. Do you think this is a place where you can run wild?" Clap. Her long sleeves fluttered as a palm strike landed on Gu Jinyue's face. Gu Jinyue screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Yuer. Gu Jinrong happened to witness this scene as he came out, quickly approaching and helping her up. Gu Qinghuan, you and I are irreconcilable, Gu Jinyue exclaimed, clutching her swollen and throbbing face, brimming with resentment. Gu Qinghuan let out a soft chuckle as she turned her palm downward. With a flick of her wrist, she lifted a stone from the ground and sent it hurtling towards Gu Jinyue's ah. Gu Jinyue screamed in pain as the stone struck her knee, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. The impact was strong, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who heard it. Gu Qinghuan shook her head lightly. No need to kneel just because you don't want to leave with me. Gu Qinghuan, I'll kill you. Gu Jinyue, almost consumed by rage, crawled back up from the ground and lunged at Gu Qinghuan. Gu Jinrong quickly grabbed her, saying, "You're no match for her. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Brother, avenge me." Gu Jinyue held onto him tightly, her eyes filled with madness. Gu Jinrong still vividly remembered the pain of that day, but he also knew he was no match for Gu Qinghuan. Fortunately, they were not on a ship today, but in the Gu family's stronghold, their home turf. Even if Gu Qinghuan was a dragon, she would have to bow down. He turned to Gu Qinghuan, anger evident in his eyes. Big sister, how could you become so wicked? One is your biological father, and the other is your sibling. You lack respect towards your father and sibling. Can you justify your actions to your deceased mother? My mother, in her resting place, would probably be pleased, Gu Qinghuan replied with a cold smile, sending a shiver down Gu Jinrong's spine. He suppressed his fear and sneered. Nonsense. If Aunt knew about the heinous acts you've committed. Silence. Gu Zhiqing suddenly shouted. Uncle? Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue looked at him, puzzled. Gu Zhiqing stared at Gu Qinghuan with sadness and guilt in his eyes. Your mother should be happy that you've become so powerful now. Child, let bygones be bygones. If you return, you will still be my daughter, the mistress of the Gu family. You will have everything that Gu Jinyue and Gu Jinrong have. Uncle. Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue were both shocked. Gu Qinghuan looked at the two of them playfully. If you want me to come back, I can do that. Gu Zhiqing did not notice the strange expression on her face. He did not expect her to agree so easily. He was overjoyed. Good child. As expected of my daughter. However, Gu Zhiqing's smile wavered slightly. But what? I don't like having other people living in my house. But they're family, not just anyone. Are these two even part of our family? Gu Qinghuan pointed her delicate jade-like finger towards Gu Jinrong and Gu Jinyue. Gu Jinyue stomped her foot. Gu Qinghuan, what do you mean? Are you trying to kick us out? Dream on. Uncle won't listen to you. Gu Qinghuan sneered. This mansion was originally known as Jun Mansion. It belongs to my maternal family. What right do you have to it? You've been squatting here for far too long. Thinking this is your territory? People should have dignity, just as trees have bark, but you possess neither. Gu Jinyue was so angry she wanted to rush forward and hit Gu Qinghuan. Jinyue, Gu Zhiqing scolded. Pack up your belongings immediately and return to your own home. Uncle, what are you saying? Gu Jinyue couldn't believe it. Her uncle was actually listening to this despicable BTCH and wanted to drive her away? This is the main residence of the Gu family, where Grandfather Gu also resides. Their relationship with the main branch was good, and they were given a courtyard in the main residence. Since their return from the sea, they have been staying here. Now, just because of a few words from that despicable BTCH, they are being kicked out? Gu Jinrong was also very angry. Uncle, Mr. Liu is an esteemed guest whom I invited. He used Mr. Liu's presence to threaten Gu Zhiqing. Gu Zhiqing felt frustrated by the foolishness of his nephew and niece. At the moment, agreeing with Gu Qinghuan was a temporary solution. Couldn't they just cooperate for now? They should stabilize the situation with Gu Qinghuan first, and then it would be easy for them to come back later. Unfortunately, the siblings didn't understand Gu Zhiqing's plan and were extremely disappointed in him. At this moment, after watching the dramatic scenario for a while, Lu Meng spoke in a calm voice. It seems that the banquet cannot continue today. Master Gu, I am feeling a bit tired. Gu Jinrong had a moment of realization and quickly walked up to Lu Meng, showing his respect. Mr. Liu, I apologize for the inconvenience today. It has been quite noisy here. Why don't you come with me to my house for some rest? It's not far from here, and the residence is just as good as this place. I assure you will be satisfied. Lu Meng pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Gu Zhiqing hurriedly said, Mr. Liu, I apologize for the disturbance. Let me accompany you back to your room to rest, and I will arrange another banquet to apologize to you on another day. Mr. Liu, please follow me this way. Gu Jinrong quickly gestured for him to come. Lu Meng smiled at Gu Zhiqing and said, There's no need for Master Gu to trouble yourself. After speaking, he turned around and walked away. From an unnoticed angle, he winked at Gu Qinghuan. A smirk formed on Gu Qinghuan's lips. This little guy, Lu Meng, was quite clever. He knew how to play the situation and sow discord between these two groups of people. Mr. Liu, don't go. Gu Zhiqing called out, unable to stop them. Only able to watch as Lu Meng followed Gu Jinrong and left. Gu Jinyue smugly sneered at them and quickly caught up. Gu Ziqing felt inwardly frustrated and swore he would seek vengeance. As Lu Ming left, those who had originally come to the banquet for him looked at each other, torn between leaving and being curious about what would happen next. Would this girl, who was once expelled from the Gu family, truly make a comeback? Smashing the plaque doesn't seem like a gesture of reconciliation with the Gu family. Among the crowd stood a tall and handsome man, tilting his head. Mr. Liu is heading to the second branch of the Gu family. Should we take a detour and follow? The man beside him was half a head taller than him. His face looked ordinary, but his eyes were as deep as the night. He stood beside the handsome man, but he could not be ignored. At this moment, he stared at Gu Qinghuan thoughtfully. Perhaps only he and the crowd noticed the subtle interaction between Gu Qinghuan and Lu Ming. Upon hearing the handsome man's inquiry, he shook his head. No need to rush. His voice was deep and magnetic, just like his eyes. A trace of surprise flickered in the eyes of the handsome man. He thought that this person didn't seem like someone who would stick around to watch the commotion, unlike the others. On the other side, Gu Ziqing composed himself and spoke with a gentle smile to Gu Qinghuan. Qinghuan, now that they've left, let's go inside and talk. Shall we? Sure. Let me watch them put the plaque back in place. Plaque? Gu Ziqing turned his head to observe the plaque being carried by several individuals. In the center of the plaque, the words June Mansion were boldly inscribed. Each stroke was sharp and precise, resembling a sword, emanating an elegant aura. It masterfully merged two contrasting styles, exuding an enchanting quality that seemed to draw one's soul in upon closer examination. Such exquisite characters. These characters hold profound mysteries. Just now, it felt as if countless swords were flying towards me. It scared me. I saw it as wind, a gentle breeze that suddenly transformed into a destructive storm capable of shattering everything. Gu Ziqing also immersed himself in the discussion, but soon snapped back to reality, noticing the words on the plaque. His face turned so dark it could drip ink. Gu Qinghuan, what do you mean by this? This is the Gu family's residence. How could we hang the words June Mansion on it? This is the residence of the June family, Gu Qinghuan said, her smile widening as she observed Gu Ziqing's pale face. The onlookers, unaware of the situation, immediately began discussing it amongst themselves. Some of the older individuals recalled past events and shook their heads, indicating to those around them that they knew what was happening. 20 years ago, the Gu family did not reside in this house. It was originally the main residence of the wealthiest family in Tianjing, the June family. During that time, the Gu family held only the title of marquis. On the surface, they appeared prestigious, but in reality, they struggled financially. They were truly impoverished aristocrats. However, after the marriage between the Gu family and the only daughter of the June family, their fortunes gradually turned around, leading to their rise in power. The June family had a small number of members, and not long after, they all perished, leaving none behind. All the possessions of the June family were inherited by the sole daughter of the family, June Lingqing, who was also Gu Qinghuan's mother. June Lingqing passed away while giving birth to Gu Qinghuan, and her inheritance was meant to be passed down to Gu Qinghuan. However, since Gu Qinghuan was still young at that time, the assets naturally ended up in the hands of the Gu family. The previous residence of the Gu family paled in comparison to the grandeur of the June family's estate. Before long, they relocated here and have been residing here for the past 20 years. Hence, it is not inaccurate to refer to this place as June Mansion. The Gu family's past actions were not kept hidden, but now that they are in the spotlight, no one dares to mention the disgraceful history of the Gu family for fear of offending them. If the Gu family had treated Gu Qinghuan well, they could have moved on from the past. However, Gu Qinghuan was expelled from the family, which only makes their actions more despicable. The onlookers who have learned the truth about the past couldn't hide their contempt when they look at Gu Ziqing. That incident was an unbearable sore spot for Gu Ziqing, a stain on his character that he could not tolerate. With his cultivation, he naturally heard the discussions around him. His resolute face instantly turned red, a crimson hue mixed with darkness, and a trace of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. So, you insist on changing it today? Gu Qinghuan didn't miss his murderous intent. Her long lashes lowered, concealing the mockery in her eyes. Gu Ziqing, the cunning man who sweet-talked her mother into marrying him in order to seize the Jun family's inheritance. As a result, as soon as the members of the Jun family passed away, he immediately turned his back on them and married Wang Shi, his true love, giving her the status of a legal wife. He showed no love for his own biological daughter, simply because her body was incapable of cultivation, discarding her like a worn-out shoe. With such selfishness and self-interest, it was foolish to expect him to change 20 years later. In that case, there was no need to show any mercy towards him. I'm changing it. The crowd was dumbfounded. What a bold young lady. So cool. So fierce. Those who knew the truth were filled with righteous indignation. Seeing Gu Qingluan daring to confront Gu Ziqing in such a manner, their eyes lit up, and they displayed admiring gazes. Gu Ziqing was enraged, already imagining tearing Gu Qingluan apart in his mind. However, he knew all too well from their previous clash that he was no match for her. Gu Qingluan's audacity today hinted at her having some hidden cards up her sleeve. If he were to engage her directly, Gu Ziqing lacked the confidence to defeat Gu Qingluan. It would surely become a laughingstock. After a moment of contemplation, a trace of sorrow crept onto his face. Qingluan, I suppose you're cherishing the memory of your mother, and I often find myself thinking of her as well. If this exchange helps you remember her, then let's proceed. What? The head of the Gu family actually agreed? Oh my, this is the Gu family we're talking about. The most prestigious Gu family in Qingyuan Kingdom. He actually allowed the plaque to be replaced. Onlookers were astonished. No one had expected Gu Ziqing to agree. The dignity of the Gu family was truly trampled upon and crushed. Only Gu Qingluan remained unsurprised. Back then, Gu Ziqing had been willing to deceive her mother and forsake true love for the sake of the Jun family's wealth. It was only natural for him now to evaluate the situation and choose the path that would benefit him the most. Replacing the plaque resulted in a loss of prestige. Trading prestige for time and benefits was a strategy Gu Ziqing was familiar with. He had tasted the sweetness of it before, and now he was simply reverting to his old ways. Unfortunately, she was not her mother. The other party's hypocritical face could not deceive her. Change it. Gu Qingluan raised her head, her clear eyes sparkling. A horizontal board with the words Jun Residence engraved on it was hung above the Gu family's main gate. The corners of Gu Ziqing's eyes kept twitching, and he forced a smile. Luaner, are you satisfied now? I'm satisfied. However, she'd be more satisfied if he were to get lost. Shall we go inside then? Gu Ziqing asked. Gu Qingluan leaped off the carriage, her dress fluttering, and disappeared from the sight of the crowd. A man dressed in black rushed through the crowd and approached the man who had noticed the exchange between Gu Qingluan and Lu Ming. He anxiously said, Master, the young master is missing. The man frowned slightly. Do you want me to send someone to look for him? The handsome man asked hurriedly. No need. Thank you for leading the way today, Crown Prince Qi. I still have something to do, so I won't be meeting Mr. Lu. Please go ahead, young Master Lan. The handsome man lowered his head slightly and looked at the two of them as they left. Gu Ziqing cupped his hands at the guests. Everyone, my daughter is insensible and has made a fool of herself. Since Mr. Lu is not here, I will host another banquet for everyone another day. His gaze stopped on the face of the handsome man. Then he quickly walked up to him. Your Highness, when did you arrive? I didn't notice. My apologies. Master Gu, you don't have to worry about it. You should settle your family matters first. Since Mr. Lu has already left, I won't stay here any longer. At the mention of family matters, Gu Ziqing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He respectfully sent the crown prince off. The rest of the guests also bid farewell to the Gu family head. Mr. Lu was now living in the Gu family's second branch, and there was nowhere else for him to go, so there was still a chance to see him. However, seeing the Gu family make a fool of themselves was a rare sight. They didn't suffer any loss after enjoying such a big spectacle today. The bystanders realized there was nothing more to watch and dispersed. The drama may have come to an end, but gossip about today's events in Tianjing spread rapidly in every corner. With a stern expression, Gu Ziqing swiftly made his way into the courtyard. The servants of the Gu family hurriedly collected the shattered plaque from the ground and rushed back inside the main gate, feeling disheartened. Bang! The heavy gate was forcefully closed, cutting off any prying eyes from the outside. However, in the sunlight, the grand entrance of the Gu family proudly showcased the words June Mansion. Inside the gates, wherever Gu Qingwan went, the servants all stepped back, keeping their distance. Just moments ago, many people had hidden behind the gates, stealing glances, and news of Gu Qingwan's remarkable feat quickly spread throughout the mansion. This young lady, who had once been oppressed even by the servants, now stood in a league of her own. Even the family head was intimidated by her. If she wanted to deal with them, it would be effortless. The servants who had previously bullied Gu Qingwan were now pale with fear. They wished they could find a hole to hide in, afraid of facing Gu Qingwan's retribution. Luaner, you haven't been back for so many years, and the previous courtyard is no longer suitable for living. Why don't you go to the living room first? I'll have someone clean up the courtyard, and once it's ready, you can rest there. Gu Ziqing caught up from behind and said in a fawning tone. No rush, let me take a look first, Gu Qingwan replied, strolling around the residence at a leisurely pace. The Jun family was wealthy, and this mansion was built on a grand scale. It had hundreds of rooms inside and outside, as well as several gardens, especially the back garden, which was comparable to the imperial palace. The back garden extended all the way to the back mountain, which was the Jun family's territory. The strong were respected in the Cloud Plains continent. Although there was an imperial system, the hierarchy was not that strict. The Jun family was rich and could afford to hire experts to build such a large garden. There was a saying that wealth should not be flaunted. In the end, the Jun family became the target of malicious individuals and met with disaster. If it weren't for the well-built mansion, the Gu family wouldn't have shamelessly taken it by force. Gu Ziqing walked alongside Gu Qingwan, his eyes filled with complex emotions as he observed her. Luaner, where have you been all these years? I have regretted chasing you out of the house for a long time. I often thought that you hadn't gone far. How did you manage to survive outside with a child? I sent many people to search for you, but there was no news of your whereabouts. Gu Qingwan felt the urge to vomit. How could Gu Ziqing have the audacity to say such things? Throughout her 15 years in the Gu family, she had never witnessed him treating his eldest daughter with any semblance of kindness. He had callously expelled her from the household, and now he had the nerve to express concern? Receiving no response from Gu Qingwan, Gu Ziqing persisted in playing the family card, attempting to evoke emotions by mentioning her mother. These years, I often dreamt of your mother. Your mother was the epitome of gentleness. If you dare mention her name again, do you truly believe I won't take drastic measures to silence you? Gu Qingwan interrupted sharply, abruptly halting in her tracks. She turned around to face him, her smile bearing a sinister edge. The mention of Gu Jinyue crossed Gu Ziqing's mind, and he muttered to himself, does that girl possess a peculiar habit of silencing people by sewing their mouths shut? He felt frustrated by Gu Qingwan's attitude, but for the sake of long-term benefits, he suppressed his anger. All right, let's not bring it up. Luaner, can you tell me who taught you such skills? Your father should be grateful to him. Are you free right now? Gu Ziqing was taken aback. Instead of packing your luggage, is the head of the Gu family planning to stay at my house and not leave? What do you mean? Are you trying to drive us away? Gu Ziqing couldn't control his rising voice. Gu Qingwan burst into laughter. If the head of the Gu family wants everyone in Tianjing to know that you were driven out by me, I don't mind stretching my muscles and bones. The word driven was emphasized. Gu Ziqing didn't expect her to be so ruthless. He had thought that she would coax her and change the plaque back. If they were to be chased out, they would truly become a joke to the entire Tianjing. Gu Qingwan, why have you become so unreasonable? Gu Ziqing shouted angrily. Gu Qingwan stepped aside, wrinkling her brows in disgust. The head of the Gu family should speak in a civilized manner and not spray saliva everywhere. Gu Ziqing was infuriated, his eyes turning red. Furthermore, I'm not deaf. There's no need to be so loud. Others might think you've gone mad, she added. You insolent girl. Do you really think I can't deal with you? When one became extremely angry, he could lose his rationality. Gu Zhiqing shouted loudly, his robe billowing, and a flash of white light emanated from his palm, shooting towards the other person. The nearby servants couldn't help but hold their breath, their eyes gleaming as they watched intently. The family head was a Tier 4 expert, and Gu Qinghuan used to be considered worthless. Even if she had grown stronger now, she couldn't possibly match the family head. The family head must have been lenient with her in the past. The family head needed to teach her a lesson swiftly. Gu Qinghuan maintained her composure as he charged towards her, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. So, the old fool can't handle a little provocation, huh? He couldn't keep up the pretense for long? Raising her hand as if swatting a fly, she delivered a resounding slap to Gu Zhiqing's face. The palm strike generated a surprisingly loud sound upon impact. Gu Zhiqing was sent flying backward. The surrounding servants were left dumbfounded. The family head was slapped away? He was a Tier 4 expert, and he was effortlessly slapped away like that? The servants gazed at Gu Qinghuan's right hand as she retracted it. That hand was exquisitely beautiful, slender, and fair, as if untouched by the passage of time, delicate and flexible. Many people couldn't believe what they were witnessing. They rubbed their eyes, but the reality remained unchanged. Terrifying, utterly terrifying. The servants struggled to swallow their saliva, their courage shattered, their legs too weak to flee. Family head, are you all right, family head? The steward was the first to react, overcoming his fear as he hurried to assist Gu Zhiqing. Gu Zhiqing was helped to his feet, feeling dizzy and disoriented, a buzzing sound ringing in his ears. A distinct palm print swelled prominently on his left cheek, presenting a ridiculously comical sight. The servants wanted to laugh, but they did not dare to. PFF, someone laughed. Who had the guts to laugh at the family head? Oh, so it was the young miss. The servants looked numb. Family head, what happened to you? Someone help, the family head has fainted. Quickly call for a doctor. Just at that moment, Gu Zhiqing suddenly collapsed, and the steward shouted at the top of his lungs. Gu Qinghuan glanced meaningfully at the fallen Gu Zhiqing, who was leaning on the steward. A Tier 4 cultivator wouldn't be knocked unconscious by her single slap. He was pretending to be unconscious because he couldn't defeat her. Gu Qinghuan chose not to expose his pretense and left calmly. Gu Zhiqing was helped back to the main house. He slowly opened his tightly closed eyes. The steward exclaimed in relief, "Family head, you're awake. That's great. Shut up." Hiss. Gu Zhiqing winced as he covered his swollen and throbbing left cheek, his expression turning grim. What just happened must not be spread. If it does, I'll end his life. I understand. The steward nodded vigorously. The reputation of the family head would be severely tarnished if news of this incident got out. However, the steward couldn't help but wonder, now that the young miss had returned, would the family head's prestige hold any significance in the future? Without the buzzing sound of flies around her, Gu Qinghuan enjoyed a much quieter environment as she strolled through the entire garden. The place she used to live in was just a wall away from where the servants resided. Over the past few years, as the Gu family's status grew, the number of servants increased as well. Her courtyard had gradually become the living quarters for the servants, and Gu Qinghuan wasn't surprised in the least. The servants who moved in here were all trembling with fear. The young miss dared to fight even within the family's residence. They had occupied the young miss's rooms, so their lives were at stake. The man in black standing beside Gu Qinghuan was furious. In the past, he actually let his master live in such a place. The black-clad man standing beside Gu Qinghuan was filled with indignation. The Gu family is truly despicable. They used to let the master live in such a place. Calm down, Su Lai. There's no need to get angry over these petty people. It's not worth it, Gu Qinghuan said with a faint smile. The black-clad man looked up to her and said, I can't control myself, master. Your temperament is truly too good. If it were me, I would have already dealt with these people. Her temperament was too good? The servants who couldn't escape hearing his words had puzzled expressions on their faces. Would having a good temperament lead to smashing the Gu family's door plaque? Would having a good temperament lead to driving away the third young master and the fourth miss? Would having a good temperament result in knocking the family head out, and turning him into a pig-headed mess? Gu Qinghuan smirked lazily and disdainfully. We're not dogs. If a dog bites you, do you bite back? Master, you're absolutely right. Su Lai nodded, taking her words to heart. Then he asked, Master, have you decided where you want to live? I can arrange it immediately. Gu Qinghuan pondered for a moment and replied, Let's go to Miao Shigu. Miao Shigu is a great choice. It's spacious and offers a beautiful view. Su Lai already had the layout of the entire mansion stored in his mind. After a brief consideration of the location of Miao Shigu, he nodded in agreement. But someone has lived there before, and it carries some bad luck. I will have the craftsman renovate it, but perhaps, Master, you could stay at an inn for a few days until it's ready? Su Lai suggested. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. No need. Just clean up an empty room for me. Take care of the renovation of Miao Shigu. After giving the instructions, Gu Qinghuan had another matter to attend to, so she entrusted this place to Su Lai. Su Lai eagerly rushed towards Miao Shigu. He was determined to renovate Miao Shigu to perfection, making it a comfortable place for the master to reside in. Compared to the Harmony Isle, this place is truly much smaller. As soon as the two of them left, the servants immediately ran to report the situation. Miao Shigu was the second Mrs. Personal Pavilion, and Gu Qinghuan was actually going to occupy her room. This showed that she didn't even regard the second Miss highly. What did you say? In the main house, Gu Zhiqing jumped up from his bed upon hearing the report from the servants. He had been so infuriated by Gu Qinghuan that he pretended to faint and lay down to rest. But just as he closed his eyes, he heard this news. The servant repeated what he had just said. Gu Zhiqing sat back on the bed and snorted coldly. If she wants to stay, let her. When Shuer comes back, she will teach her a lesson. The proudest moment of his life was when he had fathered his daughter, Ling Shui. Her accomplishments had reached unprecedented heights within the Gu family. He may not have been able to surpass Gu Qinghuan himself, but he firmly believed that Shuer was undoubtedly far more outstanding than Gu Qinghuan. With thoughts of his daughter, who made him proud, Gu Zhiqing no longer had the inclination to lie back down. He swiftly rose from his bed and walked over to the desk to write a letter. Send this letter to Qiankuan Academy. Once Shuer received this letter, she would undoubtedly return as soon as possible. The mere thought of this brought some relief to Gu Zhiqing's previously gloomy mood. In the dense forest of the northern suburbs, Gu Qinghuan stood before the ruins. Memories from 5 years ago flooded her mind, replaying vividly. During the time when the original body was carrying the pregnancy, she lived here, in the accommodation arranged by Gu Lingxue. She had lived here with gratitude and anticipation, but little did she know that before the child could be born, Gu Lingxue had someone cut open her belly and take away her baby. That child had just entered this world. If such a thing hadn't happened, he would have grown up to be a beautiful and lively little boy, just like Xiaonan. He would have had a wonderful life ahead of him. Gu Qinghuan retrieved the prepared items from her storage ring and placed them on the ground one by one. Then she took a jug of wine and poured 3 cups, arranging them on the ground. Xiaonan is now 5 years old. He is clever and talented, skilled in alchemy and knowledgeable in formations. He is a little genius. If you have awareness in the afterlife, you can rest assured, Gu Qinghuan spoke solemnly. Rest assured, the person who caused your death and the death of our child, I will make sure she pays her blood debt, she declared fiercely. Tilting the wine jug, Gu Qinghuan poured the wine onto the ground. After the ceremony was concluded, she collected all the ritual items back into her storage ring, turned around, and departed. As she walked halfway, Gu Qinghuan suddenly halted and changed her direction, swiftly moving towards another path. Within the dense forest, little boy, there are many wild beasts here. They could swallow you whole. Aren't you afraid? A gentle-looking woman crouched in front of a 4- or 5-year-old boy. The boy had exquisite features, with a pair of purple-black eyes that shimmered like water. His small face was smooth and fair like porcelain, and his lips were naturally rosy. He wore an exquisite white robe, resembling a celestial child who had strayed into the mortal realm. This was truly a precious find, even more remarkable than the child they had stolen earlier today. They could fetch a good price for him in the black market. Feng Yuanxi, expressionless, looked at her and replied, I'm not afraid. The woman was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Even if you're not afraid, your father will worry. We have a carriage. Shall we take you back to the city?" She glanced at the carriage behind him, where a shifty-looking man sat at the front. The man kept his head lowered and did not say a word. "Little boy, it's getting dark. Let's give you a ride. There's hot tea and snacks in the car. You can fill your stomach and take a nap. When you wake up, you'll see your father." The woman continued to coax him. "You're not lying to me?" He tilted his head. "Of course not. Why would I lie to a child? I have a daughter who's your age. She's in the car. You can get to know her." "All right." She nodded. It was a success. The woman and the man exchanged glances, their faces filled with ecstasy. Children were indeed so gullible. With a casual coaxing, they would follow. "Good child, let's go." The woman reached out to hold his hand. A hint of displeasure flashed in Shi's eyes. Just as he was about to dodge, he suddenly heard a gust of wind by his ear. The woman beside him cried out in pain and covered her hand. Looking around in panic, "Who hit me?" "Russell. Russell." The sound of footsteps grew closer, gradually approaching the group. In the dim light of the forest, a slender and tall figure emerged, revealing a face that captivated everyone's attention. Dressed in pristine white garments, with dark hair like ink, she was a woman of unparalleled beauty. The two adults and the child were all taken aback, their eyes fixed on her in awe. The man sitting in the carriage couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes shining with desire as he stared at her. What incredible luck they had today. Not only did they come across a young celestial child, but they also managed to entice an exquisite beauty. The woman noticed the lecherous gaze in the man's eyes and inwardly sneered. When she looked at Gu Qinghuan, her eyes revealed a mix of jealousy and malevolence. What a stunning beauty! Beautiful women commanded a high price. She could sell her to those influential figures who enjoyed the company of attractive young girls, securing a life of comfort and luxury for herself. She felt a strange unease as he saw them gazing at the beautiful sister. He frowned, displeased. "Little one, come here." It was none other than Gu Qinghuan who appeared, rushing over upon hearing the commotion. Seeing the little boy standing there in a daze, she let out a light chuckle and beckoned him with a crooked finger. The beautiful sister called for him. Shi's eyes lit up, and he took small steps towards her. The woman hastily grabbed hold of him. "Darling, you can't go over there. She's a monster in disguise. She'll devour people." She then turned and glared at Gu Qinghuan. "You wicked monster. Don't even think about luring away my precious boy. Darn captive, quickly capture her before she causes harm." The man sitting in the carriage responded, lunging towards Gu Qinghuan. "Hee, my beautiful lady, I'm coming for you." Although he wasn't particularly handsome, there was an aura emanating from him that was not to be underestimated. She was too far away to save anyone, so he anxiously warned, "Be careful, beautiful sister." Gu Qinghuan blinked at him and reassured him. "Little boy, don't worry, I'm not that weak." Confronting the man who approached with a threatening aura, Gu Qinghuan didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped forward and used her palm to repel him. The woman was shocked by Gu Qinghuan's strength, and panic spread across her face. Realizing that she had the boy in her grasp, she tightened her grip around his neck. "Don't come any closer, or I'll break his neck." A glint of coldness flickered in Gu Qinghuan's eyes as she vanished on the spot. In the next moment, a beautiful hand grabbed the woman's fingers and exerted force. "Ah!" The woman cried out mournfully. Gu Qinghuan lifted her leg and kicked. The woman flew up and crashed into the man who had just gotten up. The two of them fell to the ground together. "Little boy, does it hurt?" Gu Qinghuan squatted down and her gaze fell on his tender neck. She quietly put down his hand and his eyes flashed. "It doesn't hurt." Gu Qinghuan thought that She was trying to be brave. His neck was bruised, so how could it not hurt? For some reason, this child gave her a strong sense of familiarity. As she saw the bruises on his neck, her heart couldn't help but ache, as if she had been struck herself. She promptly took out a box of snow nurturing cream, a cream that could alleviate bruising and promote blood circulation, and gently applied it to the bruises on his neck. Yuanshi caught a whiff of a refreshing fragrance and couldn't help but speak. Beautiful sister smells so good. Gu Qingwan smiled and shook the box of snow-nurturing cream in her hand. Do you like this scent? You can have the rest of it. After applying it, she closed the lid and handed it to the other party. The little boy saw that she had misunderstood him and did not explain. He lowered his head and looked at her hand. Don't you want it? Gu Qingwan waved her hand. Then, yes. Yuanshi was afraid that she would take it back, so he took it eagerly. Thank you, beautiful sister. Although the little guy was about the same age as Xiaonan, being called sister didn't make Gu Qingwan blush at all. You're welcome. Let's consider it a gift for our meeting. Yuanshi touched his clothes and said dejectedly, I don't have anything to give to sister. No need. A child is only responsible for receiving gifts. Gu Qingwan winked at him. Yuanshi's heart raced, feeling an inexplicable excitement. He had never experienced this kind of feeling before. Sweet words automatically came out of his mouth. Sister's eyes are so beautiful, they shine like stars. Gu Qingwan was amused by his words. You have a sweet mouth, and your eyes are beautiful too. Receiving praise, Yuanshi's fair little face blushed lightly. His long eyelashes fluttered like two fans, revealing a hint of shyness. Ah, he's truly adorable. Although she already had an adorable son of her own, no one could resist the charm of such an adorable creature. Gu Qingwan couldn't help but plant a kiss on his chubby cheek. Yuanshi's body stiffened for a moment, then immediately turned red. He was kissed by the beautiful sister. Seeing the little boy's face turning red, Gu Qingwan's heart trembled with the overwhelming cuteness. If it weren't for someone interrupting, she would definitely spend more time enjoying the cuteness of this little one. She quickly got up, waving her sleeve in annoyance. The man and woman who had ambushed them were sent flying again. The heat on Yuanshi's face subsided slightly as he stared at the two people who had fallen to the ground. They were disturbing his intimacy with his beautiful sister. They were too annoying. When Gu Qingwan turned around to look at him, the coldness in his eyes disappeared and he looked harmless. He clapped his hands and praised, Beautiful sister is so powerful. Gu Qingwan smiled and took out a rope, tying the two of them back to back. Her hands were busy, and so was her mouth. Little boy, how did you end up alone in this forest? Where are your family members? I'm looking for my mother, beautiful sister. Have you seen my mother? You got separated from your mother? What does your mother look like? Yuanshi's eyes sparkled. My mother is the most beautiful woman in the world. Gu Qingwan chuckled. It was true that a child as cute as him must have been born to a beautiful mother. But to call his mother the most beautiful woman in the world, were children really so blindly worshipful of their own parents? What else do you remember? She asked. I don't know. Yuanshi shook his head, and the light in his eyes seemed to dim. Gu Qingwan clapped her hands and approached him. What color clothes does your mother wear? Yuanshi shook his head again, appearing even more dejected. He lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. I don't remember what she looks like. Gu Qingwan's smile faded. The little one's mother was likely no longer in this world. Bending down, Gu Qingwan patted his head. And what about your father? My father was called away by someone. Upon hearing his words, Gu Qingwan understood that he had taken the opportunity while his father was away to come and find his mother. That father of his was truly irresponsible, leaving the child without proper supervision. Didn't his father know that there were many human traffickers, and that such a cute child could easily be abducted? Gu Qingwan had a bad impression of the boy's father. She wanted to see if that man would get anxious and worried when he found out his son was missing. Are you hungry? Rumble. Yuanshi's stomach suddenly growled. The previous sense of sadness was disrupted, and he awkwardly covered his little belly. Gu Qingwan suppressed a laugh. I'm hungry too. How about we eat something before returning to the city? Yuanshi nodded in a daze, avoiding eye contact with her out of embarrassment, but couldn't help stealing glances at her. It reminded Gu Qingwan of a little hamster. She did not expose him. She took out a small stool from her storage ring and let him sit down to rest. Then, she started a fire and roasted the meat. Yuanshi moved the small stool to his side and sat down next to her. Not long after, the aroma of roasted meat spread into the air. Yuanshi stared at her with wide eyes, until a big drumstick was handed to him. Yuanshi blinked his eyes and said, "Since beautiful sister has worked hard, you should eat first." Gu Qinghuan waved her other hand and gestured for him to look. "I still have more. This is for you." Yuanshi then grabbed the drumstick and took a big bite. "Be careful, it's hot." Hiss. Yuanshi sucked in air, reluctant to let go of the meat he had bitten into. After all, it was grilled by the beautiful sister herself. Seeing that he refused to spit it out, Gu Qinghuan handed him a small bowl. "Put it in the bowl first and wait for it to cool down before eating." Yuanshi had already taken a few bites, and he swallowed the first mouthful of meat, his eyes shining. "It's delicious." Gu Qinghuan's expression became momentarily trance-like. The little boy's gaze, and even his voice resembled Xiaonan's. If she didn't know for certain that Xiaonan was in a separate courtyard with Bo He, she would have suspected that this was Xiaonan disguised as someone else. "If it's delicious, then have some more. There's plenty here." Yuanshi nodded happily. Beautiful sister was truly amazing, beautiful, kind-hearted, powerful, and a skilled cook. Woo-woo-woo. Not far away, the two human traffickers, their mouths gagged, grew increasingly hungry. They caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of the roasted meat wafting through the air, and their appetites were awakened. It's torture to only smell it without being able to eat. It's practically unbearable. Gu Qinghuan asked, "Little Yuanshi, do you know what these two people do?" Yuanshi nodded. "You know?" Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "They're human traffickers." Now Gu Qinghuan was even more astonished. If he knew, why would he willingly go with them? If it weren't for her intervention, the little guy would have been in their carriage by now. Seeing her confusion, Yuanshi explained, "There's a child hidden in their carriage, and I wanted to save her." "How did you know?" Gu Qinghuan asked. "Xiaohei told me." "Xiaohei?" Yuanshi stretched out his small hand hesitantly. A long and slender snake slithered out from his sleeve, coiling up and raising its head, flicking its tongue as if greeting Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan didn't know how to react for a moment. How did little Yuanshi manage to hide a snake without any change in his expression? The snake appeared to be an ordinary one, not a spirit snake. How did he communicate with it? Thinking that she might be angry since she remained motionless, Yuanshi lowered his head sadly. "Are you angry because I didn't tell you about it earlier?" Gu Qinghuan couldn't bear to blame him. "No, Yuanshi. You wanted to save someone, and that's very brave. I should be praising you instead of getting angry." Little Yuanshi was relieved and smiled. The two of them found the child who had been abducted by the human trafficker in the secret compartment of the carriage. The little girl was curled up and unconscious. Gu Qinghuan immediately carried her out and checked her pulse. She had simply fallen asleep from inhaling the sleeping drug, so there was no major issue. Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and took out a small bottle, placing it under the little girl's nose. The little girl wrinkled her brows and slowly opened her eyes, muttering, "It smells bad." When she finally saw Gu Qinghuan, she froze for a moment. "Are you a fairy? Do children these days have such sweet mouths?" Yuanshi initially didn't pay much attention to the little girl's appearance, but when he heard her referring to Gu Qinghuan as a fairy, a sense of crisis immediately arose within him. This was someone who would compete with him for beautiful sister. Realizing this, Yuanshi's little face became very serious. The little girl was about the same age as Yuanshi. Finding herself in the wilderness without familiar faces around, she became frightened and started crying. Gu Qinghuan held her in her arms and comforted her for a while, which made Yuanshi feel a pang of sourness in his heart. Beautiful sister never held him and comforted him like this. So, he glared fiercely at the little girl. The little girl cried inconsolably and didn't perceive his threat. Gu Qinghuan felt overwhelmed. While she had raised Xiaonan single-handedly, he hardly cried as a child, so she wasn't skilled at comforting crying children. Thinking that children usually liked sweets, she remembered having some in her storage ring and took them out to offer to the girl. However, the little girl cried even harder, saying, "No, no candy. You're a bad person." Gu Qinghuan was speechless. Yuanshi became angry. No one was allowed to insult his beautiful sister. "Beautiful sister, let's go. Let her stay in the forest by herself." Upon hearing this, The little girl clung tightly to Gu Qinghuan's neck. Yuan Shi, consumed by jealousy, hugged Gu Qinghuan's leg tightly, exerting great force. Beautiful sister is mine. Gu Qinghuan didn't know how she should be reacting. The little girl was still upset, and now Yuan Shi was throwing a tantrum too? She patiently comforted them for a while, and eventually, the emotions of the two little ones began to stabilize. The little girl sat beside her, her shoulders trembling. My name is Lu Siyu. The bad person gave me candy, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw the fairy sister. Fairy sister, I want to go home. I miss my brother. Can you take me home? I can give you lots and lots of money. So, the little girl didn't actually dislike candy. She had learned a valuable lesson about accepting candy from strangers, and now she believed that anyone who offered her candy was a bad person. It was truly a reflection of a child's innocence. Gu Qinghuan wiped away the tears from Lu Siyu's eyes and said, "Don't be afraid. I'll take you home." "Really?" Lu Siyu exclaimed with joy. "Fairy sister, you're so kind." Yuan Shi proudly declared, "Of course, beautiful sister is always kind." His proud and spoiled demeanor was quite amusing. Gu Qinghuan ruffled his little head and said, "Get in the carriage. We'll take Lu Siyu home first." Yuan Shi cooperated fully. He wanted to send this little crybaby away quickly so that no one would compete with him for beautiful sister's attention. Gu Qinghuan tied up the two human traffickers at the back of the carriage. He drove the carriage to the city gate. Lu Siyu didn't know where her home was. She only had her brother as a family member. The siblings depended on each other for survival. From what Lu Siyu said, her brother doted on her. Gu Qinghuan thought that Lu Siyu's brother would report her disappearance once he realized she was missing, so she headed straight to the Yamen, government office. Sure enough, there was someone surnamed Lu who had filed a report. The officer went to inform the person. Not long after, a handsome young man rushed in from outside. Xiao Yu. He tightly embraced Lu Siyu, filled with excitement. "Wow, big brother. I thought I would never see you again." Upon seeing her dearest person, the emotions that the little girl had been holding back burst forth. "Don't cry, Xiao Yu. Be good. Big brother will protect you from now on and won't let any bad guys bully you." The siblings embraced each other for a while. Once Lu Siyu's emotions settled down, the young man finally had the presence of mind to ask about the details of the situation, and his face displayed a wave of fear and relief. Gu Qinghuan smiled gently at Lu Banyan's gratitude. "It was my pleasure to help. Young Master Lu, there's no need to thank me. It's getting late, and I have some matters to attend to. Let's part ways here." She had been away for a few hours, and she wasn't sure if any trouble had occurred with the demons and ghosts at the residence. She needed to return and check as soon as possible. Holding Yuan Shi's hand, she began to walk away. "Miss, please wait." Lu Banyan called out to her in a hurry. He quickly caught up to Gu Qinghuan. "My sister is the most important person to me. You saved her, and I owe you a great debt of gratitude. Please leave your name and give me a chance to repay your kindness." Seeing his insistence, Gu Qinghuan could only tell him her name. "Gu Qinghuan, are you the eldest daughter of the Gu family?" Lu Banyan widened his eyes in surprise. The news of Gu Qinghuan causing a ruckus in the Gu residence had spread like wildfire in the city. Naturally, Lu Banyan had heard about it as well. However, he did not expect Gu Qinghuan to be such a kind person. She was completely different from the rumors. "Am I that famous?" Gu Qinghuan chuckled lightly, her exquisite features captivating under the lamplight. Lu Banyan's face suddenly turned red, his gaze fixed on her. Lu Siyu grabbed his hand and shook it. "Brother, the fairy sister has left. Can we see her again?" Lu Banyan snapped out of his daze, realizing that the beautiful figure was no longer in front of him. Did he just get caught staring at the young lady? Hopefully, Gu Qinghuan didn't notice. "Ah, I wonder if she will be displeased?" His face turned red and then pale, inwardly resenting his own reckless behavior. "What's wrong, brother? Will we still be able to see the fairy sister?" Lu Banyan's sister asked, shaking his hand. Lu Banyan forced himself to calm down. He thought that he had offended Miss Gu, and he would apologize to her tomorrow. He also needed to prepare a generous gift to express his gratitude for saving his little sister. "Yuan Shi, Are you sure we're going the right way? We've already passed this way before. Gu Qingwan held Yuanxi's little hand as they walked leisurely. Yuanxi said that his home wasn't far from the yamen and he wanted to walk back, so they abandoned the carriage and started walking. However, they had been circling around the city for half an hour, not only failing to find the place Yuanxi mentioned, but also seemingly returning to the area they had walked through before. Yuanxi's gaze shifted uncomfortably. Maybe I remembered wrong. He looked around and pointed in another direction. It seems like this way. I just remembered it wrong. This path leads directly to the city gate. We took this way when we entered the city. Then it must be this way. Yuanxi pointed in the opposite direction. Gu Qingwan bent down and looked at him. Do you not want to go home? Yuanxi tightened his grip on her finger. And no, I do. Are you sure? Under her gaze, Yuanxi pouted and said pitifully, I don't want to leave beautiful sister. If I go back, I won't be able to see beautiful sister anymore. How could that be? If you want to see me, you can come and find me anytime. I live at the Gu residence. Oh no, it's called June Mansion now. Gu Qingwan told him the address. I won't be leaving there for the time being, but my father won't let me go. Why not? Because my father hates women. There isn't a single woman in the royal mansion. Even the guard dogs are male. If his father knew that he was going to look for his beautiful sister, he would definitely be very angry and lock himself in a small black room. Gu Qingwan didn't expect such a reason. Could it be that Yuanxi's mother didn't die, but ran away with another man, causing his father to resent all women? With a realization, Gu Qingwan looked at Yuanxi with a loving gaze. That woman must be incredibly heartless. How could she bear to abandon her own child after giving birth? The adorable little one was still in the dark, unaware that he had been abandoned by his mother. As a mother herself, Gu Qingwan couldn't understand what the other woman was thinking. She held Yuanxi tenderly, feeling immense compassion for him. Yuanxi snuggled in her soft and fragrant embrace, feeling both happy and sad. Beautiful sister, can I stay with you tonight and go back tomorrow? Sure, I'll take you back tomorrow. Gu Qingwan couldn't refuse the little boy's request, nodding without hesitation. Yuanxi's eyes lit up. That was great. Beautiful sister, He was about to say something when he suddenly sensed a strong and familiar aura approaching. His small body tensed up, and a look of fear appeared on his innocent face. Oh no, his father, the king, was coming. Beautiful sister, quickly hide. Yuanxi looked around and spotted a lush and dense tree not far away. He hurriedly pushed Gu Qingwan and said, Beautiful sister, quickly hide in the tree. My father is coming, and we mustn't let him see us together, or he will hurt you. Gu Qingwan was confused. Was his father really that twisted? She had no grudge against him, so why would he want to harm her? Seeing how anxious the little guy was, Gu Qingwan reluctantly played along. Okay, I'll hide. But what about you? Will your father hurt you? He won't, Yuanxi said firmly, but in fact, he was not sure. He had snuck out for so long. His father must be very angry. Young master, I finally found you. A man in tight clothes flew over from afar. Mr. Jingfeng was here too. Yuanxi looked at Gu Qingwan nervously. Seeing that she was gone, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a gust of cold air swept over. The world seemed to have frozen. Yuanxi's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned around to look into the distance. A black figure descended from the sky and landed in front of him. The man was tall and straight. His face was flat, and his aura was terrifying. His eyes were like deep pools, mysterious and unpredictable. Father. Yuanxi looked at him and called out in fear. Gu Qingwan, who was hiding in the tree, raised her eyebrows in surprise. Was this man really Yuanxi's father? He did look quite intimidating, but was he really the biological father? He didn't resemble Yuanxi at all. She looked at him, then lowered her head to look at Yuanxi. It was baffling. No wonder Yuanxi's mother ran away with another man. Yuanxi is so handsome. Surely he inherited his looks from his mother. His mother must have felt so conflicted when she had to face such an ugly man every day. Suddenly, the man looked up and glanced in her direction. Gu Qingwan met his deep, icy gaze, and her breath caught in her throat. Was she discovered? But then she saw him lower his head. He probably didn't notice her. However, for some reason, those eyes lingered in her mind. Where did he go? Feng Tianlan asked in a low voice. I was lost. Feng Yuanqi stammered. Feng Tianlan's eyes were cold. Feng Yuanqi, who taught you to lie? Yuanqi's small body trembled, and his shoulders drooped. As expected, he could not hide it from his father. He apologized softly. I'm sorry, Dad. I won't dare to do it again. I want to find my mother. Feng Tianlan's face darkened when he heard this. He exuded a biting cold aura. Didn't I tell you that your mother is already dead? When it came to his mother, Yuanqi immediately became agitated. He forgot about his fear and clenched his fists, pounding his head with determination. Nonsense. My mother is not dead. I can feel that she's still alive. Feng Tianlan spoke coldly. Let me tell you again. Your mother is no longer in this world. You're not a child anymore. Why are you still so stubborn? Jing Feng tried to persuade him earnestly. Young master, there are many bad people outside, and it's dangerous for a child like you to go out. The master has been worried sick. He hasn't eaten all day because he was looking for you. I know I was wrong. Yuanqi's voice trembled, and tears rolled down his face, falling to the ground with a pitter-patter. Gu Qinghuan felt as if a stone was weighing on her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Little Yuanqi was so young. Couldn't they speak more gently? He was so fierce that little Yuanqi was scared to tears. She couldn't help but want to reveal herself. But the man suddenly reached out and patted little Yuanqi's head. Don't cry. It's good that you recognize your mistakes and correct your behavior. Gu Qinghuan pulled back and thought to herself, this guy isn't completely heartless. Daddy, have you forgiven me? Little Yuanqi raised his innocent face. Yes. Yuanqi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't resist asking, Father, today I encountered 2 human traffickers. They tried to deceive me into leaving with them. Fortunately, I met a beautiful sister. Can I go and thank beautiful sister tomorrow? Jing Feng took a sharp breath and quickly looked at his master. The young master knew very well that his master despised women the most, yet he dared to make such a request. Wasn't he just adding fuel to the fire? Sure enough, Feng Tianlan's recently softened expression tensed up again. Beautiful sister? Yes, yes. She's a very beautiful sister. Like a fairy. As Yuanqi mentioned Gu Qinghuan, his sadness disappeared, and his tear-stained face lit up with excitement. His watery grape-like eyes sparkled as he continued, She's so amazing. She effortlessly subdued 2 big bad guys and saved me. If it weren't for the beautiful sister, I wouldn't be able to see Father now. He did his best to praise the beautiful sister. Hopefully, his father would allow him to go find her, right? Gu Qinghuan touched her nose. Was Yuanqi being too sweet-tongued? Was she really as good as he described? Heh. Feng Tianlan sneered. You're hopeless. You can't even handle 2 human traffickers, yet you want to go out and find women? Go back and cultivate in seclusion. You're not allowed to go anywhere. Ah. He was going to be confined to the small dark room again. Yuanqi sighed bitterly. That meant he wouldn't be able to see the beautiful sister anymore, right? Would the beautiful sister forget about him? No, that couldn't happen. He had to fight for it. Father, can I go and thank the beautiful sister first tomorrow, and then practice when I return? No. Feng Tianlan ruthlessly refused. Father, you can't do this. Didn't you teach me to be grateful and repay kindness? Feng Yuanqi pouted unhappily. Repay kindness? Huh. Who knows if the woman who saved Yuanqi was just like the other women from the past, deliberately getting close to him. It's possible that the human traffickers Yuanqi encountered were working with that woman. A glint of darkness flashed in Feng Tianlan's eyes. Jingfeng, take Yuanqi back. Upon hearing this, Feng Yuanqi immediately protested. I'm not going. I won't leave unless Father agrees. Young master, please leave. Jingfeng whispered, standing by his side. Didn't he see how angry master was? Feng Yuanqi clenched his fists stubbornly. I'm not going. Feng Tianlan simply picked him up and swiftly headed into the distance. No, no. Father, let me go. I'm not leaving. I want to find the beautiful sister. Soon, the 3 of them disappeared from sight. After a while, Gu Qinghuan jumped down from the tree. Right at this moment, A strong gust of wind attacked. Gu Qingluan's expression turned cold as she dodged to the side. She did not expect the other party to move so quickly. He grabbed her throat and pushed her against the tree trunk. His back slammed into a tree trunk with a loud bang. Gu Qingluan gasped in pain. "It's you?" The man sounded surprised. Gu Qingluan looked at it. Wasn't this Yuan Shi's father? He didn't leave? Gu Qingluan looked behind him, but did not see Yuan Shi and his guards. She understood that this guy had indeed discovered her just now, but he did not expose her in front of Yuan Shi. Why did he ask someone to send Yuan Shi away and come back? Little Yuan Shi was right. His father really did have a strong aversion to women. Gu Qingluan could feel the sharp and chilling gaze projected onto her, like blades. But did she care whether he liked her or not? A glint of silver flashed at her fingertips as she aimed for the man's chest. Feng Tianlan swiftly grabbed her wrist, his eyes showing a glint of coldness as he saw the silver needle she held. Failing to land her strike, Gu Qingluan raised her other hand and scattered poisonous powder towards his face. Feng Tianlan immediately stepped back, a faint purple light shimmering around him, blocking the powder. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Gu Qingluan stepped back a few steps. Without any guilt for using tools and poison, she questioned, "What do you want, sir?" Feng Tianlan looked at the familiar little face in front of him, and his pair of deep phoenix eyes narrowed dangerously. He had just seen this woman causing a ruckus in the Gu residence during the day, and that arrogant and domineering look was still engraved in his mind. He didn't expect to meet her again so soon. Was she the beautiful sister that Yuan Shi was talking about? Thinking about the other person's identity, Feng Tianlan's gaze darkened. His deep eyes were sharp as if trying to penetrate through her skin and see into her soul. Gu Qingluan crossed her arms and wore a lazy and mocking smile on her face. "What? Are you thinking of killing me?" Feng Tianlan didn't answer directly but instead asked, "Have you ever given birth to a child?" Gu Qingluan was shocked. How did this man know? What did he want by asking this question? Could he have discovered the existence of Xiao Nan? But she didn't know him, so what did it matter to him whether she had a child or not? For a brief moment, a sense of panic surged within Gu Qingluan, but she managed to control her expression perfectly, raising an eyebrow with a subtle smile. "May I ask what's your concern?" Feng Tianlan scrutinized her, unable to discern any hint of peculiarity from her delicate face. Could it not be her? If it wasn't her, why would she be involved with Yuan Shi? Was it really as simple as a chance encounter? But over all these years, has he ever seen his son treat any woman differently? Within such a short time, Yuan Shi has become so attached to her. It must be this woman who has used some kind of manipulation. A fleeting cold gleam flashed in Feng Tianlan's eyes. "From now on, make sure I never find out that you have any contact with Yuan Shi." Gu Qingluan crossed her arms and scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Why should I listen to you?" With that, she turned and walked away. Before she could take 2 steps, the man full of hostility flew towards her, his movements swift as lightning. He grabbed her chin tightly in an instant. The man approached her, and his cold breath landed on her face. His thin lips parted slightly. "If you dare to get close to him, I'll kill you." At that moment, a chilling sensation surged through her body, from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. How long had it been since she last experienced this trembling feeling? Gu Qingluan licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. Being threatened was something she despised the most. A golden light flickered at her fingertips. Delicate as strands of hair, the golden threads swiftly coiled around the man's body. With a determined thrust, she targeted the man's abdomen and swiftly retreated. Feng Tianlan let out a stifled groan as his body involuntarily convulsed. Perched upon the wall, Gu Qingluan looked down upon him with an air of superiority, her long hair dancing in the wind, and a wicked smile playing on her lips. "Ugly man, if you want to go after my life, you'll need another 100 years of practice." She maliciously swept her gaze downward and remarked, "If you ever need it, as a favor to you being Yuan Shi's father, I can send you a copy of the Sunflower Manual. Let me know when you've mastered it, and I'll be sure to present you with a string of firecrackers." With a scornful laugh, she gracefully departed. Her white dress fluttered in the night, resembling a white lotus blooming on the water's surface. Feng Tianlan's face turned ashen, veins bulging on his forehead. He wanted to chase after her, but the golden threads tightened around him, leaving him no choice but to watch her disappear into the distance. After a while, the golden threads released on their own, dissolving into a beam of golden light. He leaped into the air and headed straight for the palace. "My lord, you're back." Jingfeng noticed that his expression was off and secretly wondered if it was that Gu girl who had angered him. "Where is Yuanqi?" "He's in his room." Feng Tianlan strode into Feng Yuanqi's room. His fingertips hovered in the air. Feng Yuanqi jumped off the bed, asking, "Father, what did you do to Sister Beauty?" His father left them after they had departed shortly. Knowing his father well, Feng Yuanqi was certain that father had discovered beautiful sister and went back to find her. "I killed her," Feng Tianlan said expressionlessly. It was a shocking news. Feng Yuanqi's eyes were instantly filled with tears, and he fiercely launched himself at his father. "Father, you're wicked. Why would you kill beautiful sister? She saved my life. How could you do that to her?" Feng Tianlan allowed his son's fists to strike him, his gaze icy. It had only been half a day since they met, and already his son's heart was entangled. If they were given more time together, what would the outcome be? Witnessing Yuanqi's increasing heartbreak as he cried and fought, Feng Tianlan's heart was struck hard, and he finally softened his tone. "She's not dead." "Fa. Father, what did you say just now?" Yuanqi raised his tear-stained face, looking at him with joy, his wet eyes shining brightly. Feng Tianlan spoke in a deep voice. "She's not dead, but you can't see her anymore from now on. Otherwise, I won't show her any mercy." "Why?" Yuanqi felt deeply wronged. He couldn't comprehend why his father opposed his connection with beautiful sister. Was it simply Beck seeing his son's distressed and puzzled expression? Feng Tianlan felt a pang of heartache. But how could he bear to tell little Yuan the truth? Little Yuan had been abandoned by his own birth mother. Back then, when Yuanqi was born prematurely, covered in blood, he was left in the depths of a dense forest, surrounded by wild beasts. If it weren't for him happening to pass by that area, his son might have been devoured by those beasts. Such a heartless woman deserved nothing but divine retribution. At present, it was still unclear whether Gu Qinghuan was that cruel woman. How could he allow Yuanqi to get close to her? Feng Tianlan lowered his eyes and looked at Yuanqi. His murderous aura overflowed. "There's no reason. If you sneak out to see that woman, I'll settle the score with her." "Father, you're being so unreasonable," Feng Yuanqi said anxiously. "I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want this," Feng Yuanqi exclaimed angrily. Feng Tianlan was angered by his stubborn rebuttal. He snorted coldly. "Jingfeng, watch him. Don't let him slip out again." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. "You may trap me for a while, but you can't trap me forever." Feng Yuanqi stomped his feet and shouted. Jingfeng sighed. "Young master, you know that the master dislikes women. Stop mentioning your beautiful sister, or you might bring harm to her. Stay in your room to cultivate for these 2 days. Once the master cools down, I will plead for your release." With that, he closed the door and left. Feng Yuanqi pursed his lips. It's clearly the bias of his father. Beautiful sister was so nice. Why didn't his father like her? Humph. If he was not allowed to speak, he'd say it secretly. Not only would he say it, but he'd also go and find beautiful sister. Outside the room, Feng Tianlan heard the footsteps behind him and spoke in a deep voice, "Sending you to investigate Gu Qinghuan." "Yes, your highness." Jingfeng thought he was worried that Gu Qinghuan might harm the young prince. "Focus on the investigation. I want to know as soon as possible if she is the woman who abandoned Yuanqi." His highness actually suspects that she is the birth mother of the young prince? Jingfeng lowered his eyelids slightly, concealing the shock in his eyes. "Yes, I will immediately contact Jingyu." Over the years, Jingyu has been mainly responsible for finding the whereabouts of Yuanqi's mother, but they still haven't found any leads. Feng Tianlan's mind was filled with the vivid and flamboyant face of Gu Qinghuan. This woman was completely different from the rumored Miss Gu. Had she been disguising herself so well to deceive the world? Or had she undergone a tremendous change in character? Standing in the courtyard, lost in thought for a moment, he decided to personally probe that woman again. Gu Qinghuan had felt like she had been cursed for 8 lifetimes to have encountered such an infuriating man. Yuanqi's mother had been amazing. She should have dumped that ugly monster plus temperamental maniac. Rubbing her slightly sore neck, she headed towards June Mansion. Under the moonlight, a tall figure stood outside the back gate. Gu Qinghuan's eyes narrowed slightly as she approached and saw Lu Ming's handsome face. She raised an eyebrow. "Why are you here?" "As a servant, how could I not come to pay my respects when the master is here?" Lu Ming bowed to her. Gu Qinghuan waved her hand. "You don't need to use these formalities with me. Just speak directly. Until the matter is resolved, don't come wandering in front of me." "Yes, miss." Lu Ming took out a stack of silver notes from his sleeve. "This is the medical fee given by Gu Jinrong and his sister, a total of 100,000 taels." Gu Qinghuan casually glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle. "Gold? You're really bold. The medicine from Harmony Isle is priceless. 100,000 taels of gold are considered cheap for them," Lu Ming said calmly. Indeed, the medicine from Harmony Isle was extremely rare and valuable. Gu Jinyue's face could be easily treated, but Gu Jinrong's hand was considered crippled. Even if they sought treatment from someone else and his hand recovered, there would still be lingering effects. Moreover, the selection competition that took place every 3 years was approaching, and Gu Jinrong would definitely participate. Only the medicine provided by Gu Qinghuan could have helped them recover quickly. When calculated, Lu Ming hadn't actually charged them a hefty sum. Then he heard Lu Ming say, "So, this was just the down payment." "Down payment?" Gu Qinghuan raised her gaze, genuinely impressed by Lu Ming this time. Lu Ming's lips curved, revealing a hint of wicked amusement. "Yes, the down payment is 50%, so the total price is 200,000 taels of gold. I am currently staying here, waiting for the Gu family to raise the remaining 100,000 taels of gold. For the sake of 100,000 taels of gold, it was fine to spend a few more days with them." Gu Qinghuan smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Well done. I suppose they will have to sell off the private treasury of the Gu family's second branch for these 200,000 taels of gold?" The Gu family was wealthy and powerful, especially after seizing the Jun family's immense wealth. 200,000 taels of gold were insignificant, but those belonged to the main branch. The second branch relied on the main branch. Under her instigation, a rift had developed between the main branch and the second branch of the Gu family. It seemed that the second branch would be too ashamed to ask the main branch for money. Perhaps the second branch's pride stemmed from their belief that they had made a valuable connection with the esteemed person from Harmony Isle, and they no longer needed to rely on others. They preferred to find a way to raise the money on their own. After their conversation, Lu Ming intended to take his leave. However, Gu Qinghuan called him back. "Is there anything else the young lady wishes to instruct?" Lu Ming's words barely left his lips when he noticed her approaching him. A delicate and elegant fragrance, unique to women, wafted towards him. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his handsome face instantly flushed red. Miss, what is this? Tell me, did you secretly consume some alcohol?" Gu Qinghuan took a step back, her eyes shining brightly. Lu Ming's mind was still confused. "How did you know?" "No, I didn't. The wine was given by the Gu family, and I only had a little. Before coming here, I specifically burned incense and bathed, so it shouldn't have any smell." He thought Gu Qinghuan disliked the scent of alcohol and secretly blamed himself. If he had known, he would have washed himself multiple times before coming here. Was Miss Gu angry with him? Her fingertips grazed her smooth and fair chin as Gu Qinghuan let out a light hum. "Well, Lu Ming, you enjoy all the treats that the Gu family offers you, but you didn't think to bring me some." Not only did he not bring her any alcohol, but he even came in front of her to provoke her with the smell of alcohol. Wasn't he asking for trouble? Lu Ming blinked, suspecting that he might be hearing things. "Miss, do you want a drink?" Gu Qinghuan replied with a question. "The wine that the Gu family gave you is good, isn't it?" Lu Ming nodded. "Very good." Gu Qinghuan crossed her arms and looked at him with a playful smile. Lu Ming's mind had returned to normal, and upon seeing her expression, he immediately understood. "Miss, wait for me for a moment. I'll go and fetch some for you to taste. No need, Gu Qingwan said with a smirk, enjoying the conversation with an intelligent person. I'll go with you to get it. Lu Ming noticed her sparkling eyes and didn't know how to react. He had thought that her intense gaze meant something else, but it turned out that she was actually thrilled by the aroma of alcohol. He hadn't expected that his mistress was a hidden alcohol enthusiast, unable to wait even for a moment. In the end, Gu Qingwan followed Lu Ming to Mr. Gu's house, where she acquired the wine and couldn't resist taking a big sip. Her eyes gleamed with delight. My nose didn't deceive me. This is indeed excellent wine. Although it couldn't compare to the heavenly nectar she had tasted in the Tianji continent, it was still a rare delicacy in the Yunchuan continent, especially because she would secretly indulge herself each time, all in the name of setting a magnificent and righteous example for her son. It had been 2 months since her last indulgence in alcohol. Thank you. Gu Qingwan waved her hand with contentment, holding the jug of wine as she gracefully departed. Qinyun residence. Moonlight shimmered like water, casting dancing shadows of trees, creating a serene and enchanting atmosphere. On the rooftop, Gu Qingwan's misty eyes were slightly closed. She lazily leaned back, one hand supporting her head, adopting a relaxed and leisurely posture, allowing the gentle breeze to caress her face. A tall figure silently appeared. Swoosh! As if the wine jug in her hand had grown eyes, it swiftly launched towards him. The newcomer casually swept his hand. Crack! The wine jug, flying through the air, shattered into powder, scattering down in a graceful shower. Gu Qingwan frowned and muttered, "How noisy!" As punishment, go and buy some good wine for this lady. Hurry up. She kicked her foot as she spoke. This kick was extraordinary, sending the roof tiles flying. The roof was already slanted, and someone who had been drinking wouldn't pay much attention. Her body slid towards the eaves. Feng Tianlan didn't expect to encounter a drunkard here. As he watched the woman about to fall, his expression remained unchanged, showing no intention of saving her. Unexpectedly, she suddenly grabbed hold of his foot. Feng Tianlan was pulled, and his figure swayed before plummeting down with Gu Qingwan. He immediately frowned, intending to kick away this audacious woman, but Gu Qingwan was one step ahead, grabbing onto his thigh and pulling it downward forcefully. Even in her intoxicated state, she instinctively sought someone to break her fall. Bang! They landed firmly on the ground. Coincidentally, their mouths were right in front of each other. Feng Tianlan's mind felt like it had been struck dazed. For a moment, he forgot to push her away. Gu Qingwan, after drinking alcohol and then being abruptly thrown down like this, saw stars in her vision. She licked her lips and even gave them a little taste. Feng Tianlan's body trembled violently, a sensation like an electric shock coursing through his entire being. It was as if he had been struck at an acupoint, rendering him stiff and unable to move. Gu Qingwan was completely oblivious to her actions. Her intoxicated eyes glazed over as she pursed her lips and muttered softly, "What is this? It's soft and cool, but unfortunately, it doesn't have much flavor. Not tasty at all." Feng Tianlan's face instantly turned crimson, and even his ears were burning hot. This woman had no shame. Gu Qingwan shook her head, and in her hazy vision, she saw a man with sharp features. She furrowed her delicate brows and disdainfully pursed her lips. So ugly. Feng Tianlan's expression stiffened, snapping back to reality in an instant. Veins bulged on his forehead as he exclaimed, "Get lost." A powerful aura emanated from him. Gu Qingwan was shaken back, and a golden light shot from her hand, encircling a pillar. With a graceful spin, she landed lightly on a bench beside the pillar, leaning against it with her legs crossed and a mischievous smile on her face. Her pitch-black eyes were even more radiant than the starlight, directly fixed on the man in front of her. Her alluring red lips curved seductively. Was I wrong in what I said? She scrutinized him from head to toe, critiquing his appearance. Decent figure, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs. It's a shame you have such a face. You wouldn't be able to find it even in a crowd. Feng Tianlan's face darkened, his eyes gleaming with coldness. You were pretending to be drunk just now. drunk? Who said I was drunk? Gu Qinghuan glanced at him. Ugly captive, why did you sneak into June Mansion for? Are you here to engage in an affair? Are all womanizers this ugly nowadays? Or is it just you? You really bring down the beauty standards in your line of work. Shut up. Fine, fine. I understand your insecurity. I'm such a kind-hearted person. I won't hit you where it hurts. Gu Qinghuan lazily crossed and uncrossed her legs, adjusting herself to a more comfortable position. Since you broke my wine, shouldn't you compensate me with a jug? Stop standing there like an idiot. Go get the wine. A strong sense of murderous intent surged in Feng Tianlan's heart. Whether she was that woman or not, she deserved to die. He suddenly made a move, appearing in front of Gu Qinghuan in an instant. What the heck? If you don't want to compensate for the wine, you can refuse. Why resort to violence? Gu Qinghuan angrily bent backward to evade the man's attack, then kicked her legs towards his chest. Feng Tianlan crossed his arms and blocked in front of him. Profound energy condensed on his arm and forced him back. Drunk as she was, Gu Qinghuan displayed astonishing explosive power, showing great enthusiasm in the fight. A cold curve formed at the corner of Feng Tianlan's mouth as he swiftly appeared in front of Gu Qinghuan, gripping her throat and exerting pressure with his distinctively knuckled fingers. Ugh! Gu Qinghuan vomited. She vomited towards him. Realizing something was wrong, Feng Tianlan immediately released his grip and stepped back, but he was still a step too late, and his clothes were stained. His face grew extremely dark, and his fiery eyes emitted intense murderous intent. I won't fight anymore. Gu Qinghuan clutched her chest, a pained expression on her face, seemingly unaware of the deadly gaze of the man. Feng Tianlan paid no heed, and his palm radiated a violet glow. In the blink of an eye, a fierce surge of profound energy shot out. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Qinghuan vanished from her original position and reappeared on the rooftop. She shook her head and sighed. Being ugly is one thing, but having such a volatile temper. Be careful not to end up without a bride in the future. With a wave of killing intent, Feng Tianlan charged towards Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan feigned vomiting. Startled, Feng Tianlan quickly pulled back. Hee. Gu Qinghuan chuckled with a mischievous delight, enjoying the sight of his frightened expression. Feng Tianlan seethed with anger. You're toying with me. Gu Qinghuan yawned nonchalantly and responded, Well, if you're capable, then play along. Her voice trailed off, carrying a taunting tone. Highly provoking. Feng Tianlan remained immobile, rooted to the spot. His mind, which had been provoked by her for quite some time, suddenly became surprisingly calm. Previously, he had lost his composure when the woman took advantage of him, but now, he observed something peculiar about Gu Qinghuan. While she had been despicable during their encounter on the street at night, she had shown fear and adapted to the situation. However, at this moment, she appeared fearless, and her actions became even more elusive. Feng Tianlan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. As he pondered undisturbed for a moment, Gu Qinghuan, undisturbed as well, had already sprawled lazily and fallen into a deep sleep. Could she truly be drunk? Feng Tianlan pressed his lips tightly together and approached her silently. Gu Qinghuan. He kicked her arm with his toe. Gu Qinghuan remained motionless. Feng Tianlan squatted down, examining her up close. He had never looked at her closely before. Moonlight illuminated her face, as if casting a layer of radiance upon her features. Her snow-white, silky smooth skin appeared even more striking, delicate to the touch, and incredibly alluring. Feng Tianlan's hand involuntarily reached out, almost touching her. Suddenly, he froze, his face contorted in a bewildered expression. He retreated in a slightly panicked manner. Crack! Exerting too much force, he accidentally crushed a piece of roof tile. Gu Qinghuan's eyebrows furrowed slightly upon hearing the noise. Feng Tianlan froze for a moment when he saw that she wasn't awakened by it. He silently breathed a sigh of relief, but as he recalled his previous reaction, his expression stiffened and his eyes darkened. What was he afraid of? He had only intended to wake her up. As if to prove his thought, he lifted his hand and gently tapped Gu Qinghuan's face. Gu Qinghuan, wake up. What do you want? If you have something to say, let it out now. Gu Qingwan waved her hand in annoyance and grumbled. A peculiar expression crossed Feng Tianlan's face. He asked in a low voice, Gu Qingwan, did you give birth to a son? A son. Son? Feng Tianlan's heart skipped a beat. He stared at her lips, reddened by the alcohol. Son, be good. Stop messing around. Gu Qingwan closed her eyes and lifted a hand, patting his head gently. After waiting for a long time, all he got was being treated like a son, and Feng Tianlan's expression instantly froze. With a cold face, he pushed her away. Gu Qingwan's body rolled down the roof, making a rumbling sound. Instinctively, Feng Tianlan reached out his hand. Master, be careful. However, at that moment, a startled cry came from somewhere. Feng Tianlan noticed that it was one of Gu Qingwan's subordinates coming over. He leaped and landed on the other side of the house. It was Su Lai who had arrived, narrowly catching Gu Qingwan as she fell from the roof. That was close. Smelling the strong scent of alcohol on her, Su Lai felt both annoyed and amused. Master, how much did you drink? How did you end up this drunk? Being completely unconscious due to intoxication, Gu Qingwan couldn't respond to him. Su Lai shook his head helplessly and carried her into the house. After a while, he stepped back outside and assumed the role of a guard. Feng Tianlan had originally planned to wait for Su Lai to leave before asking Gu Qingwan, but seeing him guarding the door, he furrowed his brows and swiftly left. Inside the palace, startled, Jing Feng saw Feng Tianlan return with his robes stained, showing a trace of surprise. Ignoring Jing Feng's astonishment, Feng Tianlan spoke in a deep voice, notify Jingyu to give me a response within 3 days. He was uncertain about the meaning behind Gu Qingwan's last words. Was she speaking subconsciously because she really had a son? Or was it just a casual remark while she was asleep? Tonight had been a complete mess, and he didn't want to personally probe further. Jing Feng lowered his eyebrows and nodded in acknowledgement. Afterward, with a cold expression, Feng Tianlan flew into the bathhouse, which had a built-in hot spring pool, and stayed there for an hour. The next day, Gu Qingwan woke up with a headache, completely unaware of what had transpired after she got drunk the previous night. Su Lai came to report the situation at the Gu residence, and Gu Qingwan listened attentively while having breakfast. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly reported, Master, the Wang family has returned to the residence. Wang Shi, the eldest Madame Gu, and her stepmother had traveled a long distance to visit Gu Lingxue some time ago. Speaking of her stepmother, she was an extraordinary figure. Despite being born into a poor family, she had firmly established herself as the mistress of the Gu family. The legitimate children of the family had to live in subservience under her. Just like the original owner of this body, a mere 10 or so years of suffering can hardly summarize it all. Su Lai's spirits lifted. Master, do you want to go meet her? Gu Qingwan chuckled coldly. No need. She will come on her own. With such a major upheaval happening in the Gu residence and their legitimate eldest daughter returning, Wang Shi wouldn't be able to stay put for long. As expected, not long after, a maid from the Wang family came to invite her to the Flowing Years Pavilion. Gu Qingwan, without even meeting her, had someone inform Wang Shi that if she wished to see her, she could come personally. If Wang Shi had trouble walking due to a leg injury or disability, making it difficult for her to come, then Gu Qingwan would consider visiting her instead. The messenger was Qiu Lu, a second-ranked servant who served Wang Shi. Although Qiu Lu held a lower rank, being associated with Wang Shi granted her some level of respect within the household. Upon receiving such a dismissive response, Qiu Lu became infuriated. You have such audacious behavior, expecting the lady of the house to come and meet you. However, the servant assigned by Su Lai was no pushover. Qian Shi, the maid who came forward to reply, possessed a sharp tongue. Our master's birth mother passed away long ago, and this is the June mansion. We don't have a lady of the house here. If you wish to see our master, you'll have to wait in line like everyone else. Just a moment ago, a young man surnamed Lu came to visit, and their young mistress was busy attending to him. Qiu Lu couldn't believe how audacious she was, leaving her speechless with anger. What the heck? SK. Qian Shi rolled her eyes and turned to enter the courtyard, leaving Qiu Lu stunned. By the time Qiu Lu regained her composure, she had already left. She glared at the two statues at the entrance, stomping her foot in frustration before heading back to Wang Shi's residence to report the incident. Upon hearing Qiu Lu's exaggerated account, Wang Shi, who had just returned to the Flowing Years Pavilion, turned pale with anger. "You insolent wretch! Do you think you have become God just because you learned a few tricks?" Upon Wang Shi's return, the steward immediately reported the incident, lodging a complaint against Gu Qingwan. Wang Shi had heard about Gu Qingwan's recent exploits. Hearing about it was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand was another. To think that this maid, whom she had once trampled upon, no longer held her in high regard. How could Wang Shi not be infuriated? The steward sighed. Even the mistress of the house can't defeat her. It's as if she thinks she's above everyone else. Wang Shi snorted coldly. Her eyes filled with disdain. So what if she improves her cultivation? She's nothing more than a foolish creature with strong limbs and an empty head. A person with a bit more cunning would never handle things as ruthlessly as Gu Qingwan did. While it may appear satisfying at first glance, it actually leaves behind hidden dangers at every turn. If she is unwilling to come, then send someone to investigate her background. Go. Summon Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi. Shallow Cloud Residence. Lu Banian expressed his gratitude to Gu Qingwan once again and apologized for his behavior the previous night. Gu Qingwan responded with a gentle smile. "Mr. Lu, there's no need to be so formal. You already thanked me yesterday, and as for apologies, there's no need to bring them up." Lu Banian immediately formed a positive impression of Miss Gu, realizing that the rumors circulating about her were unfounded exaggerations. "Nevertheless, please accept these tokens of gratitude, Miss Gu." Lu Siyu, in her innocent manner, chimed in, Yes, fairy sister. I promised yesterday that if you took me home, I would give you lots and lots of money. If you don't accept it, I would be breaking my promise." "All right then, I will accept the tokens of gratitude." Seeing that she could not refuse, Gu Qingwan could only accept it. Lu Banian was overjoyed. For some reason, he felt at a loss when facing Gu Qingwan. After a moment of silence, Lu Banian considered the grudge between Gu Qingwan and the Gu family and said, "If Miss Gu ever needs help, please don't hesitate to ask. I may not be able to assist with much else, but I can certainly offer financial support." Lu Banian blushed when he noticed Gu Qingwan's perplexed expression. The Lu family Chamber of Commerce still holds some influence in Tianjin. "You're from the Lu family's Chamber of Commerce?" Gu Qingwan was taken aback. The Lu clan's Chamber of Commerce had a wide presence throughout the Yunchuan continent, and its influence surpassed that of the Gu clan. "Well, I'm just a branch of the Lu family," Lu Banian responded with embarrassment. The main stronghold of the Lu family was in the Heavenly Saint dynasty. "That's still incredibly powerful," Gu Qingwan exclaimed. Lu Banian stammered, "Gu, Lady Gu, you are too kind with your praise. If there is a need, I won't hesitate to seek your assistance," Gu Qingwan replied. She believed that there would come a time when the Lu family's Chamber of Commerce would be indispensable. Lu Banian was delighted. Yes, you're welcome. As long as Miss Gu needs it, I'll do my best." After sitting for a while, Lu Banian stood up and bid his farewell. Gu Qingwan had the siblings escorted out of the residence. "Master, the 5th Miss and the 7th Miss have come to visit you." Qianxi delivered the message. Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Visitors were coming one after another. The Wang family had just returned, and now these two individuals had arrived. How interesting. Xiao Wu/Xiao Qi greets our eldest sister. Gu Qiner and Gu Seer entered gracefully, the former showing respect and the latter offering a perfunctory greeting to Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan sat behind the desk, her head bowed as she brewed tea. Inside the room, only the gentle and pleasant sound of flowing water could be heard. Gu Seer couldn't contain her curiosity any longer and asked, "Eldest sister, what kind of tea are you brewing? It smells so good." As she spoke, she stood up and naturally walked towards Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan was in the midst of rinsing the teacups with boiling water, and the steam wafted up, veiling her face in a hazy mist. Gu Seer couldn't see her expression clearly. She only felt that this quiet and beautiful woman was very different from the good-for-nothing in her memories. If this face were to be injured, Could she still maintain such composure? A mischievous expression flickered in her eyes, and as she approached Gu Qinghuan, she pretended to stumble, throwing herself towards Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qing'er gasped, covering her mouth. Be careful. The corners of Gu Qinghuan's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. With a flick of her wrist, she quickly feigned a dodge to the side. The scalding water from the cup flew out, splashing directly onto Gu Seer's face. My face! Gu Seer screamed. She tumbled into the spot where Gu Qinghuan had been sitting, causing the table to overturn. Items on the table clattered to the ground, and scalding water splashed onto her body. Gu Seer suffered a second blow, and her screams echoed through the room. Master, what happened? Qian Shi and Qian Huan rushed in upon hearing the chaotic noise, their worried eyes scanning the room for Gu Qinghuan. I'm fine. Xiaoqi just tripped and knocked over the table. Go and fetch a doctor to check on her. Qian Shi glanced disapprovingly at the girl writhing on the floor before turning to seek assistance. Gu Qinghuan snapped out of her shock and hurried over to support her sister. Qing'er, how are you? It hurts. Sister, it hurts. Is my face ruined? Wah. Qing'er, your face. Gu Qinghuan saw her sister's face clearly and couldn't help but gasp in horror. Gu Qing'er's once smooth and fair complexion had become red, swollen, and pale from the scalding water. She sobbed and wailed, resembling a disfigured pigskin scalded by boiling water. Her beautiful face had been cruelly marred, turning her into a grotesque figure. Gu Qing'er felt a fiery pain on her face. Originally, she had clung to a glimmer of hope, but seeing Gu Qinghuan's reaction, she realized she had been disfigured. She burst into loud sobs and tears. She covered her face with one hand and angrily pointed at Gu Qinghuan with the other. Eldest sister, why did you harm me? Gu Qinghuan stood nearby and calmly retorted. Miss Qi, please refrain from making baseless accusations. I was peacefully brewing tea in my own room. How could I have harmed you? It was you who splashed hot water on my face. Gu Seer screamed. Yes, it was her. She saw it with her own eyes. Gu Qinghuan remained calm. Why would I do such a thing to you? You. Gu Seer was at a loss for words. I will tell father and mother and let them seek justice for me. Unable to argue with Gu Qinghuan, she could only mention Gu Zhiqing and Wang Shi. Since she could not win against Gu Qinghuan, she could only pull out Gu Zhiqing and Madame Wang. Fifth older sister, you have to testify for me. Gu Qing'er calmly looked at Gu Qinghuan, feeling somewhat hesitant. Gu Seer was swayed by Wang Shi's words and was eager to take action without fully understanding Gu Qinghuan's background. But Gu Qing'er wasn't that foolish. Gu Qinghuan's return this time was quite mysterious, and Gu Qing'er hadn't intended to act so soon. However, this was indeed an opportunity. Gu Qing'er pursed her lips and remained silent. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Wang Shi arrived with a group of people in a flurry. I heard that Xiaoqi got scalded. Where was she scalded? Please don't tell me it's her face. It would ruin the poor girl's life. Wang Shi said hypocritically. Gu Seer noticed her supporter had arrived and hurried over, covering her face. Mother, eldest sister poured boiling water on my face. My face. Sob, how will I ever face others in the future? What happened? Let me see. Wang Shi's eyes gleamed, pretending to be concerned. Gu Seer lowered her hand, and gasps echoed through the crowd. Doctor, please treat Xiaoqi quickly. Can her face be treated? Someone exclaimed. The doctor arrived and examined Gu Seer with a serious expression. I will assess the situation. Qianxi returned to Gu Qinghuan and whispered, the doctor is from the Fleeting Year house. It seems the eldest madam was prepared for this. Gu Qinghuan remained unfazed and smiled at the chaotic scene. As the doctor attended to Gu Seer, Madame Wang turned to Gu Qinghuan and greeted her with a smile. Qinghuan, it has been years since we last met. I could barely recognize you. Is that so? You have left a lasting impression on me. I couldn't forget you even if I tried, Gu Qinghuan replied. Wang Shi's expression slightly changed. This girl turned out to be different from what she had imagined. Wang Shi had thought Gu Qinghuan was just a brainless fool, but unexpectedly, Gu Qinghuan carried herself with such grace and seemed no less impressive than Wang Shi's own daughter. Wang Shi adjusted her emotions slightly. We should have had a pleasant reunion. But, sigh, I never expected such an accident to happen. Xiaoqi claims that you splashed boiling water on her face. Why would you do such a thing? Yes, I'm curious too. Why would little Seven falsely accuse me? Gu Qinghuan retorted casually. Nonsense. Do you think I would splash boiling water on my own face just to frame you? Gu Seer screamed. Qinghuan, if it was indeed you, then admit it. Otherwise, it would be one mistake on top of another. Even though you have just returned, I cannot tolerate such behavior. Wang Shi's tone was official. Before Gu Qinghuan could respond, Gu Seer interjected, Mother, fifth sister was also present at the time. She witnessed it herself and can testify for me. Wang Shi turned to Gu Qinghuan and addressed Gu Qiner. Qiner, is what little Seven said true? Speak the truth about what you saw. No lying allowed. Gu Qiner quickly glanced at Gu Qinghuan and hesitated. It was Xiaoqi who accidentally tripped and bumped into the tea table, causing the scalding hot water to spill on her own face. It has nothing to do with eldest sister. The people present all showed surprise on their faces. Gu Seer was the most incredulous. Fifth sister, you're talking nonsense. It infuriated her. Why would fifth sister help that despicable Gu Qinghuan? She herself was Gu Seer's own blood sister. Wang Shi paused, squinting her eyes as she asked, Are you sure it was just Xiaoqi who fell and injured herself? Yes. Gu Qiner nodded firmly, swearing by her words. Gu Qinghuan stared at Gu Qiner's face, silently contemplating. What was Gu Qiner up to? She couldn't recall being close sisters with Gu Qiner. Could it be that Gu Qiner wanted to defect to her side? Wasn't Gu Qiner always devoted to Gu Lingxue? Sensing Gu Qinghuan's gaze, Gu Qiner smiled at her, displaying a self-assured demeanor that was more reserved than 5 years ago. 16 years old. She had grown into a young lady. She had changed, and naturally, Gu Qiner had changed too. However, old habits die hard. While she was a soul from another world, what about Gu Qiner? Could her true nature be altered? With Gu Qiner being the sole witness to testify in favor of Gu Qinghuan, and being Gu Seer's own sister, it was impossible for her to intentionally harm Gu Seer. Therefore, everyone believed Gu Qiner's words. Gu Seer had accidentally injured herself, but in her anger, she deliberately framed Gu Qinghuan. Wang Shi scolded angrily, You troublesome girl. You injured yourself because of your own carelessness. How can you falsely accuse your older sister? Gu Seer had yet to recover from the shock of Gu Qiner's betrayal and argued in frustration, That's not true. It was clearly her who harmed me. Fifth sister, why are you helping this bitch? But at that moment, Wang Shi suddenly shouted, Outrageous. Gu Seer was startled. Even now, you remain stubborn. Apologize to your older sister. Gu Seer couldn't understand what was happening. Why was everyone siding with Gu Qinghuan? Wasn't her mother the one who despised Gu Qinghuan the most? And why was fifth sister speaking up for Gu Qinghuan? In an instant, she felt isolated and abandoned, as everyone around her became unfamiliar. Gu Qiner stepped forward, taking hold of her arm. Xiaoqi, please listen to mother and apologize to your older sister. Gu Seer tried to pull her arm away, feeling a slight pinch, and heard Gu Qiner whisper in a low voice, Apologize. It was a tone that left no room for argument. Normally, Gu Seer would obediently follow Gu Qiner's words, but in her clouded mind, fueled by anger, she suddenly regained her clarity. Although she didn't understand why Gu Qiner was acting this way, she suppressed her pent-up frustration and reluctantly offered an apology. Gu Qiner pleaded with Gu Qinghuan and Wang Shi. Wang Shi pondered, Little Seven is still young and naive. Qinghuan, how about we let this matter go? After all, both Gu Qiner and Gu Seer were like pawns in her hands. If she were to discard one so quickly, she would have to deal with the headache of finding another. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the injury on Gu Seer's face. Today, she had endured enough of all unwelcome events. In the game of cat and mouse, one must always play with the prey a few more times. Killing it off with just one strike was not nearly as amusing. I won't hold it against the young girl, as per Madame Gu's wishes, Gu Qinghuan said. Wang Shi displayed a satisfied smile. Gu Qinghuan disliked seeing her smile. She raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of wicked amusement. There's something I'd like to say to Madame Gu. What is it? Wang Shi asked. Parents are responsible for their children's behavior. Xiao calling you mother is a reflection of the upbringing you provided. If a young girl like her is already capable of falsely accusing others, people might assume it's because you, as her mother, failed to properly teach her. If word were to spread, Wang Shi's expression immediately turned dark. Are you threatening me? Gu Qinghuan smiled lightly. How could you call it a threat? I'm just kindly giving you a reminder. Wang Shi's voice turned cold. As long as you don't speak, they won't speak either. Her gaze swept over the people present with an icy coldness. Those who met her gaze lowered their heads, trembling. Well, I'll do my best, but I can't guarantee that I can control my own mouth, Gu Qinghuan replied. Wang Shi looked at her with a sinister gaze. What do you want? Gu Qinghuan suddenly turned to her maid and asked, Qianqi, have you ever heard a saying? Qianqi asked, Master, which saying are you referring to? Money makes the world go round. Qianqi chuckled. Of course, I've heard that. Money makes everything easier. Most things in this world can be solved with money. If it can be solved with money, then it's no big deal. Then, both the master and servant looked at Wang Shi. Had they gone mad with money? Wang Shi stared at Gu Qinghuan in disbelief. Gu Qinghuan calmly observed her, without a hint of embarrassment on her face. How much do you want? Wang Shi suppressed her anger and asked. For good fortune, 88,800 taels of gold, Gu Qinghuan replied. Wang Shi's eyes widened. Say it again. Madam, our master said a total of 88,800 taels, all in gold. Will you be providing the gold, or shall it be in silver notes? Qianqi said with a smirk. Granny Zhao, who stood by Lady Wang's side, exclaimed angrily, 88,800 taels? That's daylight robbery. Master, didn't they say that the Gu family has swallowed up the fortune of the former wealthiest family in Tianjin? If they can't even produce 88,800 taels, they are being too stingy, aren't they? Qianqi whispered in surprise to Gu Qinghuan. Though her voice was low, everyone could hear her words loud and clear. Wang Shi, who was labeled as stingy, felt her facial muscles twitch. She felt like she would be driven to madness if she stayed in shallow cloud residence for even a short while longer. Wasn't it just 88,800 taels? It was nothing more than what she had snatched from Gu Qinghuan. She could give it to Gu Qinghuan now, and in the future, she could still snatch it back. Granny Zhao, go and fetch silver notes equivalent to 88,800 taels of gold for her. Wang Shi commanded. Wang Shi gave a deep look to Gu Qinghuan. Remember your words. I don't want to hear even the slightest rumor about this matter spreading outside. Once she left, the servants followed suit and departed. Gu Seer looked at Gu Qinghuan and Wang Shi, engaged in a sharp confrontation, in a dazed manner, swallowing hard. 88,800 taels of gold, just given away like that? Gu Qiner admired her greatly. Elder sister, you're so capable. I should learn more from you in the future. You're not bad yourself, Gu Qinghuan replied with a meaningful glance. Gu Qiner's smile froze slightly, unsure of the meaning behind her words. Today, she witnessed Gu Qinghuan's capabilities. Even Wang Shi couldn't get the upper hand against her. It was indeed wise not to rashly support Xiao Qi's false accusation against her. She said softly, eldest sister, seventh younger sister is injured. I will send her back and won't disturb you. Seeing Gu Qinghuan nod, she assisted Gu Seer in leaving. The doctor also followed the situation and left. The Gu family is indeed not easy to handle, Qian Huan sighed. So what? Qianqi chuckled. Whoever encounters our master will be crushed upon challenging her. Our master effortlessly obtained 88,000 gold taels. Master, you're truly amazing. She gave Gu Qinghuan a thumbs up, her face filled with admiration. It's all thanks to Qianqi's cooperation this time. You're quite brilliant, Gu Qinghuan remarked. Upon receiving Gu Qinghuan's praise, Qianqi was overjoyed. It was a greater reward than anything else. Qian Huan, however, expressed some concern. Master, First Madam has suffered such a significant loss. She definitely won't let it go easily. What's there to fear? We'll face the enemy head-on and overcome any challenges. Qian Huan, you worry too much. Master, don't you agree? Gu Qinghuan smiled calmly. Wang Shi has never tolerated my presence. Even if I don't provoke her, she won't let me off. In that case, why don't I enjoy it? She nodded vigorously. Just like Su Lai, she blindly admired Gu Qingwan. Whatever the master said was right. You all tidy up here. I have some business to attend to outside the residence, Gu Qingwan said, leaving Shallow Cloud residence with those parting words. Gu Seer returned to the spring garden and threw a tantrum, blaming Gu Qiner for not helping her. Gu Qiner carefully analyzed the situation with her, and it took a lot of effort to calm Gu Seer down. But as soon as Gu Seer entered the house and saw her own dreadful face, she screamed in fright and caused a big scene. Gu Qiner had no choice but to take her to find Gu Jinyu. Gu Jinyu's face had been disfigured before, but Mr. Liu had treated it, and there were no visible scars. Only then did Gu Seer calm down. The second courtyard was not far away. In fact, Gu Jinyu had an average relationship with these two illegitimate daughters. Gu Jinyu looked down on illegitimate children. However, when she found out that Gu Seer's face had been ruined by Gu Qingwan, she immediately asked the servants to let them in. After 2 hours, the two of them returned. Gu Seer went back to the Spring Breeze courtyard first, while Gu Qiner quietly went to the Fleeting Year house and relayed the information she had heard from Gu Jinyu to Wang Shi. At that time, there was a boy of about 5 years old on the island who called eldest sister his master. He was very clever and smart. Unfortunately, eldest sister didn't bring him back for us to see. A glimmer of light flashed in Wang Shi's eyes. What did that boy look like? 5 years ago, when Gu Qingwan became pregnant with an illegitimate child, could it be that boy? Translator, Dragonboat Translation Editor, Dragonboat Translation. He doesn't look like Big Sister, but I heard that he has a good relationship with her, Gu Qiner said. Gu Jinyue was deeply impressed by Gu Xiaonan, so she had someone draw a portrait of him with the intention to settle the score. Gu Qiner requested a copy of the portrait and handed it to Wang Shi. Wang Shi took the portrait and looked down at it. The child in the painting looked good, but there was not a single resemblance to Gu Qingwan. What a pity. It would have been even better if it were the child from 5 years ago. Wang Shi sighed inwardly and rubbed her eyes. I'm feeling a bit tired. You may go back. After Gu Qiner saw Wang Shi take the portrait, she respectfully stood up and said, Yes, mother. Qiner takes her leave. Once Gu Qiner left, Wang Shi called her trusted aide over. Investigate the whereabouts of this boy and find a way to capture him. Not long after Gu Qingwan left the June residence, she sensed that someone was following her. She smiled coldly and walked straight to a crowded place. A man followed behind her at a discreet distance. Gu Qingwan walked into the 100 Herb Hall. Master, why are you here? When the shopkeeper sitting behind the counter saw Gu Qingwan, his eyes lit up and he quickly stood up to welcome her. You stay inside. Let's cut to the chase, Gu Qingwan said. The shopkeeper became serious. Please speak. I'm listening. I'm being followed. I need your cooperation to stage a little act later. Not long after, a man walked into the 100 Herb Hall, casually scanning the surroundings. Seeing Gu Qingwan engaged in conversation with the shopkeeper, he walked to a nearby location, pretending to browse a shelf while keeping his ears open. Could you please expedite things, Mr. Wang? I'm in urgent need. If the Zhengshuan pill isn't available, it could seriously hinder my important matters. The shopkeeper smiled and assured her, once the stock arrives, I'll immediately notify you, Mississippi. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Gu Qingwan expressed her gratitude and placed a silver note on the table. I'll pay you in advance. Mr. Wang, please ensure the Zhengshuan pill isn't sold to anyone else. It holds great importance to me. The shopkeeper hesitated. If you don't accept it, I'll just stay here and not leave. So you won't sell the pill to someone else, Gu Qingwan insisted. The shopkeeper sighed helplessly. All right, I'll take the money first. Once the Zhengshuan pill arrives, I'll notify you immediately. Gu Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, shopkeeper. As if she had resolved a major issue, she left with light steps. Once Gu Qingwan stepped outside of the 100 Herb Hall, the smile in her eyes faded, replaced by a chilling sharpness that flashed momentarily. Before long, the man also emerged from the shop, glanced around, and hurriedly made his way towards the June residence. In the main courtyard, Gu Ziqing slapped his thigh. I knew that girl's cultivation progress was suspicious. Otherwise, how could she, a useless waste, become stronger than me in just 5 years? Let's go to the 100 Herb Hall. The shopkeeper sat behind the counter, pondering which person might be causing trouble for his master when suddenly, a figure appeared before him. He looked up and saw the head of the Gu family. What brings the head of the Gu family here? I apologize for not extending a proper welcome, the shopkeeper greeted with a smile. If it weren't for running a business, he wouldn't have put on a pleasant face for this person who mistreated his master. Mr. Wong, I heard that my eldest daughter placed an order for some pills with you. I expect you to deliver them directly to me, the head of the Gu family demanded. The shopkeeper's eyelid twitched. So, his master intended to deceive this head of the Gu family? That was not surprising. Excitement welled up inside him, but he maintained a hesitant expression. That might not be appropriate. After all, our customer is Miss Gu. What's inappropriate about it? I am her father. Her belongings are mine. Her money is mine too. What business does a pill seller like you have meddling in this? Gu Zhiqing exclaimed. The shopkeeper took a deep breath. This old man had no shame, did he? He didn't even consider how he treated his own daughter and had the audacity to say such things. It was like the logic of a thief. But then again, Gu Zhiqing had long lost his sense of shame. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done so many unethical things. As he thought about the distressing incidents his master had faced in the Gu family, his expression turned cold instantly. I apologize, but whoever pays at our 100 Herb Hall gets the pills. If the head of the Gu family wants them, he can ask Miss Gu directly. Gu Zhiqing was speechless as he glared at the shopkeeper with anger and embarrassment. However, the pills sold at the 100 Herb Hall had excellent quality and were highly popular. Moreover, the 100 Herb Hall was rumored to occasionally possess rare pills that couldn't be found elsewhere, leading many to speculate about their connection with the island of no return. Given these circumstances, most people wouldn't dare to offend anyone from the 100 Herb Hall. Gu Zhiqing realized this and didn't dare to forcefully confront Mr. Wong, the shopkeeper. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and forced a smile. Why are you being so stubborn, Mr. Wong? The Gu family is thriving, and in the future, my daughter will still depend on me. If you give me the pills, she won't dare to say anything. Shopkeeper Wong remained unmoved. Fine. If you won't give me the pills, can you at least tell me which pill she purchased? Gu Zhiqing asked. 1 million taels, Shopkeeper Wong replied. What? Gu Zhiqing was stunned. Shopkeeper Wong continued. 1 million taels for a piece of information. Gu Zhiqing's expression instantly changed. That is daylight robbery. Even the Pavilion of Myriad Knowledge sells a piece of information for millions. What's 1 million to you? Shopkeeper Wong sneered coldly. He took out a feather duster from somewhere and swept it across the counter with a broad motion, narrowly avoiding Gu Zhiqing. If the head of the Gu family isn't here to buy pills, please step aside. Gu Zhiqing took 2 steps back, his temple veins bulging. Shopkeeper Wong, don't think you can look down on others just because the 100 Herb Hall has some connection with the island of no return. Do you even understand the consequences of offending the Gu family? Shopkeeper Wong paused in surprise and asked, Is the head of the Gu family threatening me? Perhaps we should let everyone present judge the situation. He stretched his neck, about to call over other customers. Gu Zhiqing didn't want to escalate the situation. He lowered his voice and shouted, Shut up! If things spiraled out of control and Gu Qingwan became aware, how could he deceive her? It appears that the head of the Gu family is fully aware of their own dishonorable actions. Shopkeeper Wong sneered, lowering his head to continue wiping the counter. Gu Zhiqing seethed with anger but had no choice but to contain himself. After a brief moment of standing still, he reluctantly asked, Fine, let's go with 1 million taels. Now, tell me, what pills did Gu Qingwan purchase from you? Shopkeeper Wong extended his hand. Where's the money? Gu Zhiqing glared at him. Elle didn't bring that much money with me. Then come back when the head of the Gu family has the money, Shopkeeper Wong said dismissively, turning his head away. You old geezer, once I've dealt with Gu Qingwan, I'll come and deal with you. Gu Zhiqing cursed inside before he called for his attendant to go and retrieve the gold notes. Shopkeeper Wong interjected. Hold on. The attendant paused and turned back, looking at shopkeeper Wong with confusion. With a sly smile, shopkeeper Wong gave a friendly reminder. It's 1,000,000 taels of gold. Make sure you don't bring any less. Darn. 1,000,000 taels of gold. Upon hearing this amount, Gu Zhiqing was on the verge of erupting in a string of curses. Suppressing his anger and facing shopkeeper Wong's smiling face, Gu Zhiqing forced a smile and said, "Shopkeeper Wong, don't push your luck. Consider whether it's truly worth that price. For me, that piece of information may not be worth much, but clearly it holds a different value for the head of the Gu family." Shopkeeper Wong chuckled, almost as if he had the words "TM clearly trying to deceive you" written on his face. Gu Zhiqing knew that he couldn't do anything to shopkeeper Wong, so he ordered his attendant to go back and get the money. In less than an hour, his attendant arrived on horseback. Gu Zhiqing slammed the money on the table. "Can you tell me now?" Shopkeeper Wong took the money from under his palm, examined them, and immediately smiled. "Of course. Miss Gu has reserved the Zhongshuan pill." With Gu Zhiqing's heart skipped a beat. What is the Zhongshuan pill? And how many are there? The Zhongshuan pill is a spirit pill personally refined by the Lord of the Island of No Return. Only 10 are produced each year, and they have all been reserved by Miss Gu. Gu Zhiqing's pupils contracted, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The pills personally refined by the Lord of the Island of No Return? Could they be ordinary pills? No wonder Gu Qingluan's cultivation advanced so rapidly. If he could have the pills personally refined by the Lord of the Island of No Return, he could also. "Shopkeeper Wong, I want the Zhongshuan pill. I will pay double of whatever price Gu Qingluan paid." "Not for sale." Shopkeeper Wong immediately rejected without hesitation. "Triple the price. Head of the Gu family, please leave. 10 times the price. I'll buy them." Gu Zhiqing's eyes turned red. Shopkeeper Wong was tempted by the offer, but recalling his master's instructions, he firmly refused. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him no matter what, Gu Zhiqing left with a dark and gloomy expression. Outside, the attendant asked, "Master, will you just let this matter slide?" "Let this matter slide?" Gu Zhiqing sneered. "Impossible. If 100 Herb Hall doesn't want to make that money, I'll find another way." As shopkeeper Wong watched Gu Zhiqing leave, he couldn't help but sigh. Impressive. The master truly has remarkable foresight. 1,000,000 taels, this Gu family head is willing to spend. It was unfortunate that his master had instructed him only to sell information and not the Zhongshuan pill. Otherwise, they could have taken advantage of Gu Zhiqing even more. He secretly contacted Gu Qingluan, attempting to persuade her. Gu Qingluan remained composed and said, "Let's not involve 100 Herb Hall too deeply in this matter, to avoid Gu Zhiqing seeking revenge from you later." Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Wong was deeply touched. "So, the master is doing this for the sake of 100 Herb Hall and for me? Master, you need not go to such lengths. It is our honor to share the burden with you." The following day, as per Gu Qingluan's instructions, he personally delivered the Zhongshuan pill to the Gu residence. However, before reaching the Gu residence, he was suddenly struck unconscious, and the Zhongshuan pill hidden in his sleeve was stolen. With the Zhongshuan pill in his possession, Gu Zhiqing couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Gu Qingluan, without the Zhongshuan pill, let's see how audacious you can be. I have never heard of the Zhongshuan pill. Did Gu Qingluan truly rely on it to enhance her cultivation?" Wang Shi looked at the porcelain bottle in Gu Zhiqing's hand, unable to suppress her doubts. "Narrow-minded woman, there are many things you haven't heard of. The Zhongshuan pill is personally refined by the Lord of the Island of No Return. How can it be compared to ordinary pills in terms of effectiveness? Furthermore, if it weren't for the Zhongshuan pill, how could Gu Qingluan, a useless person, become so powerful?" Gu Zhiqing retorted. Wang Shi was at a loss for words. 5 years ago, Gu Qingluan was a cultivational cripple. If someone were to claim that she had reached the heavenly realm through talent alone within 5 years, Wang Shi wouldn't believe it either. Even the most talented individuals in Cloud Plains continent couldn't cultivate at such a monstrous speed. Regardless of whether the Zhongshuan pill is as extraordinary as you claim, at the very least, it is crucial for Gu Qingluan. Now that she has lost this reliance, is there any need for me to continue to tolerate and swallow my pride? Gu Zhiqing walked straight towards the exit. "Where is Gu Qingluan?" Upon learning that Gu Qinghuan was currently in the backyard, Gu Zhiqing gathered a group of people and confidently marched towards her. The news reached Yingchun Garden, and Gu Seer exclaimed with excitement, "Father must be going to confront that useless person. Let's go and see." After a brief hesitation, Gu Qiner decided to join them as well. Led by Gu Zhiqing, the group forcefully entered the garden. But as soon as they laid eyes on Gu Qinghuan sitting by the lake, legs crossed and casually munching on melon seeds, their faces froze in disbelief. It was nothing like the dramatic confrontation they had imagined. Unaware that the Zhengshuan pill had been intercepted, Gu Qinghuan displayed an air of arrogance and composure. Thinking he had discovered the cause, Gu Zhiqing stepped forward and angrily berated, "You insolent brat! Show respect when you encounter your elders." "Elders? You too." Gu Qinghuan glanced at the couple, her smile filled with derision. "Are you even worthy? Today, I will make you understand that I will always be your father." As he spoke, a radiant light flickered in Gu Zhiqing's palm, and his robes fluttered without any apparent wind. In an instant, a menacing aura emanated from him. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward like an arrow, swiftly charging towards Gu Qinghuan. The onlookers were captivated by the lightning-fast movement, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Gu Qiner, hidden behind a rock, clenched her fists in excitement, whispering, "Teach her a lesson she won't forget." But while others perceived the scene as a blur of motion, Gu Qinghuan saw everything in slow motion. With a graceful spin, she effortlessly soared into the air, her skirt billowing elegantly. Boom! The stone bench was blown into pieces by the mystic force. Seeing Gu Qinghuan escape the calamity, Wang Shi and the others felt it was a pity. Gu Qinghuan landed lightly on the ground. When Gu Zhiqing attacked again, she suddenly flashed and disappeared. Gu Zhiqing knew that this was not good. He was extremely tense. Sensing the profound energy fluctuations coming from behind him, he quickly dodged. A powerful force hit his butt. Bang! Gu Zhiqing fell on his face. The Gu family members and servants who were waiting for the master to show his might were stunned. "Why is the Gu family head bowing to me like this?" A teasing female voice came from above. Gu Zhiqing, who was a little confused, raised his head when he heard that. First, he saw a pair of white boots, then a snow-white dress, and then a smiling face. And at this moment, he was prostrating himself. Gu Qinghuan's words made it seem like he was giving her a big bow. Gu Zhiqing's face contorted in an instant. How preposterous! This audacious girl dared to insult him, her supposed father. Gu Zhiqing bounced up from the ground and fixed a malicious stare upon Gu Qinghuan. Did she think lowly of him just because he didn't show her what he was capable of? He pulled out a Zhengshuan pill from his pocket, releasing a dense spiritual aura and fragrant scent that permeated the air. A Zhengshuan pill. Gu Qinghuan's eyes widened abruptly, feigning astonishment as she exclaimed, "How did you get a Zhengshuan pill?" Gu Zhiqing laughed triumphantly. "You have good eyesight, recognizing it at a glance. I bet you've been indulging in this thing, haven't you? You worthless fool. If it weren't for relying on the Zhengshuan pill, how could you ever match up to me? Once I take this Zhengshuan pill, do you think you can still defeat me? Eat it? I never touched this thing." Gu Qinghuan furrowed her brows. Gu Zhiqing refused to believe her words, convinced that she was trying to prevent him from consuming the Zhengshuan pill. His expression grew even more arrogant, his eyes brimming with greed. "Are you scared now, you wretched girl? If you kneel down and kowtow to me 10 times, no, 100 times, and if you reveal the secrets of your cultivation, I might spare your life." Gu Qinghuan lowered her gaze, hiding her emotions behind her long and thick eyelashes. "Spare my life? In the future, you must obey my every command. If I tell you to go east, you must never go west." Gu Zhiqing's tone softened slightly. "After all, you are my daughter. If you obediently follow my instructions, I may show leniency for the mistakes you have made." "Father, that's not fair." Gu Seer couldn't contain herself and rushed forward. "Father, Gu Qinghuan has made numerous mistakes. We can't forgive her so easily." Gu Qiner couldn't stop her and let out a sigh, hiding herself more discreetly behind the artificial mountain. Gu Qingwan burst into laughter. What's so funny? Gu Seer glared at her with resentment. If looks could kill, Gu Qingwan would have been dead 1,000 times over. Her gaze casually swept across Gu Seer's face. The ugly crown is acting like a fool. How amusing. Although Gu Seer's injuries were healing rapidly, there were still visible scars on her face. This remark was a blatant mockery. It struck at the core of Gu Seer's heart. Her anger twisted her face, making her appear even more ferocious. You despicable person. Gu Seer maintained a trace of composure and turned to Gu Ziqing, using a coquettish tone. Father, look at her. She shows no remorse. You mustn't easily forgive her. She needs to face greater hardships to truly learn her lesson. Gu Ziqing's face darkened as he scolded Gu Qingwan. How dare you speak of your younger sister like that? Apologize to her immediately. Gu Seer looked smugly at her. Did you hear that? Apologize to me. I want you to kneel down and apologize. If you enjoy kneeling, then kneel with gusto. With a clear flick of his finger, a sharp chi blade shot out, finding its mark on Gu Seer's knees. She cried out in pain as her legs gave way uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. You wicked child. How dare you harm your younger sister? If I don't teach you a lesson today, I won't stand for it. Gu Ziqing's anger burned hot, his face flushed with indignation at her audacious act of attacking him directly. He prepared to consume the Zhengshuan pill. I advise you against eating it, or you will regret it. Gu Qingwan nonchalantly twirled her fingers through her hair, her words carrying a weighty implication. Thinking she was afraid, Gu Ziqing let out a scornful laugh. Without hesitation, he swallowed the Zhengshuan pill. In an instant, a surge of energy spread outwards. Gu Ziqing believed the medicine was taking effect, his eyebrows relaxing as he activated his profound power. Puff! A loud noise erupted, filling the air with a putrid stench. Everyone's expressions changed, hastily covering their noses as they retreated in horror. Having anticipated this, Gu Qingwan had already flown far away. It stinks. So foul. Goodness! How can it be so repulsive? It seems like the Lord farted. Gu Ziqing, enveloped in the foul odor, turned pale, and upon hearing their discussions, he was consumed with anger, almost passing out from fury. Silence. At Gu Ziqing's roar, everyone fell into a frightening silence. However, at that moment, laughter erupted from someone. Due to the eerie silence surrounding them, the laughter sounded particularly jarring. Gu Ziqing immediately turned his head, his eyes piercing like daggers at the source of the laughter. Gu Qingwan, shut up. No laughing aloud. Just as he finished speaking, another sound reverberated, and the foul odor permeated the air once more. Those closer to the source turned pale, their discomfort evident. Yet they restrained their reactions, their faces reddening from the effort of suppressing their repulsion. Gu Ziqing's face darkened like coal. Old master, did you consume something contaminated? Wang Shi asked cautiously. What kind of food could produce such a repugnant stench? It was toxic? Wait a minute, the Zhengshuan pill he had just swallowed. His cultivation hadn't advanced. Could it be that the Zhengshuan pill was a fake? The thought crossed Gu Ziqing's mind, instantly filling him with anger. He angrily pointed at Gu Qingwan and accused, Are you the one behind this trickery? Gu Qingwan innocently blinked her eyes and replied, Trickery? I merely advised you not to eat it earlier. I knew you would regret it, but Lord Gu refused to listen and insisted on consuming it. There was nothing I could do. Who would believe her words? They would only assume she was afraid of him consuming it. So the Zhengshuan pill is fake? While I don't know where you obtained this Zhengshuan pill, judging by its potency, it shouldn't be fake. After all, the Zhengshuan pill is meant for aiding the bowel movements and intestinal cleansing of spirit beasts. Until now, no one has ever heard of humans consuming it. Now we finally know the reaction when a human ingests it, Gu Qingwan said with a mischievous smile. Spirit, meant for the consumption of spirit beasts? So, it was actually intended for spirit beasts. Gu Ziqing was seething with anger. Ah, I never expected Lord Gu to have such peculiar tastes, actually enjoying something intended for spirit beasts. Truly a beast. she sighed. Birds of a feather flock together. I better leave this place quickly before I become assimilated. With a disgusted expression, she tiptoed and flew out of the garden. Don't you dare leave. Gu Zhiqing was furious, activating although Gu Qinghuan had anticipated the consequences and kept her distance after Gu Zhiqing consumed the Zhengshuan pill. She couldn't shake off the lingering unease in her heart. Upon returning to Shallow Cloud residence, she immediately had hot water prepared for a bath and changed her clothes. Qinchi went off to observe the commotion. After some time, Qinchi returned and enthusiastically described the scene to Gu Qinghuan, saying, Gu family master went to the outhouse more than 10 times. I heard that he was completely exhausted, and nobody dared to go near the outhouse. It was so disgustingly smelly. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but inwardly sneer. Xiaonan's one excretion for 1,000 miles was truly effective, but it was unfortunate that others were affected and had to suffer from the foul odor. Thankfully, she had foreseen this and led everyone to the garden. If this had happened at Shallow Cloud residence, she would never dare to stay there again. The power of one excretion for 1,000 miles was tremendous. She decided to wait until the next day when the smell had dispersed before dealing with them. Go. Fetch the shopkeeper from the 100 Herb Hall for me. Exhausted, Gu Zhiqing shouted angrily while lying on the bed. A repugnant stench filled the air. Wang Shi, enduring her discomfort, stood inside the room and asked, Master, you knocked out the shopkeeper from the 100 Herb Hall and took the pill from him. Why do you want him here? Gu Zhiqing was momentarily speechless. Wang Shi let out a sigh. Ultimately, the root of this problem lies with Qinghuan. She must have deliberately led you to 100 Herb Hall, making you believe that the Zhengshuan pill could enhance your cultivation. We should focus on teaching her a lesson. We must not offend 100 Herb Hall, considering that they have the backing of Harmony Isle. Filled with hatred, Gu Zhiqing gritted his teeth. That wretched creature. Ever since her return, my life has been nothing but misery. Wang Shi's eyes carried a hint of amusement, but her face betrayed her concern. One can't fathom where she acquired such skills. If we continue to let her go unchecked, we will all be driven out. At that point, the entire Tianjing city will mock us, and even Shuer will likely suffer the consequences. Gu Zhiqing's eyebrows furrowed tightly. While he had already suffered a loss of face, Shuer was different. Her future was promising, and there must not be even the slightest blemish on her reputation. If we can't confront this openly, then we will resort to covert methods. I refuse to believe that we can't handle this wretched girl. That night, feeling tired from reading, Gu Qinghuan extinguished the light and went asleep. Several sneaky figures quietly infiltrated Shallow Cloud residence. As Gu Qinghuan lay on the bed, she suddenly opened her eyes. Alert and vigilant, someone had triggered the barrier she had set in the courtyard. Swiftly, she got up, concealing a pillow beneath the covers to create the illusion of a sleeping person. With a nimble leap, she landed on the room's rafters. A bamboo pipe was inserted into the room, and white smoke billowed in. After a moment, the door was pried open. Silently, like ghosts, the black-clad intruders slipped into the room. One of them headed straight for the bed, raising a long sword and thrusting it into the blanket. As soon as the sword pierced through, the black-clad intruder sensed something was wrong. And at that moment, a gust of wind swept in. The black-clad intruder was startled and drew the sword to strike behind. A hand grabbed his neck and twisted it effortlessly. The eyes of the black-clad intruder bulged, his head tilting to the side. The other black-clad individuals were also alarmed and instinctively raised their swords to attack the person who killed their comrade. Gu Qinghuan grabbed the sword of the dead intruder and swiftly plunged into the midst of the enemies. Gathering her profound power, she infused it into the sword. In the dark night, the sword gleamed like lightning, swiftly moving through the air. The assassins were horrified and had the intention to retreat. Unfortunately, their lives would all end here tonight. After a moment, all 7 individuals had perished, not a single one left alive. Master, what happened here? Hearing the commotion, Sulai hurriedly arrived. A trace of profound power formed at her fingertips, flicking towards the candlestick. Puff. The candlelight illuminated the room, revealing everything clearly to Sulai. Seeing the 7 black-clad corpses strewn on the ground, Su Lai's brows furrowed. "El arrived late, and I apologize for the disturbance, master." The mere assassins wouldn't be enough to frighten their master. However, the fact that they had disturbed their master's rest was a failure on Su Lai's part. These individuals are all experts at the heavenly stage, skilled at concealing their presence. "It's normal that you didn't notice," Gu Qingwan said calmly. Although she didn't blame him, Su Lai still felt remorseful. "I will investigate and find out who hired these assassins. To give you an explanation, master." "No need. I already know who it is." "Is it someone from the Gu family?" Su Lai asked. Gu Qingwan nodded. It wasn't difficult to guess. She had anticipated that the Gu family would make a move, but they acted even faster than she had expected. However, did they really think hiring a few heavenly stage assassins could solve the problem with her? That was too naive. Su Lai exclaimed angrily, "I'll go and settle the score with them. No need to rush." Gu Qingwan smiled, a hint of mischief in her expression under the dim, yellow light. She then went to rest in the adjacent guest room, while Su Lai called someone to clean up the room. Rongda Hall. Neither Gu Zhiqing nor Wang Shi had been able to sleep. They were anxiously waiting in the study, hoping for any news from the hired assassins, but the silence was deafening. There was no sign of any progress, and Shallow Cloud residents remained eerily quiet. As time passed, their initial anticipation slowly turned into growing unease and apprehension. They both knew deep down that the mission had likely failed. Wang Shi attempted to comfort Gu Zhiqing, trying to find reassurance in their anonymity. "The assassins are unaware of our true identities. Even if they have failed, Gu Qingwan has no way of tracing it back to us." Although her words held some logic, Gu Zhiqing couldn't suppress his frustration. "They have jeopardized their own reputation while attempting to tarnish ours. Go back to your quarters." Wang Shi couldn't hide her restlessness. "I can't sleep. Tomorrow is already the 3rd day. If Gu Qingwan is still alive, do we really have to retreat in shame?" Her frustration and unwillingness were palpable. Being suppressed by that worthless girl for 15 years, it was unbearable to see her now in a position of power, abusing her authority. It infuriated Wang Shi to no end. Retreat? She must be delusional. Gu Zhiqing's anger reverberated as he pounded his hand on the table. Witnessing his intense reaction, Wang Shi hesitated but couldn't contain her curiosity. "Old master, where are you going?" "To seek outside assistance." In the Qingyuan kingdom, heavenly stage experts were highly regarded as top-tier fighters. However, within the heavenly stage, there were 9 levels of power, each representing a significant leap in strength. Gu Zhiqing was at the 4th level, but the fact that he couldn't overcome Gu Qingwan meant that her abilities surpassed the 4th level. Initially, Gu Zhiqing had wanted to avoid exposing their family's disgrace, but now he had reached a breaking point and could no longer consider the consequences. "Mr. Lan, I have good news for you. Mr. Liu has agreed to meet us." Qi Tianyu excitedly shared the news with Feng Tianlan. Feng Tianlan's eyes flickered with interest. "When?" "Today, in the morning. Get ready. We'll go there right away." After a while, there was no sound outside the room. Inside the room, Feng Yuanqi sat up from the bed, his big eyes sparkling. His delicate and beautiful face was irresistibly adorable. If Gu Qingwan were here right now, she would be extremely shocked. Because this face looked almost identical to her son, Gu Xiaonan. Feng Yuanqi jumped off the bed and ran to the door, shouting, "Oh, Uncle Jingfeng, my stomach hurts." Jingfeng, who was guarding the door, was startled by the words and immediately unlocked and broke open the door. "Young master, you. Young master, you." A strong gust of wind struck, startling Jingfeng. Oh no, it was a trap? He quickly turned around. Powder was scattered on his face. Jingfeng instinctively closed his eyes. Whoosh! A dark figure shot towards him and bit his neck. Jingfeng endured the pain and opened his eyes to grab the little figure trying to escape. "Young master, don't run." The toxin quickly took effect in his body. He took 2 steps forward, his vision went dark, and his body uncontrollably collapsed to the ground. "Xiaohe, well done." Feng Yuanqi touched the head of the small black snake. Hiss, hiss. Xiaohe bumped its head against his hand. and its sharp tail curled up happily. Looking at the unconscious Jingfeng on the ground, Feng Yuanxi clasped his hands together apologetically. Uncle Jingfeng, I'm sorry. Please rest well in the room. I'll come back early. He laboriously moved Jingfeng into the room, closed the door, and happily ran outside. Haha, beautiful sister, I'm coming to find you. It had been 2 days since he last saw his beautiful sister. He wondered if she still remembered him. Feng Yuanxi didn't know where June Mansion was and looked a bit lost on the streets. After a while, he found a passerby to ask for directions. The passerby, charmed by his cuteness, enthusiastically pointed him in the right direction. In the end, a kind-hearted girl, who was afraid that he would get lost, personally accompanied him until they reached the outside of June Mansion. Thank you, sister. I've arrived. Go about your business, and if we're destined, we'll meet again. Feng Yuanxi waved his little hand to bid farewell to the kind-hearted girl, gazing at the majestic words June Mansion on the closed gate. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Oh no, he came in such a hurry and forgot to prepare a gift for his beautiful sister. If he went to prepare now, it would take a long time before he could see the beautiful sister. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Yuanxi dismissed that plan. Why not just kidnap his beautiful sister and bring her home? After all, his father wasn't around, and there were plenty of treasures in the palace for his sister to choose from. There must be something that the beautiful sister would like. Thinking about the countless treasures sent by the royal family of Qingyuan Kingdom to the palace, Feng Yuanxi instantly came up with an idea. As a polite and well-behaved child, Feng Yuanxi believed that on his first visit, he should leave a good impression on his beautiful sister. He straightened his clothes and approached the front gate, knocking on it. No one responded. Was his voice too soft? Feng Yuanxi knocked harder 3 times. The gate remained tightly closed. Were all the people inside asleep? Feng Yuanxi scratched his head. No choice, he would have to take an unconventional approach. The first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and illuminated the land in the early morning. Gu Qingluan leisurely had her breakfast and then walked towards Rongda Hall. Qianxi and Sulei followed behind her. Both of them were full of anticipation and excitement for what was about to happen, their faces beaming. Gu Zhiqing and Wang Shi, who had endured a sleepless night, emerged from their quarters upon learning of Gu Qingluan's arrival. They were joined by a retinue of servants as they confronted her. Why have you come at such an early hour? Gu Zhiqing inquired with a touch of annoyance. Has the head of the Gu family forgotten? The 3-day deadline is up, Gu Qingluan reminded. Gu Zhiqing snorted dismissively. What 3-day deadline? It seems that with age, the head of the Gu family has become forgetful. Gu Qingluan chuckled lightly. Sulei, please remind him. Stepping forward, Sulei spoke. Head of the Gu family, today is the day you were supposed to vacate June Mansion. If you need assistance, my comrades can lend a hand. This is the Gu family. Who are you to tell us to leave? We won't budge. Gu Zhiqing retorted, wearing an unyielding expression. Anticipating their resistance, Gu Qingluan had exhausted her patience over the course of 3 days. Sulei, take action, she commanded firmly. Yes. Sulei nodded and gestured, prompting dozens of subordinates to charge towards Rongda Hall. How dare you? Get out of here. Gu Zhiqing saw the approaching figures and waved his sleeve in a dismissive manner. A surge of profound power rippled outward, creating waves like the sea. The henchman leaped to avoid the force and swiftly vaulted over the courtyard gate, breaching the walls. Observing Gu Qingluan audaciously sending people to invade the courtyard, Gu Zhiqing seethed with anger, his whiskers trembling. You insolent girl. Since you insist on defying me, don't expect me to show any familial mercy. He turned to the middle-aged man standing beside him and respectfully bowed. Brotherly, I apologize for this situation. I ask for your help in dealing with this disobedient girl. Gu Qingluan had just noticed the presence of the middle-aged man by Gu Zhiqing's side. His eyes emanated a sharp yet restrained gaze, dressed in a simple black robe. His face exhibited determination, and a compelling aura surrounded him. Surnamely, could it be Li Tianhao, the current head of the Li family? Recalling her memories, Gu Qingluan confirmed his identity as Li Tianhao. She smiled softly. This is a private dispute between the Gu and Jun families. Head of the Li family, are you truly determined to intervene? Li Tianhao calmly regarded her. The Gu and Li families have had a long-standing friendship, and you and I can be considered as uncle and niece. Allow me to advise you to show mercy when given the chance. The blood of the Gu family runs through your veins, an unchangeable fact. Despite any grudges or enmity, we are still family. Why create unnecessary hostility and provide outsiders with amusement? Gu Qingwan died 5 years ago. Gu Qingwan smiled coldly. The people present did not understand what she meant and thought that she had been heartbroken back then. Is there no room for negotiation? Li Tianhao asked. If the head of the Li family leaves now, I will still address you as Uncle Li when we meet in the future. Otherwise, we will be enemies, Gu Qingwan declared. Li Tianhao let out a soft sigh. So stubborn. Gritting his teeth, Gu Zhiqing said, Li, stop wasting your words on her. I have tried to reason with her and appeal to her emotions multiple times in the past few days, as you have witnessed. No matter how much I say, it's just a waste of breath. Li Tianhao walked to the bottom of the steps. I'll give you 3 moves. Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Thank you, Lord Li. Without hesitation, she made her move since he had offered. Li Tianhao's expression slightly tensed. In a battle between masters, the true extent of their skills becomes evident. Initially thinking that Gu Zhiqing's description was exaggerated, Li Tianhao had to admit that Gu Qingwan was indeed formidable. He realized that he needed to be careful. A slight oversight could lead to his defeat. Bang! Li Tianhao intercepted Gu Qingwan's hand. 1 move. Lord Li, you truly live up to being an expert in the 9th stage of the heavenly realm. Much stronger than someone here, Gu Qingwan lightly implied, casting a meaningful glance at a certain man beside her. Gu Zhiqing understood the underlying meaning of her words, and his face immediately darkened. Li Tianhao replied, You are also impressive. His 9th stage of the heavenly realm cultivation was no secret, so he wasn't surprised when Gu Qingwan mentioned it. Prepare yourself, Lord Li. Gu Qingwan smiled faintly. Her fist clenched as she aimed for Li Tianhao's face. Her punch was unstoppable. The sound of air being shattered caused Li Tianhao's expression to change. You. He swiftly evaded. A strand of his hair was swept away by the force of her punch, instantly severed into 2 pieces. You are also an expert in the 9th stage of the heavenly realm. Li Tianhao landed not far away. His eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at Gu Qingwan. The power in that punch just now was enough to match his own. What? 9th stage of the heavenly realm? Gu Zhiqing and the others watching on were all shocked. After reaching the heavenly realm, each subsequent stage represents a substantial gap, particularly beyond the 6th stage where the disparity becomes significant. Some people remain stuck at a certain stage for years without being able to advance. It was not that they lacked talent, as every cultivator who can reach the heavenly realm had exceptional talent. But even those with great talent in cultivation often get stuck at a certain stage without any progress. For example, if there were 1,000 heavenly realm experts in the country of Qingyuan, 70% would be below the 4th stage, while the 4th to 6th stages would account for 25%, and only 5% would be above the 6th stage. And within this 5%, the higher the stage, the fewer the number of people. In the entire country of Qingyuan, there are only 10 known experts at the 9th stage of the heavenly realm. Among these 10, Li Tianhao was the 2nd youngest. The youngest one was already in his 30s, and Gu Qingwan was not even 21 years old yet. More importantly, just 5 years ago, she was a powerless waste. In a span of over 5 years, she transformed from a waste into a respected 9th stage heavenly realm expert. How is that possible? Gu Qingwan shook her head. You're mistaken. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. That was what they thought. How could she possibly be at the 9th stage of the heavenly realm? If she were at that level, it would be unbearable for anyone. They would start doubting their own lives. Li Tianhao was taken aback. Engaging in direct combat with Gu Qingwan allowed him to truly feel her strength. If she wasn't at the 9th stage of the heavenly realm, then could she be? The Saint Realm? He exclaimed. Everyone else was utterly shocked by his proclaim. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. Gu Zhiqing and Wang Shi vehemently denied it. They couldn't accept the idea of Gu Qingwan being at the 9th stage of the heavenly realm let alone being a saint. Even their proudest daughter had only reached the heavenly realm. If Gu Qingwan truly was a divine realm powerhouse, then they were finished. That's not the case, Gu Qingwan denied. Before everyone could relax, she smirked. I'm just at the peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly realm. Thud. Wang Shi's legs gave way, and she sank to the ground. Gu Ziqing visibly staggered. The peak of the 9th stage of the heavenly realm. With just one opportunity, she could ascend to the saint realm. She was once their daughter, someone who could have brought glory to the Gu family. But now, they had become enemies. Instead of supporting the Gu family, she had become a weapon aimed at them. At that moment, regret overwhelmed Gu Ziqing's heart. If only he had known. If only he hadn't acted so ruthlessly. Gu Qingwan's gaze turned icy as she scanned the Gu couple, finally resting on the face of Li Tianhao. Lordly, do you still wish to fight? Yes. Li Tianhao's expression was still calm. Your cultivation is indeed high, but you're still young and inexperienced. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win. Then let's fight. Gu Qingwan stood her ground, exuding an air of calmness and composure. The gentle morning breeze blew, causing her flowing white garments to flutter, while her fair and delicate face radiated an ethereal charm. Li Tianhao, unable to contain his impatience any longer, made the first move. The earlier proposition of 3 moves had become nothing but a mere jest. It remained uncertain whether giving their all would be sufficient to overcome their opponent. Li Tianhao was skilled in the art of spear techniques. Little did he expect that one day he would be compelled to resort to using a weapon against a younger opponent. As he closed in on Gu Qingwan, a long spear appeared in his grasp. The blazing flame spear. Wang Shi exclaimed upon catching sight of the weapon, a glimmer of hope lighting up her eyes. The blazing flame spear was renowned for its ability to sweep aside all obstacles in its path. A tinge of admiration flickered in Gu Qingwan's eyes. So, this is the legendary blazing flame spear? As the head of one of the 4 great families in Qingyuan Kingdom, Li Tianhao also held the title of the kingdom's war god. Once, he had wielded the blazing flame spear, sweeping through countless armies. Sensing the formidable energy emanating from Li Tianhao, Gu Qingwan couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Li Tianhao had gained fame with the blazing flame spear. It was likely a sacred-grade profound artifact. The blazing flame spear, surrounded by dazzling flames, thrust directly at Gu Qingwan. The air instantly became scorching hot, causing everyone to feel the heat. However, facing the oncoming blazing flame spear, Gu Qingwan felt an even more intense heat. With a slight tilt of her head, she skillfully evaded the sharp spearhead and swiftly reached out her right hand to grasp the spear shaft. Witnessing this astonishing sight, many exclaimed in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Did she actually catch the blazing flame spear with her bare hands? Li Tianhao's blazing flame spear was embedded with a fire element mystical beast's core, and the flames it emitted were akin to a real fire. It was unheard of for anyone to attempt to catch it barehanded. Gu Qingwan's audacity could only be explained by either her ignorance or her fearlessness. And the obvious answer was the latter. Li Tianhao's expression abruptly changed. He let out a resounding shout as his profound energy surged, causing the flames surrounding the blazing flame spear to expand even further. From a distance, it seemed as if Gu Qingwan was trapped within a raging inferno. The onlookers involuntarily held their breath, captivated by the intense scene unfolding before them. It would be best if she burned to death, Wang Shi maliciously whispered under her breath. Although Su Lai and Qian she believed their mistress was formidable, they couldn't help but feel a wave of nervousness at this moment. Gu Qingwan smiled lightly, swiftly pulling the blazing flame spear backward and delivering a forceful kick forward. Li Tianhao lunged forward, startled by the powerful kick, and broke into a cold sweat as he quickly leaped into the air. Little did he know, a tremendous force was pulling him downward. His body, which had just ascended, suddenly plummeted. A powerful gust of wind came rushing toward his face. Li Tianhao now had only 2 options, either let go or take the punch head-on. However, although it seemed like 2 choices, in reality, they both led to the same outcome. In a moment of crisis, He released his grip on the blazing flame spear and swiftly retreated. The long spear spun in the air, rotating 180 degrees, rapidly closing in and aiming directly at Li Tianhao's throat. Gu Qinghuan stood proudly, firmly grasping the spear. Li Tianhao let out a bitter smile. I've lost. Everyone was stunned. Their actions were swift and fierce, and nobody expected the outcome to be determined so quickly. Master Li lost so quickly? So powerful. The young lady is undoubtedly the strongest among Qingyuan Kingdom's younger generation, right? Not only in Qingyuan Kingdom, but also throughout the entire Cloud Plains continent. Is there anyone younger and more formidable than her? Gu Zhiqing's vision darkened. Indeed, was there any young person who could surpass Gu Qinghuan in strength? Compared to her, even Gu Lingxue, who had entered the Qinkuan Academy, paled in comparison. I respectfully accept your surrender. Gu Qinghuan handed the blazing flame spear to Li Tianhao. He took it, saying, "Little girl, you have a bright future ahead. I will no longer interfere in matters between you and the Gu family." He turned to face Gu Zhiqing, a regretful expression on his face. "Brother Gu, you have made a grave mistake." With those words, he walked away with determined steps. Gu Zhiqing's face turned pale. Gu Qinghuan approached him and Wang Shi slowly, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Will you leave on your own, or shall I escort you out?" "Gu Qinghuan, I am your father. Are you really going to be so ruthless?" Gu Zhiqing asked with a grim expression. Wang Shi, suppressing her fear, said, "Don't get too arrogant. My daughter is a direct disciple of the revered one at the Qinkuan Academy. If you dare to drive us out, Shuer will never let you off. Suddenly, Wang Shi felt a sharp pain in her face, causing her to let out a scream. Who attacked me?" Nearby, on an osmanthus tree, the concealed figure of Feng Yuanxi glared at Wang Shi with an inflated sense of anger. "You old hag, how dare you threaten my beautiful sister? Watch me teach you a lesson." He plucked a green osmanthus fruit from the tree and hurled it towards Wang Shi. While she was scanning her surroundings, searching for the assailant, she suddenly felt a sharp pain on her face. Startled, she cried out and hurriedly took cover behind Gu Zhiqing, her eyes shimmering with shock and fury. Catching sight of the rolling green fruit on the ground, she immediately exclaimed with excitement, "It's on the osmanthus tree! Capture the scoundrel who dared to attack this lady." Gu Qinghuan turned her head to look. She caught a glimpse of a fleeting blue figure. Several attendants moved to surround the tree. "Lady, there's no one on the tree. How is that possible? Search thoroughly." Wang Shi's expression twisted with rage. Gu Qinghuan sneered, "Stop diverting attention. If you don't leave now, I'll have to throw you out." Gu Zhiqing grabbed Wang Shi's arm. "Enough. Is it not humiliating enough for you? Go pack your things. We're leaving." "Old master, do you really intend to listen to her and leave this place?" Wang Shi, upon hearing his words, no longer cared about the person who had attacked her. Gu Zhiqing's face turned grim as he retorted, "Or should we wait to be thrown out? Even Li Tianhao couldn't defeat Gu Qinghuan. What can we do?" He turned to Gu Qinghuan. "Can we leave in the evening? In broad daylight, with people coming and going outside. Who knows how many would be entertained by the spectacle?" Gu Qinghuan looked at him with a smile. "No, you can't." Gu Zhiqing, infuriated, turned around and left. Wang Shi glanced at him, then at Gu Qinghuan, stomped her foot, and chased after him. Gu Qinghuan instructed Su Lai, "Keep an eye on them. They can't take anything from the Jun residents that they're not supposed to." "Yes, master." Su Lai nodded solemnly. The osmanthus tree stood next to a long wall, and on the other side of the wall, a small figure crouched in the corner, with eyes rolling and ears perked up. Footsteps grew closer. The figure instantly tensed up, attentively looking over. "Ah, it's my beautiful sister." Feng Yuanxi saw her face, and his whole face lit up, standing up joyfully. "Son, when did you sneak in?" Gu Qinghuan suspected that the person who attacked Wang Shi might be hiding there, so she came over out of curiosity. She didn't expect to see her own son. "Son?" Feng Yuanxi looked confused. Gu Qinghuan didn't notice his confusion. "Why did you come here? Didn't I tell you to stay at the building of no return and wait for me to clean up this place before I pick you up?" Gu Qinghuan pinched his little nose, exerting just a slight force, showing affection. Feng Yuanqi blinked his big eyes. It was only now that he realized he was in a hurry and forgot to put on his mask. Could it be that the beautiful sister mistook him for her own son? She smiled so gently. If the beautiful sister were his mother, how wonderful would that be? Xiaonan, why aren't you speaking? Gu Qinghuan touched his little face, feeling a bit puzzled. Could it be that he was frightened when she found out that he had snuck over? Feng Yuanqi was envious of the boy called Xiaonan as he felt the soft hand caressing her cheek. Do they look alike? Then could he call her Moth.er? Gu Qinghuan gently pinched his small face and said, Silly child, if you don't call me mother, then what should you call me? Mother. Feng Yuanqi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly rushed into her embrace. A familiar and comforting aroma surrounded him. It was the scent of his mother. He remembered it. He had found his mother. Feng Yuanqi was certain that the beautiful sister was his mother, which was why she appeared in the forest. He almost knocked Gu Qinghuan over, but she steadied herself and embraced him, saying, Did someone bully you? Why are you acting so differently today, my little one? Sensing something unusual about her son, she patiently asked. Feng Yuanqi shook his head and said, I just missed mother so much. It had only been a few days since they last saw each other, but it felt like they had been separated for years. Even so, Gu Qinghuan was touched by her son's affection and kissed his forehead, saying, I missed you too. Those scoundrels from the Gu family must leave today, but you don't have to go. Mother. She kissed him. Feng Yuanqi's face flushed, his eyes sparkling, and he nodded in a daze, saying, Yes, yes. I'll do whatever mother says. Heck, if you really listened to me, it would make things easier. Gu Qinghuan chuckled and playfully rubbed his nose. Did Bohe know that you came to the June residence? Why didn't you bring Xiaobai and Xiaomei with you? Bohe, Xiaobai, Xiaomei. Feng Yuanqi didn't recognize any of these names. He mumbled, I came here secretly on my own. Then, she would send someone to inform Bohe later to avoid her getting worried. Since you came so early, have you had breakfast? Gu Qinghuan asked. Feng Yuanqi shook his head. Let's go to the kitchen and have a look. There should still be something to eat. Feng Yuanqi obediently nodded. He would follow whatever his mother asked before we find something to eat. Remember to put on your mask? Do you remember our agreement before coming ashore? Gu Qinghuan's words startled him. What agreement? Without waiting for his response, Gu Qinghuan lowered her head curiously and asked, You forgot? Mother, can you say it again? I will definitely remember this. Feng Yuanqi lowered her head guiltily. If mother found out that he wasn't Xiaonan, would she abandon him? He didn't want to lie to his mother, but he was afraid that if he told the truth, his mother would abandon him. In a few days, he would gather the courage to confess to his mother. A flicker of surprise passed through Gu Qinghuan's mind. Xiaonan had always had a good memory, so how could he forget the agreement she had repeatedly emphasized? Looking at the little one, who appeared remorseful with his head lowered, Gu Qinghuan smiled. Perhaps she was overthinking things. The members of the Gu family were unaware of her having a son, let alone what Xiaonan looked like. Gu Jinrong and Gu Seer have seen you in your disguise, so it's safer for you to remain undisguised while staying in Bugue building. But now that we're back at the June residence, there are too many enemies watching us. Therefore, you must continue to disguise yourself. Secondly, when we're outside, we will address each other as master and disciple. Please make sure not to address me incorrectly. And thirdly, it is crucial for you to protect yourself. Do you remember these instructions? Gu Qinghuan explained. She referred to the numerous adversaries they faced, some of whom were likely members of the Gu family. Recalling everything he had witnessed earlier, Feng Yuanqi felt concerned about his mother's safety. Although his mother was formidable, the sheer number of adversaries worried him. He didn't want her to bear the burden alone. He was determined to protect his mother. I remember, mother. Please rest assured, I won't forget again. Feng Yuanqi reassured her. Since he didn't have a disguise mask with him, Gu Qinghuan retrieved a thin, paper-like face skin from her storage ring and gently applied it to his face. All right, let's go to the kitchen and find something to eat, Gu Qinghuan said with a warm smile as she held his hand. Meanwhile, Gu Qiner, Gu Siler, and others were being expelled. Upon spotting Gu Qingluan, Gu Seer immediately exclaimed, "Gu Qingluan, who do you think you are to chase us away?" "I'm not leaving." Feng Yuanqi furrowed his brows and coldly stared at the individual. Were they also among the adversaries who were mistreating his mother? Gu Qiner caught sight of the little boy Gu Qingluan was holding hands with, and a gleam of recognition flashed in her eyes. It was him. Unexpectedly, Gu Qingluan had brought her disciple into the residence. Gu Qiner knew she had to inform the Grand Madam about this news as soon as possible. Gu Qiner grabbed Gu Seer, who was cursing loudly, and said, "Even father and the Grand Madam can't do anything. If you keep making a fuss, you'll only suffer." Gu Seer shivered in an instant. She had forgotten. Now that Gu Qingluan was acting all high and mighty, there was nothing she could do to stop her. Gu Qiner tried to approach Gu Qingluan but was blocked by someone. She could only speak from a distance. "Eldest sister, no matter what, you are still our sister. Please come back to the Gu residence often. Qiner will always think of you." Gu Qingluan's tone was cold as she replied, "Leave now. No need for a farewell." Regardless of Gu Qiner's intentions, it was best not to provoke her. If provoked, Gu Qingluan wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless. Gu Seer was enraged by Gu Qingluan's words and wanted to argue back. Gu Qiner immediately covered her mouth and dragged her away. Gu Qingluan continued to hold Feng Yuanqi's hand and headed towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, the entrance of the June residence was bustling with activity. Bags and packages were thrown outside the main gate. The entire Gu family looked disheveled and defeated. More and more onlookers gathered, pointing and gossiping about them. Gu Ziqing felt utterly humiliated and resented Gu Qingluan deeply. If only he had known how heartless she would become, he would have dealt with her years ago. Seated inside the carriage, Gu Ziqing shouted angrily, "Let's leave now." He couldn't bear to stay there for another minute. The coachman quickly grabbed the reins and urged the carriage to move. The Gu family members were all expelled from the residence. While the master had a carriage to ride in, the servants had no choice but to continue on foot. The servants, who usually flaunted their power, lowered their heads and hurriedly followed the carriage away. The Gu family's second branch was not far away. The news here spread to the second branch. The second master of the Gu family furrowed his brow and expressed his dissatisfaction. "Big brother is being too weak. He was actually driven out of our home by a little girl." The Gu family's reputation has been completely tarnished by the actions of the first branch family. Ever since their acquaintance with Mr. Liu, the second branch family gained newfound confidence and stopped groveling before the first branch family. Instead, they held them in disdain. "Send someone to investigate." "Yes, sir." "And what about Mr. Liu?" "The Crown Prince and his entourage have just left Mr. Liu's residence." Mr. Liu mentioned feeling tired and wanting to rest, so everyone in his residence refrained from disturbing him. "Take great care of him. We must ensure that Mr. Liu remains content and untroubled." "Understood, sir." The second master of the Gu family inquired further, "Did the Crown Prince and Mr. Liu engage in such a lengthy discussion?" The butler didn't know how to respond, and the second master of the Gu family didn't expect to receive an answer from him either. Outside the residence, Feng Tianlan and Qi Tianyu noticed a crowd of people rushing in a particular direction. Curious, Qi Tianyu asked a nearby guard, "What is happening over there?" The guard provided a brief account of the situation. Qi Tianyu clicked his tongue disapprovingly and commented, "Miss Gu certainly isn't holding back." Recalling the events of that night, Feng Tianlan's voice dripped with sarcasm as he uttered, "What an audacious woman." Qi Tianyu looked at him in astonishment, surprised by his sudden use of derogatory language. Feng Tianlan remained stoic, his gaze focused, as he caught sight of a small figure pushing through the crowd. His eyes narrowed, and he swiftly strode towards the June residence. Puzzled, Qi Tianyu questioned, "Hey, Mr. Lan, what are you doing?" In a matter of seconds, Feng Tianlan had already distanced himself several yards away. Qi Tianyu hurriedly followed suit, trying to keep up with him. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Gu Xiaonan held a small fox in his arms, while a green parrot perched on his shoulder. Upon hearing from the passers-by that this was his mother's home, he eagerly made his way through the throng of people. Suddenly, He felt a firm tug on the back of his collar, lifting him off the ground. Startled, the parrot named Xiaomei flapped its wings and screeched, "You ugly monster! Let go!" The parrot fiercely pecked at the man's hand, which held onto Gu Xiaonan. Angrily, Feng Tianlan's icy gaze zeroed in on the green parrot. Xiaomei was frightened by his gaze. Her body stopped in midair, and then she lost control and fell. "Xiaomei!" Gu Xiaonan quickly stretched out a hand to save her. However, he was lifted in the air, and his arms were too short to catch it. With a thud, Xiaomei fell to the ground. It flapped a few times and flew back into the air. Gu Xiaonan let out a sigh of relief. He immediately thought of her situation and immediately struggled to shout, "Help! A human trafficker is kidnapping children." The passers-by who were watching the Gu family being chased out turned their heads to look at the message. The veins on Feng Tianlan's forehead bulged. Human traffickers? With a cold face, he grabbed Gu Xiaonan under his armpit and flew away. "Let me go, you ugly freak. Let me tell you, my mother is the #1 expert in the world. I can destroy you with a flick of my finger. Are you scared? If you're afraid, let me go. Oh, mother, mother, come and save me. Your cutest, smartest, and most precious son is going to be taken away by a big bad guy. If you don't come out now, you'll never see your precious son again." Gu Xiaonan shouted and resisted, but the opponent was too strong, and his skills were useless. He was so annoyed. Gu Xiaonan shouted and struggled, but his opponent was too powerful, rendering his skills useless. He was infuriated. "Little master, I'll go and get reinforcements." Xiaomei frantically flapped her wings, realizing she couldn't catch up to the man. She turned and flew towards the Jun residence for help. After a short while, Feng Tianlan carried Gu Xiaonan into the palace and placed him on the ground. Gu Xiaonan held on to Xiaobai and took a few steps back, creating distance, his face full of vigilance as he glared at Feng Tianlan. "I'm telling you, you better release me immediately. Once my mother arrives, you'll be in big trouble." Feng Tianlan furrowed his brow, looking at him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Haven't I already told you that your mother is dead?" Gu Xiaonan became furious. "Nonsense. It's your mother who is dead. How dare he curse his mother?" He was so mad. He wanted to destroy him. Feng Tianlan's gaze grew cold, and he suddenly emanated a powerful aura. "You little brat, say that again. Have I wasted all my teachings on you?" At first, Gu Xiaonan was shocked by the overwhelming pressure he exerted, but then he realized what the man had just said. "Father? Wait, could this man have mistaken him for someone else?" Gu Xiaonan scrutinized him and expressed his disdain, saying, "Uncle, no offense, but just take a look at yourself. Do you really think someone with your appearance could give birth to a handsome and adorable son like me?" Feng Tianlan's face turned completely dark. "You little brat, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? If I am not your father, so who is?" Gu Xiaonan rolled his eyes and retorted, "My father died a long time ago. Say that again and see what happens." Feng Tianlan's eyes blazed with anger, struggling to control his urge to resort to violence. His son had never uttered such disrespectful words before. He must have been influenced by that woman. Gu Xiaonan pouted, about to speak, when a young man rushed over. "Young master, I'm relieved to see you haven't run away." Startled, Jing Feng woke up and found the room empty, quickly coming out to search for Gu Xiaonan. Seeing that Gu Xiaonan hadn't escaped, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Tianlan coldly explained, "I caught him at the entrance of the Jun residence." Jing Feng broke into a cold sweat and knelt down to apologize. Taking advantage of the conversation, Gu Xiaonan tiptoed and slipped away to the side. "Where are you going?" Feng Tianlan stared at him. Gu Xiaonan pointed with his small hand and replied, "To use the restroom. The restroom is on the other side." "I know." Gu Xiaonan turned around without changing his expression and headed in the opposite direction. Feng Tianlan followed closely behind. Gu Xiaonan looked back at him and said, "You don't need to follow me." With Feng Tianlan following so closely, how could he possibly escape? Observing his son's puffed-up appearance, Feng Tianlan sighed softly. "Yuanqi, are you angry with your father? You're still young, and there are many things you don't understand. Everything I've done is for your own good. Yuanshi? He called him Yuanshi. Could this man really have mistaken him for someone else? Gu Xiaonan blinked his eyes in confusion. Feng Tianlan spoke with a serious tone. No one in this world shows kindness without a motive. That woman. She may not be as innocent as she seems. She surely has ulterior motives towards you, and she is not a good person. Gu Xiaonan rolled his eyes in disbelief. He didn't buy into those words. His mother had taught him that there are both good and bad people in the world, and one shouldn't judge solely based on appearances. I need to use the restroom. Stop following me, Gu Xiaonan said, irritated, as he tried to shake off Feng Tianlan's presence. Feng Tianlan stopped in his tracks and watched as Gu Xiaonan walked away. Gu Xiaonan entered a restroom, and when he came out, he was surprised to see Feng Tianlan still lingering nearby. Frustrated, Gu Xiaonan puffed up his cheeks and decided to walk in a different direction, hoping to be free from the unwelcome company. Feng Tianlan, however, followed him closely. Yuanshi, didn't you say you wanted to see the treasure vault? I can take you there now, Feng Tianlan offered, trying to redirect Gu Xiaonan's attention. The mention of the treasure vault instantly caught Gu Xiaonan's interest. Wasn't it a place where valuable items were stored? Excited by the prospect, Gu Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Master, Xiaonan has been captured by the ugly monster. Xiaomei flew towards Gu Qinghuan, her voice filled with despair. Gu Qinghuan looked down, feeling puzzled, at Feng Yuanshi. Isn't Xiaonan here? She asked. Following her gaze, Xiaomei looked in the same direction. A familiar little face came into her view. Xiaomei's eyes went blank. Young master. Feng Yuanshi beckoned to the green-haired parrot, motioning for her to come over. Unable to resist, Xiaomei flew into his hand. Young master, weren't you captured by the ugly monster? Young master, weren't you captured by the ugly monster? You've remembered it wrong. Feng Yuanshi stared at Xiaomei without blinking, his dark eyes shimmering with a subtle purple glow that was barely noticeable unless one looked closely. Xiaomei instinctively sensed a terrifying pressure, and her soul trembled uncontrollably. The aura of the young master before her was incredibly powerful. Xiaomei, did you come here on your own? Xiaonan came to find me earlier. Did you all think he had gone missing? Gu Qinghuan took out some dried fruits and offered them to Xiaomei. Feng Yuanshi thought to himself, so this is Xiaomei. Xiaomei, with its small brain capacity, pondered for a while but couldn't figure out the situation. The young master had just been captured by an ugly monster trafficker, yet he was now standing here in front of his master, having found him even before Xiaomei did. How strange. Unable to understand, Xiaomei decided not to dwell on it. Her round little eyes were captivated by the dried fruits in Gu Qinghuan's hand, and she eagerly took them one by one. Gu Qinghuan noticed her fondness and placed the dried fruits in a dish, placing it on the table. Mother, you can go attend to your matters. Xiaomei will keep me company. After being expelled from the mansion, the Gu family was in a state of chaos, and Gu Qinghuan indeed had many things to attend to. She nodded, saying, all right, you can play with Xiaomei. I'll be back later. Watching her leave, Feng Yuanshi closed the door and approached Xiaomei, taking the dish away from her. Xiaonan was captured? Huh. Xiaomei stopped eating and looked up, her gaze slightly confused. Suddenly, she seemed to have a realization and stared at him warily. You're not the young master. Who are you? While questioning him, she scanned her surroundings with her peripheral vision, trying to find an opportunity to fly away. You don't need to know who I am. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to stay here for a few days. As long as you don't tell, I won't tell, and Mother won't find out. A hint of melancholy flashed in Feng Yuanshi's eyes. Once his father finished his business, he would have to leave the kingdom of Qingyuan, and he might never see his mother again. So, let him be selfish for a while. He couldn't let his mother know the truth, but he couldn't leave Xiaonan without help. After all, he was his mother's son. He was determined to rescue Xiaonan. Tell me, who kidnapped Xiaonan? What does the person look like? Xiaomei instinctively felt that he wasn't lying, and for some reason, this young boy who resembled the young master gave it a familiar feeling. Apart from that, he also exuded tremendous pressure. After weighing the options, Xiaomei decided to temporarily trust him. The kidnapper is an ugly monster with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Stop. Feng Yuanqi scrunched his nose. Everyone has 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. There's no way for you, a parrot, to describe it clearly. Tell me, how tall is he? What is he wearing? Does he have any birthmarks or distinguishing features on his face or body? Xiaomei flew up into the air and raised one wing. This tall, wearing black clothes. Feng Yuan 11 furrowed his brows. The description was too vague. Any other distinctive features? Ah, I remember. Someone called him Mr. Lawn. Feng Yuan 11 was stunned. The crown prince of the Celestial Dynasty always referred to his father as Mr. Lawn. Could it be that his father had kidnapped Xiaonan? Why would his father take Xiaonan? Could it be that he mistook him for himself? The more Feng Yuanqi thought about it, the more it seemed plausible. He had sneaked out of the palace and been discovered by his father. Then, his father encountered Xiaonan, who looked remarkably like him, mistook him for Feng Yuanqi, and took him away. Save the young master. Save the young master. Xiaomei urged anxiously as Feng Yuan 11 stood there in a daze. No need to worry. Xiaonan is not in danger, Feng Yuanqi said calmly. His father wouldn't harm Xiaonan. This worked out perfectly. Feng Yuan 11 could stay by his mother's side for a little longer without worrying about his father finding him too soon, turning a bad situation into a good one. Feng Yuanqi smiled and placed the dried fruits on the table. Xiaomei, you eat. Save the little master. Save the little master. Xiaomei flew out. Feng Yuan 11 jumped up and caught Xiaomei. Are you planning to go find my mother? Don't you dare tell her, or I'll pluck all your feathers. A green parrot named Xiaomei, or rather Xiaomei being very self-absorbed, was indeed extremely vain. Sure enough, when Xiaomei heard his threat, she covered her beak with her wings and looked at him fearfully with its small eyes. Feng Yuan 11 smirked satisfactorily. That's right. Don't worry, your young master won't be in danger, and I don't want to see my mother sad either. Whether Xiaomei understood his words or was simply intimidated by his threat, she obediently landed on the table and started nibbling on the dried fruits. Feng Yuan 11 turned his head and surveyed the room. This was his mother's room. Su Lai held the account book in his hands, looking puzzled. Master, the Gu family has taken everything they could move. Why didn't you let us stop them? Many of the items they took originally belonged to the Jun family. Gu Qinghuan sneered. They have taken so much from the Jun family that it's difficult to explain it all now. If we insisted on stopping them, do you think they would obediently leave? Su Lai shook his head. Objects are inanimate, but people are not. I will gradually recover what they owe the Jun family. However, I don't want to see them roaming around in this mansion anymore. I understand. Su Lai suddenly realized. Now that the people of the Gu family have all moved away, it feels empty with just a few of us. If you have the time, find some trustworthy individuals and arrange them as our subordinates. After meticulously organizing the affairs of the mansion, Gu Qinghuan said, Let's go and inspect the storage room. Su Lai hesitated for a moment. What's the matter? The storage room has also been completely emptied by them. There is nothing left. Let's go and see for ourselves. Gu Qinghuan recalled that the storage room of the Jun family was exceptionally spacious, consisting of smaller compartments. Additionally, the Jun family incorporated various hidden chambers and traps during its construction. After the extinction of the Jun family, the Gu family took over the premises, unaware of these secret features. However, having resided here for many years, it was uncertain whether the Gu family had explored these hidden areas. One could only imagine how many priceless treasures, concealed by the Jun family, they might have stumbled upon. In truth, even Gu Qinghuan herself was not entirely familiar with the precise locations of these secret chambers. Su Lai unlocked the door to the storage room, revealing its darkness. However, he held a luminous pearl in his hand, casting light upon a corner of the room. The storage room, spacious beyond expectation, was comparable in size to 3 courtyards of an ordinary household. Constructed with sturdy bluestone, the walls featured numerous recesses, presumably once designed to accommodate lighting fixtures. Unfortunately, these fixtures had been entirely stripped away by the Gu family. It was reminiscent of plucking feathers from a goose, leaving nothing behind. Gu Qingwan couldn't help but sneer, mocking the audacity of the Gu family. Taking a step forward, she ventured into the room, with Su Lai following closely behind. To improve visibility, Su Lai placed several candles in the recesses originally intended for starstone illumination. Although starstones could provide ample lighting, they were impractical to carry around. Given the size of the storage room, it would require at least a dozen starstones to adequately illuminate every corner. Now, with the candles and the luminous pearl in Su Lai's possession, the storage room finally came alive with light. Su Lai followed behind her. Gu Qingwan approached a raised sculpture. The walls and ceiling of the storage room were adorned with intricate raised carvings. These raised sculptures predominantly featured mythical beasts, although they differed from the typical depiction. In addition to the mythical beasts, there were also human figures. The humans appeared minuscule in the presence of the mythical beasts. Su Lai remarked, "These mythical beasts look formidable." Gu Qingwan smiled faintly and replied, "Indeed, these are divine beasts. Some of them were even considered transcendent divine beasts." Su Lai's eyes widened in astonishment. "All of them are divine beasts?" The only divine beasts he knew of were the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. He had no idea what other divine beasts looked like. He scrutinized the reliefs more closely, marveling at their lifelike craftsmanship. When his gaze met the eyes of the creatures, it felt as if he was truly locking eyes with the divine beasts, and he sensed a terrifying pressure. After staring for only a short while, Su Lai was startled and averted his gaze. As he turned to speak with Gu Qingwan, he noticed that she was also fixated on the reliefs, her expression somewhat peculiar. Thinking that Gu Qingwan might be similarly entranced and unable to snap out of it, he quickly spoke up, "Master, snap out of it." Gu Qingwan blinked her eyes and looked at him sideways. "What's wrong?" Su Lai asked. "Did you feel anything strange about these carvings? When you stare into the eyes of those divine beasts, it feels as if your soul is being drawn away." Gu Qingwan shook her head. "No, I didn't." Curiosity piqued, Su Lai inquired further, "Then why were you lost in thought just now?" "I was merely reminiscing about some past events," Gu Qingwan replied, lowering her gaze to conceal her emotions. Having spent 5 years in the Cloud Plains continent, she rarely thought about her past life. She was originally the junior palace master of the Infinite Palace in the Tianji continent, a plane higher than the Cloud Plains continent. The spiritual energy there was dense, and the divine beasts that were rare in the Cloud Plains continent were quite common in the Tianji continent. The divine beasts depicted in the raised carvings were familiar to her, and at a glance, she couldn't help but think of her past life and her contracted beast, the Blood Phoenix. When she was killed, the Blood Phoenix suffered great injuries while protecting her. She was able to be reborn thanks to Hongming Qi's influence and the Blood Phoenix's sacrifice. After her rebirth, she couldn't contact the Blood Phoenix. If it weren't for a trace of the contractual power remaining in her sea of consciousness, she would have thought that the Blood Phoenix had perished. The Blood Phoenix belonged to the Phoenix clan and, as long as it wasn't completely destroyed, could undergo a rebirth through the baptism of fire. She strived to improve her cultivation, hoping that one day her battle companion would return. As for those who betrayed her in the past, there would come a day when she would return to the Tianji continent and personally exact her vengeance. Her gaze returned to the wall. It was quite peculiar to see so many carvings of divine beasts here. The Cloud Plains continent had very few divine beasts. Apart from the ancient sects and prestigious families that had deep foundations and records in their collections, most people had no knowledge of what these divine beasts looked, and yet, the Jun family, a merchant family, had carved so many depictions of divine beasts in their treasury. It seemed that they were more than just a merchant household. Could it be that the Jun family had a significant background? Gu Qingwan shook her head, unable to fully understand the origin and meaning behind it all. She refrained from indulging in further speculation and slowly scanned the reliefs. She had a lingering sense that these carvings held more than just decorative value. Perhaps they could reveal something crucial. Su Lai, upon hearing her analysis, joined her in the search. Suddenly, Gu Qingwan's gaze halted. On one of the walls, there was a carving, a depiction of a taotai with the body of a bull and the face of a human, its mouth wide open, revealing its blood-stained maw. Before it lay a twisted representation of the cosmos, encompassing the sun, moon, and stars. The representation of the sun, moon, and stars symbolized the vast universe and all creation. As for the Taodai, it was one of the four ancient ferocious beasts, notorious for its insatiable greed. Though Gu Qinghuan had never seen a Taotai in person, she had heard of its existence. This creature had an insatiable appetite, devouring almost anything without discrimination. It was said to consume the heavens, the earth, and even the air, eventually devouring its own body. Why would the Jun family carve such a gluttonous creature in their treasure vault? Could they have intended to symbolize their desire to consume all the wealth in the world? Approaching the wall, Gu Qinghuan extended her hand and touched the relief. Unlike the Pishio, which symbolized wealth accumulation, the Taotai was purely driven by its insatiable hunger, devouring without regurgitation. Did the Jun family use the Taotai to represent their obsession with amassing wealth? A furrow formed on Gu Qinghuan's brow as her finger traced over the mouth of the Taotai. Suddenly, her fingertip experienced a sharp pain, as if pricked by a blade. Blood flowed from the wound, seeping into the stone wall. Sensing an inexplicable force drawing her blood away, Gu Qinghuan's expression turned solemn. She tried to retract her hand, but was unsuccessful. Her hand felt as if it were stuck to the stone wall, and the blood from her body continued to flow at an increasing speed. Indeed, there was something amiss with this stone wall. Gu Qinghuan raised her other hand and quickly pressed several acupoints on her arm. Her fingertips gathered profound energy and struck the stone wall. To her surprise, as soon as the profound energy touched the wall, it disappeared as if a stone had fallen into the water. "What's wrong, master?" Su Lai, sensing the fluctuation of profound energy, looked over and noticed something was amiss. He hurriedly approached. As the faint smell of blood permeated the air, his heart tightened, and he anxiously looked at Gu Qinghuan's hand pressed against the stone wall. Instinctively, he reached out his hand towards her. "Master, what happened to your hand? Don't touch me!" Gu Qinghuan sternly shouted. Su Lai's hand froze in mid-air, realizing that the situation was dire. He anxiously asked, "Master, how can I help you?" "Just stand there," Gu Qinghuan commanded. She was uncertain about the nature of the stone wall. It could absorb her blood and even her profound energy. She suspected that if Su Lai touched her, he might become its prey as well. Su Lai obediently stood in place, afraid to move, his eyes filled with concern for her. Gu Qinghuan looked at the eyes of the Taotai with a cold smirk. "I don't care what you are, but you better keep your thoughts to yourself, or don't blame me for being impolite." The opponent clearly didn't take her threat seriously. A glint of coldness flashed in Gu Qinghuan's eyes as she drew out the Hongming Qi from within her body and infused it into the stone wall through her fingertips. The Hongming Qi, the primordial energy that existed before the creation of heaven and earth, was even purer than the most pristine divine power. The power contained within was extremely terrifying, and very few could directly control it. According to legend, the four ancient ferocious beasts were born during the creation of heaven and earth. She wanted to see if this greedy stone Taodai could devour the Hongming Qi as well. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared, causing Su Lai to instinctively close his eyes. After a while, he cautiously opened one eye and found that the light had dissipated. However, his face filled with panic. "Where did Master go? Where is this?" Gu Qinghuan looked around. She had only infused the Hongming Qi into the mouth of the stone Taotai on the raised carvings, and a suction force had pulled her into the stone wall, resulting in her appearing in this strange place. At this moment, she stood on a white platform, surrounded by a vast sea of clouds. Gu Qinghuan extended her consciousness, but all she could perceive was the endless expanse of clouds. She decided to take a step forward and test it out. After walking a few steps, she stepped on an empty space with her front foot. Fortunately, she reacted quickly, otherwise, she would have fallen. She didn't know what was below, but her intuition told her that falling would be disastrous. Gu Qinghuan took 2 steps back and turned around to observe other directions. Suddenly, a celestial ladder appeared out of thin air. The pristine white ladder extended upwards continuously, seemingly without an end in sight. It was the only path available at the moment. After some hesitation, Gu Qinghuan decided to climb up and see what awaited her. She cautiously placed one foot on the first step to test its solidity. Once she confirmed it was stable, she shifted her weight and placed her other foot on the second step. Third step, fourth step, fifth step. Gu Qinghuan began to ascend faster and faster, but the celestial ladder seemed to have no end. She didn't know how many steps she had climbed. Looking up, the destination still appeared far out of reach. She lowered her head and looked down. The steps she had previously taken were covered by the sea of clouds, making it impossible to see where she had initially stood. Gu Qinghuan pursed her lips and continued climbing. Her spatial storage bracelet couldn't be accessed, so she had to endure her thirst and hunger. Her physical and profound energy rapidly depleted, and Gu Qinghuan felt that if she continued like this, she would exhaust herself on the celestial ladder. She needed to come up with a plan. So, she sat down where she was and took a rest. She wondered if it was just her imagination, but ever since she appeared here, she felt like she was being watched by a pair of eyes. Gu Qinghuan casually scanned her surroundings but didn't spot anyone suspicious. After resting for a while, she suddenly crossed her legs and entered a state of cultivation. Spiritual energy converged towards her body from all directions. A faint exclamation, almost imperceptible, echoed through the air. Gu Qinghuan heard it, though she pretended not to, secretly keeping it in mind. After an unknown period of time, her profound energy was fully restored. She opened her eyes, but instead of continuing to climb up, she loosened her legs. One leg stretched straight, with her foot resting directly on the steps below, while the other leg remained bent. She placed her hands behind her head and reclined, adopting a relaxed and carefree posture. A gentle breeze brushed against her, and the sunlight was just right. She felt incredibly content. She didn't know who was lurking in the shadows, but since her appearance here was related to the Jun family's treasury, this place must also be connected to the Jun family. It couldn't possibly be some malicious entity. Instead of climbing foolishly upwards, it was better to lure the snake out of its hole. Sure enough, after a while, the sea of clouds suddenly accelerated its movement. Gu Qinghuan kept her eyes closed, as if unaware of the changes around her, until a young and tender voice sounded beside her. "Why aren't you moving?" Gu Qinghuan abruptly opened her eyes and saw a handsome young boy squatting next to her, staring at her with a puffed-up expression. The boy was about 4 or 5 years old, with delicate features and skin so fair that it seemed to glow. He was dressed in a pristine white robe adorned with silver star formations, resembling a little celestial being misplaced in the mortal realm. So, this little boy was the one secretly watching her earlier? Gu Qinghuan was slightly surprised, but she maintained a calm demeanor and coldly replied, "Where am I supposed to go?" "There's only one path here, of course. You climb up." The boy answered. Gu Qinghuan closed her eyes again and asked, "What's up there?" "Why should I go up? If you don't go up, you can only wait for death here." The little boy threatened her fiercely. "Oh well, then let's wait." Observing Gu Qinghuan's unyielding stance, the little boy's patience wore thin. He stomped his feet several times in frustration. You. Do you have no regard for your life? Instead of succumbing to exhaustion, it's better to meet death through slumber." The little boy was left dumbfounded. Who was this person? "Do you have any wine?" The little boy responded angrily, "No." "Oh, I'm not deceiving you. If you stay here, you will die." No response echoed his words. Unable to believe that the woman before him would actually choose to sleep to her demise, the little boy reached out with his chubby hand and pulled Gu Qinghuan's eyelids. "Wake up. You're not allowed to sleep. Get up and climb." Gu Qinghuan grasped his chubby hand without opening her eyes. His hand became intangible within hers, only to reappear beside her and support her eyelids. Gu Qinghuan grabbed him once more. Opening her eyes, she fixed him with a forced smile and presented 2 choices. "Either behave and don't disturb me, or I'll roll you into a ball and kick you down." "I'm not afraid," the little boy retorted disdainfully. "Oh, that's good." Gu Qinghuan bent her leg, and kicked him downward. The little boy plummeted into the sea of clouds. "Oh, you heartless woman!" The little boy's outcry reverberated through the surroundings. Gu Qingwan nonchalantly resumed her reclined position, unaffected by any sense of guilt. Before long, the little boy reappeared beside her, boasting, "You can't get rid of me." Gu Qingwan showed no surprise at his return, but the little boy became displeased. How could she show absolutely no surprise? So infuriating. "What will it take for you to go up?" Gu Qingwan asked. "What benefits do I get if I go up?" "Only by going up can you have a chance to leave this place. Don't you want to get out?" The little boy replied. "No, I don't. The spiritual energy here is abundant, and I find it quite pleasant." The little boy was at a loss for words. This deadlock couldn't continue. He had been waiting here for thousands of years, and finally, he came across someone who could enter. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait for the next one? The little boy rolled his eyes and tempted her. "The spiritual energy above the heavenly rank is 100 times greater than here. It's much better up there." "I'm not going." Puffing up his cheeks, the little boy continued, "And there's plenty of fine wine up there. If you go up, I can give you a jug." "I'm not going." "Are you going or not?" "If you don't go, I'll push you down." The little boy glared at her. "All right, it's good to die early and reincarnate early," Gu Qingwan smirked. The little boy was on the verge of frustration due to her unconventional behavior. Did this woman no longer want to live? Why was the destined person sent to him such an annoying individual? After exhausting all his attempts to persuade Gu Qingwan, the little boy seemed completely drained. He appeared languid, transforming from a chubby and lively white radish into a withered radish, lacking enthusiasm. "Miss, please tell me, what will make you willing to move your feet and go up?" Gu Qingwan opened her eyes and looked at the listless little being. Her lips curled up slightly. "Tell me, what kind of being are you?" "I'm not just a being. No, 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 I am Heaven Star." "Where's this place?" "I cannot say." "Are you sure?" Gu Qingwan raised an eyebrow. Heaven Star glanced at her expression and felt things were turning for the worse. He stammered, "Well, it's not that I can't tell you. Even if I tell you, you wouldn't recognize it." All right, I'll tell you. This is the stellar space." Stellar space? Gu Qingwan's heart skipped a beat. Was it the same stellar space she had been thinking of? The stellar space was a tremendously powerful spatial growth-type artifact, considered a cherished treasure of her ancestral family in her previous life. However, Gu Qingwan had never laid eyes on it. Thousands of years ago, during a great war, the stellar space was lost and never resurfaced. Her father, as the head of the family, invested considerable manpower and resources in the search for the stellar space, but they never obtained any relevant information. Unexpectedly, the stellar space appeared in the Cloud Plains continent. It was through the Jun family's storage room that Gu Qingwan arrived here. In her previous life, her ancestral family was known as the Jun clan. Could there be a connection between her current maternal family and the Jun clan? Suppressing her astonishment, Gu Qingwan focused her gaze on the little boy before her. "Are you the spirit of the artifact?" She couldn't think of anyone else who could disregard spatial rules and appear at will without causing disturbances in the spatial energy, except for an artifact spirit. Moreover, she couldn't discern the boy's cultivation level. It was implausible for a 5-year-old child to possess such strength. How did you know?" Heaven Star realized he had let something slip and quickly covered his mouth. Gu Qingwan pinched his chubby little face. "No need to hide it. Even if you don't admit it, we both know the truth. Are you making me climb the celestial ladder to test me?" Heaven Star's eyes widened. His face filled with astonishment. "You know that too?" Gu Qingwan smiled and crossed her arms. "After I ascend, will there be more tests?" Heaven Star was unsure how to react. Gu Qingwan continued, "One understand that only through passing various tests can I leave the stellar space, right?" After a momentary pause, she added, "Of course, if I succeed in these tests, it will also benefit you. Otherwise, there would be no reason for you to constantly urge me to climb the celestial ladder. Am I correct?" Heaven Star slowly turned his back. He had retreated into his self and closed state once again. Sobbing uncontrollably, Heaven Star wondered if this woman possessed the ability to read minds. How could she have guessed everything accurately? He found her to be a terrifying woman and didn't want to stay there any longer. It wasn't difficult for Gu Qinghuan to guess the answers correctly. Typically, in secret realms or alternate spaces with guardians, there would be similar scenarios. In her previous life, she often explored various secret realms in the Tianji continent, so she was very familiar with this pattern. However, the little artifact spirit seemed deeply affected and appeared pitiful. Gu Qinghuan reflected on whether she had been too abrupt. She had nearly pushed the little artifact spirit to the brink of collapse, forgetting that he was just a child. Next time, she vowed to be more careful with her approach. Gently turning the little being's body around, she said, "Little Heaven Star, perhaps we can find another way that benefits both of us." "What way?" "I came up with this idea after rummaging through a library," Heaven Star said, feeling disappointed that she had seen through it. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The little artifact spirit was strangely adorable. She playfully ruffled his head and spoke earnestly, "That method is no longer popular. Instead, why don't you tell me your desires? If I can fulfill your conditions, we can cooperate. If not, we can discuss alternatives. How does that sound?" Heaven Star looked skeptical. "Are you saying my ideas are outdated?" "You can interpret it that way. After all, the books in the library were written many years ago. Times have changed, and methods have evolved. Don't you agree?" Heaven Star nodded, showing some understanding. "You have a point. So, what should we do then?" Gu Qinghuan's lips curled into a smile. "It's simple. Let's start by sharing what you want. I want to find someone whom I can share a connection with to accompany me and leave this place." Gu Qinghuan's eyes brightened with excitement. If she played her cards right, not only could she successfully leave, but she might also gain access to the stellar space. Perfect. With a raised eyebrow, Gu Qinghuan lightly tapped her pure white fingertips against her dress hem and said, "So, what do you think of me?" "You haven't passed the test," Heaven Star complained sadly. "Didn't we agree on a different approach? Besides, you set the test yourself. Isn't it easy for you to let me pass?" Heaven Star unwillingly responded, "Why should I let you pass so easily? As the books say, what comes easily isn't valued." Moreover, he didn't know if this woman would be suitable as the master of the stellar space. If he formed a contract with her and later found out she didn't meet his expectations, it would be too late to back out. "Do you want to leave or not?" Gu Qinghuan countered. Heaven Star hesitated and said, "One do." Gu Qinghuan snapped her fingers and said, "So what are you hesitating for? If you miss this opportunity, you may have to wait for thousands or even tens of thousands of years for the next one, and there's no guarantee that it will be suitable for you." Heaven Star felt that her words made sense and couldn't argue against them. "Well then, tell me what abilities you need me to possess," Gu Qinghuan proposed. Heaven Star held up 4 tiny fingers and said, "At least 4 powers: willpower, courage, intelligence, and strength. I can't do without any of them." Gu Qinghuan understood. "So the test of the heavenly staircase is a test of willpower?" Heaven Star nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at her. "How about climbing the heavenly staircase again?" Gu Qinghuan decisively refused, not interested. "In that case, do you have the willpower?" Heaven Star asked with a drooping shoulder, sounding deflated. "Willpower is meant for things that matter. Climbing the heavenly staircase is a waste of life." "That's not true. Reaching the top of the heavenly staircase not only demonstrates your incredible willpower, but also enhances your strength." He constantly tried to tempt Gu Qinghuan, but she remained unmoved. Heaven Star pouted in frustration. None of the methods from the books seemed to work. "Actually, what you're lacking is not these 4 things. You've missed the most crucial one." "What?" Heaven Star blinked his eyes. He couldn't have missed the most crucial thing. Gu Qinghuan smiled faintly. "Stellar power." Heaven Star's pupils contracted. "You know about stellar power?" Gu Qinghuan silently recited the stellar mantra, and mysterious energy surged from all directions towards her. Heaven Star exclaimed, "The stellar mantra? How do you know the stellar mantra?" Gu Qinghuan paused and winked at him. "Only a few people can cultivate the stellar mantra, and you should know this better than me." "Who are you? Why do you know the stellar mantra?" "Want to find out." Gu Qingluan raised an eyebrow and smiled. If you consider it a pass, I'll tell you. Heaven Star snorted lightly. Forget it. You don't have to say. Oh, if you insist. Gu Qingluan shrugged and continued on her way. Heaven Star felt suffocated. Why wasn't she trying to please him? After all, he was the spirit of the stellar space. She knew the starry mantra and was aware of her connection to them. She must also know how powerful he was. Why didn't she say a few nice words to appease him? Feeling resentful, he left and thought to himself, passing this test won't be so easy. Gu Qingluan noticed his departure but remained unfazed. She wasn't in a hurry to leave. She understood that haste makes waste. The artificial spirit of the starry space seemed to be relatively young, with limited exposure to the outside world. It relied solely on the records preserved within the space for information, making it naive and old-fashioned. It probably set up challenges that were deliberately difficult. Instead of wasting her energy, she decided to conserve her strength and wait for the artificial spirit to eventually relent. At this moment, inside the palace treasury, Gu Xiaonan looked at the spacious warehouse filled with boxes upon boxes of treasures. His eyes sparkled, and he couldn't help but salivate. He licked his lips and pounced towards the treasures. Gu Xiaonan looked left and right, feeling that his 2 eyes were not enough to take in everything. Ah, these are pearls from the East Sea, so big and numerous. A whole box of them. And this is the rainbow coral, twice the size of the one on his home island. Wow. Thu's even cotton fruit produced in Cloud City. It looks so delicious. Feng Tianlan watched as Gu Xiaonan excitedly ran around, his delicate and adorable little face glowing with radiance. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upwards slightly. Gu Xiaonan suddenly turned to look at him, his eyes flickering. Can I take things from here? He felt a little embarrassed asking a stranger for things. Whatever you want, feel free to take it. Everything here belongs to you, my child, Feng Tianlan said casually. Wow, his generous father was so amazing. But Feng Tianlan was not his dad. Gu Xiaonan suddenly felt a sense of sadness. If he had a father too, would he also leave all the good things for him? He had never seen his father before. His mother said his father was dead. He really wished he had a father. Suddenly, he felt a tinge of envy towards that child named Yuanxi. What's wrong? Feng Tianlan approached him and touched his little head. Gu Xiaonan looked up at him with a complex expression, like a little adult, and sighed. You wouldn't understand. Feng Tianlan was confused. Let's go. The treasures in the treasury were all given by this man to his son. His mother taught him that ill-gotten gains should not be taken. Although he was unhappy that this man had brought him here, he couldn't just casually take someone else's things. Gu Xiaonan's enthusiasm hit rock bottom, and he walked out with slumped shoulders. Feng Tianlan furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't understand why his son suddenly became unhappy. Children nowadays are so hard to figure out. He seemed happy just a moment ago. Just as they left the treasury, Jing Feng quickly approached them. Master, the shopkeeper from the Purple Light Pavilion has arrived. Gu Xiaonan lifted his head from his melancholy and blinked his big eyes at him. Purple Light Pavilion? The Purple Light Pavilion is a famous store in Tianjing specializing in heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and mysterious artifacts and elixirs. If you don't like the items in the treasury, shall we go and see what the shopkeeper from the Purple Light Pavilion has brought? Feng Tianlan asked for his opinion. Since he didn't have anything to do here, why not go and take a look? Gu Xiaonan casually nodded. The master and servants arrived in the front hall. Sitting in the hall was a middle-aged man dressed in a brown gown embroidered with golden ingots. Seeing Feng Tianlan enter, he immediately stood up respectfully to greet him. Please feel at ease, shopkeeper. No need to be polite. The shopkeeper secretly sneered, thinking that the prince had instructed him to entertain the esteemed guest properly, so he couldn't be casual. However, he responded with a smile on the surface, agreeing without hesitation. Mr. Lan, your desire for unique treasures has led you to the perfect place. The Purple Light Pavilion stands as the most renowned store in Tianjing City, offering the finest selection of treasures. Today, I have brought 3 items for your perusal. Would you like to take a look? All right. The shopkeeper gestured for his attendant, standing behind him to place a square metal box on the table. He stood up and took out a small key, carefully unlocking the lock and lifting the lid. In an instant, a scent of soil filled the air. Gu Xiaonan blinked curiously, looking at the object inside the box. What is this? It was a black lump, similar to the soil in his family's medicinal field. The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Young master, don't underestimate this inconspicuous thing. It's called spirit soil." Spirit soil? Yes, spirit soil can be used to cultivate spirit herbs. Most spirit herbs can thrive in it, and they grow at an extremely fast pace. It may not be easy for you to appreciate it just by my words. How about we try it out right here? Seeing that everyone agreed, the shopkeeper took out 2 seeds from his sleeve and planted them in the soil. Soon, the seeds sprouted and grew visibly fast, shooting out of the soil. Before long, a knee-high flammavine grass appeared before them. As the name suggested, the flammavine grass shimmered like flames. Amidst the green grass leaves, there were blossoms resembling flames, emitting a radiant glow. Gu Xiaonan widened his eyes, looking amazed. The shopkeeper of the Purple Light Pavilion smiled and asked, "Young master, do you like it?" "I love it," exclaimed Gu Xiaonan. Observing this, Feng Tianlan said calmly, "I'll take this item." He didn't even inquire about the price. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up instantly. "Great. How about the next item?" With permission granted, the shopkeeper set aside the golden box containing the flammavine grass and had his servant bring forward the second treasure. The second item was an offensive-type mysterious tool, which Gu Xiaonan had little interest in. However, the shopkeeper of the Purple Light Pavilion was undeterred. They still had their trump card, the Heavenly Heart Chain. The Heavenly Heart Chain was extraordinary in every aspect, except for its hefty price tag of 10 Xinling crystal hearts. 1 Xinling crystal heart was equivalent to 1,000 Xinling stones, or 1 million taels of gold. 10 Xinling crystal hearts amounted to 10 million taels of gold. It was so exorbitantly priced that it remained unsold for many years. Today, however, they encountered a customer who wasn't short on money. They were determined to sell it, no matter what. Of course, they couldn't express it so bluntly. The shopkeeper of the Purple Light Pavilion embellished the qualities of the Heavenly Heart Chain, speaking of its status as a treasured centerpiece that was never sold before. They made an exception this time due to the extraordinary status of the esteemed guest. Enough with the chit-chat. "Show it to me," Gu Xiaonan impatiently interrupted the shopkeeper's boasting. With a smile, the shopkeeper instructed someone to bring the Heavenly Heart Chain forward. The box containing the Heavenly Heart Chain was approximately 4 feet long and 2 feet wide. With slight trembling in his hands, the shopkeeper unlocked the box and slowly lifted the lid, taking a deep breath. A radiant burst of light dazzled their eyes. "It's so beautiful," Gu Xiaonan exclaimed, his eyes wide open and fixed on the chain inside the box. The instrument, known as chain, resembled a zither, with a silver base that refracted colorful light under the illumination of starstone. Gu Xiaonan had never seen such a beautiful chain before. His first thought was to buy it and give it to his mother as a gift. Such a stunning instrument would surely make his mother very happy. "I want this," he exclaimed, casting a longing look at Feng Tianlan. The previous items, like the Lingtu, didn't evoke such excitement in him. He hadn't even considered taking them with him. But this chain suited his taste perfectly. He wanted to buy it and give it to his mother. However, such a fine instrument must surely be expensive, and he didn't have that much money on him. Since this man had taken on the role of a cheap father, wouldn't it be appropriate for him to buy his son a gift? His eyes sparkled as he pleaded, "Will you buy it for me? Do you really want it?" Feng Tianlan asked calmly. Yes, I really want it," Gu Xiaonan replied eagerly. Feng Tianlan said, "Jing Feng, pay for it." Feng Tianlan thought to himself that Yuan Shi had been proficient in music since childhood, and the Heavenly Heart Chain seemed suitable for him. In the past few years, although Yuan Shi had been raised by his side, their relationship wasn't very close, and he had never seen his son ask him for gifts. Now that Yuan Shi was finally asking him for something, how could he disappoint him? Jing Feng heard his words and took out 10 pieces of Xinling crystal hearts to hand them to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. Had he decided to make the purchase so quickly? without even negotiating the price? Oh my, he truly was a wealthy person. The shopkeeper smiled and reached out to receive the Xianling crystal hearts. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Gu Xiaonan spoke up. Jing Feng withdrew the Xianling crystal hearts and turned to look at him. Had the young master changed his mind? The shopkeeper's heart skipped a beat. Young master, is there a problem? Gu Xiaonan tilted his head and asked, we're buying 2 items at once. Can't you give us a discount? Ah, so there was a haggler here. The shopkeeper was afraid that this big customer would run away, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, young master, the heavenly heart chain is one of a kind. It's worth every penny, and you won't be deceived. It's absolutely worth it. We have 10 Xianling crystal hearts right here. Shouldn't the shopkeeper show us some sincerity? The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. Since you are esteemed guests of the Purple Light Pavilion and new customers, as long as you purchase the heavenly heart chain, I'll add something for you. What do you mean by add something? The shopkeeper took out a small box from his sleeve. Gu Xiaonan cast a curious glance at his sleeve, wondering, how many things could this sleeve possibly contain? It seemed to have no end. Take a look, young master. How about this piece of Aurora stone? If it were sold in the Purple Light Pavilion, it would be worth at least 10,000 gold. Inside the box was a fist-sized Aurora stone, which had been found in the polar regions of the continent and contained abundant energy. When embedded in a refined artifact, it would make the artifact more dazzling and enhance its power. Gu Xiaonan reluctantly said, all right then. The shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes eagerly fixed on Jin Feng's hand holding the Xianling crystal hearts. Jin Feng handed over the Xianling crystal hearts to the shopkeeper, completing the transaction. Both Gu Xiaonan and the shopkeeper wore satisfied smiles, content with the exchange. Feng Tianlan observed his son's joyous expression and couldn't help but smile, a warmth filling his eyes. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiaonan extended the Aurora stone towards him and said, this is for you. Feng Tianlan was taken aback. For me? Yes. I obtained the Aurora stone through bargaining, without using your money. Consider it a gain on my part. If you don't want it, that's okay. Receiving a gift from his son touched Feng Tianlan deeply, his expression softening as he accepted the Aurora stone. Gu Xiaonan noticed that Feng Tianlan accepted the gift, and a mischievous glint appeared in his eyes. He understood the importance of reciprocity. By exchanging gifts with Feng Tianlan, he would have a valid reason when the truth is revealed later. Unconcerned with Feng Tianlan's reaction, Gu Xiaonan happily turned his attention to the heavenly heart chain, his fingers delicately caressing the strings, creating a beautiful melody that filled the air. Satisfied with the sound of the instrument, Gu Xiaonan nodded approvingly. The shopkeeper explained, young master, the heavenly heart chain is a quasi-divine instrument. If you simply drop a drop of blood onto it and form a contract, you can store it in your spiritual sea, making it very convenient to carry. As the instrument was intended as a gift for his mother, Gu Xiaonan decided not to form a contract with it. He carefully placed the heavenly heart chain, along with its wooden box, into his Qinkuan bag. Feng Tianlan, deeply moved by his son's gesture, also stored the gift he received in his storage ring. Both father and son were pleased with their respective acquisitions. Feng Tianlan looked at Gu Xiaonan and asked, do you want to buy anything else? Considering the unassuming appearance of the man before him, Gu Xiaonan suddenly felt that he didn't look that bad. No, the heavenly heart chain is enough. Despite the significant value of the 10 Xianling crystal hearts, Feng Tianlan's generosity in purchasing them without hesitation caught Gu Xiaonan's attention. This would become his standard for a future stepfather. As for the man, Feng Tianlan, Gu Xiaonan sighed, realizing that Feng Tianlan's looks couldn't even meet Xiao Mei's standards and deciding not to pursue the matter further. Feng Tianlan couldn't comprehend the reason behind his son's sudden sigh. He sensed that his son's behavior was somewhat out of the ordinary today, possibly due to their limited understanding of each other in their daily interactions. If it weren't for today's shopping trip with his son, he wouldn't have known that his son also thought of him and wanted to give him a gift. From now on, he would spend more time accompanying his son. Feng Tianlan's gaze softened as he looked at the little boy. Then we are done for today. Next time, if you want to buy something, shall we have the shopkeeper deliver it to our doorstep? There would be a next time? Gu Xiaonan, meeting Feng Tianlan's gentle gaze, couldn't he help but mutter to himself, "Is this man crazy? I've swindled him out of so much money, and yet he's even friendlier to me." Gu Xiaonan felt a twinge of guilt. Although he had given Feng Tianlan a gift, it was of little value compared to what he had received. He questioned if he had taken advantage of the man's generosity. Since Feng Tianlan seemed to desire having a son, Gu Xiaonan thought he could act as his son for a few days. After all, he was precious and expensive. He would charge 1 crystal heart per day as payment. As his mother's priceless treasure, being someone's son for a few days at the cost of 1 crystal heart per day was considered quite cheap. Seeing Gu Xiaonan nod, Feng Tianlan's lips curved, signaling Jin Feng to dismiss the shopkeeper from the purple light pavilion. Gu Xiaonan glanced at Feng Tianlan, mentally preparing himself for a while before finally mustering a few words. "Dad, you're really good." Feng Tianlan's eyes brightened slightly. "You finally called me Dad." Was he really that happy to be called Dad? Gu Xiaonan blinked and thought about the silent agreement he had made. Since calling him Dad made him happy, he could just call him Dad a few more times. It wouldn't cost him anything. So, he hugged Feng Tianlan's leg and kept shouting without pause, "Dad, you're really good. Dad, you're amazing. Dad, you're the best." The repeated "Dad" made Feng Tianlan ecstatic. His son was young and easily swayed, but as long as he could hold onto his affections, no one could deceive him. Meanwhile, in the June residence, Feng Yuanqi's mood wasn't as wonderful. He had initially been happily exploring his mother's bedroom, waiting for her to return. However, after waiting for a long time, his mother still didn't show up. So, he had to grab Xiaomei and go out to search for her. Since the Gu family had been cleared out and there weren't many people in the residence, Feng Yuanqi wandered through half of the estate, but only encountered a few scattered servants who had no idea where Gu Qinghuan was. Feng Yuanqi had no choice but to continue his search. He was tired from walking, so he sat on a stone and rested. He grabbed Xiaomei from his shoulder and held her by her wings, asking, "Xiaomei, where do you think Mother went?" "I don't know." Xiaomei struggled to escape from his grasp and landed on a nearby tree, tenderly grooming its feathers. This child, who resembled her young master, was just like her young master, fond of grabbing her beautiful feathers. At this rate, Xiaomei would go bald. "Young master, are you looking for Miss?" A maid dressed in light green approached with a faint smile on her pretty face and a dimple on her right cheek, appearing cute and friendly. Feng Yuanqi just noticed that she had been secretly following him. Other than Mother, he didn't care about anyone else, so he didn't pay her any attention. Upon hearing that she knew where Mother was, Feng Yuanqi's eyes lit up. "Where is Mother?" "Mother?" The maid was briefly taken aback, wondering to herself, "Isn't it a master-disciple relationship? Did I get it wrong?" Soon, she snapped out of it and revealed a gentle and sweet smile. "Miss left the residence not long ago. Someone came to see her, and it seems there was an issue that required her attention." Feng Yuanqi frowned. "Is Mother in danger?" "I'm not sure about that, but I vaguely heard some fighting and injuries." The maid replied vaguely. Feng Yuanqi stood up abruptly. "Where is she? Take me there." The maid couldn't contain her joy. "Of course, young master, please follow me." Feng Yuanqi looked up and asked Xiaomei, "Do you want to come?" Xiaomei shook its head in refusal. This child wasn't her young master. "Young master, who are you talking to?" The maid turned to him upon hearing him speak. Feng Yuanqi shook his head. "You heard wrong." The maid looked around, but she didn't see anyone else. Perhaps she had misunderstood. She deliberately appeared in a secluded area without anyone around, so it was unlikely that there were others present. "Young master, let's hurry so we don't waste time," the maid suggested. Feng Yuanqi nodded. The maid reached out to hold his hand. Feng Yuanqi didn't like to interact with strangers. "I'll go by myself." After all, they were still in the June residence. The maid didn't dare to go against his wishes. "Then please follow along, young master. Aren't we going through the main entrance?" Feng Yuanqi noticed that their route was becoming increasingly off track. The maid didn't expect him to recognize the way and suppressed her astonishment. She smiled and said, "Taking the back door is faster." Feng Yuanqi remained silent. The back door was empty, and they quickly walked out. There was a carriage waiting outside. After smoothly getting on the carriage, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuanqi stared at her. How long is the journey to see mother? The maid replied, about 2 hours. Young master will see miss soon. Feng Yuanqi looked around the carriage and noticed that the windows were covered with metal plates. The curtains were made of leather and hung down firmly, blocking any movement and preventing the wind from coming in. Young master, would you like some pastries? The maid offered a plate of exquisite pastries to Feng Yuanqi. Since he was young, Feng Yuanqi had been cautioned not to eat anything from strangers. Besides, he didn't have an appetite at the moment. Seeing that he didn't eat, the maid set the pastries aside and asked if he was thirsty. Feng Yuanqi shook his head. After being repeatedly rejected, the maid sat quietly on the side. 2 hours later, the carriage came to a stop. The maid smiled gracefully. We've arrived. She slipped out of the carriage and landed on the ground. Feng Yuanqi followed suit and looked up at the door before him. The dark green door was smaller than the back gate of the June residence, with the words Gu Residence hanging above it. The maid said, Miss Gu is inside. Let's go in. Feng Yuanqi narrowed his eyes. Just today, his mother had driven the Gu family out of their home. Was this their new place of residence? The maid playfully winked. You'll know once you go inside. Is my mother not in there? Feng Yuanqi's face darkened. He despised being deceived. The maid's pupils slightly contracted, but she maintained her smile. How could that be? Miss Gu is inside. Don't you want to see her? Come on, let's go. Feng Yuanqi's face grew grim. You're lying to me. He hated being lied to the most. He clenched his fist, restraining the urge to hit her, and turned to leave. But after all the effort to bring him here, there was no way she would let him escape. The maid shouted sternly, Stop him. The coachman jumped off the carriage and quickly caught up, grabbing Feng Yuanqi's shoulder. Feng Yuanqi flinched, turned around, and punched him in the stomach. The coachman cried out in pain, clutching his abdomen and curling up on the ground. Thud. The tightly shut dark green door swung open from the inside. Several thugs rushed out, surrounding Feng Yuanqi. Seeing their attire, Feng Yuanqi knew his guess was correct. These were the scoundrels who had harassed his mother in the morning. Wang Shi, the last one to step out, emerged from behind them. The maid eagerly presented her accomplishment. Madam, I have brought you the person you wanted. He referred to Miss Gu as his mother, so he is likely her son. Wang Shi paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. So, he's that wretched woman's son, is he? Gu Qingwan, you lied about being his apprentice. It seems you also know that having a child out of wedlock is disgraceful. Feng Yuanqi shook his head. You heard wrong. The maid looked around, but she didn't see anyone else. Perhaps she had misunderstood. She deliberately appeared in a secluded area without anyone around, so it was unlikely that there were others present. Young master, let's hurry so we don't waste time, the maid suggested. Feng Yuanqi nodded. The maid reached out to hold his hand. Feng Yuanqi didn't like to interact with strangers. I'll go by myself. After all, they were still in the June residence. The maid didn't dare to go against his wishes. Then please follow along. Young master, aren't we going through the main entrance? Feng Yuanqi noticed that their route was becoming increasingly off track. The maid didn't expect him to recognize the way and suppressed her astonishment. She smiled and said, taking the back door is faster. Feng Yuanqi remained silent. The back door was empty, and they quickly walked out. There was a carriage waiting outside. After smoothly getting on the carriage, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yuanqi stared at her. How long is the journey to see mother? The maid replied, about 2 hours. Young master will see miss soon. Feng Yuanqi looked around the carriage and noticed that the windows were covered with metal plates. The curtains were made of leather and hung down firmly, blocking any movement and preventing the wind from coming in. Young master, would you like some pastries? The maid offered a plate of exquisite pastries to Feng Yuanqi. Since he was young, Feng Yuanqi had been cautioned not to eat anything from strangers. Besides, he didn't have an appetite at the moment. Seeing that he didn't eat, the maid set the pastries aside and asked if he was thirsty. Feng Yuanqi shook his head. After being repeatedly rejected, the maid sat quietly on the side. 2 hours later, the The carriage came to a stop. The maid smiled gracefully. "We've arrived." She slipped out of the carriage and landed on the ground. Feng Yuanqi followed suit and looked up at the door before him. The dark green door was smaller than the back gate of the June residence, with the words Gu Residence hanging above it. The maid said, "Miss Gu is inside. Let's go in." Feng Yuanqi narrowed his eyes. Just today, his mother had driven the Gu family out of their home. Was this their new place of residence? The maid playfully winked. "You'll know once you go inside." "Is my mother not in there?" Feng Yuanqi's face darkened. He despised being deceived. The maid's pupils slightly contracted, but she maintained her smile. "How could that be? Miss Gu is inside. Don't you want to see her? Come on, let's go." Feng Yuanqi's face grew grim. "You're lying to me." He hated being lied to the most. He clenched his fist, restraining the urge to hit her, and turned to leave. But after all the effort to bring him here, there was no way she would let him escape. The maid shouted sternly, "Stop him." The coachman jumped off the carriage and quickly caught up, grabbing Feng Yuanqi's shoulder. Feng Yuanqi flinched, turned around, and punched him in the stomach. The coachman cried out in pain, clutching his abdomen and curling up on the ground. Thud. The tightly shut dark green door swung open from the inside. Several thugs rushed out, surrounding Feng Yuanqi. Seeing their attire, Feng Yuanqi knew his guess was correct. These were the scoundrels who had harassed his mother in the morning. Wang Shi, the last one to step out, emerged from behind them. The maid eagerly presented her accomplishment. "Madam, I have brought you the person you wanted." He referred to Miss Gu as his mother, so he is likely her son. Wang Shi paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "So, he's that wretched woman's son, is he? Gu Qingwan, you lied about being his apprentice. It seems you also know that having a child out of wedlock is disgraceful." Feng Yuanqi took out a miniature white jade flute from his embrace and placed it near his lips. Melodious flute sounds filled the air. The Gu family members were bewildered. "Haha, has this kid gone crazy? Why is he playing the flute now? Maybe he wants to boost his courage? Don't waste time. Attack him," Wang Shi impatiently urged. She was worried that Gu Qingwan might suddenly appear, so she would feel at ease once she had him in her grasp. The attackers responded with a yes rustle. "Rustle? What's that sound?" Whispering sounds came from all directions. A maid screamed in terror. What is that?" "Insects. So many insects. And snakes. Rats." Countless snakes, rodents, bugs, and ants surged from all sides like a tidal wave, swiftly approaching. It was a sea of darkness that made one's scalp tingle. Wang Shi almost fainted at the sight. Where are all these insects coming from? It's him. It must be this brat causing trouble. Wang Shi suddenly thought of the child playing the flute for no reason and urgently shouted, "Quickly, take his flute away. Don't let him play it again." The attackers realized the situation and immediately lunged towards Feng Yuanqi. Swoosh! A bird swooped down from the sky and collided with the person closest to Feng Yuanqi at an incredible speed. "Ah, my eyes!" The person covered his eyes in pain, blood seeping through his fingers. Others also suffered attacks. Seeing this, Wang Shi didn't dare to stay outside any longer and hastily fled towards the house. Suddenly, she felt a weight on her foot and looked down, screaming in fear. "Filthy rat, go away!" She kicked desperately, trying to shake off the rat. The rat squeaked, revealing its two big front teeth. Before being flung away, it bit her shoe fiercely. Wang Shi, in pain, fell to the ground. She couldn't care about the pain, struggling to get up and run towards the main gate. At this moment, countless snakes and insects approached, instantly engulfing Wang Shi. Ah, ah, ah. The sound of a horrifying scream echoed through the sky. Gu Zhiqing, who was bussing the mansion, was startled. He expanded his spiritual awareness and was shocked by the scene outside the back gate. He quickly flew outside the gate. "What audacious vermin dares to cause trouble in front of my Gu family's gate? Old master, please save me." Something covered in crawling insects grabbed onto Gu Zhiqing's leg. Gu Zhiqing shivered and kicked it away. Hearing the person's pained cry, he froze. "Wife!" Thud. A heavy object fell to the ground, silent. Gu Ziqing flew and landed beside her. With a sweep of his palm, the insects were blown away, revealing a body covered in wounds, with not a single unharmed spot on the face. Recognizing her identity from the familiar fabric of her clothes, Gu Ziqing's face turned pale. Not far away, seeing Gu Ziqing appear, Feng Yuanqi put away the flute, pursed his lips, and left reluctantly. Though there were many insects, they were ordinary and could only bite those with average strength. They couldn't harm powerful experts with profound cultivation. If he continued to stay, he would only put himself in a predicament. Gu Ziqing looked alertly at the spot where Feng Yuanqi had been standing, but he couldn't see a trace of him. Not knowing what had happened exactly, Gu Ziqing could only first save Wang Shi. He carried her and flew into the inner courtyard, instructing someone to bring torches to drive away the creatures outside. Without the control of the flute's sound and their fear of fire, it didn't take long for the snakes, insects, and ants to retreat like a receding tide. Only a group of people covered in injuries remained. If it weren't for the wounds on their bodies, everything that had just happened would have seemed like a dream. Feng Yuanqi returned alone to the Jun residence, and tended to Xiao Hei's wounds, applying medicine and bandaging them. Just as he finished, the door was pushed open. Feng Yuanqi turned his head alertly. "Xiaonan, are you injured?" Upon sensing the faint scent of blood in the air, Gu Qinghuan's tone suddenly changed, and her gaze became intense. Upon seeing Gu Qinghuan, Feng Yuanqi's expression quickly melted, revealing a big smile. "Mother." Immediately realizing what she said, he hurriedly hid Xiao Hei behind his back. Gu Qinghuan took 3 quick steps and stood in front of him. "Where did you go? Are you hurt?" Feng Yuanqi blinked his big round eyes and shook his head. No, I'm fine." Gu Qinghuan clearly smelled the scent of blood and furrowed her brows as she examined him. She noticed his hand behind his back and asked, "Is your finger injured?" "Let me see." Feng Yuanqi obediently brought both hands forward. "I really didn't get hurt. Look, I'll show you." 2 small, fair hands were extended before Gu Qinghuan. She held his hands and inspected them closely, both front and back, and indeed there were no wounds. "I encountered an injured little creature earlier and brought it back for treatment." "What you smelled was its blood, mother," Feng Yuanqi said softly and tenderly. Gu Qinghuan glanced at the gauze and other items on the table that hadn't been put away yet. "Where is the little creature?" "It just left." Gu Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. Look at you. All dirty. Let's wash up, my little kitten." Yes. Feng Yuanqi obediently nodded. Gu Qinghuan fetched water and washed her son's face and hands, then changed him into clean clothes. Feng Yuanqi's cheeks took on a rosy hue. "Why are your cheeks so red?" With a gleam in his eyes, Feng Yuanqi exclaimed, "Mother is truly wonderful." Not only did she wash his face and hands, but she also changed his clothes. Although he felt a bit shy with his little body exposed, he couldn't bring himself to stop her. Gu Qinghuan chuckled. "Why are your words so sweet? I speak from the depths of my heart. Having a mother like you is truly amazing." As he spoke, his voice grew softer. If only mother could be his mother for the rest of his life, how wonderful that would be. Gu Qinghuan responded, "Xiaonan is also amazing. The greatest joy of my life is having you as my son." Feng Yuanqi's nose tingled with a hint of sadness, but he wasn't Xiaonan. If mother were to discover his true identity, would she still show him such tenderness? "Mother, if Elm?" Knock. The sudden knocking interrupted Feng Yuanqi, deflating his courage. "What's the matter?" Gu Qinghuan got up to open the door and saw Su Lai standing outside. Su Lai said, "Master, something has happened to the Gu family." Inside the room, Feng Yuanqi's eyes flickered. Raising an eyebrow, Gu Qinghuan asked, "What happened to the Gu family?" Su Lai briefly explained the situation. Numerous snakes, insects, mice, and ants inexplicably appeared around the Gu manor, causing severe injuries to Wang Shi and affecting many members of the Gu family. Gu Qinghuan smiled. "That's good news. It was satisfying to witness retribution against the wicked." Su Lai's face also displayed a smile. "Indeed, that's why I came to inform you, master, to bring you joy." I heard that Gu Ziqing went to visit Mr. Liu in the second branch of the Gu family and was ridiculed by their people. The Gu family has always been selfish and opportunistic. In the past, the first branch held power, and the second branch bowed and flattered them. Now that the people from the second branch believe they have found a new ally, they immediately turn their backs on others. They are all the same. Gu Qinghuan showed no surprise at this revelation. Master, should we fan the flames? Then let's add something to Wang Shi's troubles. A cold glimmer flashed in Gu Qinghuan's eyes. After all the wicked deeds Wang Shi had committed, it was about time for her to taste the bitter fruits of her actions. Second brother, you can't just stand by and do nothing, Gu Ziqing exclaimed in anger. Gu Zixin, the second young master of the Gu family, casually sipped his tea. Big brother, I understand your concern seeing sister-in-law in that state, but whether Mr. Liu saves her or not is not within my control. He is a distinguished guest we have worked hard to invite, and it wouldn't be good to constantly trouble him. As the servant who delivered the message said, Mr. Liu is not very pleased. If sister-in-law's injuries are severe, it's possible to seek a better doctor for treatment, but it may take longer for her to recover and she might have to endure some pain. Causing Mr. Liu any displeasure over such a trivial matter would create unnecessary complications. Big brother, we need to prioritize the bigger picture. Gu Ziqing was furious. I'm asking you one question. Can we or can we not get Mr. Liu to help? Gu Zixin smiled and remained silent. Fine, I got it. Gu Ziqing left in anger. Gu Jinrong entered the room. Father, I found out the truth. It was a child causing trouble. A child? Yes, Gu Qinghuan's disciple. We saw him before when we were at sea. He's young but incredibly powerful. Gu Jinrong sneered. Aunt-in-law held a grudge against Gu Qinghuan and wanted to capture that child to use as leverage against her. But it seems her plan backfired. Is that child really that formidable? We have many skilled experts in the main branch. He is indeed extraordinary. We suffered a loss against him on the ship. Gu Zixin said, in the future, let's not provoke Gu Qinghuan and her disciple if there's no need. Let the main branch play their games while we focus on building a good relationship with the island of no return. Once we've grown stronger, it won't be difficult to deal with them. Father, you're right. The father and son agreed, unaware of the treacherous ally among them. Since her disfigurement and humiliation by Gu Qinghuan during their encounter at sea, Gu Jinrong harbored a deep hatred towards her and had always wanted revenge. She had thought that returning to the Gu family would give her the opportunity to fulfill her desires. However, even her uncle couldn't defeat Gu Qinghuan, and now Wang Shi had also fallen into trouble. Gu Jinrong was unable to harm Gu Qinghuan and grew increasingly impatient. Gu Qing'er invited her to a meeting at the Gu Manor, and she agreed to go. The two of them plotted in secret, deciding to hire a skilled mercenary from the black market to secretly abduct Gu Xiaonan. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about their identities being exposed. Even if the mission failed, Gu Qinghuan wouldn't be able to trace it back to them. However, before they could put their plan into action, Wang Shi's condition rapidly deteriorated. The Gu family invited renowned physicians from Tianjing, but none of them could offer a solution. Master Gu, I regret to inform you that I am powerless. I cannot determine the nature of the poison within Madame Gu's body, and thus, I cannot save her. The physicians who came to examine her reached the same conclusion. Gu Ziqing was shocked and angry. You all claim to be esteemed doctors, yet you cannot even identify the poison? Are your reputations all false? These physicians were all well-known figures, but they were infuriated by his words and left in a huff. Gu Ziqing had no choice but to turn to the second branch for help. Gu Zixin looked troubled. Mr. Liu is in a delicate position. I'm not sure if it's appropriate for me to approach him personally. Gu Zixin, are you really going to stand idly by and watch someone die? Gu Ziqing raised his voice. Gu Zixin's expression darkened. Brother, your words are hurtful. It's not for me to decide whether Mr. Liu will save her or not. He's staying in your house. Go and plead with him. How can he refuse when you ask him? Gu Ziqing's frustration grew. Previously, it was thanks to him that both Gu Jinrong, Gu Jinrong, and your daughter Gu Qing'er were saved. Do you really think of him as a living bodhisattva? You ask for help whenever you need it. 3 strikes and you're out. Don't you understand? The two of them argued fiercely, eventually escalating into a physical fight. Chaos erupted in the Gu estate. On the elevated pavilion of the Gu estate, Lu Meng sipped his wine and observed the scene. It's a pity that Miss Gu didn't witness this spectacle. She would have been delighted. Although Gu Qinghuan didn't witness it firsthand, she soon heard about the fight between the Gu Zhiqing brothers. They ended up bruised and battered, causing quite a stir and becoming the new laughingstock of Tianjin City. She didn't pay too much attention to it and spent some time in stellar space. Finally, she managed to persuade Tianqing to cooperate with her. Not only did she successfully leave stellar space, but she also formed a contract with it. After the contract, she realized that stellar space was even more powerful than she had known. Unfortunately, it was severely damaged, and now only a part of it could be used, with its rank dropping from a super divine artifact to a divine artifact. Nevertheless, stellar space was still formidable. The flow of time in that space was 10 times faster than the outside world. What took her half a day in the outside world would pass as 3 or 4 days in stellar space. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in the stellar space was much denser than in the Cloud Plains continent, even surpassing most places in the Tianji continent. Her cultivation progress in stellar space was twice as efficient. What surprised her further was that stellar space had a hidden library that housed many precious ancient books. Any of these books would be sought after by the outside world. And now, all of them belonged to her. With good fortune on her side, Gu Qinghuan had been in a very good mood recently. Seeing her happy, Feng Yuanxi also felt delighted and followed her like a shadow every day. Gu Qinghuan found it strange that her son had become so clingy, but she never doubted his identity. Her attention shifted to the upcoming auction. This auction was highly anticipated and tickets were hard to come by. Of course, this is from the perspective of the outside world, as it wouldn't be difficult for Gu Qinghuan to enter. Because the auction was held at the Lushur Auction House, a subsidiary of the Lushur Chamber of Commerce, it wouldn't be difficult for Gu Qinghuan to request a few invitation cards due to her gratitude towards Lu Banyan. In addition to various items provided by the Lu Chamber of Commerce, the highlight of this auction was the medicine produced by the Island of No Return. Naturally, Gu Qinghuan wasn't interested in the medicine from the Island of No Return, but rather she anticipated the extravagant spending by the Gu family on the medicine. On the day of the auction, Gu Qinghuan and her son left directly, heading out of the house. However, just as they reached the doorstep, they came face to face with someone they had no desire to encounter. Gu Qinghuan held her son's hand and walked past, avoiding them. Gu Qinghuan. The person called out to her. Gu Qinghuan acted as if she didn't hear. Gu Qinghuan, if you leave like this, do you believe that everyone in Tianjin will soon know about your son has poisoned his grandmother? Gu Qinghuan turned around abruptly, her beautiful and sharp eyes piercing through Gu Seer. Gu Seer was startled and took 2 steps back. After realizing what had happened, Gu Seer's face turned extremely dark. Why are you staring at me like that? I'm only stating the facts. Gu Qinghuan lowered her head to look at her son. Feng Yuanxi guiltily lowered his head. So, the truth about Xiao Nan being her son was already exposed? Gu Qinghuan didn't know how the Gu family had found out, but now wasn't the time to investigate. She coldly said, Gu Seer, if you say another word, do you believe I will make you lose your face? Gu Seer covered her face in shock. She didn't want to experience the pain of disfigurement a second time and felt the impulse to run away. However, she couldn't return empty-handed. Her father had instructed her to find Gu Qinghuan and obtain the antidote. If she couldn't obtain it, her father would surely be very angry. Suppressing her fear, Gu Seer trembled as she spoke. I didn't make it up. Your son poisoned my mother, causing her to fall into a coma. My father said that if you don't want things to escalate, you must hand over the antidote. What a ridiculous accusation. What does your mother's poisoning have to do with my son? Go back and tell Gu Zhiqing that if he has the guts, he can spread rumors all he wants. Let him rest assured that if I hear even a hint of negativity, one will also send him a generous gift. With that, Gu Qinghuan no longer paid any attention to Gu Seer and boarded the carriage with her son. Gu Seer shouted a few more times from behind, but Gu Qinghuan didn't even turn her head. Gu Qinghuan, don't get too cocky. If the Grand Madam dies, I'll bring Gu Lingxue back, and we'll see how you handle the consequences. Gu Seer gritted her teeth, filled with resentment. Inside the carriage, Gu Qingluan crossed her arms and glared at her son. What happened? Tell me. Feng Yuanqi lowered his head and recounted the events of that day to Gu Qingluan. Gu Qingluan was taken aback. She hadn't expected that while she was trapped in the stellar space, her son had almost been captured by Wang Shi. Thanks to her son's intelligence and sharpness, otherwise, she felt a wave of lingering fear. Mother, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to expose our secret. Looking at the weary little figure, Gu Qingluan couldn't bear to be angry anymore. She pulled him into her embrace. I'm not angry anymore. With such a big incident, why didn't you tell me? So, the bloody smell she had sensed that day wasn't from an injured animal? I was afraid you would be angry and worried, Mother. Feng Yuanqi looked up at her with a puzzled expression. Mother, you're really not angry with me anymore? Gu Qingluan tapped his nose gently. I'll let it go this time, but you mustn't hide things from me in the future. Feng Yuanqi nuzzled against her. Yes, there won't be a next time. Suddenly, he thought of a question. Mother, now that the Gu family knows I'm your son, do one still need to pretend to be your disciple? Gu Qingluan nodded. There's no need to. Great. From now on, he could openly call her mother. Feng Yuanqi's face lit up with a big smile. The carriage arrived at the Lusher auction house. The entrance of the auction house was bustling with activity, with influential and prestigious figures arriving one after another. At that moment, a luxurious carriage also pulled up at the entrance. Stepping down from the carriage were Gu Zhixin, Gu Jinrong, and Gu Jinyue from the second branch of the Gu family. Coincidentally, the two parties met at the entrance. Gu Jinyue sarcastically said, not everyone can come to the Lusher auction house. Some people have no self-awareness, and if they get stopped, it will become a joke. Heko, please present your invitation. The gatekeeper said. Gu Jinrong handed over 3 invitations. The gatekeeper granted them entry, but instead of hurrying inside, the 3 of them chose to stay and observe the scene unfolding before them. Due to Mr. Lu's involvement, the invitations for this auction were in unprecedented demand. Many people had specifically come from out of town just to compete for the spirit medicines offered by the Island of No Return. This time, it was said that the Island of No Return would provide a bottle of 9th-graded spirit pills. Previously, when the Island of No Return offered its 9th-grade spirit pills, it attracted people like bees to honey. The allure wasn't just due to the fact that the 7th-grade spirit pills from the Island of No Return were as effective as 8th-grade or even 9th-grade ones from other sources. It was also because the medicines from the Island of No Return were free of side effects. Rumors circulated that their efficacy rivaled that of sacred-grade spirit pills. Who could resist such temptation? The news had been spread several days ago, and those who could make it had rushed over. Even people from the neighboring country had come. If there had been more time, the number of attendees would have been even greater. However, due to the overwhelming turnout, the auction house couldn't accommodate everyone. As a result, they meticulously selected only the most prestigious and influential guests for this event. The Gu family, being the foremost noble family in Qingyuan Kingdom, naturally received coveted invitation letters. But Gu Qingluan had severed ties with the Gu family and now resided in the Jun Mansion. In the eyes of outsiders, she was nothing. No money, no influence. How could she enter the auction? Not only did the Gu family think this way, but others who knew her identity also believed she would surely be stopped. Sulai handed over 3 invitation letters. The gatekeeper received them with both hands, briefly examined them, and returned them to him. Please proceed. Wait. Gu Jinyue suddenly spoke up and stood in their way at the gate. Since everyone was looking forward to some excitement, no one blamed her for delaying the entry. What's the problem, miss? The gatekeeper asked. Gu Jinyue said, have you carefully examined their invitation letters? How could Gu Qingluan possibly have an invitation letter? The gatekeeper thought she was being unreasonable. Please rest assured, the invitation letters from our Lusher auction house have special markings. I just checked them, and there is no issue. That invitation letter might have been stolen by her. Given her status, she would never receive an invitation letter. Today's attendees are all highly distinguished individuals. If someone impersonates them, not only will the person who lost their invitation suffer great losses, But who knows what her intentions are? She might harm other distinguished guests. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear the responsibility, Gu Jinhua argued. Eiler's words made the gatekeeper worried. Others nodded in agreement, saying, the young lady makes a valid point. Suspicious individuals should absolutely not be allowed inside. Seeing everyone siding with her, Gu Jinhua looked smugly at Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan, now that you're separated from the Gu family, you are nothing. You can't even enter the doors of this auction. The gatekeeper, feeling pressured by everyone's words, turned his gaze towards Su Lai. Or perhaps, let me take another look at your invitation letter. One didn't see it clearly earlier. The guard was flustered by everyone's words. His gaze fell on Su Lai's hand. Why don't you show me your invitation letter again? I didn't see it clearly just now. Su Lai glanced at Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan smirked and nodded in confirmation. The invitation letter was personally delivered by Liu Banyan. How could it be fake? The gatekeeper opened the invitation letter. Gu Jinhua tiptoed to get a better look. Suddenly, she excitedly exclaimed, I knew it. There's an issue with this invitation letter. The names of the invitees on our invitations are all in black, but this one is in gold. Gu Qingwan, if you're going to forge something, at least put more effort into it. Luckily, we discovered it in time. Or else you would have managed to sneak in. The gatekeeper looked at her with mixed emotions and said, the invitee with the name in gold is personally invited by young Master Liu. What? Gu Jinhua's smile froze, disbelief written all over her face as she stared at him. Ignoring her reaction, the gatekeeper closed the invitation letter and respectfully returned it to Gu Qingwan. One have offended you earlier. Please proceed, Miss Gu and your companions. Gu Qingwan took the invitation letter and handed it to Su Lai. Then, she smiled while looking at the dumbfounded Gu Jinhua. The invitee with a black name, please step aside. It was a blatant mockery. Gu Jinhua felt as if she had been slapped in the face publicly. Her face turned pale and then flushed. She couldn't believe that Gu Qingwan was personally invited by young Master Liu. It couldn't be. It was absolutely impossible. How could Gu Qingwan know young Master Liu? And why would young Master Liu hold her in such high regard? There must be some mistake. Ugly woman, step aside. Feng Yuanqi glared at Gu Jinhua with an unfriendly gaze. Why were there so many annoying flies causing trouble for his mother? Now that it was confirmed that the invitation letter was legitimate, they were being blocked from moving forward? Ugly woman? Gu Jinhua stared back at Feng Yuanqi with a fierce expression. You brat. He had called her an ugly granny before, and now he was insulting her as an ugly woman. How could he speak so cheaply of her? New grudges added to old hatred, making Gu Jinhua wish to tear his mouth apart. The gatekeeper, seeing Gu Jinhua blocking the entrance and terrifying the child brought by the esteemed guests with such a dreadful expression, grew extremely displeased with her. He said, Miss, please step aside and don't obstruct our esteemed guests. Gu Jinhua was infuriated by his gaze and tone, her face turning red. You err. Stop causing trouble. Gu Zixin whispered in a low voice, scolding her. With so many influential and prominent figures watching, he felt utterly humiliated. Gu Jinhua couldn't help but feel ashamed and humiliated. She couldn't just leave in embarrassment. Otherwise, it would become a laughingstock. Especially Gu Qingwan, she was undoubtedly laughing at Gu Jinhua in her heart. Gu Jinhua shook off Gu Jinrong's hand and spoke coldly, even if it's true. So what? Why didn't Mr. Liu carefully select the guests he invited? This girl was incredibly audacious, daring to utter such words. The gatekeeper was also taken aback, then angrily retorted, Miss, please choose your words carefully. Selecting the guests is the business of our auction house, and it's not for outsiders to meddle in. Gu Qingwan looked at Gu Jinhua with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. She thought to herself, Gu Jinhua is as brainless as ever. Who gave her the audacity to challenge the Lucier auction house? As her thoughts shifted, Gu Qingwan thought of someone. Sure enough, Gu Jinhua arrogantly continued, the reason this auction has attracted so many people is because of the 9th grade spirit pills from the island of no return. Mr. Liu is still staying at my house. If we inform him, can your auction still proceed? You The gatekeeper didn't expect her to be so domineering, but since she dared to say it, there was no guarantee she wouldn't follow through. If the ninth-grade spirit pills from the island of no return weren't auctioned, those esteemed guests who had traveled a long way would surely demand an explanation. How could he justify it to Mr. Liu? Seeing the gatekeeper's troubled expression, Gu Jinyue raised an eyebrow and smiled. Now you should know what to do, right? They had originally wanted to prevent Gu Jinyue, but the Gu family suddenly felt an upsurge in their pride. Indeed, Mr. Liu was now their pillar of support. Although Lushur Auction House was impressive, without the medicines from the island of no return, could they attract such a large number of esteemed guests? Lushur Auction House should have been well aware of the choices they had, the Gu family or Gu Qingwan. The gatekeeper was drenched in sweat, unsure of what to do. On one side were the esteemed guests invited by Master Liu, and on the other side were the Gu family members who had a close relationship with Mr. Liu. If you are unable to make a decision, summon Master Liu. If he is a discerning person, he will know how to choose. The gatekeeper reluctantly suggested to Gu Qingwan, Miss Gu, what do you think? Miss Gu, you've arrived. Why didn't anyone inform me? Please come in quickly. A clear and youthful voice interrupted. It was Liu Banyan. He hurriedly approached, taking 3 steps in 2, with his eyes fixed solely on Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan smiled faintly. Master Liu, I do want to enter, but someone is blocking my way. Liu Banyan recalled the attendant's words and glanced at Gu Jinyue, who stood not far away. Young lady, it is not your place to question which guest we invite to the auction. Gu Jinyue retorted in anger. Do you even know who I am? Mr. Liu is an esteemed guest of my family. No matter who you are, if you have any objections to our auction house, feel free to leave. At Lushur Auction House, everyone must adhere to our rules, Liu Banyan calmly replied. These words were said quite firmly. Those who couldn't stand Gu Jinyue's arrogant behavior couldn't help but cheer. Gu Qingwan's eyes also showed a look of admiration. Liu Banyan's dominance caught her by surprise. She had originally thought of sparing Liu Banyan from any difficulties and only relied on Liu Meng's intervention. However, Liu Banyan was willing to risk offending the island of no return for her sake. He was indeed a straightforward young man. Gu Jinyue's eyes turned red with anger. You want me to leave? Liu Banyan's expression was cold. Isn't the young lady dissatisfied with Lushur Auction House? What is your relationship with her? Why are you helping her like this? What does it have to do with you? Such audacity. An outsider seemed to be interfering beyond boundaries. Fine, great. One will go tell Mr. Liu right now. Just wait and see. Gu Jinyue turned and ran outside. Liu Banyan furrowed his brow slightly. In reality, he wasn't as calm as he appeared. He knew the serious consequences of offending Mr. Liu. However, considering that Miss Gu had saved his sister's life, he wouldn't mistreat her for someone else's baseless reasons, both in terms of emotions and principles. Well, if Mr. Liu were to reclaim the 9th-graded pills, they could simply focus on acquiring more valuable items through the trading firm in the future. Miss Gu, how many of you came? Please come in. The auction is about to start. 3. Liu Banyan nodded and personally escorted them inside. Dad, what should we do? Gu Jirong asked Gu Jixin. Let's go in first and see if Jinyue can persuade Mr. Liu, Gu Jixin suggested. The guests with invitations gradually entered the auction house. At that moment, Feng Tianlan walked over, holding Gu Xiaonan's hand. He handed the invitation to the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper's eyes flickered with admiration when he saw Gu Xiaonan. What an exquisite and lively child. He was just as impressive as the child accompanying the Lady Master Liu had invited. Gu Xiaonan held Xiaobai in his arms and followed Feng Tianlan into the auction house, his bright eyes darting around. Suddenly, Xiaobai struggled and jumped out of his arms, running towards the 2nd floor. Gu Xiaonan was taken aback and quickly chased after him. Xiaobai, don't run. Where are you trying to go? Xiaobai. Jingfeng saw Gu Xiaonan swiftly run off and hurriedly chased after him. Feng Tianlan furrowed her brow and walked upstairs. Xiaobai disappeared in a flash. Xiaobai, where did you go? Come back quickly. Gu Xiaonan walked along the corridor of the 2nd floor, her eyes wide open, searching for any trace of Xiaobai. Xiaobai was so small and adorable. What if someone kidnapped him? The auction house had excellent soundproofing, so no one else heard his calls. As Gu Xiaonan reached the end of the corridor without finding Xiaobai, he scratched his head. Strange, where did Xiaobai go? At the end of the corridor was a hallway. Two burly men stood guard at the entrance. Politely, Gu Xiaonan asked, Sir, have you seen a white fox around here? The burly men shook their heads. No. Gu Xiaonan glanced at the staircase. May first go up there and look? No, going upstairs is not allowed. Your little fox couldn't have gone up there. Try looking elsewhere, one of the men replied. Okay, Gu Xiaonan sighed. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, he suddenly heard a squeaking sound. Following the sound, Gu Xiaonan saw a cluster of white fur on the upper stairs. It was Xiaobai. The burly men also heard the fox's cries and looked up, their expressions slightly changing. When did this fox get up there? Drive it down quickly. One of the men rushed up to chase away the little fox. Gu Xiaonan anxiously exclaimed, Don't hurt Xiaobai. Xiaobai agilely slipped out of the burly man's grasp, bouncing and leaping away, disappearing around the corner. Gu Xiaonan wanted to follow but was stopped by another burly man. Kid, you can't go up there. But my Xiaobai is up there. It's fine. My colleague will bring it down in a moment. However, Gu Xiaonan waited for a while, and Xiaobai didn't come down. He looked around and suddenly exclaimed with joy, Xiaobai! The burly man looked up to the hallway upon hearing his words. Quickly, Gu Xiaonan pricked him with a needle, then dashed up the stairs. Feeling a slight sting in his arm, the burly man didn't pay much attention to it and hurriedly chased after him. You brat, you can't go up. Taking a step forward, his massive body stumbled and fell. Gu Xiaonan reached the third floor and saw the burly man approaching while holding Xiaobai. Squeak! Squeak! Xiaobai struggled excitedly upon seeing him. The burly man also noticed Gu Xiaonan and furrowed his brow. How did you come up? Didn't that guy stop you? Go. Get down quickly. The burly man tossed Xiaobai to Gu Xiaonan and placed his hand on Gu Xiaonan's back, urging him to descend the stairs. Squeak! Squeak! Xiaobai extended its little paw, pointing backward. Young master, I smell your mother's scent over there. What's over there? Gu Xiaonan looked puzzled. Xiaobai was so excited as if it had discovered something on the third floor. Should he go and check it out? Little boy, hurry up, the guard urged. Gu Xiaonan obediently nodded. A smile appeared on the burly man's face. Little boy, your fox runs pretty fast. That was close. I almost couldn't catch up to it. Gu Xiaonan's voice was soft and innocent. Sir, but you ran even faster. The burly man was left speechless. Was that a compliment? But comparing himself to a fox, why couldn't he feel happy about it? Sir, what happened to your colleague? Suddenly, Gu Xiaonan exclaimed. The burly man looked down and saw his companion lying motionless on the stairs. In that instant, a sharp pain shot through his side. He glanced downward and witnessed the young boy extracting a needle from his own waist. He widened his eyes in an instant and reached out to grab him, saying, Kid, you. Goodbye, sir. Gu Xiaonan waved his little hand at him and turned to run. The man tried to chase after him, but like his companion, he stumbled and fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Xiaobai, what did you discover just now? Gu Xiaonan carried Xiaobai in his arms as they walked along the third-floor corridor. The corridor on the third floor was even more luxurious than the second floor. The walls and floors were carved from black cloud stone, adorned with intricate formations. These formations provided soundproofing, waterproofing, fire resistance, and even absorbed spiritual energy, reducing the impact of spiritual energy on the building. Xiaobai hopped down to the ground, leading the way for Gu Xiaonan. Soon, they stopped in front of a closed door. Gu Xiaonan looked at the tightly shut door and asked curiously, who was inside? Squeak, squeak. Xiaobai made gestures with its four limbs while making sounds. Alt, you mean Mom is inside? Years of understanding between them allowed Gu Xiaonan to decipher Xiaobai's meaning. He became excited. Ah, he was finally going to see his mother. How much he longed for his mother. Gu Xiaonan reached out his small hand and knocked on the door. Xiaobai also scratched the door with its tiny claws. Unbeknownst to them, the door had exceptional soundproofing, rendering the knocking unheard by those inside. In order to alert the occupants, They needed to press the adjacent button. After knocking for a while without anyone opening the door, Gu Xiaonan felt puzzled. Isn't Mom inside? Why isn't she opening the door? Xiao Bai was also confused. At that moment, the door opened from the inside. Gu Xiaonan's face lit up with joy. Mom. A young boy stood inside the door, looking down at him. Hey little boy, who are you looking for? Who are you? Gu Xiaonan asked cautiously, his gaze fixed on the man. How could there be another man in Mom's room? Even if this man couldn't be considered a real man, he was just a young man, but he was still a male. Gu Xiaonan had never seen him before. How could he be with Mom? The young man smiled and replied, I'm Lu Banyan. What about you? Gu Xiaonan was about to answer when a voice interrupted. Young master, why did you come here? Jing Feng rushed over and lifted him up. The twists and turns within the Lusher auction house's interior made it difficult for him to chase after someone. If something were to happen to the young master here, he would be held responsible. Mr. Jing Feng, let go of me. Gu Xiaonan squirmed, trying to break free from his grasp. If I were to let go, you'll run away. The master is still waiting for us. Let's hurry back, Jing Feng said as he held him tightly and turned to leave. I'm not going. I want to find my mom. Gu Xiaonan angrily protested. He aimed a silver needle hidden between his fingers at Jing Feng's neck. Jing Feng quickly caught his hand. Young master, your mom is not here. Jing Feng was well aware of Gu Xiaonan's tactics of surprise attacks. My mom is inside. Gu Xiaonan, unable to convince him, turned his head and shouted at Lu Banyan, Mr. Lu, quickly call my mom to come out. Her most adorable and intelligent son is about to be abducted by human traffickers. Lu Banyan stood dumbfounded in his place, unmoving. Clearly, the two of them recognized each other. How could Jing Feng be mistaken for a child trafficker? Seeing Lu Banyan standing there cluelessly without calling for help, Gu Xiaonan felt frustrated. What a big idiot. Why was he just standing there like a pillar? Suddenly, Gu Xiaonan caught a glimpse of a white figure slipping in from Lu Banyan's feet, giving him a glimmer of hope. Thank goodness for Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai would surely find Mom to rescue him. Hey, don't go in. In that moment, Lu Banyan quickly turned around to stop the little fox from entering. Gu Qingluan, standing nearby, was about to ask Lu Banyan what was happening when she saw the little white fox rushing in, leaving her momentarily stunned. Lu Banyan was surprised. Do you know it? Chirp chirp. Xiao Bai, upon seeing Gu Qingluan, became filled with excitement and leaped towards her feet. Gu Qingluan bent down and picked Xiao Bai up, asking with delight, Xiao Bai, where have you been all this time? After her son, Gu Xiaonan, had secretly sneaked into June residence, Gu Qingluan had sent a message to Bo He to keep her from worrying. Bo He had also come to the June residence but claimed not to have seen Xiao Bai. Gu Qingluan thought that someone had captured Xiao Bai, but she never expected to see it here. Chirp chirp chirp. Xiao Bai extended its little paws, pointing towards the outside of the door. The young master has been captured. Gu Qingluan didn't understand its sounds and turned around joyfully. Xiaonan, look, Xiao Bai has come back on its own. Chirp. Xiao Bai, upon seeing the boy sitting behind Gu Qingluan, felt just as perplexed as when it first encountered Xiao Mei. The young master? Feng Yuanqi knew that Xiao Bai must be with Gu Xiaonan. If Xiao Bai was here, would Gu Xiaonan also be here? His heart tightened. Was he about to be separated from Mom? Xiaonan, what's going on? Are you so happy that you're acting silly? Gu Qingluan approached and gently stroked Xiao Bai's head, soothing the restless creature. Yeah, Xiao Bai has finally come back. Feng Yuanqi suppressed the bitterness within and reached out to take Xiao Bai into his arms. Chirp chirp, chirp. Xiao Bai glared at him. You're not the young master. You have a different scent. Feng Yuanqi pressed his hand on its back, exerting an invisible pressure that made it difficult for Xiao Bai to breathe. With its head lowered, Xiao Bai stared fixedly at him with its purplish eyes in the darkness. Xiao Bai, one missed you so much. Xiao Bai couldn't help but tremble. Who is this person? Why is he pretending to be the little master? Gu Qingluan smiled, and then noticed that Lu Banyan looked somewhat strange. What's the matter? Lu Banyan asked. Miss Gu, do you only have one son? Of course, why do you ask? Gu Qingluan smiled and inquired. Lu Banyan shook his head, thinking to himself, So, that child earlier has no relation to Miss Gu? If you need anything, just press the call button, and someone from the auction house will come to assist you, Lu Banyan said. In consideration of guest privacy, the attendants were not kept inside the VIP room. They would only come in to serve if the VIPs requested assistance. All right, you can go and attend to your duties. Understanding his role, Gu Qingwan knew that Lu Banyan would be very busy today and didn't want to delay him any further. Wait, just as Lu Banyan was about to close the door and leave, Gu Qingwan suddenly called out to him. What else can I do for you, Miss Gu? You don't need to worry about any misbehavior from the Gu family. Those from the island of no return won't dare to abuse their authority, let alone listen to the Gu family. A look of surprise flickered in Lu Banyan's eyes. Knowing that some things shouldn't be pursued further, Lu Banyan didn't ask her how she knew. He simply nodded, expressed his thanks, and left. As the door closed, Gu Qingwan turned her head and saw her son whispering something to Xiaobai. She smiled and didn't give it much thought, directing her attention to the auction proceedings. A stunning woman with a beautiful appearance and tall figure stepped onto the stage to introduce herself. She was Lu Yao, the top auctioneer of the Lusher auction house. With the auction about to begin, Lu Yao's eloquent opening statement ignited the atmosphere in the venue. In a corner, Xiaobai widened its eyes in surprise. Chirp, chirp. Do you understand what I'm saying? Feng Yuanqi nodded his head. I do. Since childhood, he understood the language of animals and could communicate with spiritual beasts. His father said it was an innate ability that should not be easily revealed to others. However, Feng Yuanqi felt that it was fine to tell this little fox. Lowering his voice, he asked, Is your young master here? Chirp, chirp, chirp. That's right. Why did you impersonate my little master? Feng Yuanqi responded with a counter-question. Did he come by himself or with the adult? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why should one tell you? Even if you don't say it, one can guess. He has been staying in the palace these days, accompanied by a powerful man and a guard named Jingfeng, right? Chirp, 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 chirp. How did you know? Are you all in this together? He is my father. Xiaobai widened his eyes in surprise. Did my father not harm your young master? Chirp, chirp, chirp. My young master is so clever. Who would dare to harm him? Xiaobai raised his pointed chin proudly. That's good. Feng Yuanqi breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he guessed correctly. Gu Xiaonan was safe with his father, so he could stay by his mother's side with peace of mind. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Why don't you go back to your father's side? I want to stay by my mother's side for a few more days. Can you keep it a secret for me? Chirp, chirp, chirp. Mother? Why do you address young master's mother as your mother? Why should one help you? Because I don't have a mother. Feng Yuanqi lowered his head. His long eyelashes hung down like feathers, covering the light in his eyes, looking pitiful. Xiaobai was moved by this. Xiaonan doesn't have a father either. He definitely wants to have a daddy, right? We can just SWDTCH places for a while. Once my father finishes his business, I will leave Tianjing, and we can switch back then, okay? Xiaobai recalled several times when his young master held him in his arms, hiding in a deserted corner, yearning for his father. In an instant, Xiaobai understood the feelings of this little boy. But would his young master agree to this? Thinking about the instructions his young master gave him earlier, Xiaobai hesitated. Xiaobai, can you promise me? One have never had a mother since one was little, and I don't even know what she looks like. Feng Yuanqi pitifully pleaded his case. As he looked at Xiao Nan's face concealed behind Gu Xiaonan's disguise, a sense of familiarity washed over him. It was difficult for Xiao Bai not to be touched by the sight of that beloved little face. Chirp, chirp. One have to ask my young master. Then, you remember to speak well of me. Feng Yuanqi flashed a big smile. Thank you, Xiaobai. Chirp, chirp. Xiaobai waved his paw. Feng Yuanqi carried Xiaobai and walked to the door. Xiaonan, where are you going? Gu Qingwan heard the commotion and turned to look. Mother, Xiaobai needs to go pee. I'll call a servant. Gu Qingwan worried that Xiaonan might get lost. No need to trouble them. Xiaobai knows the way. Feng Yuanqi opened the door and let Xiaobai out. Goodbye. He waved at Xiaobai. Xiaobai glanced at him and then ran away. Feng Yuanxi heaved a sigh of relief and closed the door. Gu Qingluan reminded him, "Don't close the door completely, or Xiaobai won't be able to come in later." "All right." Feng Yuanxi left a gap in the door and returned to her side, both watching the auction together. On the second floor, in a certain VIP room, Feng Tianlan sat calmly on a chair, gazing at the elevated stage outside. The building was specially designed so that people inside the VIP room could see the live auction, but those outside couldn't see what was happening inside the room. Sitting next to him, Gu Xiaonan kept fidgeting in his seat, completely uninterested in the auction. It wasn't until the door was opened that Xiaobai rushed in from outside. Jingfeng followed closely behind. "Xiaobai!" Gu Xiaonan exclaimed with joy, leaping off the chair and looking eagerly behind Jingfeng with big eyes. "Chirp, chirp." Xiaobai jumped into his arms. "What about mother? Didn't you bring her?" Not seeing Gu Qingluan, Gu Xiaonan felt greatly disappointed. Feng Tianlan turned his gaze towards Gu Xiaonan and then raised his head, silently seeking clarification from Jingfeng. Jingfeng closed the door and approached Feng Tianlan to explain. Earlier, the young master followed Xiaobai and said he wanted to find his mother. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, so Jingfeng remained composed. However, a slight furrow appeared on Feng Tianlan's brow. Previously, Yuanxi rarely sought out his mother, but since they arrived in Tianjing, he had run off multiple times in search of her. Could it be because Yuanxi was born here that he assumed his mother might be nearby? Feng Tianlan's expression grew slightly somber. Memories flooded back to the first time he laid eyes on his son. During a visit to Qingyuan Kingdom for business, he passed through a dense forest near Tianjing. There, he sensed unusual activity as numerous wild beasts rushed in a specific direction. The sensation seemed to emanate from a familiar source. Driven by curiosity, Feng Tianlan followed the beasts, only to discover a bundle surrounded by them. Within the bundle lay a newborn baby. With just one glance, Feng Tianlan recognized the child's connection to him through their shared bloodline. His own unique constitution allowed him to sense such familial ties. Additionally, the child possessed purple irises identical to his own. Surprisingly, the beasts did not attack the infant, likely recognizing the powerful lineage within their blood. Filled with immense joy upon confirming the child as his own, Feng Tianlan's thoughts turned to the child's mother. He felt no affection for her. In fact, he harbored a deep sense of aversion. When he arrived in Qingyuan Kingdom, his pre-existing illness had recurred, making him unable to move freely. During that time, an unknown woman had forced herself upon him. When he woke up, he couldn't find that woman anymore. When Feng Tianlan found Yuanxi, there was a woman by his side who claimed to have found Yuanxi. She believed that the wild beasts intended to harm the child. In other words, that despicable woman not only abandoned her own son, but also threw him into a pack of wild beasts, intending to kill him. Afraid that it would hurt Yuanxi, Feng Tianlan concealed the truth and only told his son that his mother had passed away. He didn't know where that woman was now, and had no intention of letting her come near Yuanxi. A woman so heartless and cruel did not deserve to be Yuanxi's mother. If she were to appear before him, he would not hesitate to deal with her. He would never let her disturb Yuanxi. A cold glint flashed in Feng Tianlan's eyes. His gaze then fell upon his son, and warmth filled his heart. "Yuanxi, come here," he called. Gu Xiaonan looked puzzled, watching Xiaobai's gestures. Upon hearing his father's call, Xiaonan obediently walked over. "What's the matter, father? The auction has started. See if there's anything you like." Gu Xiaonan casually glanced and replied, "I don't particularly have any preferences. Father, you go ahead and look. I'll play with Xiaobai." Feng Tianlan observed his son, sensing his hesitation. "Is there anything else, father?" Feng Tianlan shook his head. "No, then I'll play with Xiaobai." Gu Xiaonan held Xiaobai and found a chair to sit on. Seeing this, Feng Tianlan had no choice but to temporarily shift his attention back to the auction. 2 items had been successfully auctioned off in a row, and the atmosphere in the room was buzzing with excitement. However, most of the auction items seemed ordinary to Feng Tianlan. Having seen many remarkable things before, he had come to this auction specifically for the 9th grade spirit pills from the island of no return. That day, Feng Tianlan accompanied the crown prince of Qingyuan Kingdom in an attempt to meet with Mr. Liu. However, their request was unsuccessful, and they were denied an audience. As a result, Feng Tianlan had no alternative but to take part in the auction to compete for the 4th grade item, the 9th grade spirit pills. Next up is a very unique auction item. Our appraiser has determined that it is a meteorite, but unlike typical meteorites, its surface is extremely sturdy, impervious to water and fire. Even divine weapons cannot leave a mark on it. This auction item has been classified as a 4th grade item, starting at 100 pieces of Xinling stones. If any esteemed guests are interested, you are welcome to bid and take a closer look. The Lusher auction house categorized its items from 1st to 9th grade, with the starting price increasing accordingly. 4th grade auction items were relatively common in the Lusher auction house. As Lu Yao spoke, she pulled away the red cloth covering the item on the platform, revealing its contents. It was a fist-sized black stone that appeared unremarkable on the surface. If thrown on the ground, it would probably go unnoticed as an ordinary stone. Guests in the audience asked, "Is it impervious to all types of fire? What about heavenly flames?" Lu Yao smiled faintly. "Indeed, it cannot be melted even by heavenly flames." The audience members inquired, "Is it resistant even to the cutting of divine artifacts?" "That's right. That is indeed a remarkably hard stone. But if we can't break it down and refine it, what practical purpose does it serve? Are we meant to bring it home as a mere decoration? There's no need to worry about damage or thieves attempting to steal this inconspicuous black object." "Ha ha ha, then what's the point of buying it? Is money no longer a concern?" Meanwhile, in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Gu Qingluan's composure faltered, and she rose from her seat upon seeing the black stone on the raised platform. Chaos stone. If she wasn't mistaken, that was indeed a chaos stone. The chaos stone was a rare and powerful stone that contained the primordial energy created during the birth of the heavens and earth. It had been highly coveted and difficult to find in the Tianji continent. For cultivators at the divine level and beyond, the chaos stone could greatly enhance their cultivation. Furthermore, when a chaos stone the size of a thumb were to be used in the process of forging, it could elevate the quality of the resulting artifact by 1 level, and there would be an 80% chance of imbuing it with a specific elemental attribute. This knowledge had been widely known in the Tianji continent. However, only Gu Qingluan and the head of the Jun family had been aware of an even greater benefit hidden within the Chaos Stone. It could be transformed into Hongming Qi. Increasing one's Hongming Qi had been an incredibly challenging task. Despite years of cultivation, Gu Qingluan had only managed to expand her Hongming Qi from the size of a bean to that of an egg. This progress had mainly been attributed to her possession of a Chaos Stone. Without it, her Hongming Qi would have been even scarcer. However, the power unleashed by the Hongming Qi, which had grown to the size of an egg, had far surpassed the potency of any other energy. In fact, it was due to the protection of the Hongming Qi that Gu Qingluan was able to traverse dimensions and be reborn in her current body. "Mother?" Feng Yuanqi looked at Gu Qingluan with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong?" Gu Qingluan indulged in a sip of fruit wine, graciously provided by the Lusher auction house. The refreshing taste and fruity aroma of the wine helped her regain a semblance of composure. "I'm fine," she had replied calmly. Her gaze had remained fixed on the elevated platform. Feng Yuanqi followed her line of sight, his mind filled with speculation. Could Mother be interested in that black stone? In the face of the crowd's ignorant laughter, Lu Yao remained unfazed and said, "Currently, our Lusher auction house is unable to decipher its secrets. However, we believe that someday someone will discover what it is and how to utilize it. Treasures also require destined individuals." Lu Yao is absolutely right. I offer 100 Xinling stones. I'll bid 101. One after another, several individuals raised their hands, expressing their interests. 100 Xinling stones were equivalent to 100,000 taels of gold, which was not a small sum. Of course, considering the esteemed guests present today, 100,000 taels of gold was insignificant to them. They could afford to spend such an amount on a stone like this. Just as Lu Yao mentioned, who knows, it might truly be a valuable treasure. As the bidding slowly escalated, a voice rang out, 200 Xinling stones. The auction hall on the first floor instantly erupted into a commotion. Up until now, the increments had only been 1 or 2 Shinling stones, so the sudden addition of almost 100 more left everyone curious as to who had made such a substantial bid. Could this be some extraordinary treasure? Can't you see where you are? This is the renowned Lusher auction house. 200 Shinling stones are insignificant here. Why are all of you so astonished as though you've never witnessed the grandeur of the world? The prices of the recently auctioned items were already higher than 200 Shinling stones, so it wasn't a big deal. After giving it some thought, everyone realized the rationale and calmed down. 200 Shinling stones for a stone of unknown nature seems a bit expensive, don't you think? Who was the one who made the bid? Should we join in? Whispers circulated among the people in the hall. Meanwhile, in the VIP room on the 3rd floor, Gu Qingluan's heart leaped with anticipation. It wasn't because she couldn't afford a higher price. Rather, she was concerned that if the price kept rising, someone might notice the extraordinary nature of the Chaos Stone and start bidding as well. For Gu Qingluan, winning the Chaos Stone was a must. However, there were too many wealthy individuals present today, and she was uncertain if she could outbid them. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. 500 Shinling stones. Gu Qingluan's eyebrows raised. Darn it! Was someone interested in the Chaos Stone? The auction hall erupted into a commotion. 500 Shinling stones. Why such a sudden increase? Could this black stone be extraordinary? Didn't Lu Yao mention it? This stone is incredibly hard, impervious to water and fire. It must have an extraordinary origin. Well, I'll place a bid too. Maybe I'll get lucky and find out the mystery of the stone. Tisk, it's probably too late for you now. With the bid of 500 Shinling stones, the atmosphere became heated, akin to oil in a frying pan. 600 Shinling stones. I bid 700. 800. The guests who were previously observing all started to raise their bids. Gu Qingluan was secretly annoyed. Who was the idiot who suddenly increased the bid by so much? Now it would be a fierce competition for the Chaos Stone. She watched helplessly as the price soared rapidly, quickly reaching 3,000 Shinling stones. From 100 to 3,000, it had increased 30-fold. Then the pace gradually slowed down. Inside a VIP room, Gu Zixin shook his head and advised, "Let's refrain from further participation. We are uncertain of the stone's value, and spending such a large sum may prove fruitless. What's more, we should reserve our funds for bidding on the 9th-grade spirit pills later. It would be imprudent to exhaust our resources here, only to find ourselves lacking later on." Gu Jinrong nodded. Father is right. Many of the VIP guests who came for the 9th-grade spirit pills shared similar thoughts with Gu Zixin and his son. In the end, only 3 or 4 people remained in the competition for the Chaos Stone. Gu Qingluan's attention was fixed on the man who bid 500 Shinling stones. While others were following the trend, this particular man intrigued Gu Qingluan because she couldn't quite figure him out. She was unsure if he recognized the Chaos Stone. If he did, he would undoubtedly spare no expense to acquire it. Mother, what is the use of that stone? Do you truly desire it? Feng Yuanqi sat beside her, sensing her tension. It was a rare sight. Normally, his mother was always composed and calm, strategizing with ease. This was the first time he had seen her discomposed. That stone is called the Chaos Stone, which contains a unique energy that aligns with the cultivation method one practice. One truly need it, Gu Qingluan softly replied. She didn't hide anything from her son. Mother, does it require a lot of money to win the bid? I have money, and I'll give it all to you. Gu Qingluan was amused by her son's words. You would give me all your money? I don't know how much I have, but it seems like quite a lot. Feng Yuanqi scratched his head. What's mine is mother's. If you need it, take it. Could Gu Qingluan not know how much money he had? That amount of money was inconsequential to her current situation. However, her son's filial heart brought her joy. She reached out and ruffled his head. No need. Keep your money to buy yourself some snacks. I don't need snacks. I'll give all my money to you, mother. Feng Yuanqi took out a card from his storage space and handed it to her. Mother, you can use this. He only had this much on him, as the rest was managed by Jing Feng. Feng Yuanqi had no concept of money before. His needs and expenses were taken care of by others. If he wanted to buy something, the servants would handle the payment. He had never used this card before. Seeing the card being handed to her, Gu Qingluan was astonished. It was the purple gold card from the Lusher Chamber of Commerce. This type of card was a savings card introduced by the Lusher Chamber of Commerce. It allowed the storage of silver and could be used to purchase any goods under the name of the Lusher Chamber of Commerce. If one wanted to use the silver, one could simply exchange it at the Lusher Bank. The card had 5 different levels: white card, silver card, gold card, purple gold card, and black card. The black card was the highest level, and there were no more than 10 people on the entire continent who possessed it. There were only about 100 holders of the purple gold card, indicating its rarity. Where did Xiao Nan get the purple gold card from? While Gu Qingluan was deep in thought, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly resounded: 100 Xinling crystal hearts. Gu Qingluan's heart skipped a beat, and she couldn't spare the time to inquire about the origin of her son's purple gold card. Her gaze quickly shifted to the auction. 100 Xinling crystal hearts? Was the bidder out of his mind? Why would he spend 100 Xinling crystal hearts when he could buy something else instead of competing with her for the Chaos Stone? Gu Qingluan's face turned dark. This price far exceeded her expectations. Over the years, she had earned a substantial amount of money by selling elixirs from the Island of No Return. In total, she should have around 100 Xinling crystal hearts. However, if she were to bring them out, she would have to resort to extreme measures. Where did this heartless big spender come from? Did he have too much money to waste? The entire auction was also shocked by the bidding. Am I hearing correctly? Did he say 100 Xinling crystal hearts? Who is this god of wealth? He must be incredibly wealthy. Shouldn't we be paying more attention to this black stone? The fact that this man is willing to bid 100 Xinling crystal hearts indicates that this item is likely worth that price. Could this black stone be made of Xinling crystal hearts? How can such a small piece of Xinling crystal hearts be worth so much? It would make more sense if it were Xinling essence. The guests were astonished, and even the auctioneer, Lu Yao, was extremely excited. 100 Xinling crystal hearts. Unexpectedly, after a decade, our auction has once again seen an item with over 100 Xinling crystal hearts. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price? They thought that the highlight of today's auction would be the 9th grade spirit pills from the Island of No Return, but they didn't expect such a dark horse to appear. As a top-tier auctioneer, Lu Yao had never witnessed such a high price before. The higher the price went, the more her reputation would soar, and the better the reputation of Lusher Auction House would become. 100 Xinling crystal hearts, going once. If there are no further bids, then this item will be awarded to the VIP who bid 100 Xinling crystal hearts. 100 Xinling crystal hearts, going twice. Sold for 100 Xinling crystal hearts. Congratulations to the winning bidder of this auction item. The auction house ensured the confidentiality of its esteemed guests, allowing them to conceal their true identities if they so desired. Even Lu Yao, at that moment, remained unaware of the distinguished individual who had successfully acquired the black stone through the bidding process. Gu Qingluan pressed the intercom with a serious expression. Shortly after, the door to the VIP room was pushed open. A young attendant entered and said, "Miss Gu, may I ask what your instructions are? Could you please inquire whether the guest who just purchased the black stone with 100 Xinling crystal hearts is willing to exchange it for something of equal value?" Gu Qingluan asked. The attendant was surprised and asked, "Do you want that item?" The exorbitant price of 100 Xinling crystal hearts had caused quite a stir in the auction house, and the attendant had also heard about it. However, he had never expected that the esteemed guest, whom young Master Lu had instructed to treat well, would want that particular item and be willing to exchange it for something of equal value. What kind of treasure could be worth so much? Seeing the hesitation on the attendant's face, Gu Qingluan added, "Yes, I would like to exchange it for a sacred great elixir from the Island of No Return." The attendant took a sharp breath. The sacred great elixir produced by the Island of No Return? That was truly invaluable. No matter how precious that black stone may be, it surely can't compare to a sacred great elixir from the Island of No Return, right? The waiter swallowed nervously. I will go and ask for you." With that, He exited the room. Gu Qinghuan sat back in her chair, her gaze once again directed towards the elevated platform, though her expression seemed somewhat absent-minded. Mother, is it because I gave you too little money? From now on, I will work hard to earn more money, so you can buy whatever you want. Feeling self-reproachful for not being able to purchase the things his mother liked, Feng Yuanxi's heart was filled with remorse. If he had more money, he could have bought the things his mother desired. Gu Qinghuan chuckled, and her gloomy mood dissipated to some extent. She reached out and pinched her son's adorable little face. Xiaonan, you're so filial. I'll rely on you to take care of me. Feng Yuanxi's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Mother, rest assured, I will work hard. The auction reached its peak with the appearance of the universe stabilizer. As the next item was introduced, everyone's attention was captivated, eagerly looking at Lu Yao. Lu Yao wore a beautiful smile and said, I believe there is no need for me to introduce further. I'm sure you have already guessed what the next item is. Notably, it's the 9th grade universe stabilizer, a highly anticipated premium pill from the renowned island of no return. Lu Yao's voice rose, filled with excitement. The crowd erupted with astonishment. It's the universe stabilizer. I thought it would be a common pill like the spirit gathering pill, but it's actually the highly elusive universe stabilizer. The island of no return has truly outdone themselves, offering the universe stabilizer for auction. I would give up everything to obtain it. The universe stabilizer, a pill that stabilized the universe, possessed tremendous benefits for high-level cultivators. If consumed by an advanced heavenly-ranked cultivator, it could promote them as saint. Even saints could greatly benefit from its consumption. Moreover, the universe stabilizer had the function of stabilizing one's foundation and nurturing their elemental energy. Even with significant cultivation advancement, the damage to the body from consuming this pill was minimal. When it came to the universe stabilizer from the island of no return, there was no doubt that even this minimal damage could be avoided. Due to the difficulty in refining the universe stabilizer, anyone in possession of it would prioritize its use for themselves, their family, or their sect. It was practically impossible to find this item in the market. Today's visit had indeed been worthwhile. Gu Zhishan turned to Gu Jinrong and said, I didn't expect it to be the universe stabilizer. Even if it wasn't to please Mr. Liu, we must strive to acquire the universe stabilizer. As a cultivator in the lower 9th grade, after dedicating some time to reach the divine grade, and with the help of the universe stabilizer, he would instantly ascend to become one of the foremost experts on the Cloud Plains continent. Gu Jinrong nodded excitedly. Suddenly, Gu Zhishan frowned. There are many others with the same idea as us. It might be difficult for us to snatch the universe stabilizer. Ronger, go find your uncle immediately and tell him that we should cooperate. But uncle might not agree since you had a fight with him a few days ago. We only had a mere disagreement. We're not enemies. Besides, we are blood brothers. Can we really avoid each other for a lifetime? Elder brother always prioritizes interests. Discuss it with him properly, and he will support us. All right, I'll go right away. Because Mr. Liu refused to help the Wang family, Gu Zhiqing was so angry that he didn't attend the auction. Once Gu Jinrong left the Lushur auction house, he rushed to the Gu mansion. At the same time, many local participants in the auction sent people back to gather funds. Those who had traveled from afar could only regret not bringing more money with them. In a VIP room on the 2nd floor, the auction house attendant took the chaos stone inside. Feng Tianlan handed over a black card. The attendant's hand trembled upon seeing the black card, almost dropping the tray he was holding. Please wait a moment, he stammered. He placed the chaos stone on the table and used a special method to deduct the equivalent of 100 Xianling crystal hearts from the silver coins stored in the black card. Then, with utmost respect, he handed the black card back to Feng Tianlan. Initially, the attendant thought this customer had an ordinary appearance, but upon closer inspection, he noticed the profound and mesmerizing depth in the customer's eyes. Those pitch-black pupils were truly captivating. Is there anything else? Feng Tianlan raised an eyebrow lightly. Under his gaze, the attendant felt his whole body freeze in place. Remembering the young lady's request, he nervously replied, Sir, There's a young lady who wishes to exchange this chaos stone for the island of no return's sacred great elixir. May I inquire if you are interested? The island of no return's sacred great elixir? Jingfeng was startled and couldn't help but speak up. Gu Xiaonan, who was attentively observing the expressions of the guests in the auction hall, perked up his ears upon hearing the words island of no return's sacred great elixir and turned to look at them. Was it mother who wanted to trade? Feng Tianlan maintained a calm expression. I'm not interested. The attendant smiled awkwardly. All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I'm interested. I'm interested. Gu Xiaonan quickly raised his hand. The attendant turned around, surprised. Gu Xiaonan hopped down from his chair. Where is the young lady you mentioned? Take me to her. Well, the attendant's gaze drifted towards the powerful man. Feng Tianlan frowned. Xiaoxi, don't mess around. I'm not messing around. Gu Xiaonan pointed his small hand towards the auction hall. Everyone went crazy over the island of no return's 9th grade spirit pill. Isn't the sacred great elixir even more amazing? I want to see what it looks like. Daddy, weren't you here for the island of no return spirit pill? Feng Tianlan lowered his gaze to the chaos stone. I don't need it now. The chaos stone would aid him in recovering his strength, and its effect was better than any pill. Gu Xiaonan scratched his little face. He didn't need it now? That wouldn't do. He hugged Feng Tianlan's leg. Daddy, I want to see it. Will you accompany me? Or shall we invite that young lady? She possesses the island of no return's sacred great elixir. Aren't you curious about who she is? Feng Tianlan's gaze flickered slightly. If someone could provide the island of no return's sacred great elixir and wasn't Mr. Liu who resided in the Gu family, could it be a key figure from the island of no return? Although he unexpectedly obtained the Chaos Stone this time and didn't need to fight for the 9th grade spirit pill, what about the future? Daddy, please agree to my request. You won't even grant such a small favor. Don't you love me anymore? Gu Xiaonan pouted his small mouth, his eyes welling up with tears as he accused. What nonsense are you talking about? Feng Tianlan scolded him with a glare. Then will you agree or not? Feng Tianlan looked at the attendant with a stern face. Bring her over. The attendant nodded quickly and turned to leave. Gu Xiaonan jumped up. Wow, I knew it. Daddy loves me the most. Then he bent down, picked up Xiaobai, and stood at the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Xiaobai was restless in his arms. Xiaobai, are you excited too? We can soon see. Mommy. Gu Xiaonan gently stroked its fur, joy filling his eyes. No, no. Young master, why don't you understand what I'm saying? Xiaobai felt exhausted. It gestured for a while, but the young master still couldn't grasp its meaning. Sigh, forget it, forget it. It had done its best. It would leave it up to fate. Not long after, the attendant returned. Gu Xiaonan tilted his head and looked behind him. There was a woman in white following him. Although there was no wind around, her white clothes floated gently, exuding an ethereal and celestial aura. Sure enough, it was his beautiful mother. Gu Xiaonan was overwhelmed with excitement and pounced on her directly. Gu Qinghuan was taken aback but caught him. Xiao Yuanqi, what are you doing here? Mommy, mommy, I missed you so much. Sob, sob. Why didn't you come to rescue me? Gu Xiaonan didn't hear clearly what Gu Qinghuan called him. It had been a long time since he saw her, and his yearning was like surging rivers, endless. Hearing the commotion outside, Feng Tianlan walked out expressionlessly. Feng Yuanqi was squeezed to the side and, seeing the little boy tightly hugging Gu Qinghuan, he couldn't help but be stunned. Was this Gu Xiaonan? He was here, which meant the person in that room was. He looked up and saw a man appearing at the door, resembling a demon. Indeed, it was his great father. Feng Yuanqi was frightened and hid behind Gu Qinghuan. Feng Yuanqi, she is not your mother. Feng Yuanqi heard the cold voice, causing him to shudder. However, Feng Tianlan didn't notice him. His eyes were fixed on the son who was crying in the woman's arms, his face darkening. It's her again. She's truly persistent. Gu Qinghuan glanced up at the displeased Feng Tianlan, feeling awkward. She gently peeled Feng Yuanqi off her. Feng Yuanqi, you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not your mother. Feng Yuanqi touched his own face. Right, he was wearing a mask. No wonder his mother didn't recognize him. He was about to explain when suddenly he saw another boy identical to his previous disguised appearance emerge from behind his mother. He couldn't help but pause in surprise. Feng Tianlan's eyes flickered with astonishment as he noticed the boy popping out from behind Gu Qinghuan, but he didn't recognize him as his own son. Feng Yuanqi also realized that he was wearing a mask, which made his father unable to recognize him. So, he jumped out to stop Gu Xiaonan from revealing the truth. Gu Xiaonan furrowed his little brows. Who are you? How dare he impersonate him? Was it because of this boy's impersonation and presence by his mother's side that she didn't come to rescue him? Didn't Xiaobai tell you? Feng Yuanqi was taken aback and looked at Xiaobai standing by Gu Xiaonan's feet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I told him. It's the young master who didn't understand. You know Xiaobai? Gu Xiaonan was puzzled. Oh, Xiaobai is here. I thought it got lost again. Gu Qinghuan finally noticed Xiaobai's presence and was surprised to see Xiaobai by Feng Yuanqi's side. Gu Xiaonan looked at the boy pretending to be him, then at his oblivious mother. His eyes flickered as he decided not to expose the imposter for now. He had to first probe the other person's intentions. So, he decided to play along and innocently smiled. I found Xiaobai. Oh, I see. It seems we have a connection. Gu Qinghuan reached out and gently ruffled his hair. Suddenly, she felt a chilling aura approaching. Her hand paused, and she glanced at the sharp gaze of the man. This man seemed to dislike her getting close to her son and this boy. Why was he wearing such a sour expression? She had her own son. There was no reason for her to covet him. Without changing her expression, she withdrew her hand. Feng Yuanqi, come here. The real Feng Yuanqi instinctively took a step forward, then realized he was currently Gu Xiaonan. Fortunately, he was wearing a mask on his face. Feng Yuanqi touched his own face. Meanwhile, Gu Xiaonan, still not accustomed to his new identity, didn't realize that the person was calling him, so he stood there without moving. Feng Tianlan's face grew even darker. Feng Yuan. She. Now that his mother was present, Gu Xiaonan realized that he had no fear of the man. He took matters into his own hands and made everything clear. You can talk to the pretty auntie, and I'll play with this little brother for a while. After saying that, he grabbed Feng Yuanqi's hand and entered the VIP room. Xiaobai, come in. The white figure swiftly entered. Bang! The door of the VIP room closed, leaving the four people outside looking at each other in astonishment. The waiter felt the tense atmosphere and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Young master, the lady wants to talk to you about exchanging the island of no return's sacred grade elixir for the chaos stone. Feng Tianlan coldly glanced at Gu Qinghuan. There's nothing to talk about between the both of us. Gu Qinghuan pursed her lips, likewise. The moment she saw Feng Tianlan, she knew this deal wouldn't work out. She wasn't foolish enough to ruin her own fun. At least you have some self-awareness. Humph. Gu Qinghuan sneered. Feng Tianlan stared at her with an icy gaze. Jingfeng and the waiter on the side felt a suffocating pressure, struggling to withstand his aura. Both of them looked at Gu Qinghuan with admiration. At this moment, she could still smile calmly, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming presence in the air. After a moment, the waiter couldn't help but speak. What about those two inside? Open the door and let my son out. The waiter nodded and approached the door to open it. However, the door wouldn't budge. Perplexed, he looked at Gu Qinghuan. The door is locked from the inside. Gu Qinghuan furrowed her brow. What were Xiaonan and Yuanqi doing inside? They actually locked the door. We have too many guests today, and there are no other available rooms except for yours, Miss Gu. How about both of you rest in the VIP room on the third floor? We'll have someone guard the door and notify you when it's opened? The waiter suggested. Gu Qinghuan shook her head, crossed her arms, and leaned against the wall. No need. I'll wait here. They probably won't play for too long. She understood her son well. Feng Tianlan didn't say anything, standing by the door like an unsheathed sword, keeping everyone at bay. Jingfeng stood nearby, being an invisible presence. The waiter looked at the two of them and felt a bit overwhelmed. These two individuals seemed incompatible. Could they end up fighting later? Both of them had significant backgrounds, and if a fight broke out, it would be troublesome. No, he had to inform young Master Lu right away. Finding an excuse, the waiter hurriedly left. Just a wall away. After locking the door, Gu Xiaonan, with one hand on his chin, circled Feng Yuanqi, observing him from head to toe. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be Gu Xiaonan? I am Feng Yuanqi, replied Feng Yuanqi, observing him as well. The person before him wore the same mask that he usually wore. Gu Xiaonan's footsteps paused, and he looked at him in astonishment. You're Feng Yuanqi? That ugly uncle really has a son? Feng Yuanqi defended. My father isn't ugly. He is the most handsome man in the world. Ha ha ha. Gu Xiaonan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Feng Yuanqi furrowed his brows. What are you laughing at? Gu Xiaonan finally managed to stop laughing and clicked his tongue twice. Feng Yuanqi, do you have some misconception about the most handsome man in the world? My father wears a mask. The appearance you saw is not his real face. Gu Xiaonan nodded with nonchalance. Disguises, he understood them well. But to proclaim that Feng Tianlan was the most handsome man in the world was unnecessary because the most handsome boy in the world should be Gu Xiaonan. He questioned, Do you know who I am? Feng Yuanqi nodded in affirmation. I know, you're Gu Xiaonan. Gu Xiaonan clapped his hands and gave a wide-eyed stare. Ah, so you and your father conspired together. One kidnapped me while the other pretended to be me. What do you both want? If you dare harm my mother, I won't let you get away with it. Feng Yuanqi hastily shook his head, denying any ill intentions. No, I would never harm her. She's so kind. How could I harm her? She's my mother, not yours. Why did you impersonate me and stay by her side? Feng Yuanqi's emotions dropped instantly, his voice filled with sorrow. I like her. I've never had a mother since I was young, and when I saw her for the first time, I felt a strong connection, but my father wouldn't allow me to get close to her. So I secretly sneaked out to see her. I never imagined that she would mistake me for you, and I took the opportunity to stay by her side a little longer. Gu Xiaonan puffed his cheeks in contemplation. Your father is so overbearing. He even controls this aspect of your life. But I never realized you didn't have a mother. My mother is wonderful, so it's understandable that you like her. Although I don't have a father, your father. He's so boring and stern. How can he compare to my mother? You've been with him for so many years. You're really a pitiful kid. He sympathetically patted Feng Yuanqi's shoulder. Jingfeng and the waiter on the side felt a suffocating pressure, struggling to withstand his aura. Both of them looked at Gu Qinghuan with admiration. At this moment, she could still smile calmly, seemingly oblivious to the overwhelming presence in the air. After a moment, the waiter couldn't help but speak. What about those two inside? Open the door and let my son out. The waiter nodded and approached the door to open it. However, the door wouldn't budge. Perplexed, he looked at Gu Qinghuan. The door is locked from the inside. Gu Qinghuan furrowed her brow. What were Xiaonan and Yuanqi doing inside? They actually locked the door. We have too many guests today, and there are no other available rooms except for yours, Miss Gu. How about both of you rest in the VIP room on the 3rd floor? We'll have someone guard the door and notify you when it's opened? The waiter suggested. Gu Qinghuan shook her head, crossed her arms, and leaned against the wall. No need. I'll wait here. They probably won't play for too long. She understood her son well. Feng Tianlan didn't say anything, standing by the door like an unsheathed sword, keeping everyone at bay. Jingfeng stood nearby, being an invisible presence. The waiter looked at the two of them and felt a bit overwhelmed. These two individuals seemed incompatible. Could they end up fighting later? Both of them had significant backgrounds, and if a fight broke out, it would be troublesome. No, he had to inform young Master Lu right away. Finding an excuse, the waiter hurriedly left. Just a wall away. After locking the door, Gu Xiaonan, with one hand on his chin, circled Feng Yuanqi, observing him from head to toe. Who are you? Why did you pretend to be Gu Xiaonan? I am Feng Yuanqi, replied Feng Yuanqi, observing him as well. The person before him wore the same mask that he usually wore. Gu Xiaonan's footsteps paused, and he looked at him in astonishment. You're Feng Yuanqi? That ugly uncle really has a son? Feng Yuanqi defended. My father isn't ugly. He is the most handsome man in the world. Ha ha ha. Gu Xiaonan burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Feng Yuanqi furrowed his brows. What are you laughing at? Gu Xiaonan finally managed to stop laughing and clicked his tongue twice. Feng Yuanqi, do you have some misconception about the most handsome man in the world? My father wears a mask. The appearance you saw is not his real face. Gu Xiaonan nodded with nonchalance. Disguises, he understood them well. But to proclaim that Feng Tianlan was the most handsome man in the world was unnecessary because the most handsome boy in the world should be Gu Xiaonan. He questioned, do you know who I am? Feng Yuanqi nodded in affirmation. I know, you're Gu Xiaonan. Gu Xiaonan clapped his hands and gave a wide-eyed stare. Ah, so you and your father conspired together. One kidnapped me while the other pretended to be me. What do you both want? If you dare harm my mother, I won't let you get away with it. Feng Yuanqi hastily shook his head, denying any ill intentions. No, I would never harm her. She's so kind. How could I harm her? She's my mother, not yours. Why did you impersonate me and stay by her side? Feng Yuanqi's emotions dropped instantly, his voice filled with sorrow. I like her. I've never had a mother since I was young, and when I saw her for the first time, I felt a strong connection. But my father wouldn't allow me to get close to her. So I secretly sneaked out to see her. I never imagined that she would mistake me for you, and I took the opportunity to stay by her side a little longer. Gu Xiaonan puffed his cheeks in contemplation. Your father is so overbearing. He even controls this aspect of your life. But I never realized you didn't have a mother. My mother is wonderful, so it's understandable that you like her. Although I don't have a father, your father. He's so boring and stern. How can he compare to my mother? You've been with him for so many years. You're really a pitiful kid. He sympathetically patted Feng Yuanqi's shoulder. He quickly signaled to Gu Xiaonan. Gu Xiaonan immediately spoke up. Dad, it has nothing to do with beautiful sister. It was my idea to trade that chaos stone for Xiaobai. I really like Xiaobai. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaobai made a squeaking sound, confirming its presence. Yeah. Mom doesn't know about it. We just discussed it in the room. You misunderstood Mom, added Feng Yuanqi. Both of them had a similar height and voice, something they hadn't noticed before. But now, both Gu Qingwan and Feng Tianlan realized it. However, they didn't suspect that their identities had been switched. Upon seeing their son willing to trade their longtime companion Xiaobai to help her obtain the Chaos Stone, Gu Qingwan was deeply moved. Xiaonan, come here. I don't want that stone anymore, and we can't trade Xiaobai, she said. The Chaos Stone was indeed precious. Obtaining it would increase her Hongming Qi and lead to a significant breakthrough in her cultivation. However, she could work on her cultivation gradually, and she believed she could find other ways to enhance her Hongming Qi. But Xiaobai was unique, and she couldn't bear to separate Xiaonan from his little companion. Yuanqi blinked his eyes and looked at Gu Xiaonan. Gu Xiaonan made a worried expression and said, But, Feng Yuanqi, that's enough. It seems one have spoiled you too much, making you unruly. Are you now even trying to snatch other people's pets? Feng Tianlan interrupted Gu Xiaonan, his face cold as he looked down at him. You're coming back with me now. You're not allowed to see this woman again. He lifted Gu Xiaonan and turned to leave, not even bothering to look at the auction anymore. No, I won't go. One won't go. Gu Xiaonan flailed his limbs. Unfortunately, his struggles were in vain under Feng Tianlan's suppression. Seeing this, Feng Yuanqi wanted to chase after them but was stopped by Gu Qingwan. Son, don't chase after them. That man is just a big blockhead. The more you talk to him, the more irritated he'll become. Gu Qingwan frowned, watching their disappearing figures from the corner, feeling somewhat worried. Would little Yuanqi get into trouble? But Feng Yuanqi didn't know how to explain. Gu Qingwan rubbed his head and smiled, saying, I know you wanted to get the Chaos Stone for me. It's enough that you had that intention. If we can't obtain the Chaos Stone, it's okay. It means it's not meant to be, and there's no need to force it. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Xiaobai looked at Feng Yuanqi and suddenly ran towards the direction Feng Tianlan and the others had left. Xiaobai, where are you going? Gu Qingwan was stunned. She stood up straight, ready to chase after them. Her hand was held by a small hand. Mom, don't chase after them. Xiaobai want to find you and she. Gu Qingwan was surprised. Xiaobai has a change of affection? Yes. Gu Qingwan observed him cautiously. Xiaonan, are you okay? I'm fine. Mom, don't worry. Feng Yuanqi put on a big smile, trying to reassure her. Gu Qingwan didn't know if he was truly not upset, or if he was forcing a smile to comfort her. Even Xiaobai ran off with another child, and if she chased after him, it wouldn't be the same Xiaobai as before. It would only make her son sadder. Forget it, she would find a better pet for him in the future. Gu Qingwan estimated that the auction should be ending soon, and there was no need to return to the third floor. So, she took her son downstairs. Just as they reached the entrance, Lu Banian caught up with them. Miss Gu. Gu Qingwan stopped in her tracks. Mr. Lu, is there something you need? Lu Banian was panting, looking around but not seeing the distinguished guest the waiter had mentioned. I just heard about you and a young master. Are you okay? Gu Qingwan glanced at the waiter who was trailing behind and understood what was going on. She smiled faintly. I'm fine. Want to apologize for making you run over. Lu Banian shook his head. Don't say that. I am responsible for the auction house, and you are our honored guest. It's natural for me to take care of you, as long as you're fine. Are you leaving now? The auction hasn't finished yet. It should be ending soon. Just as she finished speaking, a commotion erupted. The guest who had participated in the auction walked out from a door. Leading them was the Gu family. They had smiles on their faces, surrounded by various flattering voices. So, the 9th grade universe stabilizer got taken by the Gu family? The members of the Gu family also caught sight of Gu Qingwan. Gu Zhiqing snorted angrily, unfilial daughter. Elder brother, there's no need to be bothered by her. Now that our Gu family has obtained the 9th grade universe stabilizer, you will soon become a saint. Who would dare to act arrogant towards us? Gu Zhixin smirked proudly. Gu Zhiqing's expression eased a bit. You have a point. Get out of the way. You good-for-nothing dog. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from outside the main gate. Gu Qingwan turned around and saw Gu Jinyue glaring at her with arrogance. Frowning, Lu Baonian asked, This is Lucier Auction House. Is the young lady being too presumptuous? Gu Jinyue rolled her eyes and stepped aside, revealing the person behind her. Upon seeing the person, Lu Baonian showed a surprised expression. Mr. Lu Ming. In the hall, Gu Zhixin's eyes lit up, and he quickly went to greet him. Mr. Lu, why are you here? Our Gu family has successfully bid for the 9th grade universe stabilizer with 1,800 pieces of Xinling crystal hearts. This is the highest price ever in the history of auctions. Congratulations. Beforehand, Gu Zhixin had decided that regardless of what Lu Ming put up for auction, he would inflate the price and buy it, using this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Lu Ming. Although the price skyrocketed later and he didn't need to manipulate it, the Gu family still managed to win the bid. Lu Ming should be able to see the sincerity of the Gu family, right? The others also had excited expressions on their faces. Although they weren't able to get the universe stabilizer, the person who provided it was here. If they could establish a good relationship with Mr. Lu Ming, maybe they could obtain a universe stabilizer from him. Gu Jinyue was extremely surprised. 1,800 pieces of Xinling crystal hearts? My goodness, that's a lot. It's mainly because of the invaluable pill provided by Mr. Lu that the Gu family has been fortunate enough to win the bid, Gu Zhiqing complimented. Lu Ming smiled and replied, Not bad. Witnessing Lu Ming's calm and composed demeanor, everyone was amazed. Truly deserving of someone who hailed from the island of no return, maintaining their composure in the face of such an exorbitant price. Gu Jinyue was overjoyed and turned her gaze towards Gu Qingwan and Lu Baonian standing on the side, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Now, Mr. Lu, do you understand how you should choose your alliances? Gu Jinyue said, her brows furrowing. Lu Baonian's brows knitted together. Miss, don't push it too far. You can only push others when you have the confidence to do so. Are you unhappy? Then keep it to yourself and get lost. Gu Jinyue retorted. The auction of the spirit pill from the island of no return at such a staggering price not only brought renown to the auction house, but also generated substantial transaction fees. She didn't believe that Lu Baonian would still dare to protect Gu Qingwan at this point. Some people couldn't help but frown, feeling that Gu Jinyue was being overbearing. However, such was the way of the world. If the tables were turned, they wouldn't show mercy to their enemies either. Everyone looked towards Gu Qinghuan, curious to see her reaction. As the saying goes, leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Previously, Gu Qinghuan had expelled the members of the Gu family without any consideration, acting too arrogantly and coldly. It was no wonder the Gu family was now suppressing her in every way possible. Gu Qinghuan noticed the expressions of the people around her, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes were like shimmering water, her eyebrows curved gracefully, and her skin was as fair as snow, radiating a gentle glow. It must be said that this Miss Gu from the Gu family had a stunning appearance. However, wasn't it too bold for her to be smiling at a time like this? Didn't she realize that Lu Banyan wouldn't always protect her? Lu Banyan, with a faint trace of anger on his face due to Gu Jinyue's words, was taken aback by Gu Qinghuan's calm demeanor. Could it be that Miss Gu is so composed because she has something to rely on? Lu Banyan thought of her previous advice to him and turned his gaze towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked towards him and said, "Lu Banyan, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Here it comes." Gu Jinyue's eyes instantly lit up, and her small face became flushed with excitement. Surely Mr. Lu Ming was going to forbid Gu Qinghuan from setting foot in the Lushur auction house ever again. "Mr. Lu Ming, what do you want to say?" Lu Banyan's heart was hanging in suspense. The members of the Gu family also caught sight of Gu Qinghuan. Gu Ziqing snorted angrily, "Unfilial daughter. Elder brother, there's no need to be bothered by her. Now that our Gu family has obtained the 9th grade universe stabilizer, you will soon become a saint. Who would dare to act arrogant towards us?" Gu Zixin smirked proudly. Gu Ziqing's expression eased a bit. "You have a point. Get out of the way, you good-for-nothing dog." Suddenly, a crisp voice came from outside the main gate. Gu Qinghuan turned around and saw Gu Jinyue glaring at her with arrogance. Frowning, Lu Banyan asked, "This is Lushur Auction House. Is the young lady being too presumptuous?" Gu Jinyue rolled her eyes and stepped aside, revealing the person behind her. Upon seeing the person, Lu Banyan showed a surprised expression. "Mr. Lu Ming." In the hall, Gu Zixin's eyes lit up, and he quickly went to greet him. "Mr. Lu, why are you here?" "Our Gu family has successfully bid for the 9th grade universe stabilizer with 1,800 pieces of Xinling crystal hearts. This is the highest price ever in the history of auctions. Congratulations." Beforehand, Gu Zixin had decided that regardless of what Lu Ming put up for auction, he would inflate the price and buy it, using this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Lu Ming. Although the price skyrocketed later and he didn't need to manipulate it, the Gu family still managed to win the bid. Lu Ming should be able to see the sincerity of the Gu family, right? The others also had excited expressions on their faces. Although they weren't able to get the universe stabilizer, the person who provided it was here. If they could establish a good relationship with Mr. Lu Ming, maybe they could obtain a universe stabilizer from him. Gu Jinyue was extremely surprised. 1,800 pieces of Xinling crystal hearts? My goodness, that's a lot. It's mainly because of the invaluable pill provided by Mr. Lu that the Gu family has been fortunate enough to win the bid, Gu Ziqing complimented. Lu Ming smiled and replied, "Not bad." Witnessing Lu Ming's calm and composed demeanor, everyone was amazed. Truly deserving of someone who hailed from the island of no return, maintaining their composure in the face of such an exorbitant price. Gu Jinyue was overjoyed and turned her gaze towards Gu Qinghuan and Lu Banyan standing on the side, feeling a sense of satisfaction. "Now, Mr. Lu, do you understand how you should choose your alliances?" Gu Jinyue said, her brows furrowing. Lu Banyan's brows knitted together. "Miss, don't push it too far. You can only push others when you have the confidence to do so. Are you unhappy? Then keep it to yourself and get lost." Gu Jinyue retorted. The auction of the spirit pill from the island of no return at such a staggering price not only brought renown to the auction house, but also generated substantial transaction fees. She didn't believe that Lu Banyan would still dare to protect Gu Qinghuan at this point. Some people couldn't help but frown, feeling that Gu Jinyue was being overbearing. However, such was the way of the world. If the tables were turned, they wouldn't show mercy to their enemies either. Everyone looked towards Gu Qinghuan, curious to see her reaction. As the saying goes, leave a line of retreat for future encounters. Previously, Gu Qinghuan had expelled the members of the Gu family without any consideration, acting too arrogantly and coldly. It was no wonder the Gu family was now suppressing her in every way possible. Gu Qinghuan noticed the expressions of the people around her, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Her eyes were like shimmering water, her eyebrows curved gracefully, and her skin was as fair as snow, radiating a gentle glow. It must be said that this Miss Gu from the Gu family had a stunning appearance. However, wasn't it too bold for her to be smiling at a time like this? Didn't she realize that Liu Banyan wouldn't always protect her? Liu Banyan, with a faint trace of anger on his face due to Gu Jinyu's words, was taken aback by Gu Qinghuan's calm demeanor. Could it be that Miss Gu is so composed because she has something to rely on? Liu Banyan thought of her previous advice to him and turned his gaze towards Liu Ming. Liu Ming walked towards him and said, "Liu Banyan, there is something I'm not sure if I should say." "Here it comes." Gu Jinyue's eyes instantly lit up, and her small face became flushed with excitement. Surely Mr. Liu Ming was going to forbid Gu Qinghuan from setting foot in the Lushur auction house ever again. "Mr. Liu Ming, what do you want to say?" Liu Banyan's heart was hanging in suspense. "What do you mean by being in cahoots? How can you speak like that?" Liu Ming clicked his tongue, no longer looking at Gu Jixin. He turned to Liu Banyan and asked, "What do you think of my proposal just now?" A slight smile formed on Liu Banyan's lips. Mr. Liu's suggestion is indeed valid. Addressing everyone, he made a clear statement. Starting today, Gu Jinyue is strictly forbidden from entering the Lushur auction house in Tianjing. Gu Jinyue's mind and emotions trembled, almost driving her to madness. No, you can't do this. If she were banned from the Lushur auction house, she would become a laughingstock throughout the city of Tianjing. "Mr. Liu, how have I offended you? Why are you conspiring against me like this?" She redirected her accusations towards Liu Ming. Liu Ming maintained a calm smile. "I have already stated the reasons earlier." Pausing for a moment, he added, "If you find those reasons insufficient, I can provide another one. You've provoked Miss Gu, and it displeased me." Gu Jinyue visibly staggered, her face alternating between pale and flushed. Despite sharing the same surname, why did Gu Qinghuan receive the protection and favor of influential figures? First, it was Liu Banyan, and now it was Liu Ming. What qualities and abilities did Gu Qinghuan possess? Burning with anger, Gu Jinyue descended from the heights into an abyss of despair, and the depths of her misery were apparent. Her eyes turned red as she lunged towards Gu Qinghuan. "You wretched woman, it's all because of you. You are the one who ruined me. How dare she mistreat my mother? She deserved to be confronted." Feng Yuanqi's small face turned stern, and a purple light flashed in his hand. No one saw what was going on clearly. Gu Jinyue suddenly screamed, and her body fell to the ground uncontrollably. The onlookers couldn't comprehend what was happening when suddenly, Gu Jinyue let out a miserable scream and uncontrollably plummeted towards the ground. With a thud, she crashed heavily onto the ground, completely prostrate. Surprised, Gu Qinghuan asked, "Gu Jinyue, is this your way of showing me great respect?" It infuriated her. Gu Jinyue was so enraged that her head felt like it was about to explode. Disheveled, she struggled to get up from the ground and lunged at Gu Qinghuan once again, baring her teeth and claws. She was clearly showing no signs of remorse. Feng Yuanqi's eyes flickered with a cold gleam. With a quick motion of his small hand, a powerful force shot out. Gu Jinyue felt a sharp pain in her knees and once again lost control of her body, hurtling forward. Gu Qinghuan swiftly sidestepped. Gu Jinyue tumbled directly out of the auction house's entrance. There were several steps in front of the door, and she rolled down from the steps, continuing to roll several times on the ground before finally coming to a stop. "Yuer!" Gu Jixin and Gu Jinrong reacted quickly and rushed to help her. Gu Qinghuan smiled at Liu Banyan. "Given Gu Jinyue's level of self-awareness, it spares you all the trouble." Liu Banyan suppressed a smile and nodded. "Indeed, it's fortunate that she has some self-awareness." Father, brother, kill her for me. I want Gu Qinghuan dead." Gu Jinyue, supported by her father and brother, cried out. With bruises and a swollen face, combined with her contorted expression, she resembled an ugly monster, devoid of any sense of beauty. Witnessing their beautiful daughter, sister, being treated this way, Gu Jixin and Gu Jinrong felt a deep ache in their hearts. Gu Jixin reassured her, "Don't worry, we will definitely seek revenge for you. The universe stabilizer is in our Gu family's possession, and soon, the Gu family will produce a saint. At that time, no one will be able to step on us." Gu Jinyue's eyes sparkled. "Good, I'll be waiting." She fixated her vengeful gaze on Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan, for past and present grievances alike, one will exact 100-fold revenge upon you. Just you wait. Ronger, take your sister to see the doctor first. Gu Jinrong nodded and helped Gu Jinyue onto the carriage. Gu Jixin returned to the auction house. "Young Master Lu, I hope you can take back your words just now. The Gu family is the foremost family in Qingyuan Kingdom. With the universe stabilizer, we will undoubtedly reach new heights. Have you considered the consequences of offending the Gu family?" Being threatened publicly, Lu Banyan felt a wave of displeasure surging in his heart. Truly, like father, like daughter, Gu Jinyue and Mr. Gu shared the same traits and characteristics. The universe stabilizer was indeed precious, but attempting to use it as a means of intimidation was simply laughable. A true gentleman keeps his word. Instead of threatening me, Mr. Gu, you should focus on raising your own daughter properly. Gu Jixin was infuriated and staggered backward. He pointed at Lu Banyan angrily. "Very well. You brat, you have guts. Don't blame me for being heartless in the future." He then turned to Lu Ming. "Mr. Lu, is this how you show your gratitude for the kindness our family has extended to you? You have enjoyed our hospitality, partaken in our meals and wine, only to display such ingratitude." "Ingratitude?" Mr. Gu seems to have gotten it backwards, don't you think? Lu Ming looked at him in astonishment. "With your son's hand disabled and your daughter's face disfigured, if it weren't for my intervention in treating them, would they have recovered so quickly? As for staying at the Gu residence, wasn't it you who claimed that the medical fees were too high and needed more time to gather the funds, asking me to stay a little longer in your noble house?" Gu Jixin choked on his words. Lu Ming was right. The medical fees were indeed substantial, but their family could afford them. He deliberately made those remarks to keep Lu Ming around. So, Lu Ming eating and staying at the Gu residence was nobody's fault but their own. The astute individuals present had probably guessed the whole story upon hearing Lu Ming's words. Deep down, they silently cursed the Gu family has no shame. They displayed utter shamelessness, flaunting their association with Mr. Lu and not returning island in front of everyone. Some disgruntled individuals sneered and mocked. "So that's how it is. The Gu family boasts about their connection with the island of no return, but it turns out they owe money and refuse to repay. Even if Mr. Lu demands an exorbitant medical fee, could it exceed the wealth of the richest man? Let's not forget, the Gu family once seized the fortune of the Jun family, the richest family in the city. From what I see, it's not that they can't gather the money, but rather a deliberate act of withholding payment to keep people around. That's truly shameless, boasting to the world about their affiliation with the island of no return. Indeed, when it comes to shamelessness, the Gu family undoubtedly claims the top spot. Those who cultivated their senses had a keen hearing, making it impossible to miss these piercing remarks. Gu Jixin's face turned red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Gu Jiqing, implicated by association, also felt incredibly uncomfortable. He never expected that his younger brother would resort to such means to keep important guests at home. "Look at what you've done." He glared at Gu Jixin with resentment and hurriedly walked away. Gu Jixin shot a stern look at the crowd and turned to chase after his elder brother. "Wait for me, elder brother." The Gu family's carriage disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye. After they left, most of the other guests also started to depart. The remaining people approached Lu Ming to engage in conversation. Noticing Lu Ming's good relationship with Gu Qingwan, they took the opportunity to praise Gu Qingwan. Lu Ming's smile deepened. Indeed, Miss Gu is truly exceptional. He felt even happier to praise Gu Qingwan than to receive compliments himself. Everyone observed this and became even more astonished. They hadn't expected that not only did Miss Gu have a close relationship with Liu Banyan, but she also had a unique connection with Mr. Liu. From now on, they couldn't afford to underestimate or neglect Gu Qinghuan. Quietly, the attitudes of half the people in Tianjin City towards Gu Qinghuan underwent a significant shift. After chatting for a while, seeing Gu Qinghuan and Lu Ming maintaining a distant attitude, everyone tactfully bid their farewells and left. Before departing, they even extended invitations for Gu Qinghuan and Lu Ming to visit their homes when they had the chance. Once everyone had left, only Gu Qinghuan, Feng Yuanxi, Lu Ming, and Liu Banyan remained at the entrance. Liu Banyan couldn't help but express his concern. With the universe stabilizer in the possession of the Gu family, it is likely that they will pose a threat to you, Miss Gu, once they produce a saint in the future. Since you and Lu Ming are acquainted, how did the universe stabilizer end up benefiting the Gu family? Gu Qinghuan chuckled at his amusement. Do you think the Gu family obtained a precious treasure? Liu Banyan froze. So, are you suggesting that the universe stabilizer is counterfeit? That's highly unlikely. Our auction house's appraiser has confirmed without a doubt that it is indeed the genuine universe stabilizer. The universe stabilizer is naturally not fake. For the Gu family, however, it is like holding a hot potato, Gu Qinghuan said playfully. Liu Banyan immediately grasped the situation. I see. Although the Gu family is the foremost noble family in the Qingyuan kingdom, they lack top-notch experts to protect them. With the possession of such a precious treasure, it will undoubtedly draw the attention of numerous covetous individuals. While people initially believed that the Gu family's affiliation with the Island of No Return might serve as a deterrent, now that the truth has been unveiled, there is no reason for hesitation. Possessing the universe stabilizer was certainly risky. The members of the Gu family had better pray that they could survive. Once Liu Banyan understood everything, a tremor ran through his heart. This move was truly ruthless. He glanced at Lu Ming standing beside Gu Qinghuan and secretly speculated about their relationship. Lu Ming went to such great lengths for Miss Gu. Liu Banyan probed. The universe stabilizer is so precious. Possessing one is equivalent to having an extra saint. Whether the Gu family or others obtain it, it would be a significant loss for Mr. Liu. Lu Ming cast a glance at Gu Qinghuan. As it has the potential to leave the Gu family destitute and even put their lives at risk, this deal is undeniably worth it. Liu Banyan was secretly astonished. Could it be that Lu Ming has feelings for Miss Gu? In truth, the universe stabilizer is not without flaws, Gu Qinghuan suddenly remarked. What do you mean? Liu Banyan was taken aback. His understanding of the universe stabilizer was limited to hearsay. This was his first time seeing it, and the effects were only known through rumors. The universe stabilizer indeed allows a heavenly ranked expert to advance to the rank of a saint. However, what people don't know is that after consuming the universe stabilizer, one's cultivation becomes fixed. There will be a massive surge in cultivation, but no further progress can be made, Gu Qinghuan explained. Liu Banyan's jaw dropped in astonishment. Is this true? I've never heard of such a thing. Gu Qinghuan smiled. That's because the universe stabilizer is incredibly difficult to refine. It has strict requirements for fire, alchemist skills, and raw materials. With the level of alchemists on the Cloud Plains continent, it's nearly impossible to produce. There was one thing she didn't mention. While the universe stabilizer was invaluable on the Cloud Plains continent, it held no appeal on the Tianji continent. After all, there were countless experts in the Tianji continent, and becoming a saint was just the first step. The universe stabilizer would halt the progress of the user's cultivation, and cultivators in the Tianji continent would never use it. Regarding its challenging production, it was mainly related to the Cloud Plains continent. The crucial component for making the universe stabilizer was an herb called nunglu, which was plentiful in the Tianji continent, but nearly extinct in the Cloud Plains continent. Without nunglu, the likelihood of successfully creating the pill was extremely low. Liu Banyan's expression became complex. One wondered if those who had used the universe stabilizer regretted their decision. Regret was inevitable. Cultivation had no limits. When one reached a certain realm, one would only yearn for even higher realms. However, even if they were given another chance to choose, they would still choose to consume the universe stabilizer. Liu Banyan nodded in agreement. There were only a handful of individuals with the decree of sanctity in the Cloud Plains continent. Becoming a saint meant standing at the pinnacle of that world. Even if they no longer made any progress thereafter, it was enough to be desired. Gu Qinghuan flipped her delicate hand, revealing a porcelain white bottle in her palm. Lu Banyan, thank you for your help today. Lu Banyan quickly waved his hand. It was the least I could do. You saved my sister's life, and what I did was a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. You risked defending the Gu family, and even the island of no return to help me. How could that be a small matter? If you didn't accept my gratitude, I wouldn't dare to trouble you again in the future. Lu Banyan smiled helplessly. Gu miss, you were too polite. He accepted Gu Qinghuan's token of gratitude. Gu Qinghuan said, that's right. I believed we would have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. It was getting late then, so we parted ways for that day. Miss Gu, take care. Lu Ming followed her as they left. Mr. Lu, please wait a moment, Lu Banyan called out to him. Lu Ming asked, is there something else, young Master Lu? The payment for auctioning the universe stabilizer hasn't been given to you yet. Please wait here for a moment. I'll have someone fetch it, Lu Banyan explained. After a while, a servant came out holding a purple gold card. Lu Ming accepted the card and joined Gu Qinghuan and her son in the carriage. Bang! A figure was sent flying and crashed into the wall, blood instantly spraying out, splattering on the cobblestone ground. Younger brother, Gu Zhiqing roared, his eyes filled with fury as he attempted to rush over and save him, but several masked individuals blocked his path. Master of the Gu family, be wise and hand over the universe stabilizer, and we will spare both of your lives. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless, one of the masked individuals rasped. Gu Zhiqing glared at them, his anger flaring. The universe stabilizer was acquired by the Gu family through the expenditure of 1,800 Xinling crystal hearts. Do you honestly believe you can snatch it away without paying a single cent? You're living in a dream. If you don't give in to our terms, you'll have to face the consequences. The masked person sneered. Prepare to die. Gu Zhiqing's heart suddenly tightened. How dare you? This is Tianjing City. It's my Gu family's territory. Hee hee. Mocking laughter echoed in his ears. The masked individuals were closing in. A flash of bloodlust flickered in Gu Zhiqing's eyes. His robes fluttered without wind, and his fist swiftly struck out. Boom! Their fists clashed, causing a tremendous surge of energy that created a terrifying whirlwind radiating outwards from their center. Announcement: we are moving boxnovel.com to branovel.com. Please bookmark our new site. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you very much. The dazzling light was blinding, causing the other masked individuals who were spectating nearby to instinctively shield their eyes. Don't let him escape. One of the masked individuals engaged in combat with Gu Zhiqing shouted fiercely. The onlookers quickly lowered their arms. They watched as Gu Zhiqing, transformed into a streak of light, was about to flee. You have nowhere to run. Several powerful forces simultaneously attacked the fleeing figure. Gu Zhiqing struggled to stand, clutching his chest, and witnessed the scene. His eyes widened in fear as he shouted, "Be careful, elder brother." Boom! The overlapping energies collided, creating an instant where it felt like the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Pebbles flew in all directions, and thick smoke billowed. People nearby were frightened and scattered in panic. A dozen figures swiftly arrived. They landed around the massive pit, their gazes fixed on the center. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a figure covered in blood and charred black appeared before them. Fortunately, Mr. Gu wasn't able to escape. Big brother, are you okay? Gu Zhiqing staggered over. Seeing the figure beneath the deep pit, covered in mangled flesh, his eyes turned red, and he howled in grief and anger, "Elder brother, why fight to the bitter end if only you knew?" One of the masked individuals sneered coldly. At this moment, a slight cough sounded. The body in the pit trembled slightly. Elder brother, you didn't die? That's great." Gu Zhiqing scrambled to his side and helped him up. Gu Zhiqing leaned weakly against him, breathing heavily and laboriously. Above the large pit, more than 10 masked individuals stared at him indifferently. Gu Zhiqing, hand over the universe stabilizer. Gu Zhiqing slowly scanned their faces and said, there's only one universe stabilizer. If I give it to you, how will you divide it among yourselves? Upon hearing this, tension immediately filled the air among the masked individuals. They glanced at each other with a wary expression. Don't let him sow discord among us. We'll figure out how to divide it once we get our hands on the universe stabilizer, said the last masked person. Another person nodded and added, that's right. Let's get the universe stabilizer first. You want the universe stabilizer? Fine. As long as you give me 1,800 Xinling crystal hearts, Gu Zhiqing said, struggling to catch his breath. He was severely injured, making it difficult for him to speak. They weren't afraid of his tricks, but they all scoffed at his proposal. First Master Gu, what do you think you can offer us now to negotiate terms? Gu Zhixin nervously supported Gu Zhiqing and whispered, Elder brother, should we give it to them? Preserving our lives is the priority. If they didn't hand over the universe stabilizer, it was clear that the masked individuals wouldn't simply let them go. Looks like Second Master Gu has some sense. First Master Gu, learn from your younger brother. One of them sneered. Gu Zhiqing smiled amidst his labored breathing and said, it's my money that's being spent, and of course, it's me who feels the pain. It seems that the Gu family head would rather have the pill than his life. The atmosphere turned deadly. An invisible pressure descended upon Gu Zhiqing and Gu Zhixin, weighing on them like a mountain. Gu Zhixin sat on the earthen pit, trembling involuntarily. Gu Zhiqing's condition was even worse. Already severely injured, the pressure caused him to cough up a mouthful of blood. With his hands on the ground and his head tilted back, he sneered at them. Did you really think one would keep such a precious pill with me? The masked individual's expressions changed drastically. The universe stabilizer is not on you? Gu Zhiqing let out a strained chuckle, wincing as he grasped his wound. He inhaled sharply and coughed repeatedly. If the universe stabilizer wasn't on Gu Zhiqing, it meant that it had already been transferred a long time ago. They had discovered it too late. One of the masked individuals wearing a purple robe with golden edges grew furious. Darn it, since the universe stabilizer isn't on you, there's no use keeping you alive. A flash of white light appeared in his hand as he unleashed a surge of energy. Bang! Another beam of white light deflected it. Why are you blocking me? The masked individual in the purple robe angrily glared at another nearby figure in black. If he were to die, we'll never get our hands on that 9th-grade universe stabilizer from the island of no return. Realization dawned on the masked individual in the purple robe. Are you suggesting we use him as a hostage? The masked individual in black nodded. Fine. Let's tie him up. The masked figure in the purple robe flew down in front of Gu Zhiqing. Gu Zhiqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he suddenly shot forward. The masked figure in the purple robe was caught off guard and hurriedly raised his hand to defend himself. Boom! A solid fist struck his arm like iron. The masked figure in the purple robe let out a scream and was sent flying backward. The remaining masked individuals were stunned, looking at Gu Zhiqing with disbelief. Ha ha ha, dreaming of getting the universe stabilizer, aren't you? Gu Zhiqing laughed wildly, releasing a powerful aura that swept in all directions. The others were shocked and stepped back. The masked figure in the black robe questioned angrily, did you consume the universe stabilizer? Gu Zhiqing stood up slowly, feeling triumphant. Why wouldn't one? Did you expect me to save it for you? Crackling sounds filled the air as if every bone in his body was roaring. With his slow movements, his imposing presence became even more awe-inspiring. The masked figures who had previously overwhelmed him now felt suffocated. A saint. You have ascended to the rank of a saint. The masked figure in black exclaimed in disbelief. Gu Zhiqing grinned. It truly lives up to the legendary universe stabilizer. It's absolutely astonishing. He looked at the people before him with a disdainful gaze, as if he were looking at a group of ants. Realizing the sudden shift in the situation, the masked individuals swiftly turned on their heels and fled into the distance. Gu Zhiqing leaped forward, pursuing the masked figure in black who had just attacked him. In a matter of moments, he caught up to the figure and struck him down with a palm. Those lurking in the shadows, hoping to reap the benefits, were filled with horror and dared not linger any longer. They quietly left. Gu Zixin climbed out of the pit and saw his elder brother displaying great power. His eyes widened in astonishment. Inside the carriage, Feng Yuanqi would serve Gu Qingwan tea, offer her snacks, and massage her shoulders and back, being incredibly attentive. Xiaonan, what's wrong with you? Gu Qingwan held his small hand and motioned for him to sit down. Feng Yuanqi stared at her intently. Nothing at all. Actions speak louder than words. Gu Qingwan asked, did you cause trouble? Feng Yuanqi shook his head. No, I just wanted to be filial to mother. He could only stay with beautiful sister for 3 days. 3 days were too short, and he wished he could be with beautiful sister for a lifetime. But he knew it was wishful thinking. So, he wanted to create more memories with beautiful sister so that she would think of him more in the future. Seeing his son's sincere and innocent large eyes, Gu Qingwan reluctantly believed him. Rest for a while. Yes. Feng Yuanqi snuggled up next to her. Beautiful sister was fragrant and soft. Why didn't father like her? If father didn't reject beautiful sister, even if his identity was restored, he could still come and find beautiful sister. Thinking of father, he suddenly remembered that father had angrily taken Gu Xiaonan away just now. Father wouldn't hit Gu Xiaonan, right? If Gu Xiaonan got hurt, it would be his fault. In the palace, Gu Xiaonan was once again thrown into the room by Feng Tianlan. At that moment, Feng Tianlan seemed like a demon from heck, emanating a terrifying aura. Gu Xiaonan couldn't help but tremble in fear, thinking to himself that Feng Tianlan, the father of Feng Yuanqi, was indeed a great demon king. No wonder Feng Yuanqi didn't want to stay here. Jing Feng, prepare the carriage and send him back to the Tianchao immediately. Feng Tianlan ordered. Gu Xiaonan abruptly jumped up from the bed, exclaiming, where do you want to send me? I'm not going. Whether you want to go or not, you have to go. There's no discussion. Feng Tianlan's face turned cold as he stared at Gu Xiaonan. He couldn't let Gu Xiaonan stay here any longer. The woman today had already managed to manipulate his son into demanding his belongings, and tomorrow she might manipulate him to the point where he doesn't even recognize his own father. Hearing Feng Tianlan's words, Jing Feng also felt a chill in his heart. But he had always understood that his master's orders were absolute, so he responded and turned to prepare. Gu Xiaonan glared at him in anger. Fine, you want to drive me away, right? I'll leave right now. He stomped his feet in frustration and walked towards the door. Where do you think you're going? Come back. Feng Tianlan shouted, his deep eyes filled with astonishment and anger. Go back? Young master wasn't foolish. Going back would mean being bundled up and sent to some unknown place by Feng Tianlan. Gu Xiaonan quickened his pace and dashed out hurriedly. However, as soon as he stepped out of the door, his feet left the ground, and he was lifted into the air. Gu Xiaonan kicked his legs in protest. Put me down. Big Demon King, let go of me. Do you hear me? Feng Tianlan threw Gu Xiaonan back onto the bed, his gaze cold and stern. What did you call me? Big Demon King. Big villain. Ugly monster. Gu Xiaonan uttered every insulting word he could think of. As Gu Xiaonan watched Feng Tianlan's face darken, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. How dare he be mean to me? 1 foot 11 inches make him regret it. Feng Tianlan's eyes turned icy cold, and a few words squeezed out between his lips. Feng Yuanqi, I think you've been bewitched by that woman. Gu Xiaonan stared back at him without showing any weakness. My mother. The beautiful lady. She is kind-hearted, powerful in cultivation, and skilled in alchemy. 100 times stronger than you. That's right. His mother was the most perfect woman in the world. She was not just that woman. Gu Xiaonan had never praised anyone like this before, and when Feng Tianlan heard him praise that woman, veins bulged on his forehead. If you mention her again, do you believe one will kill her? How dare you? Upon hearing that Feng Tianlan wanted to harm his mother, Gu Xiaonan jumped up from the bed, standing on it to minimize the height difference. He placed his hands on his hips, fiercely baring his teeth like an enraged little beast. If you dare to harm the beautiful lady even a single hair, I won't recognize you as my father. Feng Tianlan's gaze flickered, anger reaching its peak. His face showed little expression despite the fury within. Feng Yuanqi, For an unrelated woman, you would actually disown me? Gu Xiaonan felt guilty, knowing that Feng Tianlan was not his real father, so it was natural for him not to recognize him. However, this was Yuanqi's father, and it seemed that Yuanqi thought highly of him. If he severed their father-son relationship, it would be troublesome when Yuanqi returned. But still, this Feng Tianlan was truly detestable. He actually said he wanted to kill his mother. How despicable. His mother was the most important person to him, and he wouldn't hesitate to confront anyone who dared to harm her. Not to mention someone who wanted to kill his mother. He would absolutely not forgive them. Gu Xiaonan's anger blazed once again. His eyes filled with a solemn and murderous intent. Seeing his son's determined expression, Feng Tianlan felt deeply moved. Yuanqi, for the sake of that woman, was he willing to become enemies with him? They had only met for the second time. What kind of enchantment did that woman use to sway his son's heart? Feng Tianlan clenched his fists, his intent to kill growing stronger. However, looking at his son fiercely protecting his loved ones, he dared not show the slightest hostility. Although the servants usually took care of Yuanqi, he genuinely loved this child. He didn't want to become enemies with his son over an unrelated woman. Feng Wulan took a deep breath, calming himself down. As long as you stop seeking her out, one will never harm her in the slightest. Really? Gu Xiaonan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing him with a hint of distrust in his tone. A true gentleman keeps his promises. Gu Xiaonan silently mocked. Are you really a gentleman? You are just an indiscriminate big villain. Fine. Gu Xiaonan crossed his arms in front of his chest. I swear that if you break your word, one won't speak to you ever again. After all, he wasn't truly Feng Yuanqi. 3 days later, he would regain his identity as Gu Xiaonan, and the great demon king would remain unaware of it. So, it didn't matter if he agreed. Feng Tianlan couldn't help but doubt when he saw how readily he agreed. Are you really not going to see her again? Was his son really willing to give up seeing Gu Qingwan, despite his fondness for her? Gu Xiaonan puffed up his little face, resembling an adorable pufferfish. Please don't question my integrity. How dare Gung Tianlan doubt the credibility of his words? Well, he wouldn't go see his mother as Feng Yuanqi anyway. After 3 days, when he reverted to being Gu Xiaonan, visiting his mother wouldn't be breaking his promise. But he couldn't just think about himself. After 3 days, Feng Yuanqi would return to the great demon king's side. If he found out about this arrangement, he would definitely be devastated. So, Gu Xiaonan added, I won't actively seek out beautiful sister. However, if we happen to run into each other, or if she comes looking for me, it won't be considered a violation of my promise. Feng Tianlan responded coldly, I won't give her a chance to come near you again. Gu Xiaonan glared, You're not allowed to send me away right now. As long as Gu Xiaonan didn't leave, could Feng Tianlan really keep him from seeing Gu Qingwan? Feng Tianlan said, As long as you behave, one won't send you back early. Gu Xiaonan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Master, the carriage is ready. Jing Feng entered from outside. I'm not leaving. Gu Xiaonan waved his hand. Jing Feng looked surprised as he glanced at Feng Tianlan. Feng Tianlan said, Let him stay for now. During this time, you stay with Yuanqi. Jing Feng didn't understand why his master suddenly changed his mind, but he was still happy to hear the news. His master had always been busy, and they rarely had the chance to spend time together. It was a rare opportunity for them to go out together, and he hoped they could bond as father and son. Jing Feng happily agreed. Gu Xiaonan curled his lips. What's there to be happy about? Just to keep an eye on him? Gu Xiaonan would make sure Jing Feng couldn't find him later, which would make Jing Feng cry. After giving his instructions, Feng Tianlan left and returned to his room. He took out the Chaos Stone, and a fleeting gleam of light flashed in his slender, deep eyes. He didn't expect that there would be a Chaos Stone in the Cloud Plains continent. It was even rare to find one in the Tianji continent. It seemed that he needed to send someone to search for more Chaos Stones. Perhaps he could find a larger supply. With the Chaos Stone, his injuries would heal faster. Feng Tianlan placed his hand over his chest and pondered silently. He originally intended to immediately absorb the energy from the Chaos Stone, but suddenly, Gu Qingwan's face flashed through his mind. Why did she want the Chaos Stone? Did she recognize it? The Chaos Stone was so precious. If that woman truly knew its value, she would surely come back to find Yuanqi. Thinking of his agreement with his son, Feng Tianlan murmured, "It seems necessary to warn that woman to prevent her from bewitching Yuanqi again." "Master!" Su Lai's voice came from outside the carriage. He had been sent by Gu Qinghuan to handle some tasks after the auction. Now that he had returned, it was apparent that he had news to share. "Come in," Gu Qinghuan said. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Su Lai entered. "Mr. Lu, you're here too." Su Lai greeted both Gu Qinghuan and Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and gave him a simple reply. Su Lai's gaze shifted to Gu Qinghuan and he said, "Master, your speculation was correct. The Gu family has indeed been targeted. Unfortunately, those people were not skillful enough, and Gu Zhiqing ended up consuming the universe stabilizer." Gu Qinghuan was taken aback. He directly consumed it? Yes, with so many experts watching, I'm not sure when he managed to consume it. The high-level experts who originally surrounded him became his prey instead. The two men who died were foreigners, and countless others were injured. Fortunately, one quickly slipped away, or one wouldn't have the chance to return to share with you the news. Su Lai detailed the situation to Gu Qinghuan, his eyes filled with concern. "You have a conflict with Gu Zhiqing, and now that he has become a saint, he will soon come looking for trouble. Should we take precautions and avoid any confrontations?" The territory of Qingyuan Kingdom was vast, but at that time, there were only two saints. One resided in the imperial palace, while the other had chosen seclusion. Neither of them would have easily shown themselves. Gu Zhiqing's ascension to the rank of saint gave him unparalleled power within Qingyuan Kingdom. As for Gu Qinghuan, she was just one step away from reaching the saint stage. However, that one step seemed like an insurmountable gap. Whatever is bound to happen will happen. Since I chose to return this time, I have no intention of running away. Gu Qinghuan smiled proudly, her bright black eyes gleaming with a mischievous light. Seeing her calm demeanor, Su Lai's tightly wound heart eased slightly. His master was so intelligent. She must have anticipated the possibility of this situation and surely had a way to deal with it. Su Lai respectfully asked, "Have you figured out how to handle it? Is there anything I can do?" Gu Qinghuan shook her head. "No." "What?" Su Lai was dumbfounded. Had the master not thought about it? Or did she simply have no plan in mind? Seeing Su Lai's stunned expression, Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Master, you just tricked me, didn't you?" Su Lai let out a sigh of relief. "I didn't trick you." Su Lai's expression immediately froze. You really have no plan?" "There's no need for a plan. If Gu Zhiqing hadn't been so eager to consume the universe stabilizer, perhaps I would have been more cautious. But now, there's nothing worth watching, let alone mentioning." Su Lai asked, "Is there anything I don't know about?" I witnessed those high-ranking experts who surrounded him crumbling like powerless infants in his grasp. The universe stabilizer requires a calm and composed state of mind to have the best effect. Given Gu Zhiqing's condition at that time, it's clear that he couldn't achieve that. The more his emotions fluctuate, the less effective the universe stabilizer becomes. Originally, it could have helped him stabilize his newly elevated levels, but now it's impossible. Without this additional effect, his saint stage is unstable. Although he had reached the saint stage, there were times when he couldn't fully exert his saint stage power, making him much weaker than other saints. Gu Qinghuan, who hadn't reached the saint stage yet, had the strength to fight against him. As they conversed, Gu Qinghuan's smile suddenly grew strained. "Be careful." Swish! A sharp sword pierced through the back of the carriage. Gu Qinghuan held Feng Yuanqi tightly and evaded the attack. Boom! The carriage shattered into pieces. Gu Qinghuan and a few others were thrown out of the carriage. Several forces of profound energy attacked from all directions. "They are experts of the heavenly stage," Su Lai exclaimed urgently. Gu Qinghuan's slender hand fluttered, radiating a bright light that formed a barrier, protecting everyone in the middle. Bang! 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 The barrier flickered and shimmered as the intense light screen endured the assault. Feng Yuanqi tightly grabbed her clothes, his gaze scanning the surroundings with icy coldness. 8 men in black attire descended from above, surging with profound energy, their hands swiftly swinging as they relentlessly attacked the barrier. Lu Ming's face turned pale. Miss Gu, they must be after me. Hurry, take Xiaonan and leave. These people must be after the universe stabilizer. Its allure was too great for them to maintain their sanity. Gu Qinghuan shook her head. You're wrong. They're here to take my life. Their malicious intent was evident, showing no mercy in their attacks. They didn't seem interested in capturing anyone alive. 8 high-ranking experts, the mastermind behind them, didn't hesitate to go all out. After speaking, Gu Qinghuan turned to Su Lai and said, Protect Xiaonan? Yes. Su Lai wanted to pull the young master closer to himself. Feng Yuanqi glanced coldly at him. Don't worry about me. Help Mother. How could he push all the pressure onto Mother? He gathered his profound energy, aimed at one of the enemies, and struck. A surge of purple light shot out like a pillar of water. The black-clothed individual evaded in midair. Boom! The purple light struck the ground, creating a large crater. Gu Qinghuan was slightly surprised. Has Xiaonan's cultivation improved again? As the thought crossed her mind, her attention was swiftly redirected by the enemy. Su Lai and Lu Ming were witnessing Gu Xiaonan's attack for the first time, leaving them utterly astonished and speechless. This child was so young, yet his strength was not inferior to theirs. They couldn't let themselves be outdone, or they would have lost face. The two of them rose up simultaneously, joining the battle. The 8 black-clad individuals, realizing they couldn't break through the opponent's protective barrier, exchanged glances and said, Form the formation. The 8 of them landed in 8 different positions, swiftly forming hand seals. 8 beams of light simultaneously shot towards Gu Qinghuan and the others. Everyone, be careful. The protective barrier won't hold much longer. Sensing the danger, Gu Qinghuan alerted her comrades while also lifting her son into her arms. With a loud boom, the barrier was shattered by the concentrated force. Su Lai and Lu Ming were injured by the residual shockwave, while Gu Qinghuan's body emitted a faint glow, blocking the invading shockwave. However, she was still pushed back a few steps by the impact. Mother, are you okay? Feng Yuanqi asked, his entire body stiff, afraid of becoming a burden to her. Gu Qinghuan's tone was relaxed, with a hint of indifference. No problem. Just a few Heavenly Realm experts can't pose a threat to me. The words of Gu Qinghuan infuriated the black-clad men. One of them sneered coldly. Such an arrogant woman. Today, we'll show you how formidable we are. Brothers, attack! Before the words had even finished echoing, 8 shadowy figures darted forward, brandishing radiant lights in their hands, each wielding a precious sword that gleamed like a rainbow. Their movements were almost identical, and their strengths were comparable. The combined pressure they exerted was even stronger than that of a 9th-grade Heavenly Realm expert. Gu Qinghuan was still composed, but Su Lai and Lu Ming felt the terrifying pressure, their eyes filled with astonishment. Previously, when they arranged themselves in formation, Su Lai and Lu Ming had sensed that the collective strength of the adversaries was not merely additive. However, shielded by the protective barrier, they hadn't fully felt the intensity of the impact. But now, as they confronted it directly, the chilling force bore down upon them without mercy, crushing their spirits. Faint purple light shimmered in the depths of Feng Yuanqi's eyes, while his young and innocent face tensed with seriousness. A subtle mark of flames flickered on his forehead, appearing both elusive and discernible. Mother, I'll protect you. A faint smile appeared on Gu Qinghuan's lips as she heard his words. You're still young. It's my duty to protect you for now. In a few years, 1 foot 11 inches let you protect me. Gazing at her confident and exuberant smile, Feng Yuanqi's eyes revealed an expression of infatuation. Mother, you're so cool. Lost in his admiration, Feng Yuanqi was pulled behind by Gu Qinghuan. She conjured a long sword out of thin air and drew a circle around Feng Yuanqi. The sword's tip shirked against the ground, emitting a piercing sound and sparking flames. A formation was activated. Stay obediently within the circle and don't run about. He snapped back to his senses and clenched his fist. His dark eyes shone brightly, nervously, and eagerly staring at her. Mother, you must be careful. Gu Qinghuan let out a chuckle, swiftly stepped forward and leaped gracefully into the air. Her white skirt billowed like a blooming white lotus as she spun through the air, her sword sweeping horizontally. The sword energy surged forth like a vibrant rainbow, spreading in all directions with an irresistible momentum. The black-clad figures were forced to retreat continuously. Gu Qingluan withdrew her sword into the void, her delicate hands gracefully dancing in front of her. One after another, talismans shot out from her hands with precision and speed. The black-clad figure's eyes gleamed with excitement. "You're a talisman formation master?" Talisman formation masters were rare in the Cloud Plains continent, often playing auxiliary roles due to their need for focused concentration and the ability to draw formations. They typically relied on spirit stones or other objects infused with spiritual energy. To be able to draw formations effortlessly, without any external aids, was a mark of at least a heavenly stage talisman formation master. Lower-ranked talisman formation masters possessed limited combat prowess, and it was only at the heavenly stage and beyond that they could rival other practitioners of the same level. It was truly fascinating. Who would have expected that the young miss of the Gu family, who had disappeared for several years, not only returned with formidable cultivation, but also became a heavenly stage talisman formation master? Sadly, her journey came to an end there. She had incurred the wrath of the wrong people, ensuring she wouldn't live to see the next sunrise. Gu Qingluan's hands continued their swift movements as she attacked the enemies with her talismans. "You appear to be observant. It's evident that all 8 of you have trained in a coordinated formation tactic. With 8 practitioners ranging from the 7th to 8th heavenly stage, harnessing formations to unleash power surpassing that of an expert in the 9th heavenly stage, you possess the strength to challenge even a saint. So, why have you chosen to degrade yourselves by selling your lives?" The 8 individuals evaded the oncoming talismans while closing in on Gu Qingluan's group. They retorted, "Selling our lives? Heh. We simply took on a well-paying but non-life threatening assignment." Gu Qingluan chuckled softly. That may not have been the case. The black-clad individuals were taken aback by her response. Suddenly, the situation on the battlefield took a drastic turn. Numerous formations, large and small, appeared in the air, interlocking intricately, leaving no room for escape. "No, this can't be." The black-clad individuals collectively trembled in shock and disbelief. They had a basic understanding of formations, so how could the enemy secretly set up so many formations right under their noses? Given that every formation requires energy support, it seems implausible that the energy fluctuations could go undetected. Moreover, the formations were set up right under their noses, practically beside them. Gu Qingluan said calmly, "Nothing is impossible." She pointed her finger, and those formations became dazzlingly bright. All. The formations were not just a single type. There were thunderstorm formations, flame formations, frost formations, and windblade formations. There were too many of them, making it impossible to defend against. All 8 of them were experts at the heavenly realm, but no matter how skilled they were, they couldn't avoid so many formations. In no time, all 8 of them met their match. Gu Qingluan stood outside the formations, her figure slender and graceful, her face composed. Feng Yuanqi's eyes sparkled as he looked at her. "Wow, Mother is so amazing." Except for the time in front of the Gu family gate, Lu Meng had never seen Gu Qingluan take action. At that time, Gu Qingluan's move was too fast, and the enemies were too weak, leaving no room for Gu Qingluan to display her true strength. Lu Meng had never witnessed her true power. Seeing this scene now, he was astonished. Miss Gu is actually this formidable? Su Lai proudly lifted his chin. Of course. When everyone thought the 8 of them were about to be defeated, roar echoed through the heavens and earth, accompanied by a terrifying pressure that made one's soul tremble. Su Lai's body uncontrollably trembled as he widened his eyes in astonishment. What is that? Boom. A black mist suddenly appeared, and within the mist, a colossal creature materialized out of thin air. It had a massive body, at least 10 meters long, resembling a giant serpent with thick, black scales. Above were 3 enormous snakeheads, glaring fiercely at Gu Qingluan and the others. Their blood-red snake mouths revealed sharp fangs, and the liquid dripping from their mouths emitted a green smoke when it touched the ground. Gu Qinghuan and the others couldn't help but gasp. "Be careful, don't let the venom touch you," Gu Qinghuan reminded. "What business do you all have with me?" The three snake heads spoke simultaneously. The echoes resounded through the streets and alleys. People nearby had long disappeared. Feng Tianlan, who was on her way to the June residence, paused and looked towards the distant sky. The aura of a sacred beast. That location. It seemed to be the direction towards the June residence. Feng Tianlan furrowed his brows and leaped into the air, following the direction of the aura, and swiftly dashed away. In front of the three-headed serpent, 8 figures in black respectfully stood before it. "Third Highness, we've encountered a formidable opponent. Please help us take her down." The 6 eyes of the three-headed serpent all turned to Gu Qinghuan. It could sense that this woman was the strongest among them. However, in its eyes, she was nothing more than an ant. "Can't you 8 handle such a little heavenly realm cultivator?" It sneered. The 8 of them, who were being mocked, dared not utter a word of complaint. One of them explained, "Although she's only in the heavenly realm, she is proficient in formations. We can't afford to be delayed here for too long, fearing it will attract others and hinder our mission. Third Highness, as long as you help us defeat her, we will surely show our utmost respect to you." "Yes, Third Highness, please lend us your assistance." The three-headed serpent stared at Gu Qinghuan, its eyes flickering with a sinister gleam. Its long serpentine tongue flexibly extended and retracted. "I smell something delicious. I won't hold it against you this time." The 8 individuals let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Third Highness." Feng Yuanxi's face darkened when he heard the three-headed serpent's intention to eat his mother. "You despicable serpent. If you even dare to harm my mother, rest assured, I'll strip your skin off while you're still alive." "Xiaonan," Gu Qinghuan urgently called out to him. This three-headed serpent was ugly and disgusting, but there was no denying its formidable strength. Even Gu Qinghuan couldn't guarantee that she could escape unscathed. Originally, the opponent's attention was solely focused on her, and Sulai could quietly protect Xiaonan and leave. But now, with Xiaonan speaking up, it was afraid that the three-headed serpent's gaze would be drawn to him. And as expected, the three-headed serpent looked towards Feng Yuanxi. The 3 pairs of large vertical pupils lit up simultaneously. "So, there's an even more delicious one here." In the eyes of the three-headed snake, this little guy's entire body was emitting a pure aura. That aura was very powerful and pure, making the three-headed snake yearn for it. Its body suddenly became restless, as if there was a voice telling it to swallow the child. Gu Qinghuan saw the desire in its eyes and her heart tightened. She shouted, "Three-headed snake, your opponent is me." The three-headed snake tilted its head and glanced at Gu Qinghuan with a mocking look. You overestimate yourself." The other snakehead opened its mouth. "Stop wasting time. Let's finish this woman first before eating that child." The last snakehead had been staring at Feng Yuanxi, unwilling to move its eyes away. When it heard that the other 2 snakeheads had reached an agreement, it could only say unwillingly, "Then hurry up. This little dumpling smells too good. I can't wait." "Me too," the other 2 snakeheads said in unison. Before he finished his sentence, the thick tail of the snake flew up and swung towards Gu Qinghuan. Whoosh, whoosh. His movements were fast and fierce. The air seemed to be cut apart, and it let out a painful roar. Gu Qinghuan dodged. Rumble. The snake's tail slapped the ground, and in an instant, the ground cracked open, and stones flew everywhere. Gu Qinghuan landed beside Feng Yuanxi, picked him up, and threw him to Sulai. "Take Xiaonan and leave." Immediately, a violent wind blew. Her last words were torn apart by the wind. Gu Qinghuan swiftly leaped back, narrowly avoiding the snake's tail as it brushed past her body, only to immediately snap back in a hook motion. In her hand, a handle materialized out of thin air, and she swung it backwards, aiming for the snake's tail. The sword's tip drew a trail of fiery light across the scales, producing a sharp metallic clang. Gu Qinghuan realized that the scales were incredibly tough, and her expression slightly changed. Using the bending and rebounding force of the sword, she quickly leaped backward. As Su Lai caught Feng Yuanqi, he felt a suffocating sensation. A pair of blood-red, bloodthirsty eyes locked onto him. "Dare to flee, and I'll devour you immediately." The snakehead in the middle spat out its snake tongue, revealing a fierce expression. Feng Yuanqi struggled. "Su Lai, put me down. Mother is in danger." Young master, the master instructed me to protect you and take you away." Su Lai's teeth trembled, not out of fear, but because he couldn't control himself. The pressure from the sacred beast was too terrifying, causing his soul to tremble uncontrollably, and his body instinctively trembled. "Let's go." Su Lai barely managed to move legs and escape into the distance. The snakehead in the middle, seeing them foolishly trying to escape, swooped down with its huge mouth wide open, ready to bite Su Lai and Feng Yuanqi. Clang! A fan flew from the side and struck the snake's eye. The snakehead blinked as the fan seemed to hit an iron wall and was sent flying backward. The reopened eyes of the snakehead glared maliciously at the person who attacked it, Lu Ming. Cold sweat streamed down Lu Ming's forehead. "Su Lai, take Xiaonan and leave quickly. Even if he were to die today, he had to protect the little one and escape. You're clueless." It dove down, its foul-smelling jaws closing in on him. Lu Ming was immobilized by its overwhelming pressure. At this moment, death was so close to Lu Ming. He didn't know how he felt, his mind going blank. "Lu Ming, get away." Su Lai turned around and witnessed this scene, filled with terror and panic. At the critical moment, a white figure flashed by. Sharp sword energy aimed directly at the snake's eye. The three-headed snake sensed the danger and had to retract its heads. Lu Ming was lifted by Gu Qinghuan and thrown towards a distance. "Go quickly." Lu Ming landed beside Su Lai. "Let's go. Staying here will only hold back our master. We need to go get reinforcements." Su Lai urged. "I'm not leaving. If you want to go, go yourselves." Feng Yuanqi angrily roared. Su Lai's mission was to protect Xiaonan and ensure his safe departure. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Lai would never leave without him. "You go ahead. I'll stay behind to assist Miss Gu." Lu Ming knew he was weaker, but having one more person meant more strength and could buy Su Lai and the others some time to escape. After saying that, he picked up the fan from the ground and dashed toward the three-headed snake. Su Lai steeled his heart and carried Feng Yuanqi away. "Stop them." The three-headed snake, unable to reach its desired prey due to being entangled by this troublesome woman, ordered the 8 black-clad individuals. The black-clad individuals never expected the three-headed snake to intervene, allowing Gu Qinghuan to hold on for so long. Concerned that the three-headed snake might abandon its attack on Gu Qinghuan in pursuit of the child, they immediately chased after Feng Yuanqi. And at that moment, Su Lai suddenly felt a sharp pain on the back of his hand and unintentionally let go. It turned out that Feng Yuanqi had bitten him. Feng Yuanqi agilely landed on the ground and dashed towards Gu Qinghuan. "I'll save mother." But little did they know, in order to stop the three-headed snake from pursuing her son, Gu Qinghuan had accidentally been struck by the snake's tail, causing her back to be a bloody mess in an instant. "Young master." Su Lai stomped his feet and hurriedly went to grab Feng Yuanqi. The man in black was stunned for a moment when he saw his target suddenly return the way he came. Then, he was overjoyed and leaped up to block Feng Yuanqi. 8 against 3, and one of the 3 was a child. The disparity in strength in this battle was too great. "Get out of the way," Feng Yuanqi said angrily with a cold face. The men in black looked at each other, and one of them asked with a smile, "Where are you going?" "One half to save my mother." "All right, go ahead." Anyway, the three-headed snake had taken a fancy to him. If Feng Yuanqi wanted to walk into the trap, why would they stop him? Feng Yuanqi rushed through the path they had opened up. Su Lai could not stop Feng Yuanqi because he was being targeted by the 8 men in black. Gu Qinghuan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and stood up. Her gaze was unprecedentedly cold. "Human, you can't beat me. Why don't you obediently let me eat you?" The 3 snake heads said in unison. "You want to eat me?" Gu Qinghuan sneered. "You need to be alive to do so." She took out a pill from her space and stuffed it into her mouth. In an instant, A warm current flowed from her stomach to her limbs and bones. Immediately after, the aura around her rose steadily. The three-headed snake noticed her change. Seeing that she had broken through to the level of a saint and had the aura of a saint, the three snake heads were startled. They guessed that her change was related to the pill she had just eaten. The three-headed snake didn't delay any longer and immediately started to attack her fiercely. The three snake heads surrounded Gu Qinghuan from three sides. At the same time, they raised their tails high and whipped at Gu Qinghuan's waist. Profound energy burst out from Gu Qinghuan's body like a wave. Gu Qinghuan jumped up from the ground and dodged the giant mouth. She landed on the head of one of the snakes and raised her sword high. Roar! The three-headed snake guessed her purpose and twisted its head with all its might, trying to shake her down. The other two snakeheads quickly came over to support him. The snake tail was even more swift and fierce, fiercely lashing over. Gu Qinghuan could not stand steadily on the snake's head and fell down. She stabbed with all her might towards the giant snake's eyes. The three-headed snake let out an angry roar. At the same time, another snake head was about to bite down on Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan covered her body with arcane power, exerting a tremendous force in an attempt to escape from the snake's mouth. The venom dripped down, corroding the protective arcane shield on the surface. Gu Qinghuan felt alarmed. The venom of this snake was indeed potent. She quickly repaired and reinforced her arcane defenses with more arcane power. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Feng Yuanqi's heart raced with anxiety. "You wretched snake, get away!" The furious roar, infused with arcane power and intimidation, stunned the three-headed snake. A sense of inexplicable fear emanated from the depths of its soul. Taking advantage of the moment, Gu Qinghuan narrowly avoided the snake's mouth and landed beside Feng Yuanqi. "Xiaonan, didn't I tell you to go? Why did you come back?" she asked, both worried and angry. Although she had consumed the reverse arcane pill that greatly increased her cultivation, she still wasn't confident in killing a three-headed snake that had clearly become a sacred beast over the years. "I want to help Mother." Feng Yuanqi clenched his fists. "Nonsense. You should hurry and leave." Gu Qinghuan became furious. While she tolerated her son's willfulness at other times, staying behind in such a life or death situation would only be suicidal. The dangerous aura drew closer. Gu Qinghuan didn't have time to scold him anymore. She pushed him away, but she couldn't escape herself and could only face it head-on. She launched a fierce attack, striking the snake's tail with a punch. However, for the three-headed snake, the tail was a non-lethal area. Other than causing some pain, it had no significant effect. In a swift motion, the snake's tail coiled around Gu Qinghuan, binding her tightly. "Mother!" Feng Yuanqi's eyes turned a deep shade of purple, filled with anxiety and worry as he witnessed Gu Qinghuan's entrapment. Unnoticed by the surrounding onlookers, the snake's tail constricted tighter, rendering Gu Qinghuan powerless. In desperation, Feng Yuanqi swiftly retrieved a small jade flute and blew into it with all his might. A peculiar melody resonated, piercing the ears of the three-headed snake. To others, the sound seemed slightly strange, but within the snake's mind, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a malevolent enchantment. A wretched cry escaped the snake's mouth. Momentarily stunned, Gu Qinghuan seized the opportunity to summon all her strength and break free from the serpent's coils. "You wretched brat, 1 foot 11 inches consume you." The three-headed snake, plagued by a throbbing headache, abandoned its playful demeanor and lunged towards Feng Yuanqi. Reacting swiftly, Gu Qinghuan darted towards the snake, directing her blade towards its unscathed eye. Aware of the sword's deadly precision, the three-headed snake recoiled, avoiding the imminent threat. Meanwhile, Feng Yuanqi continued to blow the flute, infusing it with his own power without relent. The combined effect of the haunting melody and Gu Qinghuan's relentless assault gradually pushed the three-headed snake into a disadvantaged position. 2 eyes, 3 eyes. With each injured eye, the creature's sanity waned, spiraling further into madness. Though pale-faced, Feng Yuanqi refused to release his grip on the flute, persistently channeling his power into its ethereal notes. However, in the midst of the intense struggle, a powerful and familiar aura suddenly emanated from the distance. Feng Yuanxi's expression froze in dread. Was his great father? He couldn't allow his presence to be discovered. Feng Yuanxi quickly put away his flute. Without the influence of the flute music, the three-headed snake spirit was shaken. It roared loudly and attacked Gu Qingluan fiercely. Gu Qingluan felt the pressure increase exponentially. She gritted her teeth and endured it. When Feng Tianlan arrived, he saw the messy battlefield. The young woman was fighting fiercely with the three-headed snake. He glanced at the ground with an indifferent expression before turning his gaze elsewhere. Just now, he seemed to have heard the sound of the flute. Was Yuan Shi here? But wasn't he in the palace? Could it be that Jing Feng did not keep an eye on him and let him run out again? Feng Yuanxi sat on the ground and curled up in a corner. His face was pale. He had used up too much of his divine power. To those who didn't know better, it looked like he had been frightened. Feng Tianlan's gaze lingered on his face for a moment before he looked away. He knew that this was the child who followed Gu Qingluan. He searched around but found no trace of his son. Feng Tianlan thought to himself, "Did I sense it wrongly?" Feng Yuanxi let out a sigh of relief when he felt Feng Tianlan's vision was no longer on him. Fortunately, his father did not recognize him. His great father is here, so they should be saved. Feng Tianlan didn't do as Feng Yuanxi had wanted. He stood coldly on a roof and looked down at the battle below. Gu Qingluan's strength greatly exceeded his expectations. However, this three-headed snake wasn't easy to deal with either. It was unknown who would win or lose. If this woman died, it would save him the trouble of warning her, and he would not have to worry about his son being bewitched. Feng Yuanxi waited for a while, but her father didn't make a move. Feng Yuanxi wondered if his father had left, and he raised his head to look for him. In the end, Feng Yuanxi found Feng Tianlan at a glance. Feng Tianlan was standing on the roof coldly. Feng Yuanxi's heart trembled. How could he have forgotten that his father had always been cold-blooded and heartless towards outsiders? Moreover, father had never liked mother, so he naturally wouldn't save her. Feng Yuanxi glared at Feng Tianlan angrily. Feng Tianlan seemed to sense something and suddenly looked at him. Feng Yuanxi hung his head in fear. Then, he raised his head and ran toward Feng Tianlan. "Mr. Feng, please save my mother." Feng Tianlan glanced at him indifferently, neither confirming nor denying. Feng Yuanxi refused to believe that his father could be so indifferent. Clenching his teeth, he confronted, "Uncle Feng, knowing how much Yuanxi loves my mother, if he finds out that you stood by and did nothing, he will surely despise you." He didn't believe that saying this to his father would have no effect. Feng Tianlan's imposing gaze suddenly fell on him. Under his powerful aura, Feng Yuanxi didn't flinch, raising his little face defiantly. A trace of surprise flickered in Feng Tianlan's eyes. This child wasn't afraid of him? Strange, why did this little boy feel so familiar? The thought crossed his mind, but Feng Tianlan didn't pay much attention to it. However, the words spoken just now made him reconsider. Considering his son's recent behavior, defending that woman against him, it was conceivable that his son could develop hatred towards him if he discovered that he had chosen not to save her. It was not worth it to get hated by his son all because of a woman. Feng Tianlan's wrist turned, and a beam of light struck the vital spot of the three-headed serpent. Jet black blood spurted out. Gu Qingluan was startled, quickly condensing her profound energy in front of her to block the splashing blood. As the fresh blood splattered on the ground, the sturdy stone slab was instantly corroded, emitting a cloud of black smoke. The massive body of the three-headed serpent fell heavily to the ground. Not far away, Su Lai's screams resounded. Gu Qingluan's heart trembled, and she quickly mobilized her profound energy, flying over to save him. The black-clothed figures heard the commotion behind them and turned their heads to see the fallen three-headed serpent, causing them to be greatly alarmed. The three-headed serpent was actually killed? How was that possible? Seeing Gu Qingluan rushing over, drenched in blood, their scalps tingled. Was this woman a maniac? She even killed the three-headed serpent. There was no way they could defeat her. Without thinking, The 8 individuals unanimously fled into the distance. Gu Qingwan arrived, but she didn't chase after them. Instead, she landed in front of Su Lai and caught his falling body. Master, don't talk. Gu Qingwan's expression turned serious as she acupunctured several points on his body and then stuffed a pill into his mouth. Swallow this. Su Lai struggled to swallow the pill, and his complexion visibly improved. Master, don't worry about me, Lu. Gu Qingwan said. Rest for a while. I'll heal you later. I'll go save Lu Ming. Gu Qingwan gently placed Su Lai on the ground and turned to look for Lu Ming. Lu Ming lay on the ground, motionless. Fortunately, there was still a trace of his aura. Gu Qingwan heaved a sigh of relief, but her face immediately tensed up. Although Lu Ming was not dead, he was not far from death. At this moment, he was breathing out more than he was breathing in, and he would die at any moment. Gu Qingwan also administered a 9 revolutions resurrection pill to Lu Ming, saving his life from the brink of death. After successfully rescuing Lu Ming, Gu Qingwan was exhausted, gasping for breath, her body swaying, on the verge of collapsing. Be careful, mother. A cold and chilling aura permeated the surroundings. Gu Qingwan collided with a sturdy pair of legs. Moments ago, she had failed to sense someone approaching. Startled, she quickly turned her head and saw the black silk robe stained with the color of blood. Its darkness intensified. Gu Qingwan licked her lips and looked up. Along the tall and upright figure, she caught sight of a sharply defined jawline. The person slightly lowered their head, and a pair of jet-black eyes locked onto her. Finally, Gu Qingwan recognized the person's face and staggered backward in astonishment. Why are you here? Mother. Mother. It was Mr. Feng who saved us. Feng Yuanqi supported Gu Qingwan and gave credit to his father. His great father always wore a cold face, even scaring away the beautiful sister. After Feng Yuanqi left Gu Qingwan, Feng Yuanqi was afraid that Gu Qingwan would not come looking for him because of his father. Now that Gu Qingwan owed Feng Tianlan her life, she should treat his great father differently, right? In that case, the Gu Qingwan would go to look for Feng Yuanqi, wouldn't she? Thinking of the 3-headed serpent that suddenly collapsed earlier, Gu Qingwan understood that it was this man's doing. She knew he was formidable, but she didn't expect him to be this powerful. A single strike hit the vital spot of the 3-headed serpent. Regardless of their past grievances, it was an undeniable fact that he saved their lives. Gu Qingwan expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for coming to my rescue. 1 a.m. indebted to you for saving my life. However, my 2 subordinates have been seriously injured. Would it be possible for you to inform me of your place of residence? One will visit you tomorrow to express my gratitude in person." No need. Feng Tianlan interrupted her. One intervened because one didn't want Yuanqi to know that one allow you to die. If you want to thank me, just do one thing. Never see Yuanqi again in the future. Feng Yuanqi was shocked beyond words. How could father be like this? Gu Qingwan furrowed her brows. Thinking of that child named Yuanqi, a strong feeling of reluctance welled up within her. She opened her mouth several times but couldn't utter a word. Aren't you supposed to thank me? Can't even fulfill such a small request? Feng Tianlan sneered. Gu Qingwan's eyes dimmed. Seeing her mother about to agree, Feng Yuanqi quickly interjected, "Mr. Feng, did you ask for Yuanqi's opinion? If he knew you came to blackmail my mother, he would definitely be very angry." Feng Tianlan's cold gaze swept towards him. Feng Yuanqi's heart skipped a beat, but his gaze didn't waver. Feng Tianlan said in a low voice, "If you don't say anything, and Gu Qingwan doesn't say anything, he won't know." Feng Yuanqi inwardly roared. One already know. Seeing Feng Tianlan's unfavorable gaze towards her son, Gu Qingwan quickly pulled him behind her. All right, one agree. Mother. Feng Yuanqi anxiously grabbed her. Xiaonan, when the adults are talking, children should not interrupt. Gu Qingwan patted his little hand and looked directly at Feng Tianlan. If this is your condition for saving me, I agree. Very well, one hope you won't go back on your word. After saying that, a gust of wind blew by, and Feng Tianlan's figure disappeared without a trace. Gu Qingwan's tense emotions relaxed, and the aftereffects caused by the reverse arcane pill suddenly surged. Every bone and vein in her body screamed in pain. Gu Qinghuan's vision darkened, and she fainted. Mother, mother, what's wrong with you? Gu Qinghuan woke up a day later. She slowly opened her eyes and felt something pressing down on her hand. She turned her head and saw her son's small face pressed against the back of her hand. His chubby little face squished into a ball. His rosy little mouth pouted slightly, occasionally smacking as if he were tasting some delicious food in a dream. Gu Qinghuan's heart melted like water, and she reached out her other hand to gently touch his little face. Feng Yuanqi was awakened by the touch. He opened his eyes and saw Gu Qinghuan looking at him with joy. Mother, you're awake. Yes, why are you sleeping here? Gu Qinghuan sat up and noticed her son sitting on a stool by the bedside. Feng Yuanqi spoke softly. One wanted to be the first person you will see when you opened your eyes. Gu Qinghuan was touched, and her gaze towards her son became softer. How long have I been asleep? Mother, you've been asleep for 1 day and 1 night. Feng Yuanqi pouted. He only had 2 days left to spend with his beautiful sister. You've been here, keeping watch for 1 day and 1 night? Gu Qinghuan's gaze froze. Seeing the expression on the little one's face, Gu Qinghuan knew she had guessed correctly. You're still young. How could you endure it? Get into bed quickly. Feng Yuanqi's clear black and white eyes looked at her. Mother, will you sleep with me? The longing in her son's eyes was too strong for Gu Qinghuan to refuse. Seeing her nod, Feng Yuanqi became extremely happy. He quickly used both his hands and feet to climb onto the bed, pulled back the covers, and crawled in. Then he pulled Gu Qinghuan down to lie beside him. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but smile wryly. She complied with his wishes and lay back down. The little one clung to Gu Qinghuan's body like an octopus, afraid that she might change her mind. Are you hungry? Should we get up and eat something? Feng Yuanqi hesitated for a moment and asked, Mother, are you hungry? Seeing that her son was still thinking of her at this moment, Gu Qinghuan felt deeply touched. Yes, a little. In that case, let's get up and have a meal first. We can sleep after we finish eating. Feng Yuanqi quickly got up and said, Mother, your injuries haven't fully healed. 1 foot 11 inches, have the servants bring the food to the room. After saying that, he jumped off the bed and ran out. Feng Yuanqi was too quick, and Gu Qinghuan couldn't stop him. Gu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled indulgently. Now alone in the room, Gu Qinghuan finally had the presence of mind to check her own body. She discovered that her injuries had healed almost completely. A trace of surprise flashed in Gu Qinghuan's eyes. With her innate vital energy, her body had a stronger self-healing ability than most people. But this time, she had used the reverse arcane pill, an extremely domineering pill that could instantly boost one's cultivation. However, it also came with significant side effects. She had already prepared herself to be bedridden for half a month. But at this moment, apart from some lingering pain in her body, she surprisingly wasn't seriously injured and unable to move. Could it be that Hongming-chi secretly repaired her body while she was unconscious? Before Gu Qinghuan could figure it out, the door was pushed open, and Feng Yuanqi ran in, followed by Bo He. Master, you're finally awake. Bo He came in with a tray, and upon seeing Gu Qinghuan sitting at the head of the bed, her face lit up with joy. Gu Qinghuan smiled at her. I'm sorry for worrying you. It's good that you're awake. Seeing Gu Qinghuan about to get out of bed, Feng Yuanqi hurried over to stop her. Mother, stay in bed. I'll feed you. You haven't eaten either, right? Let's eat together. Eating together with his beautiful sister. Feng Yuanqi's heart fluttered. Gu Qinghuan rubbed his head. I'm not as delicate as you think. One can still walk a few steps. Feng Yuanqi believed her only after seeing her normal complexion and lack of pain as she got out of bed. Bo He arranged the dishes while saying, Master, you were unconscious for 1 day and 1 night. We were all so worried, especially Xiaonan. He never left and stayed by your side, just eating a few bites whenever he could. Gu Qinghuan was deeply moved and bent down to kiss Feng Yuanqi's little face. You're such a good son. Feng Yuanqi's delicate face instantly blushed. Bo He chuckled and covered her mouth. Xiaonan is shy now. Gu Qinghuan also smiled with a hint of amusement as she looked at him. Feng Yuanqi's eyes were watery, and he suppressed his embarrassment, saying earnestly, It's said that men and women shouldn't be too intimate, but if it's mother, it's okay. Mother, you can kiss me as much as you want, and I won't blush anymore. Gu Qinghuan and Bohe laughed at the same time when they saw his blushing face. Is that so? Then I'll try kissing you a few more times. Gu Qinghuan kissed Feng Yuanxi twice on the left and right sides of his face and on his forehead. Not only did the little fellow not return to normal, but his entire face turned red like a tomato. It must be because we haven't kissed enough. If we kiss more, 1 foot 11 inches get used to it. Feng Yuanxi insisted, his watery eyes filled with anticipation. Gu Qinghuan lightly flicked his forehead with a curved finger. Stop fooling around. Let's eat. Oh. Feng Yuanxi lowered his head in disappointment, thinking that he could get a few more kisses. During the meal, Gu Qinghuan learned about what had happened while she was unconscious. When she fainted, her son had arranged for them to be brought back to the June residence. Su Lai and Lu Meng had been given Gu Qinghuan's 9 Revolutions resurrection pill to save their lives, and they were currently recuperating from their injuries. Their injuries were severe, and they were unable to get out of bed at the moment, but fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Since Su Lai was injured, Bohe was currently taking care of the management of the June residence, a role that Su Lai previously held. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the residence, and Bohe could handle it alone. What Gu Qinghuan was more concerned about was the situation with the Gu family. She didn't know how Gu Zhiqing was doing. According to her estimation, after Gu Zhiqing consumed the universe stabilizer and advanced to the Saint Realm, he would need to seclude himself for a period of time and probably wouldn't come looking for trouble. Just as Master expected, it's said that the head of the Gu family has gone into seclusion after returning home, and there have been no significant movements from the Gu family for now. After asking a few more questions, Gu Qinghuan had a clear understanding and finished her meal. Then, she took her son to bed. She wasn't particularly sleepy, but the area under her little one's eyes was dark, indicating sleep deprivation. Feng Yuanxi was excited to sleep with her, and his eyes gleamed. Gu Qinghuan smiled and pinched his soft and tender cheek. Are you so happy to sleep with me? Yes. It would be great if I could sleep with you every day. Feng Yuanxi nodded earnestly. That won't do. You're no longer a 3-year-old child. After the age of 3, the little fellow would hug Xiaobai to sleep. However, Xiaobai had a change of heart and ran away. Thinking of this, Gu Qinghuan secretly frowned. It seemed that she had to find time to get a pet to divert her son's attention. Feng Yuanxi let out a disappointed "oh" before asking, Can mother sleep with me tomorrow night? The desire in his big eyes was too obvious. Gu Qinghuan could not say anything to refuse. All right then. She thought that it would only take 1 or 2 days to find a pet, and once her son had a new pet to accompany him, he wouldn't cling to her as much. Feng Yuanxi's smile returned. All right, let's sleep. Feng Yuanxi snuggled up in her arms and closed his eyes. He didn't want to sleep. He just wanted to be in the embrace of his beautiful sister. But as he smelled her scent, he couldn't resist and soon fell into a sweet dream. Gu Qinghuan thought she couldn't fall asleep, but perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day, she soon drifted off to sleep as well. Gu Jinhua had made a fool of herself at the Lusher auction house yesterday and became the laughingstock. When she returned home, she flew into a rage. Later, when she learned that Gu Zhiqing had advanced to become a saint, her anger turned into joy. She couldn't wait to go to the main residence and invite her uncle to teach Gu Qinghuan a lesson. However, she heard that her uncle had entered seclusion and didn't know when he would come out. Unable to seek immediate revenge, she felt uneasy. She had hoped for progress from the black market side. However, Gu Qiner informed her that there was news from the black market stating that the hired mercenaries had failed to complete the task and had rejected the offered reward. Gu Jinhua returned home from the main residence and couldn't help but fly into a rage again. Gu Zhixin, hearing the sound of things being smashed from afar, asked the servants and learned that his daughter was throwing a tantrum. He furrowed his brow and sent someone to bring her in to reprimand her. Later, he calmed her down and assured her that once her uncle emerged from seclusion, their first priority would be to confront Gu Qinghuan and settle the score. He encouraged her to seek revenge and take appropriate action at that time. Listening to her father's description, Gu Jinhua was delighted, finally enjoying a period of peace. Just then, she heard that Nirvana Pavilion had recently acquired a new batch of goods. Gu Jinhua thought that in a few days, she would be able to move back to the June residence. She needed to dress up properly, so she happily went there. Nirvana Pavilion was a jewelry store in Tianjin City. The jewelry in the store had unique and beautiful designs, and their prices were exorbitant. As soon as they were introduced, they gained the admiration of noble women in the city. That day marked the launch of a new collection at Nirvana Pavilion. Due to a month-long advertising campaign, many people were aware of it, resulting in a large crowd gathering. When Gu Jinhua arrived, she saw the store filled with elegant ladies. Jinhua. As she stepped down from the carriage, she heard someone calling her. Gu Jinhua looked in the direction of the voice and saw her close friend from the women's quarters, Xiao Fei. Jinhua, I heard that your uncle has advanced to the saint stage. Is it true? Upon hearing these words, a moment of silence fell. The people in the store, both overtly and covertly, shifted their attention to Gu Jinhua. Observing this, Gu Jinhua felt immensely proud and raised her chin confidently, saying, "That's right. Wow, the head of the Gu family is so amazing. Congratulations, Jinhua. Your Gu family now firmly holds the top position among the aristocratic families in Tianjin City. No one can challenge your status anymore." Xiao Fei squeezed through the crowd and approached Gu Jinhua, lavishing her with flattery. Although the Xiao family was considered a prominent family in Tianjin City, they were not on par with the four major families. Gu Jinhua reveled in the adulation she received from Xiao Fei. Witnessing this, Xiao Fei continued with more pleasing words. Others present displayed expressions of envy upon hearing Gu Jinhua's confirmation. As the saying goes, when one prospers, all prosper. Although Gu Jinhua was not from the main branch of the family, the rising power and status of the Gu family meant that she, as a member of the Gu family, would undoubtedly benefit from it. Just yesterday, she had heard that she was rejected by the Lusher auction house, but today the tables had turned for the Gu family. Fortunately, she hadn't overheard their previous mockery of her. Many of those present, with their keen intellects, gathered around Gu Jinhua to congratulate her. The excessive praise left Gu Jinhua feeling elated, almost causing her to forget the purpose of her visit. It was not until she caught a glimpse, out of the corner of her eye, of a girl in a red dress entering through the door. Tang Shijun, the young lady of the Tang family, one of the four great families, had never been on good terms with Gu Jinhua since she was young. Tang Shijun walked straight to the shopkeeper as if she didn't see Gu Jinhua. A malicious look flashed across Gu Jinhua's eyes as she walked towards her. Everyone was a noble lady in the capital and knew the grudge between the two. Seeing this stance, they all made way for her. The shopkeeper brought out a set of exquisite hair accessories and placed them in front of Tang Shijun. Just as Tang Shijun was about to reach out her hand, a delicate hand swiftly intervened and picked up a Qingyang 5 Phoenix Pearl hairpin from the box. "This hairpin looks nice. Shopkeeper, how much is it?" A maid standing next to Tang Shijun chimed in. "It was my young lady who saw it first." "Humph, does your young lady deserve to wear it?" Gu Jinhua sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Tang Shijun. "Such luxurious pearl hairpins are only meant for princesses and the girls of our Gu family." "You." Tang Shijun raised her hand to stop her maidservant from speaking, then leaned on her chin and scrutinized Gu Jinhua for a while. Suddenly, she curiously asked, "Gu Jinhua, I heard that you were publicly expelled by young Master Liu yesterday. Is it true?" She brought up an unpleasant topic. The scene fell silent. Gu Jinhua frowned. "Tang Shijun, if you can't speak like a civilized person, then shut up." Tang Shijun smiled faintly. "I'm just curious. You claim that your Gu family is so powerful, yet you were expelled by the Lusher auction house. I heard they put up a sign outside their door that says dogs and Gu Jinhua are not allowed inside. So I thought you wouldn't have the dignity to come out today." Gu Jinhua's expression twisted. "What nonsense are you spouting? You don't know?" Tang Shijun crossed his arms and looked at the others. "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Gu Jinhua did not believe it. She was indeed banned from the Lusher auction house, but she did not see any sign at all. Moreover, She believed that the Lusher auction house would definitely withdraw the unfair treatment they had given her after learning that her uncle had advanced to the saint stage. How could they possibly put up such a sign? Tang Shijun must have deliberately angered her. She sneered and turned to look at Xiao Wenfei. Xiao Wenfei's gaze was somewhat evasive. Gu Jinyue suddenly had an ominous premonition, but she still did not believe it. Wenfei, is she lying? Xiao Wenfei didn't dare to speak the truth. Jinyue, she is. I want to hear the truth. Looking at Gu Jinyue's murderous gaze, Xiao Wenfei shivered and said, yes, there is a plaque, but they will definitely remove it. In other words, there really is one. Gu Jinyue gritted her teeth. Xiao Wenfei bit the bullet and nodded. Gu Qingwan. It must be Gu Qingwan's doing. At this moment, Gu Jinyue wished she could tear Gu Qingwan apart with her hands. Anger filled her heart. Gu Qingwan is the eldest daughter of the Gu family's main branch. It's important to maintain a close relationship with the family's head. Otherwise, the Lusher auction house wouldn't have treated you with such disrespect. Gu Jinyue, I suggest you consider how to please Gu Qingwan. By the way, this hairpin set looks quite nice. If you're interested, I can be generous and let you have it. Tang Shijun sneered, relishing the moment. She deliberately mentioned that news of Gu Jinyue and Gu Qingwan's conflict at the Lusher auction house yesterday had already spread. Even those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand had heard about it. Tang Shijun secretly regretted not witnessing Gu Jinyue being chased out herself. Shut up. Tang Shijun. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? Gu Jinyue was so angry that she raised her hand in an attempt to slap Tang Shijun in the face. Cries of surprise rang out from all around. Tang Shijun was already prepared and quickly retreated. However, someone behind her suddenly pushed her, causing her to fall forward. Oh no! Tang Shijun inwardly exclaimed and instinctively closed her eyes. Instead of the expected pain, she heard a scream from ahead. She felt herself being embraced in a soft and fragrant embrace. Surprised, she opened her eyes and met a face so enchanting that it was intoxicating. Gu Qingwan, let go of me! A sharp shout echoed. The beautiful woman lightly parted her rosy lips, her voice pure yet seductive. Miss Tang, please stand up. Feeling the gentle force around her waist loosen, Tang Shijun was pushed aside by a mild strength. Miss, are you all right? The maid, Xiao Ao asked nervously. Tang Shijun instinctively shook her head, her gaze fixed on the gorgeous woman who suddenly appeared before her. Was she Gu Qingwan? Was she really Gu Qingwan? She had changed so much compared to before. Others also looked at the young woman who had suddenly appeared in astonishment, unable to believe that she was the former useless young lady of the Gu family. Gu Qingwan had arrived in the capital a few days ago, but her presence had remained relatively unknown. Therefore, when these noble ladies, who had only heard rumors about her, finally caught sight of her, they were taken aback. The Gu Qingwan they remembered was a girl who had endured hunger and cold within the Gu family, suffering from abuse since childhood. Her complexion was lackluster, and despite her potential beauty, she seemed to have lost some of her radiance. In addition, her low self-esteem had caused her to keep her head down, making her appear unremarkable. But the current Gu Qingwan exuded confidence and composure with every smile and frown. Her stunning and captivating face seemed to be flawlessly crafted, neither lacking nor excessive. Calling her the most beautiful woman wouldn't be an exaggeration. No wonder Gu Jinyue was so eager to suppress her as soon as she returned. Anyone who saw such breathtaking beauty would feel a sense of crisis. Gu Qingwan looked down without any remorse and apologized. Sorry, did your butt crack from the fall? Just now, Gu Qingwan had one arm around Tang Shijun while grabbing Gu Jinyue's wrist with her other hand. She released her grip. Tang Shijun was fine, but Gu Jinyue staggered backward, stumbling several steps before falling on her butt. Gu Jinyue didn't care about the pain. Seeing Gu Qingwan's hypocritical face, she twisted her mouth in anger. Gu Qingwan, you did it on purpose. Didn't you ask me to let go? Gu Qingwan blinked innocently with her star-like eyes. Tang Shijun covered her heart with her hand. Heavens, Gu Qingwan was too provocative. Without hesitation, she spoke up for the other person. Miss Gu is right, Gu Jinyue. Don't push the blame on others. It was clearly you who asked her to let go. Struggling to get up from the ground, Gu Jingyue glared at Tang Shijun fiercely, but her gaze quickly shifted to Gu Qingwan. Whenever Gu Qingwan appeared, she became Gu Jinyue's #1 target of attack, excluding everyone else automatically. Gu Qingwan, your arrogance won't last long. My uncle is now a revered one. As soon as he emerges from seclusion, he'll immediately deal with you. Gu Qingwan's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this. She glanced at the set of accessories on the counter and turned to ask Tang Shijun, do you like this? Tang Shijun paused for a moment, realizing that Gu Qingwan was speaking to her, and quickly nodded, yes, I like it. Gu Qingwan picked up a hairpin and gently inserted it into her hair, a faint smile on her lips. As bright as the rising sun, as dazzling as a lotus emerging from turbulent waters. It suits you well. Tang Shijun blushed. Was she being praised by Gu Qingwan? Gu Qingwan was so beautiful, and Tang Shijun couldn't compare to her at all. Was Gu Qingwan mocking her? She met Gu Qingwan's sincere and admiring eyes. Really? Thank you. Tang Shijun stuttered. Gu Qingwan gave her a faint smile. Tang Shijun was instantly enchanted. A sharp and piercing female voice interjected, Gu Qingwan, did you not hear me speaking? Tang Shijun furrowed her brows and coldly glanced at Gu Jinyue. You're so noisy. Gu Jinyue rolled her eyes. I wasn't talking to you. Get out of the way. Then she looked at Gu Qingwan. Gu Qingwan, you're just a heavenly realm stage cultivator. My uncle is more powerful than you now. If you kneel down and beg me, maybe I'll say a few good words for you in front of my uncle. Gu Qingwan looked at her with a mocking smile. Gu Jinyue, feeling a sense of fear from her expression, unconsciously took a step back. But then she realized she was afraid of Gu Qingwan. She felt embarrassed and said angrily, in consideration of our sisterhood, I'm willing to help you. Don't be ungrateful. Gu Jinyue, are you stupid? Or do you think me as a fool? Gu Qingwan shook her head lightly. What do you mean? Do you think I would believe that you're willing to let me go? Gu Qingwan's lips curled with a scornful arc. Then I might as well believe that the Gu family will soon perish. Gu Qingwan, how dare you curse the Gu family? Gu Jinyue shouted, her eyes filled with astonishment. It's just a metaphor. But if the Gu family is filled with pig-brained people like you, indeed, its downfall won't be far away. Everyone present was shocked by Gu Qingwan's words. She actually dared to say such things in public. It was simply courting death. Tang Shijun looked at her worriedly. Miss Gu, aren't you afraid that this will reach the ears of the Gu family? If it spreads, others will accuse you of being unfilial and disloyal. How could Gu Qingwan curse her family? Gu Qingwan saw that Tang Shijun was genuinely concerned about her and gave Tang Shijun a friendly smile. Don't call me Miss Gu anymore. You can call me Qingwan. Gu Qingwan lowered her gaze. If it weren't for the fact that only the 4 major families and the royal family could participate in the selection competition of the Qinghuan Academy in the Qingyuan Kingdom, she would have changed her surname as soon as she returned, considering the attitude of the Gu family members. Qingwan, Tang Shijun happily called out. Seeing how friendly Gu Qingwan was to her archenemy, Gu Jinyue sneered. Gu Qingwan, are you planning to seek support from the Tang family? Too bad the Tang family is the lowest ranked among the 4 major families. Do you think they can back you up? Today, if you dare to curse the Gu family, be prepared for punishment from my uncle. Gu Qingwan's response was silence. She had the shopkeeper wrap up the set of accessories and gave it to Tang Shijun. The jewelry from Nirvana Pavilion was highly sought after for another reason: it was unique in design. Such a delicate set of accessories would cost at least several thousand taels of silver. And Gu Qingwan just gave it to Tang Shijun like that? Tang Shijun couldn't believe it and said, You want to give it to me? It's too precious. I can't accept it. She waved her hands repeatedly. I felt a connection with Miss Tang and wanted to be friends with you. Consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. If Miss Tang refuses to accept it, could it be that you don't want to be friends with me? Gu Qingwan's eyes flickered as she spoke, her expression resembling someone facing their beloved. Tang Shijun hurriedly shook her head. How could she refuse? Gu Qingwan was so beautiful and considerate. No one could resist her, right? Then 1 foot 11 inches accepted. Thank you, Qingwan. Take a look here. and see if there's anything you like. 1 foot 11 inches, give it to you as a gift. Tang Shijun looked at her with sparkling eyes, her face resembling a blooming peach blossom, as if she was facing her beloved. Gu Jinyue disdainfully snorted, took a few steps forward, and squeezed in front of the counter. Shopkeeper, 1 foot 11 inches, take this set of accessories. Tang Shijun angrily said, we saw it first. Have you paid for it? If not, it's not yours. Gu Jinyue cast a contemptuous glance at her, then turned her beautiful eyes to the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, want this? The shopkeeper looked troubled. My uncle is a revered one. Does your Nirvana Pavilion wants to offend our Gu family? Gu Jinyue mentioned Gu Jiqing. Nirvana Pavilion didn't have the background of the Lusher auction house, but the Gu family was no longer the same as before. She didn't believe they would dare to defy her. Gu Qingwan chuckled and suddenly interjected, do you have money? Gu Jinyue's breath hitched. She almost forgot. Previously, in order to raise funds to participate in the auction, her father took away her secret stash of money. Now she was practically penniless. Seeing her embarrassment, Xiao Wenfei quickly chimed in, I have it. Jinyue, one still haven't returned the silver I borrowed from you last time. I happened to bring it today to give you back. Gu Jinyue gave her an appreciative look. Xiao Wenfei immediately took out several silver notes and handed them to her. Gu Jinyue didn't even look at them and threw the silver notes directly in front of the shopkeeper. Now, this set of accessories is mine, right? The shopkeeper glanced at Gu Qingwan, then picked up the silver notes and counted them, placing them back in front of Gu Jinyue. Sorry, fourth Miss Gu, the amount on these silver notes is not enough. There are 3,000 taels here. Isn't that enough? How much does this set of accessories cost? Xiao Wenfei anxiously asked. She had spared no effort to please Gu Jinyue. If she didn't secure her place, all her efforts would be in vain. The shopkeeper calmly said, 30,000 taels. Everyone gasped. Xiao Wenfei angrily questioned, Shopkeeper, isn't this daylight robbery? You're selling a set of accessories for 30,000 taels. The shopkeeper furrowed his brows. Miss, your statement is incorrect. A pennyworth for a penny. The jewelry from our Nirvana Pavilion is well known. This set of accessories is even more exquisite than the others. It includes hairpins, hair combs, and hair ornaments. Naturally, the price is higher. Most importantly, this set of accessories is made with precious Shueihua rainbow stones, which have defensive properties comparable to defensive-grade profound artifacts. Wow, so it has Shueihua rainbow stones. No wonder it's so beautiful. The luster and color can only be achieved with Shueihua rainbow stones. And it has defensive capabilities too. 30,000 taels of silver is not expensive at all. Initially, Gu Jinyue only wanted to snatch the item that Gu Qingwan and Tang Shijun were interested in, but after hearing the shopkeeper's words, she felt somewhat tempted by this set of accessories. 30,000 taels it is. This 3,000 tael will serve as a deposit, and you can send someone to my house for the remainder. The shopkeeper frowned. Oh, this puts me in a difficult position. Normally, I would give in to the Gu family and fourth Miss Gu. However, we have rules in our store. This Miss Gu is a special VIP in our store, and she has priority in selecting all the new items. So, I'm sorry, fourth Miss Gu. What special VIP? Is she worthy? Gu Jinyue interrupted. Others also had objections. Yeah, shopkeeper, what special VIP? We've never heard of it. The membership system is a management model recently introduced by our store for different customers. The special VIP is the highest level of membership and enjoys the highest privileges in the store, such as priority selection of new items and receiving gifts delivered to their homes during holidays. Wow, that's great. Shopkeeper, how can one become a special VIP? You can't show favoritism. If Miss Gu can become one, why can't we become your special VIPs? Our store treats every customer equally. As long as you can afford the membership fee, you can become a member. The special VIP membership fee is 1 million taels of silver per year. 1 million taels? Everyone gasped. Shopkeeper, are you sure you're telling the truth? Absolutely. I never deceive anyone. Seeing everyone looking shocked, the shopkeeper smiled. Of course, 1 million taels is for the special VIP. In addition to the special VIP, we also have first level, second level, and third level VIPs. The third level VIP only needs to pay 10,000 taels of silver as the annual membership fee. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's more reasonable. Shopkeeper, I want to join as a third level VIP. I want to join too. All right. Esteemed guests, please go to the adjacent room. I'll have someone register you. The shopkeeper said with a beaming smile. Some guests immediately went to complete the registration, but there were still several people in front of the counter. Gu Qinghuan placed a stack of silver notes on the counter. Here's 30,000 taels. The shopkeeper smiled and counted the silver notes, making sure everything was correct. Then they closed the jewelry box containing the accessories and handed it to Gu Qinghuan. Miss, this is yours. Hold on. Gu Jinyue suddenly spoke up. The shopkeeper paused. Is there anything else? Fourth Miss Gu? 1,000,000 taels, right? Register me as one. I want to become a special VIP of your store. Gu Jinyue emphasized each word. Gu Jinyue glared. Who do you think you're looking down on? It's just 1,000,000 taels. Our Gu family was able to snatch the universe stabilizer at the Lucier auction house. Do we care about such a small amount of money? Gu Jinyue grew more and more assertive in her speech. That's right. Their Gu family was the top family. They could produce 1,800 Xianling crystal hearts, not to mention a mere 1,000,000 taels of silver. But you're not a special VIP yet. Mississippi Miss Gu is all ready. Give me half an hour. No. The time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, and 1 foot 11 inches bring 1,000,000 taels of silver to you. Shopkeeper, you wouldn't show such disrespect and turn me down, would you? Well, the shopkeeper looked at Gu Qinghuan with a troubled expression. Gu Qinghuan smiled faintly. If Gu Jinyue is so eager, I don't mind waiting. Gu Jinyue knew exactly what Gu Qinghuan was thinking. Gu Qinghuan must have thought that Gu Jinyue couldn't come up with that much silver, so Gu Qinghuan wanted to humiliate her. Gu Qinghuan was underestimating her. In less than the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, Gu Jinyue returned. Here's 1,000,000 taels. Now I'm a special VIP of Nirvana Pavilion, right? Gu Jinyue asked, gasping for breath. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, fourth Miss Gu, from no one. You're our store's special VIP and can enjoy the highest privileges. Gu Jinyue raised her eyebrows triumphantly at Gu Qinghuan. Humph, being a special VIP is nothing because one can get whatever one wants with ease. Gu Qinghuan looked at Gu Jinyue with a strange expression and reminded the shopkeeper. I heard that the Gu family has emptied their entire fortune to buy the universe stabilizer. How can they still afford to register as members with 1,000,000 taels of silver? Shopkeeper, you should carefully examine whether there are any issues with that 1,000,000 tael banknote. Gu Jinyue glared angrily at her. Gu Qinghuan, stop talking nonsense. These banknotes of mine are all genuine. The shopkeeper flipped through the banknotes. They are all genuine. Gu Jinyue glanced proudly at Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan smirked and said, even so, at most, you will receive the same treatment as me. This set of jewelry should go to the highest bidder, right? Shopkeeper, I bid 50,000 taels of silver. 50,000 taels. This set of accessories should go to the highest bidder. Shopkeeper, I'll offer 50,000 taels of silver. 50,000 taels. The onlookers couldn't help but exclaim. Tang Shijun was taken aback and quickly tugged on Gu Qinghuan's sleeve. Qinghuan, it's too expensive. You don't have to waste so much silver just to prove a point. Tang Shijun had a good heart and knew how to save money for Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan gave her a reassuring look and then turned to Gu Jinyue. Fourth Miss Gu, I will take it then. Hold on. Gu Jinyue anxiously spoke up. Who said I'm giving it to you? It's just 50,000 taels, right? Well, I offer 50,001 taels. Her heart was bleeding. Darn Gu Qinghuan. She was her nemesis. Why didn't she die out there all these years? 70,000 taels, Gu Qinghuan lazily said. Gu Jinyue stared at her as if she wanted to devour her. Seems like fourth Miss Gu has no intention of raising the bid. In that case, this set of accessories. 100,000 taels. Gu Jinyue shouted in anger. She wouldn't compromise even for a piece of bread. She was the legitimate young miss of the Gu family. How could she be poorer than Gu Qinghuan, who had been expelled from the family? With so many noble young ladies present, if they spread a few words, she would lose all her dignity. Miss Gu is really brave. It seems that you truly love this set of accessories. In that case, I won't compete with you anymore. I'll give it to fourth Miss Gu, Gu Qinghuan said with a sigh and a playful smile, showing no sign of distress or unwillingness. Gu Jinyue's breath hitched. Had she been played? She glanced at the set of accessories. 100,000 taels. She had emptied her secret stash. Darn it. If it weren't for Gu Qinghuan, she wouldn't have spent so much unwarranted money. In the corner of her eye, Gu Jinyue noticed Tang Shijun. Her spirits lifted, finally finding a vent for her anger. It seems that Gu Qinghuan isn't truly sincere towards you, huh? She can't even bear to spend 100,000 taels of silver. Tang Shijun smiled nonchalantly. Whether or not Qinghuan is sincere doesn't need to be evaluated by a fool like you. Who are you calling a fool? Who else but someone who spends 70,000 taels more just to buy a set of accessories? Isn't that a fool? Tang Shijun finished speaking and took Gu Qinghuan's arm. Qinghuan, let's go. Gu Qinghuan paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Two figures, one in white and one in red, gracefully left, leaving behind a furious Gu Jinyue. Fourth Miss Gu, your accessories. I don't want them. Gu Jinyue's voice suddenly rose. What about the 100,000 taels? Didn't you hear me say one don't want them? Gu Jinyue's voice escalated. Fourth Miss Gu, you shouldn't go back on your word. Someone else wanted to buy those accessories, and if you took them without purchasing, it would seem like you're deliberately causing trouble. If that's the case, we'll have to cancel your special VIP treatment. Canceling it would be just fine. She could take back her 1 million taels. Seemingly aware of Gu Jinyue's thoughts, the shopkeeper's expression turned cold. The membership status can be cancelled, but the membership fee cannot be refunded. You, Miss Gu, as a member of the prestigious Gu family, surely you wouldn't bother haggling over such a trivial sum of silver, would you? The shopkeeper asked loudly. Everyone around turned to look at her. Whispers among the crowd started to arise. Didn't Gu Qinghuan mention earlier that the Gu family emptied their coffers to buy the universe stabilizer? Could it be true? It's possible. Otherwise, Gu Jinyue wouldn't have acted so shamelessly. If the money is already spent, there's no reason to ask for it back. Does she really think having a revered one to back her up gives her the right to act lawlessly? That's right. There are many revered ones in this world, not just in the Gu family. But we haven't seen anyone else as arrogant as her. She's just using borrowed power. One bet if the Gu family found out about her actions, they would scold her mercilessly. Exactly. The Gu family's reputation has been tarnished by her. If she doesn't buy it, she shouldn't snatch it away and scare off potential. One bet if the Gu family found out about her actions, they would scold her mercilessly. Exactly. The Gu family's reputation has been tarnished by her. If she doesn't buy it, she shouldn't snatch it away and scare off potential customers. She's so shameless. Gu Jinyue despised the old shopkeeper. He deliberately spoke so loudly to make her look bad, didn't he? Her face turned red with anger as she scanned her surroundings. Gu Jinyue looked coldly at the shopkeeper. It's just 100,000 taels. Take it. Do you really think one can't come up with such a small amount of money? Yes, fourth Miss Gu. As the respected daughter of the Gu family, you certainly don't lack this amount of money. The shopkeeper immediately put on a smile. Gu Jinyue felt much better. Remember, I am your special VIP. Treat me better from now on. As a special VIP, this influential shopkeeper had to nod and bow to her. The shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. I will remember, Miss Gu. Here is the jewelry box you just purchased. With both hands, he handed the jewelry box to her. Gu Jinyue signaled her maidservant behind her to take it and walked out with a proud demeanor. Xiao Wenfei hurriedly followed her. Jinyue, what is it? Xiao Wenfei wanted to mention that she hadn't returned her 3,000 taels yet, but seeing Gu Jinyue's spoiled face, she lost her nerve. Jinyue, one envy you so much. You can easily come up with over 1 million taels. Your father is so good to you. Unlike me, who only has a few thousand taels as a monthly allowance. Upon hearing this, Gu Jinyue felt a blockage in her heart. On an average month, she only had a few thousand taels to her name. She hadn't anticipated that Xiao Wenfei would be facing a similar situation. She wondered about the family background of both herself and Xiao Wenfei. The realization that her mother had prepared 1,000,000 taels as her dowry only intensified Gu Jinyue's frustration. Unaware of Gu Jinyue's thoughts, Xiao Wenfei continued to babble on. Impatiently, Gu Jinyue interrupted her. "I have something to do. You don't need to follow me." After saying that, she boarded the carriage and never mentioned the 3,000 taels again. Helplessly, Xiao Wenfei watched her leave. On the other side, on the busy street, Gu Qingwan asked curiously, "I couldn't buy the gift one promised you earlier. Aren't you angry with me?" Tang Shijun shook her head. "Gu Jinyue intentionally wanted to compete with you. It's normal that you couldn't win. After all, your father, the Gu family head, is biased, and you probably don't have much money on you." How could Tang Shijun misunderstand her to such an extent? Gu Qingwan didn't know how she should react. She never expected to be seen as a penniless person in Tang Shijun's eyes. Gu Qingwan wondered if she should tell Tang Shijun that she had emptied the Gu family's treasury several times, especially during the auction, depleting their wealth. On second thought, she decided against it. The young girl would probably be frightened to death. Believing that she had touched upon Gu Qingwan's sensitive topic, Tang Shijun cautiously observed her. "Qingwan, one struggle with finding the right words. Please, don't be upset with me." Gu Qingwan smiled and shook her head. "I'm not angry, but one did promise to give you a gift, and I can't go back on my word. Tomorrow, I'll have someone deliver the gift to your mansion." "Oh, you don't have to be so formal. I'm already happy to be friends with you. It's already settled. You mustn't refuse anymore." "All right, Qingwan, can I ask you a question?" "Yes? Why did you help me?" They hadn't seen each other many times before, and even when they didn't communicate much. A scene flashed through Gu Qingwan's mind. In her younger days, Gu Qingwan had gone to the mountains to pick herbs to earn money. She had almost been assaulted by several men when a bright and stunning girl in a red dress suddenly appeared and drove the men away, saving her. "Ah, it seems like that did happen." Tang Shijun blinked her eyes. "So, that girl was you." Gu Qingwan nodded. The original owner of her body couldn't cultivate and only knew a little martial arts. She couldn't defend herself in such situations, and even now, Gu Qingwan could vaguely sense the despair she felt back then. Although Tang Shijun only helped out because she couldn't tolerate such things, for the original owner, it was a deeper gratitude than a life-saving favor. Tang Shijun touched her own cheek. "I didn't expect you to remember until now. Let's leave that matter in the past. You have become so outstanding now that no one can bully you anymore." As they were talking, a female voice sounded. "Third sister, why are you walking with her?" Tang Shijun looked up. A young woman wearing a lotus green pleated skirt with flowing mist-like patterns on it approached with an unfriendly expression. "Second sister, is there a problem?" Tang Shijiao glanced at Gu Qingwan disdainfully. "Isn't she Gu Qingwan, the one who was expelled from the Gu family?" "Second sister, please don't say that. I'm stating a fact. Can't I even speak the truth?" Tang Shijiao interrupted Tang Shijun and pulled her closer. "Second sister, what are you doing? One just went to Nirvana Pavilion. I heard that you were getting involved with her, and I initially didn't believe it, but it turns out to be true. You must come back with me immediately, and don't get involved with her anymore." After speaking, Tang Shijiao pulled her to leave. "I'm not going. Second sister, please don't interfere with my friendships." Tang Shijiao interrupted her again. "There are so many young ladies from prominent families in the capital. I wouldn't care whom you casually befriend, but Gu Qingwan is an exception. Don't you know about the grudge between her and the Gu family? Do you not understand the Gu family's current status? It's better for you to be friends with Gu Jinyue than with Gu Qingwan." "Second sister, please stop." Tang Shijun loudly interrupted her, her gaze filled with anxiety as she looked at Gu Qingwan. "Qingwan, my second sister has a quick temper." That's not what she meant. Gu Qingwan naturally understood what Miss Tang meant. It was quite easy to understand. She smiled nonchalantly. "I understand. Since your sister is looking for you, you should go with her. But come with me. What more is there to say?" Tang Shijiao tugged at Tang Shijun and led her away. Tang Shijun worried that her second sister might say more hurtful words, so she could only leave with her. Qingwan, I'll go back first. Gu Qingwan nodded. Soon, the two figures disappeared into the crowd. Gu Qingwan didn't pay much attention to Tang Shijiao's attitude. She understood the reason behind her actions. After all, in the eyes of those who were unaware, the Gu family had risen to a higher level, and no prestigious family in Qingyuan Kingdom could afford to offend them. The conflict between her and the Gu family was well known, and making friends with her meant having a falling out with the Gu family. At this crucial moment, anyone with some wit wouldn't do such a thing. She had helped Tang Shijun to repay a debt of gratitude. If it made the other person feel troubled, she wouldn't force this friendship. She should hurry and choose a pet for Xiaonan. Gu Qingwan asked someone for directions and headed straight to the spirit pet shop. Spirit pet shops mostly sold first to second-tier spirit beasts that were cute and beautiful. As soon as she entered, her eyes were greeted with a dazzling array of cages. Gu Qingwan felt overwhelmed and didn't know what to buy. Miss, what type of spirit pet do you prefer? A female attendant approached and asked. Gu Qingwan pondered for a moment. Bring out the smartest, most beautiful, and loyal spirit pet you have here for me to see. The attendant smiled and said, You've come to the right place. Our spirit pets are all intelligent, beautiful, and loyal. Let me fetch you the best one. After speaking, she took down a cage placed on a high platform near the store entrance and placed it in front of Gu Qingwan. Please have a look at this azure-eyed snow spirit cat. What do you think? Meow. The spirit cat sat in the delicate cage, raising its front paws and softly meowing at Gu Qingwan. Its fur was as white as snow, fluffy and soft. Its ears were pointed, with a hint of pink showing. Its emerald-like azure eyes were clear and innocent, with a touch of cleverness. It looked like the kind of spirit pet that young girls and children would adore. Indeed, it was quite beautiful. However, it still fell short compared to Xiaobai. Moreover, seeing the snow spirit cat might remind Xiaonan of Xiaobai, since they were both white. Do you have anything else? Gu Qingwan asked. Don't you like the snow spirit cat? The attendant put the cage back and took out another iron cage. What about this one? Inside was a small-sized spirit dog, equally adorable. Gu Qingwan remained unsatisfied. After being rejected several times, the attendant's smiling face stiffened slightly. May I ask what kind of spirit pet you prefer, miss? Gu Qingwan thought to herself that it wasn't about what she liked, but what Xiaonan would like. Suddenly, her foot was gently bumped. Gu Qingwan looked down and met a pair of damp eyes. Oh, how did this little thing run out? The attendant exclaimed in surprise and quickly bent down to catch the small black dog. The agile little black dog dodged and hid behind Gu Qingwan. Little thing, stop running around. The attendant threatened in a low voice, circling around Gu Qingwan to continue catching it. The little black dog ran in front of Gu Qingwan, tilting its head up, its black eyes fixedly staring at her. It was entirely black, with bright black eyes, except for a small patch of white on its body. For some reason, Gu Qingwan saw a pleading expression in its eyes. Do you want to follow me? Woof woof. The little black dog barked twice as if answering her question. Miss, this dog isn't a spirit pet. I'm really sorry for the disturbance. 1 foot 11 inches, get rid of it right away. The attendant apologized and suddenly pounced toward the little black dog. The agile little black dog jumped aside. Unexpectedly, the attendant used a diversionary tactic and grabbed it from another direction. The little black dog let out a pitiful cry, struggling, and revealing a small tuft of white fur on its forehead. Shut up. Don't you dare bark. Otherwise, you may find yourself simmering in a pot of canine broth tonight. The attendant scolded in a low voice, carrying the little black dog and intending to walk towards the inner room. Hold on. Gu Qingwan called her. The attendant turned around, revealing a standard smile. Is there something you need, miss? How much for this little black dog? I'll take it. The attendant was surprised. Are you sure, miss? This is just an ordinary dog, not a spirit beast. It's all right, it's just a pet. Whether it's a spirit beast or not doesn't matter, Gu Qingwan smiled. But the price of a spirit beast was much higher than that of an ordinary pet. Seeing the attendant's thoughts, Gu Qingwan said, I'll take that spirit dog as well. Let them keep each other company. The attendant immediately showed a happy expression. All right, the spirit dog is priced at 2,200 taels of silver, and this dog. Let's consider it a bonus. After all, it was an excess item from the supplier, and they didn't want to bother giving it back, so they gave it to the shop. Woof, woof, woof. The little black dog bared its teeth at the attendant. Stupid humans. How dare they treat me as a bonus? Gu Qingwan smiled as she looked at it. The little black dog inexplicably shivered and looked up at Gu Qingwan. Gazing into its lively eyes, the corners of Gu Qingwan's mouth curved even deeper. The little black dog suddenly felt like it had walked into the lion's den. Gu Qingwan returned home with the two dogs. The attendant at the store was concerned that the spirit dog might bully the black dog, so she deliberately kept them apart. Gu Qingwan carried a cage in each hand. The originally lively spirit dog in the cage appeared unusually calm. As for the little black dog, it was also quiet. Gu Qingwan's meaningful gaze swept over the little black dog. The little black dog curled up into a ball and felt a tingling sensation whenever Gu Qingwan's gaze passed over it. Could this woman be a pervert? Why did her eyes look so strange? Can you understand me? Gu Qingwan suddenly asked. The small black dog hesitated, unsure whether to reveal its comprehension or feign ignorance. Gu Qingwan narrowed her eyes slightly. This little black dog had no trace of cultivation, yet it seemed more intelligent than low-level spirit beasts. This was quite unusual because generally, the higher the level of a spirit beast, the higher its intelligence. Animals that hadn't evolved into spirit beasts weren't usually this clever. Furthermore, the appearance of this little black dog was quite unique, and even the neighboring spirit dog seemed afraid of it for no apparent reason. Several factors combined seemed to indicate its identity, an ancient one-fowling wolf. The ancient howling wolf was a mysterious primordial beast in the Tianji continent. Gu Qingwan had read about it in ancient books. According to legends, the young ancient howling wolf was entirely black, with only a small tuft of white fur on its forehead that was difficult to notice. Adult ancient howling wolves had strength comparable to that of dragons and phoenixes, but their young were incredibly fragile. However, the ancient books didn't mention whether the young ancient howling wolves possessed cultivation or not. Could she have made a mistake? Or did something unexpected happen to this little black dog for it to become like this? Under normal circumstances, ancient howling wolves wouldn't appear on the Cloud Plains continent. They were extremely aloof and solitary beasts that only lived with their own kind in places far away from humans. After contemplating for a moment, the little black dog decided to remain unchanged and innocently stared at Gu Qingwan with its damp eyes. The two exchanged glances for a moment. Gu Qingwan spoke in a soft voice. Whether you understand or not, there are a few things one need to clarify. Later, we will go see my son. I bought you as a gift to him. If he likes you, you'll become his pet, and I hope you'll treat him sincerely. She paused for a moment and looked at it meaningfully. But if you make him sad, I'll skin you and stew you. The small body of the little black dog trembled imperceptibly. Of course, if he doesn't like you, you can just be a guard dog. The little black dog. This is outrageous. From the black dog's black eyes, Gu Qingwan caught a glimpse of fleeting anger. She smirked, realizing that it understood her words. That made things easier. So, your fate is in your own hands. Good luck, little black dog. The little black dog really wanted to roll its eyes. Clearly, my fate is in the hands of you and your son. As they spoke, Gu Qingwan noticed the main gate of the Gu family. Then she noticed Xiaonan sitting at the gate and asked in surprise, Xiaonan, why are you sitting here? Feng Yuanxi's eyes lit up when he saw her, but then dimmed immediately. Mother, where did you go? I woke up and couldn't find you. His voice sounded aggrieved. Gu Qingwan inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. Her son had been sticking to her so closely lately, and this morning, she had left while he was still asleep, but it seemed she had still made him sad. She lifted the cages in her hands and redirected his attention. I bought a pet for you. Take a look and see if you like it. Feng Yuanxi widened his eyes. Did you specially buy it for me, mother? Of course. Gu Qingwan smiled and nodded. Feng Yuanxi's face lit up with a radiant smile. I love everything you give me, mother. You're so good to me. You're my son. If I'm not good to you, Who else would one be good to? Feng Yuanxi's smile suddenly froze. But he wasn't her real son, after all. What's wrong? Gu Qinghuan felt puzzled by his sudden change in mood. Feng Yuanxi perked up and ran to Gu Qinghuan, saying, "It's a puppy. So cute." As it approached, the spirit dog trembled all over. Why should it fear a mere child, when it had already been startled by the scent of a small black dog? Meanwhile, the small black dog stared at Feng Yuanxi in astonishment. Who is this child? Why does his presence feel so familiar? Gu Qinghuan cast her gaze downward at her son. Yes, one black and one white. They are siblings. You must remember to take good care of them in the days ahead. The small black dog felt indignant. What did she mean, siblings? It was not a dog. I will make sure to feed them well and let them grow big and strong. Feng Yuanxi didn't care about what the pets looked like. He was thrilled because they were gifts from the beautiful sister. He would take good care of them. Gu Qinghuan gave a subtle glance at the small black dog. Say heko to Xiaonan. Her gaze carried a threat. The small black dog's mind flashed with 3 possible fates. Of course, it didn't want to be boiled into soup or become a guard dog. Reluctantly, the small black dog, forced into this predicament, whimpered and called out to Feng Yuanxi, walking unsteadily toward him. The small black dog was a newborn. Its voice was soft, and its size was tiny with soft and fluffy fur, easily evoking others' affection. It gave its all just to win favor. Gu Qinghuan found it amusing to see the small black dog on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Who would have imagined that this little creature could act like this? If she hadn't witnessed its incredible speed earlier, she would have found it hard to believe. Feng Yuanxi opened the cage and gently rubbed its little head. The small black dog was delighted. Was it chosen? But then, a force pushed its head back into the cage. Bang! The iron door closed. The small black dog was shocked. Why was it put back into the cage? Shouldn't it be carried instead? Oh no, it wouldn't be boiled into soup, would it? No, no, no. It was not a dog. It whimpered, innocent round eyes pitifully looking at Feng Yuanxi, hoping to arouse his sympathy. Feng Yuanxi glanced at it, and then turned his gaze to Gu Qinghuan. Mother, let's go inside and prepare a nest for the puppies. Gu Qinghuan had been observing his expression all along. When she saw his eyebrows relax and his previous despondency disappear, she felt a weight lifted from her heart. Once Xiaonan and the 2 pets developed a bond, he wouldn't think about Xiaobai anymore, right? She happily agreed. All right. Back at the residence, Feng Yuanxi personally instructed the servants to prepare the best doghouse and food for the 2 puppies, showing great seriousness. Gu Qinghuan couldn't help but smile. Feng Yuanxi stood up suddenly and pulled Gu Qinghuan along to arrange the doghouse for the puppies. Xiaonan, these 2 puppies don't have names yet. Would you like to give them names? Feng Yuanxi obediently replied, Mother, I'll let you decide. Gu Qinghuan stared at the black and white puppies and casually said, Let's name them Briquette and Steam Bun. It's suitable because one is black and the other is white, making it easy to remember and call them. Are you a devil? These names are so unpleasant and tacky, surely no one would support them, right? The small black dog turned its head to Feng Yuanxi, hoping to hear him reject the names. As a diehard fan, Feng Yuanxi wholeheartedly praised, Those names are fantastic. Mother, you are incredible. You have a remarkable talent for coming up with such fitting and delightful names spontaneously. The small black dog was speechless. Could it protest? Clearly, it couldn't protest. It turned its head to glance at the other cage, where the timid dog excitedly hung its tongue, completely uninterested in what its own name would be. And so, the names for the 2 puppies were decided. After betraying its animal dignity, the small black dog had to submit once again. It slumped in the cage, feeling utterly hopeless in its wolf's life, listening to the mother and son occasionally uttering the words briquette and steam bun, making it feel like its wolf's destiny was fading away. Gu Qinghuan played with her son for half an hour until a servant came to deliver a message. Madam, someone from the Gu family wishes to see you. Gu Qinghuan chuckled softly. She thought the Gu family would endure a bit longer. But, well, others may be able to endure, but Wang Shi's body couldn't. Who is it? She asked. It's second Master Gu. Did he say why he came? He said he wants to invite Mr. Liu to come and treat Madame Gu's illness. As expected, Gu Qingwan calmly said, one won't see him. Accompanying him is the fifth prince. The fifth prince? Why is he here too? Gu Qingwan furrowed her delicate eyebrows. Suddenly, her heart tightened, and a surge of pain washed over her. What's wrong, mother? Feng Yuanqi looked at Gu Qingwan nervously. Gu Qingwan snapped back to reality and furrowed her brows. That pain just now, it wasn't her feeling. It belonged to the original owner. The fifth prince was once the original owner's fiancé. The fifth prince was handsome and exceptionally talented. Although he was not as outstanding as the crown prince, he was still remarkable among the princes. The original owner fell in love with him at first sight. Of course, her affection for him was not solely based on his appearance, but also because he had saved her in her childhood. After learning that the fifth prince was her fiancé, the original owner was overjoyed and eagerly awaited the day she could marry him. However, the fifth prince was not kind to her. Whenever the original owner was bullied, the fifth prince never came to her aid. Instead, he showed great disgust towards her. If it weren't for the marriage contract bestowed by the emperor to strengthen ties with the Gu family, the fifth prince would have already broken off the engagement. Later, when news of the original owner's premarital pregnancy scandal broke, the fifth prince immediately came to annul the engagement. The annulment by the fifth prince had a profound impact on the original owner, but she didn't blame him and felt that she had let him down. But the fifth prince was not innocent. Back then, when Gu Lingxue was not yet 15, she advanced to the heavenly realm. The Gu family prepared a grand celebration banquet and invited numerous guests. The original owner couldn't be in the front yard and could only stay in her own courtyard. Someone handed her a note, informing her that the fifth prince wanted to meet her. She eagerly went to meet him, but on the way, she was struck unconscious by someone. When she woke up, she found herself lying in the woods behind the back mountain with her clothes in disarray. At that time, the original owner was filled with anxiety and shame, but she never blamed the fifth prince. Instead, she felt remorseful for letting him down. Over the years, Gu Qingwan investigated the events of that time. In order to get rid of the engagement with Gu Qingwan, the fifth prince, upon advice from Gu Lingxue, had someone lure Gu Qingwan to the back garden, drugged her, and arranged for a man to defile her purity. If it hadn't been for an unexpected turn of events, they would have caught them in the act. And because of that unexpected turn of events, Gu Qingwan never knew who had ultimately violated her. One could say that the tragic chain of events of the original owner was set in motion by the collaboration between Gu Lingxue and the fifth prince. Now, Gu Lingxue was far away at the Qingkuan Academy, and Gu Qingwan couldn't move against her for the time being. The fifth prince, this hypocritical scoundrel, she hadn't even come to settle the score with him, and he came knocking on her door himself. Was he so eager to be dealt with? A small hand gently touched Gu Qingwan's forehead. Gu Qingwan blinked, taking the small hand away from her brow. What's the matter? Don't be unhappy, mother. Don't you dislike those two people who came to visit? I'll go beat them up to vent your anger. Feng Yuanqi puffed up his cheeks, sounding indignant. It's the Gu family again. Why do they keep buzzing around like flies, constantly seeking attention? Gu Qingwan felt a sense of happiness from within her heart. Xiaonan, you're truly filial. But you're young, and these matters don't need to concern you. Your mother knows how to deal with them. When dealing with enemies, it's like treating an illness. You need to find their weaknesses and what they care about to strike at the heart. Feng Yuanqi nodded thoughtfully. You play with briquette and steam bun. I'll go and meet those two. Gu Qingwan stood up and clapped her hands, heading towards the front hall. As soon as Gu Qingwan left, the small black dog's eyes started to sparkle, hoping for a chance to escape this tormenting place. In the front hall, Qi Tianyu and his companion looked up at the sound of footsteps coming from the entrance. A white-robed woman walked in calmly. Her complexion resembled pure snow, while her eyes resembled tiny ink dots. The surrounding light seemed to converge upon her, and despite the absence of a breeze, her skirt floated and danced gracefully. From a distance, she looked like an immortal. Qi Tianyu's eyes revealed a look of astonishment, and his heartbeat accelerated beyond his control. Upon seeing Chi Yin-yu's gaze, Gu Qingluan's eyebrows lightly furrowed, and a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. Chi Yin-yu snapped back to his senses and, in an attempt to salvage his image, wore a self-assured smile. Qingluan, it's been a while. You look even more beautiful than before. This prince almost didn't recognize you. Gu Qingluan responded coldly, I am not acquainted with the fifth prince. Please address me as Gu Qingluan or Miss Gu. Rather than getting angry, Chi Tianyu felt a surge of warmth in his chest, and his gaze towards Gu Qingluan became intensely passionate. Originally, he made this visit to establish a good relationship with the Gu family and explore the possibility of forming an alliance with the island of no return. Now, he thought that perhaps something could happen between him and Gu Qingluan. If Gu Qingluan knew what he was thinking at this moment, she probably wouldn't even listen to a word he said and would simply throw him out. Gu Qingluan disliked Chi Tianyu's gaze, but didn't reveal it. She took a seat at the head of the table and spoke with a cold voice. Why have the two of you come here? Qingluan, since you are friends with Mr. Liu, why don't you ask him for a favor to save the Grand Madam? Gu Zhixin demanded imperiously. Gu Qingluan chuckled lightly. Save her? Why should I save her? Gu Zhixin frowned. She is your mother. Are you going to stand by and watch her die? She is Gu Lingshua's mother, not mine. My mother lies buried underground. Although she is not your birth mother, she is your stepmother, the woman who is considered your mother. No one can deny this fact. Second Master Gu, it seems you have misunderstood something. Gu Qingluan coldly smiled. I don't even acknowledge Gu Zhiqing. How could I bother with a woman who rose to a higher position as a concubine? You, Qingluan, how can you speak ill of your elders like this? Chi Qianyu looked at her incredulously. You used to be so kind and respectful to your elders. You would never criticize others in such a way. Gu Qingluan was almost nauseated by his words. If the fifth prince doesn't want to listen, feel free to leave. Chi Tianyu's breath hitched at her words. In the past, every time Gu Qingluan saw him, her eyes were filled with affection. Even when he came to annul the engagement, she never harbored resentment towards him and never spoke to him in such a tone. Chi Qianyu felt a sense of discomfort. Although he used to dislike the way Gu Qingluan looked at him and how she always pursued him, he only felt annoyance and disdain in his heart back then. But now that Gu Qingluan no longer looked at him with that loving gaze, he felt unsettled. How could she change her feelings like this? No, she must have endured a lot of hardship and felt upset over the years, which led her to speak in this way out of resentment. Chi Tianyu found a reasonable excuse for her change and looked at her with a hint of pity. Qingluan, I know it hasn't been easy for you all these years. The Gu family head was impulsive when he drove you out back then, but he later regretted it and sent people to look for you. But there was no news of you. He paused for a moment, looking at her affectionately, and sighed. It's not just the Gu family head. Over the years, I have also blamed myself for my impulsive actions back then and had people searching for your whereabouts. Qingluan, we understand that you have grievances, and it's understandable for you to vent them out. But please don't act on impulse. After all, the reason we were so angry back then was because of what you did. Anyone in our position would have reacted the same way. The head of the Gu family has reached the saint stage, with an elevated status. As the legitimate daughter of the head of the Gu family, you can also enjoy unparalleled glory. You should go back to the Gu family and let bygones be bygones. You are intelligent, and you should know how to choose what's best for you. Gu Qingluan held a cup of hot tea in her hands and listened quietly to his words. She wanted to see how shameless this man could be. It truly disgusted her. After Chi Tianyu finished speaking, Gu Qingluan asked with a cool smile, Do you want me to forget about the past? Chi Tianyu quickly nodded. Yes, you and the head of the Gu family are biological father and daughter. There shouldn't be any long-standing grudges. As long as you're willing to come back, the head of the Gu family will definitely welcome you. He thought that Gu Qingluan had been persuaded by his words. Suddenly, Gu Qingluan asked, Can you represent Gu Zhiqing's thoughts? What authority do you have to be a mediator? Chi Tianyu replied, We grew up together as childhood friends, so naturally, I want to help you. As for the head of the Gu family, he has regretted kicking you out of the Gu family a long time ago. How can the fifth prince utter those words without blushing? Gu Qingluan raised an eyebrow. Chi Tianyu furrowed his brows, Qingwan, what do you mean by that? You're disguising yourself as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Previously, you would eagerly avoid me whenever we crossed paths. Now, out of the blue, you assert that you're here to assist me. Naturally, one will be skeptical of your true intentions. Qitian grew furious. Qingwan, I know you're still holding a grudge against me, but how could you misunderstand me like this? You should know what kind of person I am. Others might not know, but you do, don't you? Back then, Gu Qingwan was crazy about him. He believed that he was perfect in her eyes. Humph. Gu Qingwan sneered, her pitch-black eyes gleaming with coldness. Have the events from 5 years ago completely slipped your mind? The events from 5 years ago. Didn't we agree not to mention them anymore? Qitian felt a sudden unease as he met Gu Qingwan's gaze. Why shouldn't we mention them? Only those with guilty consciences would avoid facing them. Gu Qingwan slammed her teacup onto the table with a loud noise. The sudden sound startled everyone in the hall. Qitian covered his eyes. To suppress his guilty conscience, he raised his voice and accused, "Why are you speaking in such a sarcastic manner? I'm not mentioning it out of respect for you. Back then, you did something that brought shame to our family's reputation. As your fiancé, I lost all my dignity. If anyone should feel guilty, it's you. Why are you so angry?" Hot tea splashed onto his face. Qitian let out a painful scream as he jumped up from his chair. "You madwoman! How dare you attempt to harm this prince? Fifth prince, are you all right?" Gu Zixin was also taken aback and quickly stood up, handing him a handkerchief to wipe his face. Feng Yuanxi, who was hiding outside the main entrance, saw the fifth prince insulting his mother, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He flicked his fingers, releasing a surge of arcane power. Gu Qingwan sensed the fluctuation of arcane power and glanced toward the doorway. She caught a glimpse of a piece of clothing and guessed who was hiding outside but chose not to expose him. Qitian was wiping his face when suddenly he felt a sharp pain in his neck, causing him to involuntarily cry out in pain. "Ah, it's bleeding," Gu Zixin exclaimed. But then he scolded Gu Qingwan, "You can be rude to our family, but how could you harm the fifth prince? Do you not understand the fifth prince's status? Quickly apologize to the fifth prince." Gu Qingwan, playing with the empty cup in her hand, lightly flicked her wrist upon hearing his words. The teacup flew in a parabolic arc and smashed onto Gu Zixin's forehead. Gu Zixin staggered backward and fell to the ground. The teacup shattered with a loud crash. "Apologies, my hand slipped." Gu Qingwan lowered her gaze, looking at the bloodied Gu Zixin, and said indifferently. Qitian witnessed the miserable state of Gu Zixin and felt a chill run down his spine. He overheard people saying that Gu Qingwan had changed, becoming violent at the slightest provocation, but he always thought it was an exaggeration. Now, he deeply realized this woman was simply insane. Amidst the shock, anger filled his heart. As a person of noble status, he had never endured such humiliation. Who did she think she was? Gu Qingwan. She dared to splash hot tea on him. Gu Qingwan, you're audacious. Do you know that by disrespecting your superiors, this prince can easily throw you into prison? Gu Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. Thanks for the reminder. Since punishment is inevitable, why not commit the offense multiple times? As she finished speaking, a sharp and oppressive aura emanated from her. All the teacups and teapots on the table flew into the air. Gu Qingwan, how dare you? Qitian eyes widened in shock and anger. Whoosh! All the teacups and teapots shot towards him. Qitian snorted in anger and activated his arcane power to defend himself. But to his surprise, the arcane power surrounding him was easily shattered, and the teacups and teapots hit his face and body. In an instant, Qitian not only became soaked but also suffered from a swollen and bruised face. He looked utterly miserable. Gu Qingwan. Ugh! His roar nearly shook the roof. Then, it abruptly stopped. Gu Qingwan reclined in her chair, crossing her legs, and mischievously swung one foot adorned with sheer white stockings. Much quieter now. Qitian pulled something out of his mouth and realized it was an embroidered shoe. The thought of how many places the shoe had stepped on and how dirty it might be made him feel nauseous. He covered his throat and retched, his neck veins bulging. Gu Zixin wanted to stop all of this, but it was too late. He could only watch with a pounding heart. He felt he couldn't just stand by and watch. Otherwise, he would be held accountable for letting the fifth prince, along with himself, be humiliated like this. Gu Qingwan, you've gone too far, he exclaimed, his voice trembling. Confronting Gu Qingwan's smiling face, his voice became softer, lacking confidence. Gone too far? Gu Qingwan tapped her chin with a curved finger. It seems one haven't gone far enough. You don't know what going too far really means. As she finished speaking, she lightly flicked her finger. A rushing sound filled the air. Gu Zixin tried to dodge, but he couldn't avoid it. He felt a sharp pain in his knees as he crashed onto the hard stone floor. Since you've disturbed my mood today, kneel down and apologize to me. If I'm in a good mood afterward, I'll let it go. Otherwise, Gu Qingwan smiled faintly, her silent threat hanging in the air. Shame. A tremendous sense of shame. Gu Zixin's knees were in excruciating pain, but the pain on his face was even worse. A junior had forced him to kneel. Gu Qingwan. You. When he met Gu Qingwan's emotionless, icy gaze, all his rage got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't utter a word. Kneel down and kowtow to Gu Qingwan? He might as well kill himself. His whole body trembled, filled with anger and fear. Gu Qingwan, you will pay for your audacity. There's no need for you to worry about that, second master of the Gu family. Whether you kowtow or not, it's up to you. I'm not a patient person. If you miss the opportunity, don't blame me for being merciless. Gu Zixin looked puzzled. What are you planning to do? Do you dare to kill me? I came here today, and everyone in the Gu family knows about it. Gu Qingwan blinked. Have you been here? No one from the Gu family, including dogs, is allowed to enter. It seems I should put up a signboard outside the gate. The Gu family's coachmen, servants, and even the fifth prince's guards are outside. Do you think you can deceive everyone? Are you referring to them? She looked up toward the door. Both Gu Zixin and Qi Tianyu felt a sense of foreboding and turned their heads. They saw all the subordinates who had accompanied them, tied up and heavily injured. Could it be that Gu Qingwan truly intended to kill them? Qi Tianyu and Gu Zixin were shocked, fear spreading within them. Both of them knew Gu Qingwan's strength. Without skilled experts to save them, they might actually be killed by her. This woman was completely unpredictable when she went mad. Would kneeling before her really ensure their safety? Gu Zixin's eyes flickered. Qingwan, I am your uncle. Even if my own father were here, it would be useless. Gu Zixin was choked, his face turning pale and green alternately. Qi Tianyu, who was standing beside him, naturally hoped that Gu Zixin would quickly kowtow and apologize so that Gu Qingwan would let them go. But he had a feeling that she wouldn't let them off so easily. This woman was completely different from 5 years ago, as if she had become a completely different person. Was she too deeply affected? Did she really have no feelings left for him? Qi Tianyu clenched his fists. He couldn't believe that her feelings for him would be completely abandoned. Taking a deep breath, Qi Tianyu suppressed his killing intent and anger. Raising his eyes with deep affection, Qingwan, seeing you like this, it really pains me. I know what you want. Stop making one mistake after another. As long as you let go of your resentment, I am willing to marry you as my consort. He believed he was emanating profound affection, yet unbeknownst to him, his face displayed no trace of attractiveness at that moment, rendering his attempt at appearing affectionate rather ludicrous. Gu Qingwan couldn't help but laugh. How shameless was this man? Did he think he was made of gold and everyone desired him? Fifth Prince, perhaps you should first take a look in the mirror. Gu Qingwan interrupted his words. Qi Tianyu touched his face and couldn't help but inhale sharply. Even without looking, he knew that his face must have been damaged. Was it because of this that Gu Qingwan was unmoved? He furrowed his brows. This was a difficult situation. Qingwan, this injury is temporary. The specially made ointment from the imperial physician can reduce swelling and bruises. In a few days, it will subside. Just wait a few days for me. Qi Tianyu tried to explain. I think the fifth prince didn't understand what one meant, Gu Qingwan interrupted. Qi Tianyu looked at her blankly. Your audacious nature, so thick-skinned, that even a single encounter has sated my appetite. One have no interest in seeing you every day. Chi Tianyu's face flushed red. Don't go too far. Stop the nonsense. If you want to leave the Gu residence, kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. 1 foot 11 inches count to 3, and time is ticking. 1, 2. Gu Zixin saw that even the 5th prince couldn't do anything to Gu Qinghuan, so how could he stand firm? Before 3 came, he bent down and knocked his head heavily on the ground. I was wrong, Qinghuan. Please don't hold it against your second uncle. What did you call me? Qing. Did you call me Qinghuan? Then call me great madam. Great madam? Gu Zixin's face turned red. He was furious. You're unwilling to do so? Gu Qinghuan raised an eyebrow, her voice turning cold. Since Gu Zixin had already kowtowed, he shouldn't give up halfway. Gu Zixin decided to go all the way, shaking his head quickly. No, great madam, I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. What did you do wrong? Gu Zixin was speechless. You don't even know what you did wrong, so what are you apologizing for? Gu Zixin felt angry. Didn't she force him to apologize? Never mind. I don't expect someone like you, with a block of wood for a brain, to understand. I'll spare you this time. But if you speak nonsense in front of me again, it won't be so easy to pass. Gu Zixin let out a sigh of relief, setting aside his anger, and hurriedly asked, Can we leave now? You can go, but the person next to you hasn't apologized yet. Chi Tianyu was appalled to see Gu Zixin, without any shame or dignity, kneel down and apologize to Gu Qinghuan, a junior. Moreover, he even referred to her as Great Madam in a respectful manner. Chi Tianyu felt deeply ashamed on Gu Zixin's behalf. Suddenly, the topic turned to Chi Tianyu, and he felt at a loss, not knowing what to do. 3. Gu Qinghuan sneered. 5th prince, it seems that you. All of you get out. Chi Tianyu suddenly shouted. Gu Zixin was taken aback, realizing that the all of you included himself. Of course, the 5th prince didn't want anyone to witness him kneeling before an ordinary person. It was too humiliating. All right, I'll leave immediately. Gu Qinghuan didn't stop them this time, casually waving her hand to signal the servants to escort the bound individuals outside. Once the hall was empty, only Gu Qinghuan and Chi Tianyu remained. The latter knelt down with a grim expression to apologize. If Gu Qinghuan could, she would have killed him directly. However, if they died here today, she would definitely raise suspicions. She dreaded the intervention of the revered ones who ruled over the royal family. If the 5th prince were to be offended, even if he became angry once more, he wouldn't be able to summon a revered entity to handle her. However, if the 5th prince were to perish, the situation would change drastically. The royal family would undoubtedly seek justice for the 5th prince, and most likely, they would call upon a revered one. For now, Gu Qinghuan didn't want to confront such a powerful adversary head-on. She glanced at Chi Tianyu and sneered. 5th prince, you are truly adaptable, truly impressive. Chi Tianyu's face tightened as he asked, Is that enough? 5th prince, you may leave. One won't be escorting you out. Gu Qinghuan calmly smiled as if she didn't notice his intimidating gaze. Chi Tianyu quickly stood up, forcefully brushed his sleeve, and turned to leave. 5th prince, wait. Chi Tianyu abruptly halted his steps. What else do you want, Gu Qinghuan? You better know your limits. You came here to beg me to save Wang Shi, right? I can give you a chance. Chi Tianyu watched her warily. What trick do you plan to play now? I'll ask you a question. Do you want to save her? What are your conditions? Chi Tianyu wasn't foolish. He knew she wouldn't save her easily. It's simple, as long as you can afford the price. How much? 1 million taels of gold. Chi Tianyu knew she would make an outrageous demand, but he didn't expect her to be so ruthless. He couldn't believe it and asked, What did you say? Gu Qinghuan repeated it calmly. Chi Tianyu's brows furrowed tightly. That price is too high. Can it be cheaper? The elixirs from the island of no return hold immeasurable value. In exchange for a universe stabilizer, the Gu family was willing to offer 1,800 Xianling crystal hearts. Are you suggesting that you cannot afford a mere 1 million taels of gold? Is it that you are incapable of affording it? Or do you consider Wang Shi's life to be worth less than 1 million taels? Knowing that bargaining was futile, Qi Tianyu fell silent. I will convey your request to the Gu family. Then, I'll trouble you to do so, fifth prince. Today, at the rooster hour, deliver it here, and don't be late. Qi Tianyu walked out of the main hall, and Gu Zixin hurriedly approached him. Fifth prince, let's leave first before discussing further. He didn't dare to ask too much, fearing to provoke Qi Tianyu. Qi Tianyu's expression was grim as water. He could see through Gu Zixin's thoughts. He absolutely couldn't let others think that he had just kneeled before Gu Qinghuan begging for mercy. So he said, she agreed to save Wang Shi. What did you say? Gu Zixin was extremely surprised. In a display of logic and emotion, this prince articulated his thoughts at length, ultimately persuading her to rescue Wang Shi. Really? Of course, why would I lie to you? She does have some feelings for this prince, but she feels embarrassed to admit it in front of you all. Gu Zixin didn't doubt his words. It was well known that Gu Qinghuan used to have affection for the fifth prince. Perhaps it was just a momentary disagreement. Women were like that. Men would say sweet words and coax them in private, and their anger would dissipate. That's great. When can Mr. Liu go to the Gu residence to treat my sister-in-law? You need to prepare 1,000,000 taels of gold first. Deliver it here today at the rooster hour, and don't be late. 1,000,000 taels of gold? How can that audacious girl ask for such a price? Qi Tianyu's expression turned even worse. It's just 1,000,000 taels. It's not easy for others to obtain something from the island of no return. If it weren't for me, with your relationship with Gu Qinghuan, would she agree to save Wang Shi? Know your place. Gu Zixin felt like he had been scolded. You're right. You're right. Fifth prince, it's all thanks to you this time. The Gu family will forever remember this favor. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, Qi Tianyu's expression finally eased a bit. As long as you understand, the matter is settled. This prince will leave now. Keep in mind what can and cannot be said, second Master Gu. Gu Zixin nodded. Fifth prince, rest assured. I won't utter a word that shouldn't be spoken. Qi Tianyu nodded and stepped over the tall threshold. Suddenly, as if tripped by something, his body uncontrollably fell forward. He tried to exert force to save himself, but he couldn't muster any strength. Fifth prince, are you all right? Gu Zixin reached out to support him. I'm fine. Qi Tianyu got up, furrowed his brows, pushed Gu Zixin away, and glanced behind him. There was nothing there except the threshold. Could it be that he stumbled when crossing the threshold? He scanned the people expressionlessly. Keep your mouth shut. Yes, your highness. They replied. Qi Tianyu looked at Gu Zixin. The latter immediately declared, one didn't see anything. Qi Tianyu snorted and turned to descend the steps. Watching the departing carriage, Gu Zixin let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, but accidentally touched his wound, causing him to wince in pain. You ruthless girl. You really showed no mercy. When elder brother comes out of seclusion, he will definitely teach you a lesson. A gust of wind suddenly swept toward his back. Caught off guard, Gu Zixin fell to the ground face first. The pain made him grit his teeth. With the help of his servants, he was lifted up, cursing under his breath. Which captive attacked me from behind? Second young master, there's no one here. Nonsense. How can there be no one? Am I supposed to believe that I tripped and fell like this? Gu Zixin pointed angrily at his forehead. A house servant cautiously looked around. Just now, the fifth prince inexplicably stumbled. Could there be ghosts here? Don't talk nonsense. How can there be ghosts in broad daylight? Gu Zixin reprimanded sharply. Although he himself felt a chill on his back, he didn't dare linger and quickly walked towards his own carriage. From behind a potted plant in the courtyard beyond the main gate, Feng Yuanqi rose to his feet. Observing the hurried figure, he wore a grin on his face. Xiaohei, take a look at them. They possess such feeble courage, daring to mistreat mother even in their current state. They are unaware of their own limitations. Xiaohei, the little black snake, crawled out from his sleeve and nodded in agreement. Exactly. Exactly. The young master had taught them a good lesson. After venting his anger, Feng Yuanqi thought of Gu Qinghuan and quickly headed for the back courtyard. I'm going back to find mother. Xiaohei, remember to hide well and don't let mother see you. Gu Jixin returned to the main residence of the Gu family and instructed Steward Wang to retrieve 1,000,000 taels of gold to invite Mr. Lu to save Wang Shi. Steward Wang hesitated. Previously, the master depleted all the funds to purchase the universe stabilizer pill. There is now only a limited amount of silver remaining in the account. How much is left? There's only a few 100,000 taels. Of silver? Only a few 100,000 taels left? How is that possible? What happened to all the money we took from the Jun family back then? In recent years, the masters had extravagant spending habits, coupled with mismanagement. They lived off their past achievements, and our funds have dwindled. This time, to snatch the universe stabilizer pill from so many people at the auction, they spent 1,800 Xinling crystal hearts. So there's not much left. And 100 of those Xinling crystal hearts belong to me. Gu Jixin fumed. So, he wouldn't be able to get back those 100 Xinling crystal hearts in a short time? Gu Jixin took a deep breath, barely suppressing his anger. What about the treasury? Over the years, with the Gu family's collection combined with the Jun family's, there must be quite a few treasures, right? They're gone too. How could they be gone? Gu Jixin never expected that his eldest brother, as the head of the family, had squandered everything. In the eyes of outsiders, the Gu family, which once stood in the zenith, was now a destitute family on the brink of bankruptcy. Well, Miss Ling Xue went to the Qinkuan Academy, and the master and madam were worried. They sold the family assets to provide for her. Gu Jixin's vision turned black. So, everything the Gu family had was swallowed up by his elder brother's two beloved daughters. Although the 1,800 Xinling crystal hearts were used to purchase the universe stabilizer pill from the island of no return, Gu Qingwan and Mr. Lu had long conspired together. Otherwise, with their intentions toward Mr. Lu, he would have become an esteemed guest of the Gu family. It was possible that they could have obtained the universe stabilizer pill at a lower price. Second young master, can't you come up with some funds from your side? Regardless, we must save Madame Wang. Steward Wang said, I don't have any money left. One lent it all to my elder brother at the auction. Gu Jixin fumed, his voice filled with anger. What should we do? Madame Wang's condition has worsened. The palace physician said she may not survive tonight. Gu Jixin initially had no concern for whether Wang Shi lived or died, but his elder brother had given him explicit instructions before going into seclusion to find a way to save Wang Shi. He didn't have the confidence to confront his elder brother now. Moreover, Wang Shi was Gu Lingshue's birth mother. If anything happened to her, Gu Lingxue would surely blame him when she returned. He didn't want to offend his niece, Gu Lingxue. He paced back and forth in the hall when suddenly a thought struck him. The dowry. Big sister-in-law must have prepared a dowry for that girl, Gu Lingxue, right? Well, the dowry was already entrusted to the second miss, and only she has the key. I can't open it, the steward replied cautiously. Gu Jixin furrowed his brow. What about Gu Qiner and Gu Seer's dowries? They had very little dowry remaining, as the master had borrowed most of it to purchase the universe stabilizer. Steward Wang asked cautiously, Second Master, how about fourth Mrs. Dowry? Are you suggesting that we should use my daughter's dowry? Gu Jixin glared at him, raising an eyebrow. The steward smiled wryly. I have no other choice, right? Where can we find so much money in such a short time? Moreover, if this news gets out, it will tarnish the reputation of the Gu family. Gu Jixin immediately said, naturally, we cannot reveal anything to the outside. So, the best option now is to borrow fourth Mrs. Dowry. Just think about it. When Madam wakes up and realizes that her life was saved by fourth Mrs. Dowry, she will be grateful to her. When second Miss returns, she will also remember the favor fourth Miss did to save her mother. And the predicament of the Gu family is only temporary. When the master emerges from seclusion, the Gu family will surely thrive. They will definitely be able to return the dowry to fourth Miss before she gets married, and it will probably be even more abundant than the current dowry. This is beneficial to fourth Miss without bringing her any harm. Gu Jixin listened to his analysis and found it reasonable. So he went to find Gu Jingyue. Gu Jingyue was in a foul mood that day, having spent a significant amount of money and feeling deeply troubled. Gu Jixin tried to soothe her for a while, then shifted the topic to her dowry. He appealed to her emotionally and reasoned with her. He conveyed the steward's arguments to her. Gu Jinhua couldn't help but be moved. But her dowry was already gone. Gu Jinhua was heartbroken, but she didn't dare to let her father know and evaded the topic. Gu Jixin could see through her guilty demeanor, and under his questioning, Gu Jinhua revealed the truth. The dowry is gone? All for that worthless membership? Gu Jixin became so furious that his head was spinning. Without thinking, he gave Gu Jinhua a hard slap. You wasteful girl. What did I tell you before? I told you to endure it. There will be a chance for you to seek revenge, but you couldn't control your temper. Gu Jinhua, who was favored at home, had never seen her father so angry with her. She felt aggrieved, angry, and couldn't help but be afraid. But, father, you don't know how infuriating Gu Qingwan was at that time. If one didn't spend the money, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of all the noble ladies in the capital? Do you think they were just mocking me? They were mocking our Gu family. Once they spread the news, the whole capital will know that our Gu family is a bunch of paupers. Hearing this, Gu Jixin furrowed his brow. His daughter's worry wasn't entirely unreasonable. But now, her dowry was also gone. Where could he find the money to save Wang Shi's life? Gu Jixian was in agony. Time was running out, and he didn't have the patience to argue with his daughter. He turned and walked out. Seeing him leave, Gu Jinhua breathed a sigh of relief and slumped onto the chair. Miss, are you all right? Just get out. Gu Jinhua grabbed a teacup from the table and threw it at the servant. Terrified, the maid fled the room. Gu Jinhua was seething with anger. She swept the tea tray off the table, venting her frustration. Gu Qingwan, you wretched woman. It must be you who set a trap for me. One swear one will kill you. Gu Qingwan naturally didn't know that there was such a situation in the Gu family. She estimated that there wouldn't be much money left for the Gu family to use. She only wanted to make things worse for them, but didn't expect them to be so impoverished. If she knew, she would definitely celebrate with joy. At the appointed hour of the afternoon, Gu Jixin arrived as scheduled. Taking the 1,000,000 taels of gold, Gu Qingwan threw a vial of medicine at him. Gu Jixin frowned. What do you mean? What about Mr. Liu? This is the medicine given by Mr. Liu. It can cure Wang Shi. Gu Jixin became cautious when he received the vial. He gently opened the bottle cap and saw that there was only one pill inside, causing him to doubt. Can this pill really cure my sister-in-law? Mr. Liu doesn't plan to ruin the reputation of the island of no return, Gu Qingwan said sarcastically. Only then did Gu Jixin feel relieved. In a hurry to save someone, he didn't waste any more time and took his leave. Feng Yuanqi entered through the side door. Mother, why did you give him the antidote? That Madame Wang is so wicked. It would be better if she died from the poison. Feng Yuanqi asked, puzzled. Gu Qingwan patted his head and said, even those who are harmless can react aggressively when they are cornered or in a desperate situation. Moreover, they are from the Gu family. We can't kill them yet. Wait a little longer. When the time is right, I won't let them off. Feng Yuanqi didn't know what time Gu Qingwan was referring to, but no matter what she said, he unconditionally supported her. Mother, there shouldn't be any more bad people coming to disturb us, right? You said you would accompany me, but there are always people coming to take up your time, and you can't focus on being with me. Feng Yuanqi pouted unhappily. Gu Qingwan smiled and pinched his mouth, which was raised high enough to hang soy sauce. Yes, I have instructed the servants that no matter who comes to visit today, I won't entertain them. Finally, Feng Yuanqi revealed an adorable smile. At night, the little boy and Gu Qingwan lay in the same bed. His eyes were wide open, reluctant to close. Gu Qingwan sensed his unusual mood and asked what was wrong. Feng Yuanqi pretended that nothing was wrong and shook his head. It's getting late. Sleep quickly, or you'll have panda eyes tomorrow. What's a panda? Feng Yuanqi blinked his eyes. Have you forgotten? I told you before that pandas are fierce and cute animals. It was peculiar. Her son had always possessed a sharp memory, yet there were instances when he seemed to forget certain things from the past. Gu Qingwan examined his face. He was definitely her son, her biological son, who had the ability to defy the laws of nature. She was just overthinking things. All right, go to sleep. We can talk about it tomorrow. Gu Qinghuan covered his eyes with her hand. Suddenly, her palm felt wet. Gu Qinghuan was taken aback and moved her hand away. A pair of watery eyes came into view. Why are you crying? Gu Qinghuan frowned, her heart aching. She asked softly, did someone bully you? Who dared to bully her son? She would never spare them. A strong aura suddenly emanated from her. Feng Yuanqi sniffled, his voice slightly hoarse. Mother, will you leave me? Silly child, why would you think such thoughts? How could one leave you? Gu Qinghuan gently wiped away the tears from his face with her finger. But what if we accidentally get separated? Will you come find me? Gu Qinghuan said seriously, yes, no matter where you are, I will find you. No one can separate us. She secretly thought to herself, did someone say something misleading in front of Xiaonan? The number of people in this mansion is not large, and they were carefully selected by Su Lai. They shouldn't have spread baseless rumors in front of him. The only outsiders who came to the mansion today were the Fifth Prince and Gu Zhixin's group. Could it be them? It seems that the lesson she gave them today was not deep enough, and they still have the energy to cause trouble. Suppressing the anger in her heart, Gu Qinghuan met her son's pitch-black eyes. Really? Will you really come find me? Of course. Mother, you must keep your promise. Yes, we pinky swear, and once we do, we can't go back on it. Gu Qinghuan extended her little finger. Feng Yuanqi imitated her and extended his little finger. Gu Qinghuan smiled and hooked her little finger with his, shaking it left and right a few times. Now, are you reassured? Yes. Feng Yuanqi looked at her with bright eyes. Can we go to sleep now? Feng Yuanqi nodded, rolled into Gu Qinghuan's arms, hugged her neck, kissed her cheek, and then buried his face in her neck, tightly closing his eyes. Thinking that he was just being shy, Gu Qinghuan burst into laughter. She pulled up the blanket and covered them both. The next day, Gu Qinghuan paid special attention to her son's mood, but when she saw that he had returned to normal and went to play with his new favorite, she finally felt at ease. Taking advantage of her absence, Feng Yuanqi secretly left the Jun mansion with Xiao Mei, heading straight for the palace. Gu Xiaonan woke up unusually early. The thought of returning to his mother made him so excited that he couldn't sleep. He climbed up a tree early in the morning. The agreed time with Yuanqi was about to come. The feet higher you stand, the farther you can see. Looking at Jingfeng standing below the tree, Gu Xiaonan was annoyed. If he wasn't being watched, he wouldn't have to wait here. Suddenly, a green parrot flew towards Gu Xiaonan and exclaimed in excitement, Young master! Young master! Xiaomei misses you. Jingfeng looked at the parrot vigilantly. Where did this parrot come from? Mr. Jingfeng, it's my friend Xiaomei. Don't scare it. Gu Xiaonan beckoned to Xiaomei. Xiaomei landed on his hand. Gu Xiaonan waited. Xiaomei, have you gotten fat? Xiaomei cried out sharply. Xiaomei is not fat. Boo-hoo, young master. Do you dislike Xiaomei? Wah. Xiaomei is so miserable. Young master, are you keeping another bird outside? Jingfeng looked at the parrot crying its heart out and twitched his mouth. If one didn't know, one would think it was someone who had been hurt by an unfaithful lover. Since when did his young master make friends with this friend? Xiaobai, lying in Gu Xiaonan's arms, was napping. It was startled by Xiaomei's crying and opened its eyes wide. Seeing that it was its old buddy, Xiaobai swatted it away without mercy. So annoying. Unprepared, Xiaomei lost balance and fell to the ground. Jingfeng quickly reached out and caught it. This was the young master's friend. It must not get injured. Thank you. Thank you. Great handsome guy. Xiaomei flapped its wings from his hand and flew to the tree to find Xiaobai for a fight. Stupid Xiaobai dared to use its paws to slap its beautiful feathers. Jingfeng rubbed his nose. This parrot sure had a personality. But if the two pets fought up there, it would be bad if the young master got hurt. Jingfeng asked Gu Xiaonan to come down. Gu Xiaonan didn't refuse. Xiaomei's arrival meant that Feng Yuanqi was already here. Young master, where are you going? Hush. Jingfeng followed behind him. Gu Xiaonan looked back at him. Why are you following me? Do you want to help me pull up my pants? Jingfeng covered his mouth and coughed lightly. The master ordered me to stick with you. If the young master needs anything, I don't need anything. Please take care of them, Jingfeng. Don't let them get hurt. 1 foot 11 inches be back soon. Because Gu Xiaonan had behaved so well for the past 3 days and hadn't shown any signs of sneaking out, Jingfeng's guard against him had relaxed somewhat, and he didn't think much about it. He agreed. Gu Xiaonan tiptoed as soon as he reached the corner and glanced down at the big tree. He immediately flew towards a secluded palace. A clash between a fox and a parrot could be intense. The agile fox had swift movements, while the flying parrot possessed an aerial advantage. One possessed sharp claws, the other a sturdy beak. As Jingfeng watched them, his heart raced, fearing that one of them would get injured. He dreaded the thought of explaining the situation to the young master upon his return. Jingfeng suddenly stopped. Why hadn't the young master returned yet? It had been about the time of a stick of incense, right? He quickly flew towards the young master's room. No one was inside. Could the young master have gone to the outhouse? Jingfeng turned to the nearest outhouse. But there was still no sign of the young master. He was too careless. Could it be that the young master had sneaked out again? Jingfeng was full of regret. The young master was so cunning, and he had been fooled before, so why did he relax? Hopefully, he could find him in time. The young master must not go to see Miss Gu again. Otherwise, His Highness would surely be furious. Jingfeng quickly arrived at the main gate. Have you seen the young master? He asked the two gatekeepers. They shook their heads. We haven't seen him. Jingfeng frowned. Of course, the master had given orders not to let the young master go out alone. If he did go out, he wouldn't have used the main gate. Wenlu immediately ordered a search inside the palace. The palace was heavily guarded, so it wasn't easy to leave. It would take time. The young master must still be inside the palace, right? Jingfeng silently prayed. Originally, he had intended to secretly find the young master without alarming His Highness. But any movement in the palace couldn't be hidden from Feng Tianlan. Where is Yuanqi? Feng Tianlan appeared in front of Jingfeng. His face was as calm as water, and deep in his eyes brewed a silent storm. Jingfeng's breath hitched. My lord, the young master might be playing in some corner, he said, his voice trembling. Feng Tianlan looked at him wordlessly. The oppressive atmosphere made it hard for Jingfeng to breathe. In an instant, his back was soaked with sweat. After a brief moment, the surroundings fell silent. Jingfeng's legs grew numb from kneeling. He knew he had disappointed His Highness and felt self-blame. In an uninhabited side hall, Gu Xiaonan successfully met with Feng Yuanqi. One sneaked over while Jingfeng wasn't paying attention. He'll soon send people to search for us. Let's change our clothes quickly, Gu Xiaonan said as he began taking off his clothes. Feng Yuanqi furrowed his brows. Does my father still order Jingfeng to watch over me? Yes, your father's possessiveness is too strong, Gu Xiaonan complained. Seeing Feng Yuanqi standing still, he urged him, hurry up, don't just stand there. Feng Yuanqi took off his outer robe. The two of them quickly changed clothes. Gu Xiaonan looked at Feng Yuanqi's face and said, we should also change our masks. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome if we encounter someone later. By the way, I still don't know what you really look like. Both my mother and your father mistook me for you. Do we really look that alike? Feng Yuanqi was also very curious about that. They simultaneously took off their masks. Then, they both froze in astonishment. Their mouths hung open in shock as they dumbfoundedly looked at each other. Gu Xiaonan couldn't believe his eyes. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that there could exist someone in this world who bore such a striking resemblance to him, as if they were twins separated at birth. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch Feng Yuanqi's cheek. Are you still wearing another layer of mask on your face? Feng Yuanqi's delicate face was too tender, and it immediately turned red from the pinch. Feng Yuanqi took a step back, avoiding his claws. This is how I really look. It's truly bizarre. I never thought we would look so alike. No wonder they mistook us. Gu Xiaonan stared at him, circling around him once, and then compared their heights with his hand. Even our height is almost the same. Feng Yuanqi was also extremely surprised. Looking at the other person was like looking in a mirror. Could there really be someone in the world who looked so similar to him? He had only heard of one type of person who could look so alike. Twins. Could it be that they were also twins? Feng Yuanqi's heart suddenly raced. Thinking about that possibility, his face grew slightly flushed with excitement. Xiaonan, on which day were you born? Gu Xiaonan acted without thinking and blurted out a date. Feng Yuanqi froze in place. What's wrong with you? Gu Xiaonan waved her hand in front of him. Feng Yuanqi blinked and muttered, Me too. Oh, so you were born on the same day? What a coincidence. Gu Xiaonan said casually. Feng Yuanqi's mind went blank. Yes, we look so similar and were born on the same day. How could such a coincidence happen in the world? Could we be twins? Impossible. My father isn't that ugly. Gu Xiaonan immediately denied without thinking. Not only was he ugly, but also domineering and overbearing. That's how he felt deep down. Feng Yuanqi's gaze turned strange. Haven't you seen my father's true face? He is the most handsome man in the world and looks very similar to us. That's not possible either. My mother only gave birth to me. Gu Xiaonan had never heard his mother mention having any siblings. Besides, if he were his mother's child, why would she abandon him? Although Gu Xiaonan repeatedly denied it, Feng Yuanqi still clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps there's some reason behind it? My father told me that my mother died, but one don't believe it. My intuition tells me that my mother is still alive. During his visit to his place of birth, he unexpectedly came across a stunning woman who happened to be his sister. There was a certain aura about her that felt strangely familiar to him. Among all the women he had encountered, none of them emitted the same kind of energy. He couldn't shake off the feeling that there was an invisible bond connecting him and his mother. He had suspected before that the beautiful sister was his mother, and now that he saw Gu Xiaonan with a face identical to his own, his certainty grew stronger. If the beautiful sister was his mother, he wouldn't have to be separated from her. Feng Yuanqi was ecstatic. Search this area. Suddenly, the shouts of the guards came from outside. Gu Xiaonan and Feng Yuanqi both tensed up. Forget about it. I'll go back first. Gu Xiaonan took the mask from Feng Yuanqi's hand and gave him her own. Remember to ask your mother if she gave birth to 2 sons, Feng Yuanqi reminded him. His father didn't even know who his mother was, so he certainly wouldn't know the truth. If Feng Yuanqi wasn't occupied at the moment, he would have rushed to the beautiful sister and asked her in person. Gu Xiaonan nodded solemnly. Don't worry, one will definitely ask. With the mask securely in place, Gu Xiaonan cautiously cracked open the door and peered outside. Assured that the coast was clear, he pushed the door open and slipped out stealthily. Feng Yuanqi took a deep breath and lifted his foot, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached his ears. Where are you going? Was his father outside? Feng Yuanqi was taken aback and quickly hid in a corner, holding his breath. Outside the hall, Gu Xiaonan wasn't paying attention and accidentally bumped into a pair of long, sturdy legs, falling to the ground. The voice he had frequently heard during this period echoed, almost making him instinctively call out father. Fortunately, he managed to stop himself in time. Gu Xiaonan looked up with a smile on his face and greeted, Mr. Feng Heko? When Feng Tianlan saw Gu Xiaonan's face clearly, he paused. It's you. Yes, it's me. One didn't expect to run into you here. What a coincidence. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Goodbye, Mr. Feng. Gu Xiaonan waved his small hand and stood up from the ground, tiptoeing away quietly. Stop, Feng Tianlan commanded. Gu Xiaonan froze and turned to look at him innocently. Mr. Feng, is there something you need? Why are you here? Feng Tianlan scrutinized him with sharp eyes. Gu Xiaonan blinked innocently with his big eyes and said in an adorable manner, One came to play with Yuanqi, but I don't know where he went. I'll come back another day. After speaking, he lifted his foot to leave. Feng Tianlan's voice turned grave as he asked, Feng Yuanqi, do you think you can disguise yourself as another child and sneak out without being noticed? That voice, it was clearly his son's. Feng Tianlan had almost been fooled by him. Gu Xiaonan was so annoyed by the arrogant man. How self-righteous. He slapped his own face and said displeasedly, Uncle Feng, look carefully. I am Gu Xiaonan, no doubt about it. But Feng Tianlan still didn't believe him. The palace was heavily guarded. How could a child appear here without making any noise? Feng Yuanqi, if you continue to act up, I will have Jingfeng send you back to the Holy Heaven Dynasty. Feng Tianlan warned. Upon hearing the words Holy Heaven Dynasty, Gu Xiaonan exploded. I won't go there. 1 a.m. Gu Xiaonan, and one want to go home to find my mother. He turned around to leave, but just as he took a step, his small arm was firmly grasped by a large hand. Thinking of the nightmares he had before, Gu Xiaonan panicked and called out, Feng Yuanqi, come out quickly. Your dad has mistaken someone else for you. Feng Tianlan coldly ignored him, thinking he was just putting on an act. Little did he know that at that moment, a familiar young voice came from behind. Daddy, I'm here. Don't hold on to Xiaonan. Feng Tianlan turned around, looking surprised at Feng Yuanqi who walked out from the hall. Look over there. That is your son. Gu Xiaonan bit him on the back of his hand and struggled to get free, falling to the ground. Feng Tianlan ignored the bite mark on his hand and looked at Feng Yuanqi, then at Gu Xiaonan. Gu Xiaonan glared at him with anger. Feng Yuanqi silently approached. Daddy, I'm sorry for worrying you. One didn't want to sneak out. I just wanted someone to play with me. Feng Tianlan patted his head and said, Next time, you can let him come in through the main entrance. There's no need to hide. He prohibited his son from interacting with Gu Qinghuan, but he didn't mind if it was a child. Feng Yuanqi rarely played with children his age, so Feng Tianlan didn't want to discourage him. Really? Feng Yuanqi looked up at his father with joy. He thought his father would oppose anything related to beautiful sister. Yes, Feng Tianlan nodded. Daddy, you're really kind. Feng Yuanqi was overjoyed. Now Gu Xiaonan could come to see him openly, and they could share stories about beautiful sister. Beside them, Gu Xiaonan snorted in disappointment, thinking that Feng Yuanqi was too spineless to react so happily just because Feng Tianlan lifted a few restrictions. Feng Tianlan lowered his head and looked at Gu Xiaonan. I'm sorry. Earlier, one mistook you for Yuanqi disguised as you. Did I hurt you? Gu Xiaonan had the same personality as his mother. He was someone who was willing to yield or respond favorably to gentle persuasion, but would resist when faced with force or coercion. Seeing Feng Tianlan sincerely apologizing, his anger subsided a bit. However, he still had a stern face. Is a mere apology sufficient? Well, it's indeed not enough. Feng Tianlan nodded and took out a spiritual fruit from the space. Here, as a compensation. Is this enough? Gu Xiaonan's eyes lit up. It was his favorite ice flame fruit. With the ice flame fruit in his hand, Gu Xiaonan's anger completely disappeared. Forget it. I'm not that petty to be holding on to grudges. Feng Tianlan slightly pursed his lips. Gu Xiaonan glanced at him sideways. Let me tell you, the main reason one forgave you is for the sake of Feng Yuanqi. Treat him better. Got it? Feng Yuanqi was surprised that Gu Xiaonan spoke up for him and was momentarily stunned. Feng Tianlan couldn't help but smile. All right. Somehow, as he looked at this child, an unexpected feeling of affinity welled up within him. Because he's about the same age as Yuanqi, right? Even their voices sound very similar. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so sure that the other person was disguised as Yuanqi. That's it for today. I have to go home. Goodbye, Yuanqi. Goodbye, Uncle Feng. I'll have someone send you back. Gu Xiaonan didn't refuse. He wasn't stupid. Why bother using his own 2 legs when there was a free ride available? Feng Tianlan arranged for a carriage and personally accompanied Gu Xiaonan to the main entrance. This made Gu Xiaonan have a different view of him. In fact, the great demon king wasn't that bad. You don't have to escort me further. I'm leaving. Goodbye, Xiaonan. Feng Yuanqi called out to him. Gu Xiaonan turned back, looking at him with inquisitive eyes. Remember our promise. Don't worry. One won't forget. Feng Tianlan raised an eyebrow. Promise? What kind of promise would children make? The carriage departed. Feng Tianlan returned to his usual life, and Gu Xiaonan returned to the side of Gu Qinghuan. Mother. Inside the Jun residence, Gu Xiaonan saw Gu Qinghuan and became excited, his eyes shining brightly. Like a firework, he rushed into her arms. Gu Qinghuan caught him steadily and smiled, asking, What brought about such joy on your face? I missed you so much. Didn't we just meet this morning? You miss me after half a day? Gu Xiaonan sweetly said, One day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns. It's been half a day since we last met, so it's like 1.5 autumns. Gu Qinghuan laughed at his quick wit. It seemed like he had completely recovered from his gloomy mood. She pinched his nose and said, "You and your sweet little mouth. Stop hugging me. I have some dirt on me, and one don't wish for you to become dirty as well. Mother smells nice. Where's the dirt? Even if one get dirty, I'm not afraid." Gu Qinghuan chuckled. He was indeed quite sweet with his words. "What are you doing, mother?" Gu Xiaonan jumped off her and curiously looked around. Gu Qinghuan's clothes had some mud and water stains on them, as if she had just come back from working in the fields. "I planted some spiritual herbs in the back mountain. The spiritual energy there is quite rich, and the soil is fertile, which is suitable for cultivation." "Oh," Gu Xiaonan nodded, indicating that he understood, and then said, "Mother, close your eyes. I have a gift for you." "What sort of gift is it?" "It's quite intriguing, keeping it a mystery like this. You'll find out soon. Close your eyes quickly." Gu Qinghuan closed her eyes helplessly. "All right, they're closed." Gu Xiaonan took out the heavenly heart qin from his spatial storage. "You can open your eyes now." Gu Qinghuan opened her eyes and saw Gu Xiaonan holding a box in his hands. "What's this?" "Mother, open it and see." Gu Qinghuan glanced at him and lifted the lid of the box, revealing a radiant and colorful zither. She couldn't help but be amazed. Her slender jade fingers gently plucked the strings. A melodious sound echoed. "This is a sacred artifact?" "Yes, it's the heavenly heart qin." "Mother, do you like it?" Gu Xiaonan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Such a precious zither. Where did you get it?" "I bought it." "Where did you get so much money?" I earned it." Gu Xiaonan grumbled. The great demon king lost his son, and he worked hard as his substitute son for several days. The heavenly heart qin was bought by him with the money he earned, more or less. Gu Qinghuan looked serious. "Xiaonan, haven't I taught you anything? This heavenly heart qin is worth at least 10 Xinling crystal hearts. You've been with me these past few days. Where did you go to earn so much money?" Ordinary households spent only a few dozen silver taels in a year. 10 Xinling crystal hearts were worth more than the entire fortune of many wealthy families. "Mother, I didn't lie to you. I really earned the money to buy it." Gu Xiaonan pouted, feeling wronged. "All right, then tell me, how did you earn the money?" Gu Qinghuan demanded. I, Gu Xiaonan. Tell the truth." Gu Qinghuan's voice became stern. Gu Xiaonan's small body trembled, tears welling up in his eyes. "I earned it by selling spirit pills." He didn't dare mention being the son of the great demon king, or his mother would be even angrier. Gu Qinghuan was taken aback. "Selling spirit pills?" "Yes, I sold the pills I refined to others. They love them when they hear their pills from the island of no return." Gu Xiaonan pondered, deciding to give the pills to Feng Yuanxi tomorrow. That way, it wouldn't be a lie, would it? "Is it true?" Gu Qinghuan's expression eased slightly. "Yes, mother. Are you still angry with me?" Gu Xiaonan cautiously looked at her. Gu Qinghuan gently touched his little face. "I'm sorry. I got angry without understanding the situation. Did I scare you?" Gu Xiaonan shook his head. "I know you're worried I might go astray. Mother, you're doing it for my own good." "You clever little devil." Gu Qinghuan pinched his soft cheek and smiled again. Gu Xiaonan smiled too, secretly relieved. Thank goodness Mother believed him. Otherwise, Gu Qinghuan took out the heavenly heart qin and ran her fingers lightly across the strings. This was indeed a good qin. The body of the qin was smooth and glossy, radiating a lustrous luster. The sensation on her fingertips was extremely comfortable. "Mother, try it," Gu Xiaonan urged. Gu Qinghuan curved her fingers and plucked a short melody on the strings. The beautiful sound of the qin resonated along with the trembling of the strings. Gu Xiaonan propped his chin on his hands and listened intently. The fish in the small pond in the courtyard forgot to swim, and the birds in the sky perched on the roofs and treetops. Even the servants outside the courtyard involuntarily stopped to listen. The sound of the qin carried far. However, the estate of the Jun family was vast, and by the time the sound reached outside the estate, it was already faint. Nearby people could only vaguely hear the sound of the qin. They also closed their eyes to enjoy the wonderful qin music. After playing a short piece, Gu Qinghuan stopped. Gu Xiaonan applauded enthusiastically. Mother, you're amazing. Gu Qingluan's lips curled into a smile, satisfied with the qin. She couldn't help but play with it lovingly. Thank you, my son. I really like it. Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaonan's face lit up with a radiant smile. Mother, this is a sacred grade artifact. If you drip a drop of your blood on it, it will recognize you as its master and can be stored in the realm of your mind, making it unstealable by others. Following his suggestion, Gu Qingluan dripped her blood onto the qin. The fresh red blood fell onto the silver-white qin body and immediately seeped inside. At the same time, the heavenly heart qin emitted a dazzling white light. In Gu Qingluan's realm of the mind, an image of the heavenly heart qin appeared. After a successful contract, she became mentally connected with the heavenly heart qin and understood its power. A look of surprise appeared in her eyes. This heavenly heart qin could actually influence a person's consciousness, giving a significant advantage in battles, especially in group battles. It was practically the most powerful cheat. Gu Qingluan plucked the string with her thumb. A resounding sound and a flash of white light followed. Immediately after, the nearby tree trunk was severed, startling the birds perched on the treetops, causing them to fly into the sky together. Gu Xiaonan's mouth formed in zero shape in astonishment. Gu Qingluan smiled, satisfied with the outcome. Mother, you're so amazing. Gu Xiaonan snapped back to reality and started showering her with praises. Gu Qingluan didn't know how to respond to her son's exaggerated compliments. Gu Xiaonan had a sudden idea. If such an amazing qin accompanies me while I sing, it would definitely be a powerful combination. Why don't I sing a song and you play the qin, mother? Gu Qingluan's smile froze for a moment. Thinking of her son's singing ability that most people couldn't appreciate, she felt it was unnecessary. She quickly put away the qin and patted her son's shoulder. Your singing ability is extraordinary. Save it for crucial moments. Gu Xiaonan believed that he could make an earnest appeal. Mother, I think now is a good time. No, we should prepare lunch now. We're having hot pot today. Wow, I can get to eat hot pot again? That's great. Gu Xiaonan's attention was immediately diverted. Gu Qingluan secretly wiped off the non-existent sweat on her forehead. Luckily, she managed to divert her son's attention. She thought that her son's devil voice was no less powerful than the heavenly heart qin. It was better to save it for those troublesome enemies. Gu Qingluan needed to change her clothes, so she asked Xiaonan to go to the dining hall first. After a while, she arrived at the dining hall. The table was already set with a hot pot in the middle, and a stove underneath it emitted flames, spreading a tantalizing aroma in the air. Various fresh vegetables were placed around the table, all prepared by the kitchen and Bo He. Gu Qingluan asked Bo He to join them for dinner. During her stay on the island of no return, Bo He frequently shared meals with her masters, so she felt at ease and expressed her gratitude to her mistress before settling down on a chair. The three of them enjoyed the hot pot, savoring the delicious flavors. Afterwards, Gu Qingluan and Xiaonan both reclined on the lounge chair in the courtyard. Suddenly, Xiaonan remembered his promise to Feng Yuanqi and sat up, looking at Gu Qingluan. Mother, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. Do you only have me as your son? Gu Qingluan's content expression disappeared, and she opened her eyes, looking at him sideways. Why would you ask such a question? Of course, you are my only son. Xiaonan murmured softly, that's what I thought. Mother must only have me as her son. He smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel so fortunate to have such a wonderful mother. I must be the happiest child in the world. In comparison to Gu Xiaonan, Yuanqi was so miserable. Unnoticed by Xiaonan, a trace of sadness flashed in Gu Qingluan's eyes. She was uncertain if she still had another son, as she didn't know the gender of the child snatched by Gu Lingxue. If that child had survived, they would be of similar age to Xiaonan, adorable and smart. Such thoughts triggered a wave of hatred and revenge in Gu Qingluan. Gu Lingxue, the one who had stolen and killed her child, would never be able to coexist with them. Wait and see. Soon she would make Gu Lingxue pay with her life as an offering to the spirit of her child. Madam, you're finally awake? That's great. Steward Wang was overjoyed to see Wang Shi open her eyes. Beside them, Gu Zixin breathed a sigh of relief. It seems the antidote is effective. The island of no return is truly remarkable. It can cure any difficult ailment. Wang Shi was assisted into a sitting position, still in a weakened state. Upon hearing her second brother's words, she asked, "Did Mr. Liu save me? I must thank him." Gu Eryi snorted coldly. This medicine was bought with 1,000,000 taels of gold. Why thank him? Wang Shi looked at him in surprise. Mr. Liu is from the island of no return. Second brother has always considered him an esteemed guest. Money is one thing, but if there is no friendship, the other party may not have helped. Madam, you were unconscious for these past few days and unaware of what happened. Steward Wang informed her of the events during her coma. After hearing the story, Wang Shi was furious. That wretched girl is causing trouble again. Why can't she just die? Everyone in the room shared the same sentiment. If Gu Qingwan had died, their Gu family would have had fewer troubles. Fortunately, the Gu family now had a revered one on their side, allowing them to finally hold their heads high and handle Gu Qingwan appropriately. Wang Shi had recently regained consciousness, but her body remained weak. After eating a small meal, she drifted back to sleep. Gu Xiaonan returned to his own quarters, with no intentions of troubling Gu Qingwan until she recovered fully, or more precisely, until Gu Zicheng emerged from seclusion. Gu Qingwan could finally have a few peaceful days to herself and attend to her own affairs. After receiving the answer from her, Xiaonan took briquette and came to Bun to find Feng Yuanqi the next day. Yesterday, Feng Tianlan had given Gu Xiaonan permission to visit through the main gate. Gu Xiaonan entered smoothly without any hindrance. However, the guards in the palace dutifully reported to Feng Tianlan. Feng Tianlan confirmed that only Xiaonan had come and didn't pay much attention. She really only has one child? Inside the room, Feng Yuanqi eagerly awaited Xiaonan's answer but was filled with disappointment as his large eyes became misty. Xiaonan nodded emphatically. Mother said it herself? It must be true. Feng Yuanqi sighed. Since beautiful sister is not my mother, I won't be able to see her anymore. Oh, don't cry. Do you like mother that much? Feng Yuanqi sniffled, his red eyes resembling a little rabbit, looking inexplicably pitiful. Beautiful sister is like my mother. Then, that's easy. Let's ask mother to adopt you as her godchild. Can I do that? Feng Yuanqi widened his eyes. As long as my mother agrees. But will she agree? Feng Yuanqi stared at him with his small face. You look just like me. If you act a little spoiled, my mother will surely give in and agree. Feng Yuanqi's face initially lit up with excitement, but soon a troubled expression took over. But you made a promise to father that you won't go searching for my mother. If I go and find her, and father discovers it, he will send me away from Tianjing. He didn't want to leave. At least, staying in Tianjing would bring him closer to beautiful sister. If he left, he felt like he would never see beautiful sister again. Xiaonan scratched his head. This was indeed a problem. Initially, when he made the promise, he thought that if Yuanqi didn't go to his mother, he could bring his mother to find Yuanqi. But Yuanqi mentioned that the last time they encountered the three-headed snake, the great demon lord saved his mother, and his mother promised the great demon lord not to go find Yuanqi. Both of them had made promises and couldn't go back on them. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in Xiaonan's mind. Feng Yuanqi looked at him expectantly. Your father may have said we can't actively search for mother, but he didn't forbid us from accidentally crossing paths with her. Feng Yuanqi's mind also lit up, and he understood immediately. Xiaonan, will you help me? Of course. Since you look so much like me, I'll definitely help you. Gu Xiaonan patted his chest. Xiaonan, you're really great. Feng Yuanqi was grateful. Gu Xiaonan grinned. That's settled then. When we go back, I'll ask mother when she's free and take her out to play. Then I'll have Xiaomei pass the message to you. Using Xiaomei was the safest option. Although Xiaomei could be a bit talkative at times, she was reliable when it came to delivering messages. She would only pass the message to the intended recipient and wouldn't blabber around, ensuring the message's safety from interception. Great. Feng Yuanqi nodded eagerly. Oh, one more thing. I'll give you this bottle of elixir. For me? Feng Yuanqi took the bottle he handed over, looking confused. Gu Xiaonan puffed up his cheeks and told him about the Heavenly Heart Qin. The Heavenly Heart Qin was bought by your father for you. I'm giving you the elixir, so it can be considered that I bought the Heavenly Heart Qin from you. That way, I didn't lie to my mother. But don't tell her. I'm afraid she'll get angry. Feng Yuanqi promised. I'll keep it a secret. That's good. Gu Xiaonan resolved to worry and smiled happily. He came with briquette, steam bun, and left with Xiaobai and Xiaomei. The servants dutifully reported what they saw to Feng Tianlan. A hint of doubt flashed in Feng Tianlan's eyes, but he didn't delve into it. As long as that woman wasn't involved, he didn't plan to meddle in his son's friendships. Little did Feng Tianlan realize that, despite the mutual agreement between his son and Gu Qingluan not to actively search for each other, Gu Xiaonan had found a clever way to accidentally orchestrate their meeting. In the afternoon, the opportunity arose. Gu Xiaonan sent Xiaomei to the palace to deliver the message. He then took Gu Qingluan in a carriage to Yunhai Tower. Why do you suddenly want to go to Yunhai Tower? Gu Qingluan looked at her excited son curiously. The food at Yunhai Tower is delicious. I want to dine there. Gu Xiaonan made up an excuse. Gu Qingluan scolded him with a glance. The chefs in our residence were hired from Yunhai Tower. Isn't it the same? It's not the same. They have more chefs there, and the restaurant is lively. The food tastes even better. Gu Xiaonan casually found an excuse. Gu Qingluan glanced at him displeased, thinking that her son enjoyed the lively crowd. In the past, the island of no return was quiet on the sea. It was rare to leave the island, so it was normal for her son to be drawn to crowded places. Yunhai Tower, the grandest restaurant in Tianjin, had swiftly expanded its influence across the Cloud Plains continent within a few short years. Its reputation for exquisite cuisine and breathtaking views had captivated the hearts of countless diners. Outshining its competitors, both big and small, it had ascended to the pinnacle of the culinary world, claiming the title of the foremost restaurant. When Feng Yuanqi first came to Tianjin, he was entertained by the crown prince of Qingyuan Kingdom and had dined there once. Therefore, he wasn't unfamiliar with this place. However, last time he was in a private room, while today he sat in the main hall. Jing Feng had to constantly pay attention to the surroundings to prevent anyone from harming him. Young master, what are you looking at? Jing Feng found it strange that Feng Yuanqi kept glancing towards the entrance. Was the young master waiting for someone? Nothing. Feng Yuanqi pretended as if nothing was amiss. Yunhai Tower is really busy, bustling with people. Jing Feng nodded. Yunhai Tower is indeed busy. Just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. She. Why is she here? Dressed in white, Gu Qingluan walked through the gate, holding her son's hand. Jing Feng's heart skipped a beat. The young master rarely came out, but why did he coincidentally choose the same restaurant as this madam? If the young master found out, it would be a stormy encounter. He quickly glanced at the young master, silently praying that he hadn't noticed. But it was too late. Feng Yuanqi's eyes lit up as he stared at Gu Qingluan. Jing Feng was afraid that the young master would run over to her. Should he stop him or not? Fortunately, the young master didn't put him in a difficult situation. He obediently sat in his seat and didn't move. However, Jing Feng was still worried. Young master, shall we go to another place to eat? Feng Yuanqi coldly glanced at him. Isn't the food here delicious enough? In front of Gu Qingluan, Feng Yuanqi, who was usually soft and gentle, had a character more akin to Feng Tianlan, rarely speaking and possessing an intimidating presence with just a glance. Jing Feng's breath hitched, and his attitude became much more respectful. No, it's just that there are too many people here, and it's crowded. I'm afraid someone might harm the young master. It would be better to move to a private room, where it's peaceful and safe. A group of ordinary mortals. Can't you handle them? Jing Feng naturally couldn't answer. If Jing Feng were to say he couldn't handle a group of ordinary people, the young master would probably report him to his master. On a previous occasion, Jing Feng mistakenly believed that the young master had escaped the palace, which led to him facing the looming threat of reprimand from his master. Fortunately, the situation turned out to be a mere misunderstanding, saving Jing Feng from any undeserved punishment. If the young master reported him this time, he would probably fall out of favor with his master. Feng Yuanqi's gaze fell on Gu Qingluan, and his dark, bright eyes blazed. Gu Qingluan, with her heightened senses, couldn't fail to notice such a direct and passionate gaze. She lifted her eyes and saw Feng Yuanqi sitting in the hall. She was slightly stunned and subconsciously wanted to go over and greet him. However, when she saw the vigilant Jing Feng next to him, she suddenly remembered what Yuanqi's father had said to her. She furrowed her brows and dismissed the thought, taking her son's hand and intending to go upstairs. Mother, there's an empty table over there. Let's sit there. Gu Xiaonan tugged at her hand, pointing to an empty table not far away. Since Gu Qinghuan came with her son because this area was lively, she didn't refuse. After sitting down, she could still feel the scorching gaze on her. Has little Yuanqi also recognized her? But she promised the captive not to seek out little Yuanqi. No matter how bad that man was, he saved her life, and she didn't want to break her promise. Moreover, she didn't want to bring trouble to little Yuanqi. That captive had such a bad temper. If he knew she was getting involved with little Yuanqi again, he would definitely punish Yuanqi by spanking him or locking him in a small dark room. It would be so miserable. Jing Feng, seeing that Gu Qinghuan didn't come over, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped this meal would end quickly, without any unexpected incidents. However, the more one hoped to avoid accidents, the more likely they were to happen. Jing Feng had half of his attention fixed on Gu Qinghuan's side. As a result, he failed to notice someone approaching. You darn thief! How dare you steal my son? A slap came flying towards Jing Feng's face. Jing Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he accurately grabbed the incoming hand, furrowing his brows as he looked at the well-dressed woman in front of him. Let go. You're hurting me. The woman screamed. My Xiao Bao, are you all right? Did this bad person bully you? Woo woo woo. Grandma missed you so much. I thought I would never see you again, my good little one. Promise Grandma that you won't leave me again. Okay? Another unfamiliar old woman rushed over and hugged Feng Yuanqi. Feng Yuanqi had been watching Gu Qinghuan and never expected someone to suddenly pounce on him.